Last time on our series, Zhao Chen not only completed a seemingly impossible task alone at the Academy, earning heroes' acclaim, but he also ventured alone into enemy lines on the interstellar battlefield, piloting the advanced T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, turning the tide of battle. Following this, Zhao Chen proved his strength with a rescue operation, earning triple assessment credits and advancing directly to the 6th grade, set to graduate in July. His confidence and prowess gained everyone's respect. Amidst the whirlpool of interstellar politics, Zhao Chen's secret collaboration with Li Yaqi showcased his strategic depth. Facing competition from the Hurricane Consortium, he supported Li Yaqi's Northern Geese Group with T-2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer blueprints to counter the Hurricane Consortium's T-2 Hyena-class destroyers, setting the stage for a fierce corporate showdown. At the edge of the Reef starfield, Zhao Chen's fleet made a tense trade with a mysterious woman from the Bloody Mary Mercenary Corps, securing 5 T-2 Moose-class heavy transport ships. This not only bolstered his fleet, but also laid the groundwork for his future actions. On the dwarf race's homeworld, Zhao Chen scored a brilliant victory over the fire lizard race's fleet, rescuing the oppressed dwarfs. The chieftain's daughter, Annie, reunited with her family with Zhao Chen's help, a touching moment that also highlighted Zhao Chen's unique charm in winning hearts, not just battles. His interstellar journey has just begun. If you're interested in the story, please check the comments section or playlist below. And now, let's continue with part 3. Commander Zhao Chen of the Leo star system finally returned with his interstellar fleet. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Fire Lizard tribe had not yet launched their attack, and the Leo star system remained peaceful. At the temporary base on the 3rd planet of the Leo star system, Zhao Chen saw 2 T-2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships already deploying their work platforms, with 2 interstellar battleships nearly completed. Summoned by Zhao Chen, Secretary Charlotte and Secretary Ellie arrived at the bridge of Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser to discuss the next steps. Zhao Chen was pleasantly surprised to see the nearly completed battleships in the video feed. He hadn't expected them to be built in his absence. It turned out that during Zhao Chen's absence, various factions from the planets in the Leo star system had contributed a large amount of resources, especially raw materials. Secretary Ellie seized this opportunity to order the construction of interstellar battleships using the 2 idle T-2 Hammer-class ships. Given the outstanding performance of the T-2 Lion-class heavy missile ships on the battlefield, she decided to build 2 more. Even Chief Pekin was willing to take on part of the component manufacturing, significantly speeding up the construction process. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the trouble brought by the Fire Lizard tribe. Charlotte gravely stated that the situation might be worse than they had imagined. A week ago, they received intelligence that the Fire Lizard tribe had allied with 3 other interstellar forces, amassing a fleet of over 3,000 ships, including 10 T-3 interstellar battleships. Though 5 of these were interstellar frigates and somewhat outdated, the sheer number exceeded Zhao Chen's expectations. Additionally, there were nearly 800 T-2 interstellar battleships, and the remaining 2,500 ships were T-1 starships. How could the Fire Lizard tribe have amassed such a large fleet from nowhere? Charlotte mentioned that the informant insisted on meeting Zhao Chen in person to explain. It turned out that when they learned of the Fire Lizard tribe's resurgence, someone contacted them through Chief Pekin, providing this crucial intelligence and expressing a desire to cooperate, but only on the condition of meeting Zhao Chen face-to-face. Zhao Chen pondered. They had no real allies in the Reef Star region, and this offer of cooperation at such a time was likely an attempt to use them as a pawn. There must be a force supporting the Fire Lizard tribe, and the informant probably had conflicts with that force. When Charlotte displayed a Hydra emblem, Zhao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the one seeking cooperation was none other than Queen Medusa of the Serpent tribe, one of the top interstellar forces in the Reef Star region. The situation was even more complicated than he had imagined. In a certain star system within the Reef Nebula, a woman with a snake body and hair made of little snakes was casually chatting with a human woman on a video call. This serpent woman, known as Queen Medusa, gently stroked the snakes on her head and responded coolly to Red Rose's doubts, saying that only forces of equal strength are worth collaborating with. Red Rose chuckled and explained that, as the leader of the Thorns Free Trade Group, one of the neutral trade groups in the Reef Nebula, she had leaked information because the opposing force had crossed her bottom line. Even the interstellar factions that were already dissatisfied with the new power had held back due to fear of their strength. Unexpectedly, Medusa decided to tear off the facade and go to war directly. Medusa snorted, stating she'd rather strike first than be led by the nose. As soon as the call ended, she received a piece of information that made her eyes gleam like a hunter's. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was meticulously reviewing data on the Serpent Folk, preparing to negotiate with their leader, Medusa, who ruled over one of the dominant forces in the Reef Nebula. Soon, a communication request popped up, revealing a stunning woman with fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and little snakes flicking their tongues atop her head. True to her name, she was a serpent folk, markedly different from humans. Medusa got straight to the point, expressing her desire to collaborate with Zhao Chen against the power behind the Fire Lizards. In exchange, she hoped Zhao Chen could delay the enemy for 5 hours, giving her time to launch a surprise attack on their stronghold. Zhao Chen shook his head, bluntly stating that her terms offered him no benefit. Medusa frowned, questioning Zhao Chen's confidence in facing 3,000 enemy ships with just 20 of his own. Zhao Chen, however, smiled confidently, clearly having a plan. Ultimately, Medusa relented and asked what his terms were. Zhao Chen raised 5 fingers, demanding 500 warships, including at least 100 T2 warships, all under his command. After much hesitation, Medusa agreed. Just when she thought the negotiation was over, Zhao Chen raised another finger, stating one final condition. Medusa frowned, feeling he was being overly greedy. To her surprise, Zhao Chen merely requested that the fire lizard's main base be left to him. A slight smile played on his lips. After finalizing the cooperation with Medusa, the communication ended. Zhao Chen looked around the bridge, and Charlotte and the others remained silent, creating a tense atmosphere. What? Aren't you curious why I'm teaming up with the Serpent Clan? Zhao Chen joked. Charlotte calmly responded that she was only concerned with fighting, while Shan Bing expressed unconditional obedience to orders. Zhao Wana rolled her eyes and pointed out that even if the Serpent Clan betrayed them midway, Zhao Chen wouldn't lose out and could still gain 500 starships for free. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, agreeing with Zhao Weiner's analysis. He calculated that this was an opportunity to establish connections in the Reef Star region. If the other party wanted to become the next Fire Lizard clan, he was more than willing to let that aggressive queen taste defeat. Then, Zhao Chen seriously instructed Charlotte to prepare for the battle against 10 T3 starships. 2 brand new T2 Lion-class heavy missile starships were also ready to join the battle sequence at any moment. During the preparation gap, Zhao Chen checked the quarterly tasks. Aside from the difficulty of exchanging T3 starship technology from the mall, he was confident in increasing the number of combat starships to 30. A new system mission appeared before him, a campaign against the Fire Lizard clan. Upon reading the mission requirements, Zhao Chen was surprised to see 2 target names: Han Tianwang and Zhang Haoran, the 2 wealthy individuals who had invited him for a meal. It seemed this attack was closely linked to them. Medusa had mentioned that the Fire Lizard clan was controlled by the forces of the Starshine Empire and had even attacked her fleet before. She proposed an alliance with Zhao Chen under the pretense of revenge. After careful consideration, a sharp killing intent flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. 3 days later, in the vast starry sky, over 3,000 starships surged through the Stargate, heading straight for the Lion star system in an unprecedented display of force. Even the notorious Cerberus interstellar pirate group made an appearance. In the Stargate control room, the administrator was stunned, sensing that this battle was anything but ordinary and could potentially reshape the entire Reef Star region. He silently sent a message through a private channel, completing his superior's orders. Barely 10 minutes after the fleet departed, another 500 starships requested passage. The administrator noticed that these ships bore the insignia of the Hydra clan. Realizing that reinforcements from the Serpent clan had arrived, a cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. In a sector of the Lion King galaxy, over 3,000 interstellar warships were majestically heading towards the 3rd planet of the system. Unexpectedly, before reaching their destination, the radar detected enemy ship energy signals. Report: We've identified 15 enemy ships, the vice captain announced. According to the data, there are 10 T2 frigates, 1 T2 carrier, 1 T2 missile ship, 1 T3 battlecruiser, and 1 suspected T2 battleship. Han Tianwang sat confidently in the captain's chair, brimming with pride. Commanding over 3,000 warships filled him with excitement. Soon, Zhao Chen would be nothing more than a defeated foe. Issue my order. Form the battle array. The main threat from the enemy is that T2 missile ship. Close the distance to neutralize its threat. And that carrier take those 2 down, and the rest will be easy targets. Han Tianwang declared with confidence. Zhao Chen sat calmly on the bridge, his expression unchanging. Among the 3,000 enemy ships, he only cared about the 10 T3s, 5 T3 Stone-class frigates, 1 T3 Scorpion cruiser, 2 T3 Porcupine destroyers, and 2 T3 Arkham battleships. The other T2s and T1s were mere cannon fodder, useless no matter their numbers. Report: We have a communication from the Serpent clan, Ailey informed. Zhao Chen smiled. I thought they were going to stand me up. On the video screen, a female serpent stared arrogantly at Zhao Chen, saying nothing. What's this? Did Queen Medusa send a mute? Zhao Chen teased. The female serpent snapped. You're the mute. Zhao Chen feigned surprise. Oh, you can talk. Report your status. The female serpent replied sternly. Watch your attitude. Zhao Chen's tone turned serious. The one who needs to watch their attitude is you. You're here to follow orders, or I'll expose your base to the enemy and see how much you lose. The female serpent had to swallow her pride and reported. Qing Man, leading 500 warships, ready for orders. Zhao Chen cheekily called her Little Qing, causing her to frown. Zhao Chen then instructed Ailey to contact Han Tianwang and Zhang Haoran. When the two appeared on the screen, Zhang Haoran angrily declared, "Zhao Chen, today is your burial ground. Blame no one but yourself," Han Tianwang added coldly. Zhao Chen suddenly understood and mocked Han Tianwang for failing to woo Su Lan, hinting at his own closeness with her, which left Han Tianwang both embarrassed and furious. Zhang Haoran threatened to destroy Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen dismissed him. "I don't think you'll live to see that day. From your bridge background, IDs say you're on AT-3 Arkham battleship, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a warship appeared out of nowhere outside Zhang Haoran's ship, with its missile launchers already open. Alarms blared on the bridge. "Warning, our ship is missile-locked." Zhang Haoran's eyes widened in horror, as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Minutes ago, the T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber had already been lying in ambush on the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment. Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet pretended to have just arrived, engaging in idle chatter with the enemy to buy time, allowing the T-3 Phantom to slip into the optimal attack position. Zhao Wanner quickly pinpointed the enemy's T-3 battleship's critical weak spot. "Right here, attack immediately," she ordered decisively. The T-3 Phantom stealthily maneuvered, brushing past enemy ships multiple times without being detected. At this critical juncture, Zhao Wanner had meticulously planned the assault. The primary targets were 2 T-3 Arkham battleships, 3 T-3 Stone Golem frigates, and 1 T-3 Porcupine destroyer. Heavy torpedoes, cluster bombs, and anti-ship missiles, all lethal weapons, were primed and ready, awaiting the command. Reporting in, all targets locked, ready to fire at any moment. Excellent. Fire at full force in 5 seconds. Zhao Wanner took a deep breath and issued the order that would seal the enemy's fate. Her palms slightly sweaty, heart pounding like a drum, adrenaline surging, yet she remained calm and composed. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was in communication with Han Tianwang and Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran was stunned to see a warship appear out of nowhere, launching a barrage of torpedoes and missiles at him. Before he could react, the onslaught of firepower rained down like a storm. The ship shook violently, alarms blaring incessantly. Starboard armor down to 63. Starboard armor down to 35. In an instant, the armor was torn apart, exposing the compartments, and soldiers were obliterated in the explosions. Even the last-minute adjustments to the star shield were futile. As the anti-ship missiles hit their mark with precision, the entire T-3 battleship was engulfed in flames, turning into wreckage before everyone's astonished eyes. The other T-3 warships fared no better, suffering heavy damage one after another. Han Tianwang leaped up in disbelief, recognizing the culprit as stealth interstellar bomber. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but despair and rage. The sound of the task completion notification took Zhao Chen by surprise. The enemy fleet had 2 Arkham-class medium interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen wasn't sure of Zhang Haoran's exact location. He only knew that Wanner had marked them as targets. Unexpectedly, the starship Zhang Haoran was on was the first to be hit. Meanwhile, other T-3 interstellar warships were also under heavy attack from interstellar missiles and torpedoes. The Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bomber, being closer, had no chance of evading and had to quickly adjust its shield direction, hoping the interception system could mitigate the attacks as much as possible. 5 minutes later, according to the original plan, the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship number 1 launched a fire strike on the main T-2 interstellar warship targets of the enemy. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship began deploying interstellar drones, aiming to gain air superiority and attack the enemy T-2 interstellar warships, while the other ships awaited further orders. Zhao Chen gave the command, and Ailey immediately relayed the commander's orders to the Xiaolong fleet. The missile launch silos on Lion King No. 1 opened, with interstellar missiles ready to fire. The targeting system had locked onto nearly 100 enemy T-2 interstellar warships as targets. At this moment, Han Tianwang and others were still focused on the interstellar stealth bomber that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the fleet. Damn it! How could a T-3 interstellar stealth bomber appear within our ranks? Han Tianwang cursed. Fortunately, his Scorpion-class medium interstellar cruiser was positioned far enough away not to be targeted. However, Zhao Chen's old friend, the Fire Lizard tribe chief, wasn't as lucky. His Arkham, like the other fallen Arkham, had been marked as a target. As the name suggests, compared to the fool Zhang Haoran, the Fire Lizard tribe chief was much more alert. He immediately ordered the shield position to be adjusted, activated his starship's interception system, and commanded nearby T-1 and T-2 starships to intercept the incoming interstellar torpedoes and missiles at all costs, with some even sacrificing themselves as shields. Despite these efforts, the Fire Lizard tribe chief's Arkham still suffered heavy damage. Half of the 30 interstellar torpedoes hit the target, while the rest were either intercepted or blocked by the timely adjusted shields. Of the 3 T-3 short-range heavy interstellar missiles, one was intercepted, and another was blocked by a T-2 interstellar cruiser, exploding into a fireball. Two of the three short-range heavy cluster bombs penetrated the defenses and hit Arkham. Following this, system alarms rang continuously. The port side hull armor and shield energy levels dropped sharply, some areas were breached, and several compartments were damaged, resulting in the deaths of dozens of warriors. The rear of the hull also took hits, destroying the secondary gun and killing more warriors. The energy system supply encountered faults, and multiple weapon modules were damaged. The Arkham, which narrowly escaped destruction, was left in ruins, looking as if it had been pulled from a junkyard. With signs of attacks everywhere, fires, smoke, and explosions echoed all around. Counterattack. Han Xiao, counterattack now. The Fire Lizard Tribe chief shouted in the Fleet Communication Command System. Han Tianwang immediately ordered all ships capable of attacking the T-3 interstellar stealth bomber to mobilize every weapon for a full-scale assault. In an instant, countless fires converged like a reverse meteor shower, all aimed at the T-3 interstellar stealth bomber. With such attack intensity, even a T-3 interstellar battleship would struggle to withstand it, let alone a lightly armored T-3 stealth bomber. Just as the T-3 stealth bomber was about to be engulfed in fire, something unexpected happened. All the attacks were somehow deflected at the perimeter, as if hitting an invisible wall, exploding one after another without causing any damage. This only highlighted the bomber's elegance. Han Tianwang quickly stepped forward, staring at the screen in disbelief. He saw a shimmering, transparent energy shield enveloping the bomber. How was this possible? Han Tianwang's eyes widened. The other fleet commanders were equally shocked and, after close observation, realized a terrifying fact. This T-3 stealth bomber was equipped with a T-4 grade all-around star shield. As the name suggests, this star shield could withstand attacks from all directions and had a strength far surpassing T-3 grade shield systems. Zhao Chen, Han Tianwang muttered the man's name in a daze. Installing a T-4 grade star shield on a T-3 interstellar ship. How did this guy manage to do it? Han Tianwang was baffled and couldn't calm down for a long time. In just 3 minutes, the T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber displayed astonishing destructive power. It launched 170 heavy short-range particle torpedoes, 15 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, and 15 short-range heavy letter bombs, achieving remarkable results. In an instant, a T-3 Arkham-class medium battleship and 3 Stonehenge-class medium frigates were obliterated, while another Arkham and a Porcupine-class medium destroyer were severely damaged. In a mere 3 minutes, this single stealth bomber managed to attack 6 ships of the same class, showcasing its incredible capabilities. This extraordinary power is due to the unique nature of the stealth bomber. Warning: Starshield energy level at 41. Zhao Wanner stared intently at the flashing green numbers, fully aware that if the starshield failed, the T-3 Phantom would be engulfed in enemy fire in an instant. She made a swift decision, ordering the launch of the remaining ammunition and immediately deploying optical mimicry missiles. Without hesitation, she steered the ship into stealth mode, speeding towards the predetermined direction. At this critical moment, Zhao Wanner was exceptionally calm. The tension from earlier had vanished. Facing life and death, her mind was clearer and more composed than ever. Decisions that usually required careful deliberation now came to her in a flash. She suddenly felt as if she was born for this moment. The battlefield was her true calling. Upon her command, the vice captain sprang into action, and the ship buzzed with intense activity. A barrage of missiles was unleashed, followed closely by 5 optical mimicry missiles, creating a blinding white fog around the T-3 Phantom, concealing it completely. Within seconds, the fog dissipated, revealing 6 identical T-3 Phantoms, all speeding in different directions. Mimicry missiles. That bastard is trying to escape. Han Tian was furious. A single stealth bomber had destroyed 4 T-3 ships right under his nose, a blatant insult. He roared, "Stop it. I refuse to believe that flimsy starshield can withstand the firepower of all our ships." Meanwhile, the missiles and torpedoes launched by the T-3 Phantom began to hit their targets. Debris rained down on the T-1 and T-2 ships, creating chaos and carnage. An unlucky T-2 destroyer was hit by dozens of bombs, turning into a heap of scrap metal in an instant. As the real and fake T-3 Phantoms became indistinguishable, they vanished from sight. The ships, once solid and clear, became ghostly and then disappeared entirely, like a mirage. Some of the decoys were destroyed under heavy enemy fire, revealing them as mere illusions. "Find it. Don't let that damned ship escape." Han Tian raged. But how could they find it now? The real T-3 Phantom had long since vanished. The fleet blindly fired at the last known positions, but after a few rounds, the shots inevitably hit their own ships. These were Han Tian's own forces. An internal conflict would only bring disgrace. "Young Master Han, without an anti-stealth ship, we can't find it," the pirate leader said, utterly dejected. "To counter an invisible interstellar bomber, we must rely on military fortresses, starports with anti-stealth devices, or deploy specialized anti-stealth ships. But such niche units are beyond the reach of mere pirates. Damn it. Han Tianwang clenched his teeth in frustration and slammed his fist against the screen in front of him, feeling the sting of the impact. The pirate leader tried to comfort him. Young Master Han, interstellar stealth bombers have powerful one-time firepower, but they take a long time to reload and resupply. In this battle, it's no longer a threat. The priority now is to end this quickly and secure a victory. Let it hide if it wants. Can the opposing fleet hide as well? Han Tianwang's gaze was intense as he stared at Zhao Chen's fleet. Zhao Chen, he muttered through gritted teeth. This bastard had cost him 43 warships in their first encounter, practically spitting in his face. All forces, attack. Tear those scum to pieces. Han Tianwang's voice was hoarse as he shouted the order, and suddenly, alarms blared on the bridge. Report. A large number of incoming missiles detected. Han Tianwang looked up to see a barrage of missiles heading towards his fleet. Though some were intercepted, many broke through the defenses, exploding into massive fireballs that consumed his loyal warships. The devastating scene made Han Tianwang's heart wrench in agony. Task progress update. 8 T3 starship has been destroyed, bringing the completion rate to 25. This is largely due to Zhao Wanner's T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber single-handedly taking down 4 T3 warships, in addition to Zhang Haoran's contribution. As a result, Zhao Chen's mission progress has surged to one-quarter completion. Following the withdrawal of the T3 Phantom, the T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship began a fierce bombardment. Captained by Shui, also known as the She-Wolf, of the Lion King 1 was at the helm, her hands flying over the virtual control interface. Though there were crew members assigned for this task, she preferred to take control herself. Since she first ordered the T2 Lion King to open fire, she had become enamored with the thrill of watching enemy ships disintegrate under her command. The exhilaration made her ears perk up, her tail wag happily, and her breathing grow heavier. It was an unmatched feeling. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, Zhao Chen intently monitored the data feed. Of the top 10 T3 starships, 4 had fallen, and 2 were severely damaged. Meanwhile, out of the 800 T2 starships below, nearly 50 were reduced to wreckage within minutes of the T2 Lion King's onslaught, with more than 50 others damaged, and even over 100 T1 starships were affected. Despite this devastating barrage, Han Tianwang's fleet continued its advance. He was convinced that Zhao Chen's 2 trump cards had been exhausted. Although the T3 stealth bomber was unexpected, a single T3 warship would hardly change the tide of battle. Zhao Chen had only the T3 Blizzard left, while Han Tianwang still commanded 3,000 warships. With this next wave of assault, Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet would be doomed. Victory would ultimately belong to Han Tianwang. Report, the enemy fleet is starting to retreat, the vice captain reported. On the radar, a dozen enemy warships were slowly pulling back. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Zhao Chen, today is your end. Han Tianwang snarled. The Xiaolong fleet's retreat was not swift, and Han Tianwang's coalition pursued relentlessly, already launching counterattacks. Fortunately, 10 T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault escort ships were providing cover, and the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship had its own star shield, keeping them safe for the moment. Meanwhile, both sides had deployed star drones and fighters, engaging in aerial combat. Han Tianwang's fleet included 2 T2 carriers, which had launched 50 star fighters and 300 drones. However, the true stars of this space battle were the T2 Queen Bee's drone swarm. Leading the charge were 200 T2 Young B-class light drones and 100 T2 Killer B-class medium drones, overwhelming the enemy fighters and drones with a kill ratio of 5-1. Following them, 20 Hornet-class heavy drones flanked the enemy, targeting their 2 T2 carriers directly. Zhao Chen was determined to seize air superiority in this battle. Relay my orders. In 10 minutes, launch a rear assault on the enemy fleet. Use any means necessary to break through their lines. Zhao Chen instructed Ali to coordinate with the Serpent People's 500 warships. As the battle progressed, Han Tianwang's fleet was gradually forming a semi-encirclement. If Zhao Chen's fleet was surrounded, their fate would be sealed. Zhao Chen looked at the ever-prepared Charlotte and asked, "Are you sure you want to carry out that battle plan? There are safer alternatives." Charlotte replied firmly, "On the battlefield, risks and rewards go hand in hand. Only by doing this can we defeat the enemy with minimal cost. Trust me, Commander." Zhao Chen smiled. "If that's the case, then go ahead. For your safety, I request that you board the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship." Charlotte requested. Zhao Chen gazed at her. "Do I seem like the kind of commander who would retreat to safety because of danger? Since you've made your decision, I will be here to witness it. I will always stand with my warriors." Zhao Chen's tone was resolute. Charlotte paused for a moment, then smiled, her small tiger teeth flashing. "Please, Commander, hold on tight." Zhao Chen understood. His little tigress was about to take the ship for a wild ride. Commander Qingman of the Serpent Fleet received orders from the commander of the Lion Fleet. When she saw the command to lead 500 warships in a direct assault on the enemy's formation, she was utterly shocked. Only 500 ships to break through over 3,000 enemy vessels? This was a suicide mission. Did that guy intend to use her as cannon fodder? Qing Man was deeply resistant to the order, but the Queen had already decreed that this battle must follow his command. Moreover, the Queen's main fleet should have already started attacking those star systems. If the enemy fleet got wind of this and returned to defend, it could jeopardize the Queen's safety. There was no other choice. Relay my orders. The entire fleet will advance at full speed to coordinates XX. Qing Man commanded. Her position was already close to the battlefield, and they soon reached the edge. The radar showed energy signals from both fleets. To her surprise, the wreckage of several T-3 starships stood in the distance. Judging by the level of damage, they could only be T-3 ships. Upon closer inspection, it was a T-3 Arkham-class medium battleship and 3 T-3 Statue-class medium frigates, along with several T-2 shipwrecks. And further ahead, the two fleets were locked in battle. What had happened here? Qing Man was astounded. How had that man managed to destroy 4 T-3 enemy ships in such a short time without any losses on their side? It was unbelievable. But the evidence was right before her eyes. She began to believe that maybe his orders had some merit. Despite the enemy still having nearly 3,000 ships, the odds were against them. But who cares? She would trust him this time. Qing Man led her fleet to approach the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, Han Tianwang's fleet detected the Serpent fleet. Why were the Serpent ships here? Han Tianwang was puzzled. The pirate leader said, "It looks like the attack on the Serpent Queen's fleet has been discovered, and they're here for revenge." At the same time, two other clan leaders received bad news. Han Xiao, that serpent woman dared to attack my Black Pig territory, the Black Pig clan leader said, his face dark. And they've also attacked our Gibo clan star systems, the Gibo clan leader said, worried. Although the Fire Lizard clan leader hadn't received a distress call, he knew well that if the serpents were targeting the other two clans, they wouldn't spare him either. Forget those serpents for now. Let's annihilate this fleet first, then we can support our star systems. Sun Xiao has always wanted to deal with the serpents. I'll just take care of their queen for him this time. Han Tianwang sneered. Achieving a victory here would surely earn him favor with Sun Xiao and his backers. The Black Pig and Gibo leaders had no objections. This fleet was on the verge of being obliterated. It was just a matter of time. Besides, they had suffered significant losses, and letting them go now would be unacceptable. Supporting their star systems could wait a bit longer. Soon, they would realize they had missed their last chance. Report. The enemy flagship T-3 Blizzard has suddenly accelerated and is heading straight for us. The sudden news alarmed everyone. Han Tianwang glanced at the rapidly approaching signal on the radar and laughed disdainfully. Has Zhao Chen lost his mind? No matter how powerful his rust bucket is, it can't possibly fight off thousands of ships. I've got nearly 3,000 warships here. He then issued an order. Transmit my command. Attack the T-3 Blizzard with full force. As long as we take it down, Zhao Chen won't stand a chance. Ignore the 500 serpent ships for now. Yes, sir. The Han Tianwang fleet began to lock onto the T-3 Blizzard. Although it had a star shield, it was only effective for frontal defense. With so many warships on their side, a single T-3 vessel was hardly a threat. Suddenly, alarms blared across the fleet's bridges. Warning. Incoming interstellar missiles detected. Warning. Incoming interstellar missiles detected. Han Tianwang jumped up in shock. What's going on? How are their missiles? Reports indicate they are coming from behind that asteroid. Two T-2 interstellar missile ships have appeared, identical to the previous one. Urgent intelligence arrived, along with deep space telescope footage. Behind the asteroid, two interstellar missile ships were faintly visible in the shadow of Zhao Chen's fleet. So that's it. Han Tianwang exclaimed. Zhao Chen had hidden two T-2 missile ships behind the asteroid, using it as cover to launch a surprise attack. The earlier tactical retreat was merely a diversion. Now, Zhao Chen's fleet had halted its retreat. Quick! Defend! Intercept those damn missiles! Han Tianwang roared. Just one T-2 missile ship had already caused significant damage with 500 missiles. Now with two more, the losses would be unimaginable. If the casualties were too high, even if Zhao Chen was defeated, Sun Xiao would never forgive him. Cold sweat beaded on Han Tianwang's forehead. Adding to his horror, the T-3 Blizzard seemed completely unbothered by the friendly missiles, even maneuvering alongside them at times, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Zhao Chen is a madman. Han Tianwang was terrified. Inside the T-3 Blizzard's bridge, Charlotte focused on the holographic star battle map filled with red circles and missile trajectories. She shared intel with the two T-2 Lion ships, preemptively knowing their attack routes. Her task was to navigate through this missile swarm, find the optimal path, avoid danger zones, and deliver a piercing blow to the enemy ships. Though extremely risky, the most dangerous place was often the safest. The T-3 Blizzard could use these missiles as cover to launch its attack. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, savoring the thrilling moment, adrenaline surging through him. This was the allure of star warfare. Soon, the first wave of missiles exploded, and the shockwaves even reached the T-3 Blizzard. Zhao Chen remained calm, taking in the spectacle of missile detonations up close for the first time. Quite beautiful, he thought. He wondered how Han Xiao felt about it. Was it beautiful for him too? At the edge of a barrage of interstellar missiles, a T-3 class starship, capable of speeds exceeding 200 knots, was racing through space. Time and again, it narrowly evaded death, skirting past deadly explosions. Just a hair's breadth away, the shockwaves from the blasts threatened to engulf the T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser. Even the wreckage of a destroyed enemy T-2 ship, propelled by a massive shockwave, collided with the hull of the T-3 Blizzard. This was a testament to the perilous path the T-3 Blizzard was navigating. The captains of the two T-2 Lion-class heavy missile ships trailing behind watched in fear. If not for Charlotte's strict orders to adhere to the plan and act as if the T-3 Blizzard didn't exist, they might have hesitated to fire. Despite this, they were still on edge. Each attack had to ensure every missile hit its target precisely, leaving no room for error. Any mistake made their hearts pound, as if they were about to leap out of their throats. After all, their commander was aboard that T-3 Blizzard. Meanwhile, the T-3 Blizzard was anything but idle. Its main guns, secondary guns, and closing and defense systems were all firing at full capacity. 50 Blizzard-class drones surged out from the ship's belly, acting as escorts while also finishing off surrounding enemy ships. The Blizzard light missiles moved with precision, each one targeting a T-2 ship to ensure a kill with every shot. This deadly efficiency had maintained a 100 success rate so far. Han Tianwang watched the holographic battle map, seeing the T-3 Blizzard breach his formation as if it were unchallenged, heading straight for his flagship. At this moment, the heavily damaged T-3 Arkham-class battleship had started to retreat, surrounded by a fleet of Fire Lizard ships. The Fire Lizard chieftain had witnessed the power of this T-3 ship firsthand, watching helplessly as it destroyed one of his own vessels. "Stop that damn ship!" Han Tianwang felt the danger closing in and ordered his fleet to intercept the T-3 Blizzard. "We can't stop it. Wherever that T-3 ship goes, it's a sea of missile fire. We can't effectively suppress it," the pirate leader said helplessly over the video link. Even he, a hardened interstellar pirate, was shaken by the T-3 Blizzard's performance. That ship was practically dancing with death. "Report, 500 Snake People warships are charging from our rear." Another message came in. The 500 Snake People ships that Han Tianwang had initially ignored were now attacking his fleet from behind. Caught between enemies at both ends, Han Tianwang was at a loss. "How did this battle turn out like this? It's nothing like I planned," he exclaimed. "Han Xiao, we need to stabilize our lines and endure these waves of missile attacks," the pirate leader suggested. "All right, let's do that," Han Tianwang said reluctantly. For the first time, Han Xiao, who once commanded 3,000 warships, realized how insignificant and laughable he was on the interstellar battlefield. But he continued to reassure himself. No matter what, he had a significant advantage in terms of the number of warships. No matter how capable Zhao Chen was, could he really defy the odds? Zhao Chen wasn't sure if he could defy fate, but taking down Han Tianwang was definitely within his reach. Warning: Star Shield energy remaining at 67. Warning: hull integrity at 89. Various alarms blared on the T-3 Blizzard. Yet, Charlotte remained unfazed, deftly managing the battlefield information. Mission completion at 30, with a total of 500 enemy ships destroyed. So far, Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet had only destroyed 500 enemy warships. This number might seem insignificant at first glance, but a closer analysis revealed its terrifying implications. Among those 500 ships, there were 4 T-3s, over 150 T-2s, and the remaining 350 were T-1s. And the number was still climbing with ongoing missile bombardments. What did this indicate? It showed that Zhao Chen's primary targets were the enemy's T-3 and T-2 warships. The T-1 ships, no matter how many, were just numbers to him. As long as he destroyed the enemy's main T-3 and T-2 forces, even if 2,000 T-1s remained, Zhao Chen wouldn't be intimidated in the slightest. Crushing those T-1s would be as simple as squashing ants, just requiring more ammunition. Moreover, by that time, would the enemy even have the will to fight? "Commander, according to the system's predictions, after this round of attacks by the two T-2 Lion Kings, we can directly eliminate over 200 T-2 warships, and an equal number will suffer varying degrees of damage, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Our current battle plan is progressing very smoothly," reported Ailey. The enemy had a total of 800 T-2s, and most of the 200 already destroyed were main warships, with the remainder being escort ships. So, although the enemy's ship count wasn't decreasing rapidly, their overall combat strength had plummeted by a third. At that moment, Charlotte set her sights on a T-3 Porcupine-class medium destroyer. This T-3 warship had its main cannon aimed at the T-3 Blizzard, and the Blizzard's bow cannon was also locked onto it. A mere destroyer dares to challenge the T-3 Blizzard? Charlotte sneered, her little fangs flashing, courting death. The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser's heavy cluster laser cannon was fully charged, and a blue beam shot straight towards the targeted T-3 Porcupine-class medium interstellar destroyer. At the same time, the T-3 Porcupine fired its own cluster laser, but the difference between the two was as stark as a toothpick against a hot dog worlds apart. Both beams struck the opposing star shield simultaneously, creating a spectacle like asteroids colliding with a planet. Warning: star shield energy at 95, 90, 85. Echoed the alerts within the T-3 Porcupine's bridge. The Black Pig clan leader leapt from the captain's chair in terror. Though he had known the enemy ship was formidable, the power of this cannon was beyond belief. The rapid decline in his star shield's energy was unprecedented. Gulping involuntarily, the Black Pig clan leader stared at the fluctuating numbers, watching them drop from green to yellow at 30, finally stabilizing precariously at 15. He collapsed back into the captain's chair, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, letting out a long breath while still in shock. What kind of monstrous warship is this? A single shot with such devastating power. Maintain distance from the enemy ship and dispatch additional escort vessels, he ordered. Just as he finished, another series of alarms blared. Warning: incoming missiles detected. Warning: incoming projectiles detected. He turned his gaze to the porthole, witnessing 3 explosions on the star shield, which then shattered into pieces. Warning: star shield energy at 10, 5, 0. Warning: star shield system energy depleted. The Black Pig clan leader turned ashen, his pupils contracting violently, for the radar showed 4 electromagnetic cannon projectiles hurtling towards the ship, originating from the T-3 Blizzard's 4 2,500mm medium electromagnetic cannons. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the bridge, sparks flying everywhere. The lighting dimmed abruptly, and the emergency lights flickered weakly. Coughing, the Black Pig clan leader suddenly felt the floor give way beneath him. He looked down in horror to see a crack opening up, a terrifying suction pulling him in. As he was expelled into space, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the ship's interior cross-section, followed by the vast emptiness of the cosmos and the sight of gaping fissures on his ship's hull. Then, everything went dark. Report: the subsequent 4 electromagnetic cannon projectiles successfully hit the enemy ship's bridge, causing hull breaches. The T-3 Porcupine has lost combat capability, AI Lee quickly reported to Zhao Chen. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded. Mission completion: 35. 1 T-3 starship destroyed. Mission completion: 40. Black Pig clan leader killed. It seemed the ill-fated T-3 Porcupine-class medium destroyer was indeed the flagship of the Black Pig clan leader. Had it been an ordinary battleship, it might have withstood the attack. But you faced the T-3 Blizzard. You sat at the wrong table, Zhao Chen remarked calmly. For the T-3 Blizzard that had just taken down a T-3 battleship, it seemed like a routine task. It swiftly continued its charge forward. As it passed by a heavily damaged but Lakido-escaped T-3 statue-class medium frigate, it casually unleashed a volley of fire, turning it into space debris. Mission completion: 45. Destroyed 1 T-3 warship. Warning: our ship is locked on by the main cannon of a T-3 Scorpion-class medium cruiser. The system's alerts and notifications sounded one after another, but Zhao Chen remained unfazed. Charlotte had already redirected the star shield to face the T-3 Scorpion, absorbing the concentrated fire and causing ripples across its surface. Warning: star shield energy at 42. Zhao Chen eyed the T-3 Scorpion, convinced that this ship must be Han Tianwang's, as it was the only remaining T-3 warship likely to pose a threat to him. Report: this T-3 warship's star shield system is of exceptionally high quality, far surpassing that of standard T-3 battlecruisers. The vice captain reported helplessly beside Han Tianwang. I don't want excuses. I want that damn T-3 Blizzard sunk. Han Tianwang roared, grabbing the vice captain by the collar in fury. The vice captain sighed. It was an undeniable fact. The T-3 Blizzard, although a battlecruiser, had such overwhelming power that even battleships had to bow before it. Who the hell designed this monstrous ship? It's just too insane. Report: our rear is under sudden attack by 500 Serpent warships, resulting in heavy losses due to disorganized formations. Report: the enemy is launching a frontal assault, with a T-2 battleship and 10 T-2 frigates attacking us. Our front line is likely to crumble. Successive bad news flooded Han Tianwang's ears. Can't handle the T-3 Blizzard, fine. But now we can't even fend off a mere 500 Serpent warships, or a single T-2 battleship and 10 T-2 frigates. Are you all useless? Han Tianwang fumed, cursing loudly. Young Master Han, it's really those warships that are too bizarre, not our incompetence. See for yourself. This T-2 frigate is practically riding on our T-2 destroyer's face. and that T2 battleship is charging straight at our T3 frigate. The vice captain explained sheepishly. Han Tianwang glanced at the screen, and sure enough, a T2 battleship was barreling directly toward one of their only two remaining T3 statue-class medium frigates. Even such an outrageous scene forced Han Tianwang to believe it. Inside the bridge of the T3 class medium interstellar frigate, the Gaibwa clan chief sat upright, maintaining a composed demeanor. As the weakest faction among several powers, he had no choice but to choose a cost-effective yet somewhat modest frigate to serve as his flagship. Unexpectedly, a dignified T3 warship had become the target of a mere T2 battleship. Though the Gaibwa clan had always been bullied, how could they allow a T2 battleship to challenge them? Prepare the rapid-fire cannons. How dare a T2 battleship provoke our T3 warship? Do they really think the Gaibwa clan is easy to bully? The chief snorted coldly. Several rapid-fire cannons immediately locked onto the approaching T2 battleship. However, to his shock, a massive main cannon, nearly 2,000 millimeters in caliber, stood prominently on the enemy's Bowen electromagnetic railgun typically equipped on a T3 destroyer. Such a formidable weapon on a T2 battleship was simply unfathomable. The chief felt a sense of foreboding. Warning! An interstellar drone swarm is approaching our ship. The sudden alarm startled the chief. Upon closer inspection, he saw 2 to 3 dozen drones speeding towards them. Strange, where are drones? We have 2 T2 carriers after all. The chief was utterly puzzled. The adjutant, looking troubled, pulled up a video feed. Chief, our 2 T2 carriers have lost combat capability. The screen showed 2 T2 carriers reduced to flaming wrecks, resembling ruins ravaged by artillery fire. The chief was momentarily speechless. Forget it. Use the Closian weapon systems to take down those flies. Just a few dozen of them can't cause much trouble. No sooner had he spoken than reality struck him hard. Leading the swarm were T2 Killer B medium drones, escorting 5 T2 Hornet heavy drones. While the Closian weapon systems managed to turn a few Killer Bs into fireballs, the Hornets had already entered attack range, relentlessly bombing the T3 frigate Starshield. Warning! Starshield energy level at 34. Dozens of bombs had directly depleted at least 30% of the shield's energy, with the remaining damage coming from the residual attacks of T3 Ghost Stings and T3 Blizzards. Damn flies, the chief cursed, but after their bombing run, the drones flew away, leaving him helplessly watching. Chief, the T2 battleship is within our firing range, the adjutant reminded. Hit that arrogant T2 battleship hard. Since we let the drones escape, we'll take our anger out on you, the chief ordered furiously. The medium rapid-fire cannons opened fire, but only left minor dents on the T2 battleship's frontal armor. The chief was stunned, unsure whether the enemy was too strong or his own forces too weak. He consoled himself, thinking that while the rapid-fire cannons had low power, they had a high rate of fire. By shooting for a while longer, they would eventually turn the T2 battleship into a sieve. Inside the bridge of the T2 Bearhound heavy interstellar battleship, Captain Shan Bing stared at the T3 frigate, her expression unchanged. Warning! Frontal armor strength at 75. Yes, she was the captain of this T2 Bearhound. She had expected to be at most a bridge officer, but Zhao Chen had entrusted her with the helm of the T2 Bearhound. At first, she was startled, but once she understood the capabilities of this warship, she was utterly astonished. The firepower, it was truly at the level of a T2 battleship. It was clearly a T3 destroyer in T2 disguise, perhaps even comparable to a T3 battleship. Though it lacked a star shield, the armor thickness of the T2 Snow Mastiff was second only to the T2 Black Rhino class heavy assault frigate. Not to mention the 1,800 mm electromagnetic cannon, something unheard of in T2 warships. Even the previously impressive Zero Blizzard only had a main cannon of 1,200 mm. If the teachers and students at North Star Military Academy saw this, they would be in awe. However, since Zhao Chen had entrusted her with this important task, Shinbing's pride wouldn't allow any failure. She had meticulously studied the T2 Snow Mastiff and potential enemy ships before the battle, familiarizing herself with the fleet in the Reef Star region within just a few days. She wasn't as battle-hardened as Charlotte, nor as naturally gifted as Zhao Wanner. As a commoner and the class beauty, her only choice was to work harder to make up for her shortcomings. Ultimately, upon learning Zhao Chen's strategic plans and understanding the strength of both sides, Shinbing set a small goal for herself: to destroy at least one T3 golem. And now, that goal was within reach. At her request, the T2 Queen Bee carrier had already launched a round of bombardment on the T3 golem Starshield. Though it didn't destroy it, this was within her expectations. Shinbing estimated that the T3 golem's Starshield energy was now below 35. As for the rapid fire being endured by her ship, she wasn't concerned at all. With the T3 golem's firepower, it would take at least 5 minutes to breach the T2 Snow Mastiff's armor, and 5 minutes was more than enough time for her to take down the T3 frigate. 6 pulse laser secondary cannons, fire. In 20 seconds, Snow Mastiff's electromagnetic main cannon, fire. Xin Bing calmly issued the firing orders. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 beams of blue-white laser shot out, heading straight for the T3 Golem. 6 T2 heavy pulse laser turrets simultaneously locked onto the T3 Golem-class medium interstellar frigate across from them. 6 beams of laser shot out like spears of starlight, slamming into the T3 Golem's star shield. The chieftain of the Gaibwa tribe watched in shock as the shield's energy, which had been at 34, plummeted to 0 in an instant. 6 mere pulse laser shots had completely drained his shield. This can't be happening, the chieftain murmured in disbelief. Energy weapons were known for their destructive power against star shields, but this was just a T2 warship. Didn't it know its place? Chieftain, the secondary cannons on that T2 battleship seemed to be T2 grade heavy pulse laser cannons. The adjutant beside him swallowed nervously and said cautiously, "Heavy pulse laser cannons? You must be mistaken. Such weapons are usually the main cannons on typical medium T2 warships, and here they are secondary cannons, in a row of 6 no less. What kind of T2 battleship is this?" The Gaibwa chieftain was silently complaining when he saw a strange vortex suddenly appear at the muzzle of the main cannon of the distant T2 battleship. Before he could react, he felt himself lifted off the ground and slammed back down, bruised and battered. The nightmare was far from over. Ear-piercing alarms blared. Warning! Warning! Severe energy system malfunction. Explosion imminent in 30 seconds. Abandon ship immediately. Abandon ship? This can't be happening. A T3 warship, reduced to this state with just 1 shot. The chieftain was on the verge of tears, but there was no time to think. He scrambled towards the escape pod in a panic. One by one, the escape pods of the crew were launched, but his remained motionless. Alert! Alert! Escape pod launch procedure failure. Hearing this damned system prompt, the chieftain was on the brink of collapse. Could all today's bad luck have befallen him? The next moment, the T3 Golem turned into a dazzling fireball, erupting into a magnificent and tragic display of fireworks in space. Witnessing this, Xun Bing was stunned. Was the T3 frigate really that fragile? She had originally planned to destroy the enemy's star shield with the first wave of attacks, inflict some damage on the hull, then withstand a counterattack, and finally, after the main and secondary cannons had recharged, deliver a second wave to finish off the enemy ship. Who would have thought the battle would end so abruptly and quickly? Mission completion. 50. Target killed. Gaibwa chieftain. Mission completion. 55. T3 warship destroyed. The system notification rang in Zhao Chen's ears. He glanced at the battlefield, surprised by Xin Bing's performance. He knew the T2 Snow Mastiff was powerful, almost comparable to a quasi-T3 warship in some respects, but who would dare pilot a T2 warship to challenge a T3, especially under the enemy's watchful eyes? One had to admit, this civilian-class beauty had exceptional skills. As the Serpent Race warships joined the fray, Han Tianwang's fleet suffered even greater losses. Zhao Chen had previously requested from Queen Medusa that among the 500 reinforcements, there must be at least 100 T2 warships. Therefore, the combat power of this Serpent Race contingent was not to be underestimated. Mission completion at 60, with enemy ships destroyed surpassing 1,000. As the system issued another alert, the last 3 T3 warships of the enemy were revealed. Han Tianwang's T3 Scorpion-class medium cruiser, the Fire Lizard Chief's T3 Arkham-class medium battleship, and the Pirate Leader's T3 Porcupine-class medium destroyer. At this moment, Han Tianwang had learned of the demise of the Black Pigman and Gabo tribe chiefs, as well as the destruction of another T3 warship. His face turned grim, sweat beading on his forehead. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. He had initially thought he could capture Zhao Chen with the loss of a few hundred warships, at most sacrificing 1 or 2 T3s to besiege the T3 Blizzard. However, the reality was starkly different. Only 3 out of 10 T3 warships remained, with 1 severely damaged. Over half of the 800 T2 warships were lost, and the rest were in disarray. It seemed like a cruel joke by fate. Everything he had learned at the Northern Star Military Academy had turned out to be mere theory. The supposed overwhelming advantage of sheer numbers, the technological gap between T2 and T3 warships, the invincibility of the T4 Star Shield exclusivity, the long obsolete T3 stealth bombers, and the power disparity between ship classes, all of it was utter nonsense. Han Xiao, something's wrong. We're taking heavy losses, and morale is plummeting. I suggest we retreat and regroup, the pirate leader advised. Retreat? After all this, you want me to retreat? Han Tianwang gritted his teeth. Zhao Chen hadn't lost a single ship, and at most, he had destroyed a few dozen of the Serpent People's junk. The casualty ratio had reached a horrifying 150, and it was still climbing. The pirate leader's expression grew serious. Han Xiao, you must understand, these forces are Sun Xiao's trump card in the Reef Star area. If we lose them all, even if we win in the end, Sun Xiao will never let us off. The mention of Sun Xiao's ruthlessness sent a shiver down Han Tianwang's spine. Sun Xiao was known for his sinister demeanor, appearing dignified on the surface but harboring corruption within. Even Han Tianwang and Zhang Haoran had to show him respect. Han Tianwang slumped into the captain's chair, trembling, looking every bit the defeated man. Finally, he spoke in a voice tinged with despair. Then, let's retreat. Heaven does not favor me. What can I do? Report, the enemy fleet is showing signs of retreat. Ailey's voice echoed through the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard-class light star battlecruiser. Zhao Chen stared at the radar, and sure enough, Han Tianwang's fleet was beginning to withdraw. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was no easy task to completely annihilate over 3,000 enemy warships with just the Xiaolong fleet. Just as he had dealt with the Fire Lizard Chieftain earlier, Zhao Chen's goal was to scare the enemy into retreating. He planned to execute the follow-up strategy, focusing on driving them away while targeting the enemy's T-1 warships. Order the T-2 Iron Hammer-class heavy industrial ships to resupply the 3 T-2 Lion King-class missile ships and the T-3 Phantom-class stealth bombers. Deploy the T-3 Andromeda-class medical ships to treat the wounded from all ships, including those from the Serpent People. Though our relationship is mutually beneficial, we've fought side by side, making us comrades, Zhao Chen commanded. The subsequent battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Han Tianwang's fleet retreated in disarray, but he wasn't foolish enough to scatter completely, which would have resulted in even heavier casualties. Zhao Chen's fleet, in cooperation with the Serpent People's ships, relentlessly pursued the enemy, waiting for the right moment to strike hard. Zhao Chen's strategy shifted to exclusively targeting the enemy's T-1 warships. The 10 T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, with their thick armor, brazenly charged and unleashed their firepower. Mission completion at 65, with 1,500 enemy ships destroyed. Meanwhile, Sister Yang led the T-3 Andromeda medical ships to search for life signals from the Serpent People on the battlefield, deploying unmanned rescue pods. Medical personnel stood by, and the first to arrive were the wounded from the Xiaolong fleet. Inside Medical Channel 1, the staff eagerly awaited. Soon, an unmanned pod was delivered through the tunnel. As the hatch opened, an unconscious female crew member was revealed. A doctor quickly stepped forward to scan her and concluded, head injury, mild concussion, 3 fractures in the left arm, currently unconscious. Immediate treatment in the medical pod. The next arrival was a female serpent person, screaming, my leg, though she meant her tail. The doctor frowned at the sight. A significant portion of her tail was missing. If not for the rescue pod's timely use of cryogenic agents to stop the bleeding, she might have already died from blood loss. The doctor ordered emergency treatment at once. Losing a tail wasn't the worst injury. Some had lost half their bodies, and some were missing even half their heads. Fortunately, modern medicine was advanced enough to save those without irreversible brainstem damage, though the costs were substantial. In other fleets, mid to low-ranking crew members with such severe injuries would be left to die. But here, everyone, regardless of their background, had a chance at treatment. A stabilized female serpent person weakly asked a nearby half-beast medic, why are you saving me? The half-beast medic calmly replied, our commander said, anyone who fights alongside us today is a comrade. We won't leave anyone behind. To the female serpent person, this simple truth was profoundly moving. Looking around at the clean environment and rows of beds, she felt deeply moved. You have a great commander. Back on the battlefield, Han Tianwang's fleet had fled through the Stargate into the Lion King system, not even pausing to regroup before retreating further. They couldn't wait to leave this dreadful place. Moreover, several galaxies had been attacked by the Serpent Clan. At this moment, everyone just wanted to go back to their own homes and families. Zhao Chen, however, felt somewhat dissatisfied with the deserters, as the mission to destroy 2,000 enemy ships was still incomplete. Suddenly, a video window popped up in front of him, showing Qing Man, the commander of the Serpent Clan fleet. Commander, Qing Man looked at the man, her previous arrogance replaced by genuine admiration. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that he had repelled 3,000 enemy ships with only a few dozen of his own. Although they hadn't annihilated the enemy completely, the feat was still astonishing. While her 500 ships had provided assistance, Qing Man had a gut feeling that even without her help, he would have still won the battle. Xiao Qing, what's up? Zhao Chen greeted her familiarly. Hearing him call her that, Qing Man blushed. Previously, she had considered this form of address a humiliation, but now it made her feel a bit shy. Your fleet fought bravely, and I am in awe. Please forgive my previous arrogance. I am truly ashamed. Qing Man apologized proactively. The Serpent Clan had a strict hierarchical culture and respected strength above all else. To them, might made right, regardless of notions of justice or evil. This was why Qing Man's attitude towards Zhao Chen had changed so drastically. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I have some matters to attend to. You'll be in charge of cleaning up the battlefield for now. Also, My medical ship has taken in your wounded. They will be returned once they've been treated. Thank you for your cooperation this time. Although the original plan didn't necessarily require the Serpent Clan, Zhao Chen wasn't sure if his fleet would have avoided losses without them. Therefore, he was very grateful for their help. The Serpent Clan had also sacrificed over 200 ships, which was commendable. Yes, Qing Man responded. Hearing that her wounded had been taken in, she felt a mix of surprise and warmth she had never experienced before. Zhao Chen then turned to Charlotte, his eyes still filled with a desire for battle. How long will it take to resupply the T2 Lion King and T3 Phantom Stingers? If we fully resupply, it will take about a day. I suggest we only resupply 30, which will take approximately 5 hours, Charlotte replied. All right, we'll do it your way. Also, repair and resupply some of the other ships, Zhao Chen said, opening a star map of the Reef Star region. He marked a red dot in a neighboring star system to the Lion King system. It was the home base of the Fire Lizard clan. In 5 hours, we'll pay them a visit. They've come to us twice. It's only polite to return the favor, Zhao Chen said, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with battle spirit. The chief of the Fire Lizard clan led his interstellar fleet back to their home galaxy, leaving the Stargate Keeper astonished. He remembered that when the expedition set out, over 3,000 warships from various factions had gathered, with the Fire Lizards contributing 1,500. Now, only around 600 ships had returned in a dismal state. Even more shocking, of the original 3 T3 battleships, only one remained. And this sole surviving T3 Arkham-class medium battleship was in a perilous condition, as if it had endured unspeakable damage. The chief slumped in the captain's chair, looking utterly despondent. Over 3,000 meticulously cultivated starships, nurtured for nearly a century, had been decimated by more than half. 4 out of 5 T3 battleships were lost, with the remaining flagship critically damaged. 500 T2 warships had been sunk, leaving less than 200 battered survivors. Such a devastating defeat was unprecedented in the chief's lifetime. His mind flashed back to the harrowing scenes of battle. The terrifying strikes of the T3 stealth bombers, the relentless bombardment from T2 missile ships, and the overwhelming power of that T3 battlecruiser. Who exactly was this mysterious Lion King fleet? There was no time to ponder this now. Miraculously, several of the Fire Lizard clan star systems had escaped the Serpent Men's onslaught. The chief returned to the base for repairs, with the heavily damaged T3 and T2 ships in urgent need of attention. The thought of the repair costs made his heart ache. This was all money. As the T3 Arkham ship docked, the remaining T2 ships also began to moor at the starport, leaving only a few T1 ships on patrol. The chief was momentarily relieved to have survived, but his respite was short-lived. Just as he was enjoying a massage from a lizard lady, his deputy burst in, panic-stricken. Chief, we have a problem. The Lion King fleet is approaching the base, only 10 minutes away. Furious, the chief grabbed an object and hurled it at the deputy. Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm resting? But the deputy ignored the reprimand and urgently continued. Our patrol ships detected the Lion King fleet. This is the footage they sent back. The image showed a dozen or so starships, barely visible but terrifying in the deputy's eyes, like demons from hell. The battlecruiser, the missile ship, and those escort ships. 10 minutes away? The chief asked, his voice trembling. Yes, I came to report as soon as I got the news, the deputy replied. Why didn't you say so earlier? Prepare for battle immediately. The chief pushed the lady aside, hastily dressed, and raced with the deputy towards the T3 Arkham docked at the starport. There were patrol ships stationed at the Stargate, but we can't reach any of them, the deputy said helplessly. None of them? How is that possible? The chief's anger turned to a sudden realization, recalling the nightmarish T3 stealth bomber. If it was involved, it could have wiped out the patrol ships without a trace. Just then, the chief glanced out the transparent corridor into space and saw a previously empty area suddenly reveal the silhouette of a warship. As he stared, his heart sank into an icy pit. It was none other than the T3 stealth bomber he had just been thinking about. Quick! All ships in the starport, depart immediately, the chief roared in terror. Due to his orders, the only remaining T3 Arkham and the last T2 warships are mostly docked in the starport for maintenance. If the starport were to be attacked now, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the bridge of the T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber, the deputy captain reported to Zhao Wanner, Commander, the fleet will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Zhao Wanner nodded. According to the plan discussed with her older brother, the T3 Phantom would first stealthily approach the Fire Lizard clan's main base. Intelligence indicated that the starports of those factions in the Reef, Starfield, generally lacked anti-stealth equipment, as there were no stealth ships in the area and hence no need for such measures. Therefore, the T3 Phantom could infiltrate without obstruction. If the enemy ships were all docked at the starport, the T3 Phantom would launch a preemptive strike to create chaos, clearing the way for Zhao Chen's main fleet. Transmit my orders. Target the enemy ships in the starport and unleash all our firepower. Fire all interstellar torpedoes and missiles, leave none behind. Zhao Chen commanded decisively. The T-3 Phantom, with its supplies at 30, immediately aimed all its ammunition at the starport of the Fire Lizard Clan's main base. Previously, a T-3 Phantom with only 30 of its ammunition would have had no chance against such a large number of enemy ships. But now, with all these T-2 and T-3 warships docked in the starport, it was a golden opportunity. The Fire Lizard Clan leader watched in horror as the nightmarish T-3 stealth bomber launched interstellar torpedoes and missiles, all perfectly aimed at the starport he was in. It was the most terrifying sight he had ever seen in his life. At that moment, the Fire Lizard Clan leader closed his eyes in despair. In the heart of the Fire Lizard Clan's main base at Starport, starships were desperately trying to flee the death trap. However, the ensuing chaos only caused more congestion, preventing a swift escape. Some ships attempted to turn their guns towards the T-3 stealth bomber, only to find their firing arcs blocked by Allied vessels. In their haste, some even collided with neighboring ships. The entire starport was in utter disarray. At that moment, incoming interstellar torpedoes and missiles struck the starships docked along the main pathways of the starport, igniting a chain reaction of explosions. In an instant, fire and explosions erupted everywhere. One unlucky T-2 warship had its ammunition depot hit, triggering a catastrophic series of blasts as the newly supplied, yet improperly stored munitions detonated. The resulting fireball engulfed 1/5 of the starport. As the initial explosion occurred near the missile storage area, the series of explosions was unstoppable, turning the once mighty T-2 warships, which had roamed the Fire Lizard Clan's territory with arrogance, into helpless prisoners awaiting their fiery demise. In their desperation, some ruthless captains rammed their way through obstructing allies. This was considered merciful compared to others who, in their panic, resorted to firing upon their own ships to clear a path. Outside the starport, T-1 warships and a few T-2 ships desperately fired at the perpetrator, hoping to prevent further tragedy. But the T-3 warship was equipped with a T-4 all-range star shield, making it nearly impervious to the attacks of T-1 and T-2 vessels. Zhao Chen watched the inferno with satisfaction, proudly admiring her handiwork. Especially gratifying was the sight of the once cherished T-3 Arkham-class battleship, now a series of continuous explosions. Its massive hull blocked the escape routes, trapping the T-2 ships in a hopeless situation. Minutes later, Zhao Chen arrived with the Xiaolong fleet. Standing on the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard, he gazed at the towering flames in the distance and couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Mission completion at 70, T-3 warship destroyed. Mission completion at 75, Fire Lizard Clan leader killed. The system notification sounded. On the screen, Zhao Wanner's figure appeared. She stood at attention and saluted. "Commander, the surprise attack mission is complete. Well done," Zhao Chen praised, and Zhao Wanner smiled with joy. She then reported solemnly, "Based on my preliminary reconnaissance, the Fire Lizard Clan's main base has over 1,000 warships, mostly T-2s, with a few remaining T-3s docked within the starport. We targeted key pathways inside the port, preventing their escape in the short term. Additionally, there are approximately 800 T-1 ships outside the starport." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Understood. You've done an excellent job. We'll take it from here." "Yes, sir." Zhao Wanner ended the communication. Zhao Chen immediately ordered, T-2 Lion 1, 2, and 3, continue missile bombardment on the starport. T-3 Blizzard and T-2 Snowmastiff, eliminate the remaining T-2 ships outside the port. T-2 Black Rhino, hunt down the T-1 ships at your discretion. This operation leaves no survivors. Let them understand the consequences of crossing us." The crew didn't find these orders excessive. This was a star war, and sometimes, one had to be ruthless. The Fire Lizard Clan has repeatedly provoked us, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Besides, Zhao Chen has another consideration: the system task has not yet been settled, and the warships destroyed in the port can count towards his achievements. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? Cruel? Blame your clan leader for bringing this upon himself. The massacre began in earnest, and the starport of the Fire Lizard Clan was reduced to ruins under the relentless bombardment of 3 T-2 Lion-class missile ships. The surrounding T-2 and T-1 warships also met their doom, mercilessly hunted down by Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard, T-2 Snowmastiff, and T-2 Black Rhino. Task completion at 80, with 2,000 enemy ships destroyed. Task completion at 85, with 2,500 enemy ships destroyed. After more than 2 hours of brutal fighting, the Fire Lizard Clan was utterly defeated, with only a few hundred ships barely escaping. But Zhao Chen had already achieved his goal. He ordered the T-2 Black Rhino assault frigates to seize as many of the Fire Lizard Clan's assets on nearby planets as possible, especially raw materials. If there were interstellar transport ships, they were to be commandeered directly. Zhao Chen couldn't leave empty-handed from this visit, could he? He had to take some spoils of war. On the way back, a system notification sounded in Zhao Chen's mind. The campaign against the Fire Lizard Clan coalition was complete, with an 85 completion rate. Task difficulty B, calculating task rewards, please wait. Though he didn't know what kind of rewards the system would give this time, Zhao Chen was filled with anticipation. After all, the task was complete, and the rewards were ready. This time, he had struck it rich. Congratulations on obtaining a high-quality interstellar resource. Zhao Chen was taken aback. What kind of strange and unusual task reward was this? He quickly clicked to check, and the system provided further details. The host must designate the galaxy for the reward distribution within 30 minutes. Once confirmed, the system will distribute a high-quality interstellar resource within 3 days in a universally acceptable manner. Could this mean a free mineral planet? Could the system really conjure something out of thin air? Zhao Chen's heart was filled with anticipation, but the system offered no further explanation. Since it claimed to be a universally acceptable method, there shouldn't be any issues. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chen decisively chose his own Xiaolong galaxy. Commander, we've collected raw materials worth 300,000 star coins from the surrounding planets, reported Ailey nearby. Only 300,000? That's quite meager, Zhao Chen thought. But then again, it made sense. Small factions in this asteroid belt rarely stored large amounts of ready resources, often converting them quickly into warships, ammunition, and energy blocks. After all, in this place, strength was everything. With absolute power, you can take whatever you lack, no need to worry about resources. Alright, let's head back. Zhao Chen looked at the distant Fire Lizard Clan starport. The once raging flames of war had died down, leaving only ruins and wreckage. The starport itself and the wrecked warships inside could be worth millions of star coins if salvaged, but the workload was too immense. Zhao Chen didn't have the time to waste on this and decided to leave it to the snake people, taking only some ready resources for himself. The Xiaolong fleet, along with a few borrowed interstellar transport ships, set off grandly. Upon returning to the Lion King galaxy, they encountered Commander Qingman's fleet finishing their cleanup. She had no intention of keeping any battlefield remnants for herself, leaving everything for Zhao Chen to handle. Commander, our queen will be communicating with you shortly, Qingman said respectfully. Also, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for the aid you provided to our wounded soldiers. Without your interstellar medical ship, our casualties would have been 30 higher. Qingman had already received the snake people warriors who had been treated and returned. Some of them had even survived from destroyed warships. Although they had survived the fall of their warships, without Zhao Chen's T3 Andromeda-class medical ship's timely rescue, 90 of them would have perished. This medical ship had given them hope and a chance to live, saving their lives and healing their wounds. As comrades in arms, it's our duty, Zhao Chen said calmly. Qingman was moved. It's an honor to be your ally, Commander. Soon after, a video communication from the Snake People Queen, Medusa, arrived. Commander, you've truly given me a big surprise. Defeating 1,500 enemy ships with zero losses. I heard you destroyed over 1,000 more at the Fire Lizard Clan's base, making it 2,500 in total. Such a battle record is simply astounding, Medusa said, her beautiful eyes smiling, showering him with praise. Even she was shocked when she learned of the battle results. Although she lost 200 of the 500 Serpent Fleet warships she dispatched, what did that matter compared to the enemy's heavy casualties? More importantly, she had slain the leaders of 3 major factions. While they would undoubtedly elect new leaders, in the short term, they would be left headless, presenting her with a prime opportunity to press the advantage. Zhao Chen did not respond directly but instead asked, how goes the battle on the Queen's side? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Very smoothly, Medusa replied, brimming with confidence. I have attacked several enemy strongholds, crushed their main fleet, and seized control of key strategic positions. Moving forward, I will advance systematically and completely annex these star systems. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, within 3 months, the territories of the Gate, Black Boar, and Fire Lizard clans will all be mine. Then let me congratulate Queen Medusa on her successful revenge and significant gains, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Medusa shook her head. No, this victory is not mine alone. It is the result of our combined efforts. As per our previous agreement, we will split the spoils 50-50. You can choose any of these star systems you like. With that, she brought up a map of the Reef Star region, highlighting the territories of the Gate, Black Boar, and Fire Lizard clans. Anyone else would have been ecstatic at this moment. After all, in the Shining Empire, owning multiple star systems was a privilege reserved for counts. Medusa's generosity was ultimately due to the formidable strength of the Lion Fleet. As she had mentioned earlier, only with equal power could true collaboration be discussed. Had Zhao Chen's fleet performed poorly, her attitude would have been entirely different. At most, she would have given him the bare minimum as per their agreement, but never with such magnanimity. Forget the star systems. The Queen can have them all if she likes. I only need raw material resources. Also, if the Queen has the time, She might want to clean up the Fire Lizard clan's main starport. I'm sure there's a good 100 million or so to be made from it. Zhao Chen declined the offer to divide the star systems. It wasn't that he didn't want to expand his territory. It was just that the existing Xiaolong and Lion star systems were more than sufficient for now. Managing these small factions' territories, including tax collection and the deployment of mining ships and garrisons, would be more trouble than it was worth for Zhao Chen at the moment. It was far more efficient to directly exchange the spoils for raw materials, saving both time and effort. This had always been Zhao Chen's approach to accumulate power as efficiently as possible, laying the most solid foundation for future ascendancy. Queen Medusa looked at Zhao Chen with some surprise. After confirming that this was indeed his wish, she pondered for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll have my subordinates calculate the specific value of these interests. However, if you want to convert all of it into ready resources, I'm afraid even my serpent clan won't be able to bear the cost." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. He knew that his request for a 50-50 split was unrealistic. The indirect value of those star systems was difficult to quantify, not to mention the Fire Lizard clan starports he disdained. It would take more than a month to send industrial ships to dismantle and recover them, involving significant cost and time. In comparison, the ready resources he was asking for were much more straightforward to obtain. Medusa instructed her subordinates to start the calculations, then smiled at Zhao Chen. "I've heard about the battle in the Lion King star system. T3 stealth bombers, T3 battlecruisers, T2 missile ships, T2 battleships, T2 frigates, and T2 carriers, each one far surpasses ships of the same class, especially the T3 stealth bombers that took out 4 T3 warships in a surprise attack, and the T2 missile ships' overwhelming firepower. I'm almost regretful I couldn't witness this grand battle myself." Zhao Chen just smiled without saying a word. Commander Qingman hadn't personally experienced the T3 stealth bomber sortie, so Medusa must have gotten the battle report from enemy channels. Owning such formidable warships was truly enviable, Medusa thought. "If your majesty is interested in these warships, I could sell them to you." Zhao Chen casually dropped a bombshell. Medusa was momentarily stunned. The implications of his words were staggering. If he dared to propose a deal, it meant he either had a sales channel or was the manufacturer of the warships, both of which showcased his immense power. "Commander, are you serious?" Medusa's heart raced. The warships' incredible performance made her yearn for them. If she could indeed acquire them, how could she not be tempted? Zhao Chen spread his arms and smiled warmly. "Of course. Since we've already had our first cooperation, why not a second? However, the prices for my warships might be a bit high. Can you tell me the prices first?" Medusa asked urgently. If the prices were reasonable, she wouldn't mind buying a few. The warship's formidable capabilities were simply too enticing. Zhao Chen quickly prepared a price list for the ships, providing only brief descriptions and omitting important combat data, focusing instead on the prices. T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, priced at 520 million star coins. Even Charlotte, standing nearby, couldn't help but gulp at the number. She knew that AT3 Blizzard's production cost was around 13 million star coins. The price Zhao Chen quoted was a staggering 40 times that. Though such markups were standard in the military market, the exorbitant price made Charlotte grateful that these were warships developed and manufactured by their own commander. She realized that she was piloting a flagship worth over 500 million star coins. Medusa furrowed her delicate brows as she looked at the 520 million price tag. She wasn't completely ignorant of the warship market. Even a brand new T3 warship typically sells for around 250 million star coins on average. The exorbitant price of 500 million star coins for this one was truly daunting, not to mention the future maintenance costs. It's important to note that warships require regular upkeep, and the more expensive the ship, the higher the maintenance costs tend to be, not to mention the wear and tear from actual combat. A warship, even if it never engages in battle or sustains damage, incurs maintenance and resource costs over 100 years equivalent to its purchase price. In other words, maintaining a warship for a century costs as much as buying a new one of the same type. By that calculation, the annual upkeep for AT3 Blizzard comes to 5 million star coins. With the right technical support, these costs might be reduced significantly. Although Medusa had her eye on the T3 Blizzard, after careful consideration, she decided to pass for now and look at other ships. The T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship was priced at 30 million star coins, with each missile costing 12,000 star coins and a full load comprising 500 missiles. Medusa recalled Qingman's description of the impressive sight of a missile barrage, but quickly realized that it wasn't just a missile strike. It was like throwing star coins away. Just one full missile salvo from a T2 missile ship would cost 6 million star coins. Medusa winced at the thought, feeling a pang of financial pain. The T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleship was priced at 26 million star coins. The T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier was 30 million star coins. The T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate was 5 million star coins. Except for the T2 Black Rhino, which had a markup of 50 times the cost, The other T2 ships had a markup of 20 times. As for why the T2 Black Rhino was more expensive than the T2 Hyena-class destroyer of the same level, it was because no other frigate would dare to single-handedly challenge a battleship cruiser. Anyone who had witnessed the T2 Black Rhino's dominance on the battlefield would understand that while the price was steep, it was justified. "Your warships are quite expensive," Medusa remarked, somewhat surprised. The prices were 3 to 5 times higher than those of comparable ships on the market. "If the Queen likes them, I can offer a discount if you buy 20 or 30, Zhao Chen said with a smile, enthusiastically recommending the T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship. Once Medusa purchased this type of missile ship, she would have to buy ammunition from him in the future, or else the powerful missile ship would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The profits from this were so substantial that they rivaled selling a T3 warship. "Let me think about it and discuss further if necessary." Queen Medusa hesitated. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "All right, I'll await your message, Your Majesty." Soon, Medusa's subordinates tallied the approximate gains from the battle. The direct profits alone amounted to a staggering 10 billion star coins, including the wreckage of destroyed enemy ships, starports, and seized strategic materials. Indirect benefits ranged from 10 to 20 billion star coins, mainly from taxes and mineral resources in those star systems. And this was just a 10-year estimate. The figures would be even more astonishing over 20 or 50 years. "How about this? I'll prepare 10 billion star coins for you. What do you think?" Medusa proposed. Zhao Chen glanced at Ailey, who had initially estimated they could receive between 5 to 8 billion star coins. Medusa's offer of 10 billion was clearly a gesture of goodwill towards Zhao Chen. "Could we convert these into raw materials as soon as possible? Preferably within a month," Zhao Chen asked. "I know an interstellar trader in the Dark Reef sector who can exchange them for raw materials, but there might be some losses," Medusa replied. "Losses are acceptable. Gathering around 8 billion worth of raw materials within a month would be fine." Zhao Chen conceded a 20 profit margin. Medusa nodded. "All right, I'll make the arrangements. Thank you. It was a pleasure working with you. I look forward to our next collaboration." "Sure, if you're interested in that T2 missile ship, don't forget to contact me," Zhao Chen added. "Right," Medusa replied non-committally, ending the communication. After a tough battle, earning 8 billion in raw materials confirmed that war is the quickest way to amass wealth. Seeing that the commander had finished his communication, Ailey quickly stepped forward to report. "Commander, the battle report has been compiled." "Go ahead." Zhao Chen gestured for her to continue. Ailey opened several electronic documents that detailed various aspects of the battle, including enemy casualties, our losses, and ammunition expenditure. "We destroyed 2,500 enemy ships, including 8 T3 warships. Our ships sustained minor damage, and some drones were lost, with repair costs estimated at 500,000 star coins. Excluding the ammunition for the T2 Lion-class missile ships, other ships' total expenditure was 1.5 million star coins. The 3 T2 Lion-class missile ships fired 2,000 missiles, valued at 1.2 million star coins. The total expenditure for the entire fleet was 3.2 million star coins, with 45 injuries and no fatalities," Ailey reported in detail. A mere expenditure of over 3 million compared to the 10 billion in direct profits meant a profit margin exceeding 30 times, not to mention the long-term gains Zhao Chen had foregone. This is war. However, it was worth noting that the 3 T2 Lion-class missile ships were incredibly costly, with their ammunition consumption nearly matching the entire fleet's operational expenses. This was calculated based on the cost of the missiles. If the price quoted to Medusa were used, it would exceed 10 million star coins. "I see." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ailey's competence in this area was well recognized. He then ordered the fleet to return to the temporary base at Xiaolong for repairs and resupply from the T2 Hammer-class industrial ship. Ideally, this would be the job of an interstellar supply ship for maximum efficiency, but Zhao Chen didn't have one at the moment, so the industrial ship would have to suffice, even if it was slower. The only regret from this battle was letting Han Tianwang escape. After he fled, he would inevitably report back to the forces behind him, but Zhao Chen wasn't too concerned about this. The power behind Han Tianwang was undoubtedly some bigwig within the Xingyao Empire. Their operations in the Reef Starfield were conducted in secrecy, and they naturally wouldn't want to be exposed within the Empire. As a result, Zhao Chen and these forces had formed a tacit understanding, aware of each other's existence and enmity, yet refraining from leaking information to the Emperor, at least for now. Anyway, the Lion King star system wouldn't remain hidden for long. In 3 to 5 years, at most 10, it would be exposed. Zhao Chen didn't expect to keep it secret forever. The key was to survive the initial tough times and build a powerful fleet capable of self-defense. The reason they couldn't completely annihilate the enemy each time was ultimately due to the insufficient number of ships. The system's requirement for 30 ships was far from enough to satisfy Zhao Chen's ambitions. He secretly set a small goal for himself, to assemble a legion-sized fleet of 300 warships, with T3 warships as the main force and T2 warships as support. "Charlotte, Ailey, you stay in the Lion King star system. I'll head back to the Xiaolong star system first. Apart from the T3 Blizzard, all other warships will remain with you. Continue building the Lion King star system as planned. The captured Fire Lizard warships can be given to the dwarves who are short on soldiers. Those T1 warships are just right for them. As for the raw materials delivered by the Snake people, prioritize them for constructing our Stargate, Zhao Chen instructed as he laid out his travel plans. The main reason for his urgency to return to the Xiaolong star system was to check the reward for the system task. High-quality interstellar resources, what exactly would that be? For some reason, Zhao Chen had a premonition that it would be a pleasant surprise. When Zhao Chen returned to the Xiaolong star system, it was already the end of July. His trip to the Dark Reef star region had taken nearly another month to handle various affairs. Once the stargates between the two systems were completed, travel would become much easier. At this moment, Zhao Chen stood on the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, sipping a drink handed to him by Lilith, gazing at the vast galaxy outside the window. News from Chief Engineer Annie. The T3 Hugh-class stargate in the Xiaolong system is completed. She requests your inspection, Lilith reported. Well, we should go take a look. Though I bet that little dwarf will ask for a bonus again, Zhao Chen thought about the small engineer, whose work demeanor was entirely different from her usual self. A group of half-beast and dwarf craftsmen respectfully called her Chief Engineer, a sight that was rather amusing. Minutes later, the T3 Blizzard arrived at the Stargate's location. What appeared before them was an enormous structure, still dormant, but exuding both majesty and artistic flair. The design of the T3 Hugh-class Stargate was unique, with two crescent moons intertwined, made of a translucent, high-strength mineral that added to its aesthetic appeal. Report. Chief Engineer Annie is requesting to board the ship via shuttle, a crew member announced. Let her in, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, almost predicting what was about to happen next. Lilith, do you believe that once that little girl steps onto the bridge, she'll start complaining and act like she's half dead? Zhao Chen laughed as he looked at Lilith, who simply smiled without saying a word. Soon, the bridge doors opened, and Annie walked in, dark circles under her eyes, her arms hanging limply by her sides, like a walking corpse. Commander, she greeted weakly without lifting her head, walked straight to the captain's chair, and collapsed onto it, her legs dangling powerlessly to the ground. Zhao Chen didn't even glance at the slumped Annie, continuing his casual conversation with Lilith about the technical aspects of the Stargate. The earliest Stargates were T2 class. Back then, T2 ships still used level 4 warp engines. Intra-system travel was fine, but traveling from our Xiaolong system to the neighboring Arctic Fox system would take 4 to 5 days at warp speed. Crossing the Northwind star region with just T2 ships would take half a year. But now, with Stargates, it's a matter of 1 or 2 days. So, Stargate technology has significantly reduced the distances in space-time. Later T3 and T4 Stargates mainly improved travel stability, safety, fleet capacity, and crossing distances. Our T3 Stargate may not have the same throughput as others of its class, but its crossing capability surpasses even T4 Stargates. Annie, lying on the chair, secretly opened her eyes, but Zhao Chen didn't call her over. He was treating her like she didn't exist, listening to the endless technical discussion, which could go on forever. Annie, who was never very patient, finally couldn't take it anymore. Commander, can't you see I'm exhausted here? Aren't you going to show a little concern? She complained. Tired? Then just lie there a bit longer. Lilith, get her a blanket, Zhao Chen said without even turning around. Annie walked up to him, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Commander, I've lost several pounds over the past 2 months trying to finish the Stargate, she exclaimed. Zhao Chen snapped his fingers, and a small robot instantly appeared, lifting Annie up without hesitation and reporting in a mechanical voice. Weight? 28 kilograms. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes at her. I remember you were only 25 kilograms 2 months ago, Annie. Caught in her lie, Annie's eyes darted around as she feigned weakness. Maybe I gained weight from being overworked, she stammered. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand, releasing a video. The footage was from the T3 Blizzard Bridge corridor, capturing Annie's entire journey from the shuttle to the bridge. She had leapt out of the shuttle, energetically running toward the bridge, showing no signs of fatigue. However, just before entering the bridge, she had suddenly stopped, patted her face, and immediately switched to looking like a poor, half-dead creature. You seemed pretty lively just now. What happened as soon as you entered the bridge? Zhao Chen teased her. Lilith, standing nearby, struggled to hold back her laughter, tears almost streaming down her face. Annie's little act was thoroughly exposed. Feeling like a public execution, she plopped down on the ground, rubbing her eyes dramatically. I'm working so hard for our esteemed commander and our Xiaolong fleet. I'm just trying to get some extra benefits for everyone, she said, squeezing out a couple of crocodile tears. All right, considering our chief engineer Annie's selflessness, there will be benefits, Zhao Chen said, changing his tone. Annie immediately looked up at him eagerly. Everyone involved in the Stargate construction will get half a month's bonus, except for our selfless Annie, he finished. Annie was stunned. Wasn't she being left out? Zhao Chen suddenly walked up to her, wiping at her dark circles, which surprisingly smudged and left an onion scent on his hand. Looks like our chief engineer, Annie, has really been working hard. Zhao Chen mocked. Annie, mortified, darted behind Lilith, burying her face in her waist. All right, the commander is just teasing you. Everyone involved in the Stargate project will get a bonus, including you. It was decided long ago, Lilith reassured her, patting Annie's head. The welfare system of the Xiaolong fleet included not just food standards and monthly salaries, but also new reward measures. For instance, soldiers who had fought in the Lion Star system received wartime allowances, and the technical staff working overtime to build the Stargate naturally deserved bonus incentives as well. Annie's face lit up instantly. Pouting, she looked at Zhao Chen. The commander just loves to bully Annie. Seeing her playful expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Although Annie often played the victim to gain sympathy, she indeed worked tirelessly for the Xiaolong fleet. She deserved this reward. Zhao Chen thought to himself that he should promote this girl in the future. She shouldn't be just used for work. She should be rewarded as well. Let's get down to business. You wanted me to check out the T3 Huiyue-class Stargate, right? Zhao Chen reminded. Annie slapped her forehead, almost forgetting the main task. Just a moment. She took out a handkerchief, wiped away the dark circles under her eyes, and muttered, "These onions are too strong. Sister Nyo said they would make me cry, but she didn't mention they'd be this bad." Then she walked over to Zhao Chen, pointing to the distant T3 Huiyue-class Stargate in the starry sky. Our T3 Huiyue No. 1 Stargate has been completed. Today, we'll conduct the initial test run. However, we're still in the confidentiality phase and can't connect to other Stargate networks yet. So the final link test will have to wait until the T3 Huiyue No. 2 Stargate in the Lion King system is finished. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. This was part of his plan. It's not too late to connect to the Stargate network once we're strong enough. All right, I'll start the test run. Annie looked at Zhao Chen. Go ahead, Zhao Chen signaled. Annie opened a video window, revealing Sister Nyo, who was standing by. Sister Nyo, begin the test run. Roger that. Initiating the power system. Estimated completion in 10 minutes. Sister Nyo began the startup process, which took about half an hour in total. Generally, once a Stargate is activated, it doesn't shut down, even if no starships are passing through. The resource consumption during startup is much greater than during low-frequency operation. Unless absolutely necessary, a Stargate is never shut down. During this half hour, Zhao Chen and Lilith watched as the T3 Huiyue-class Stargate transitioned from silent and still to gradually awakening, like two new moons slowly glowing in the dark sky. Power system normal. Main control system normal. Plug-in system normal. Sister Nyo reported each test result. Eventually, a ripple like a celestial curtain appeared around the T3 Huiyue-class Stargate, indicating its full-spectrum shield system. Just like a battleship, the Stargate was equipped with a shield. While standard T3 Stargate shields only protect in one direction, Zhao Chen's T3 Huiyue-class Stargate could provide full-spectrum protection and even selectively deactivate the shield in specific areas, offering flexible control. All test items completed. T3 Huiyue-class Stargate is fully operational and will enter low-frequency operation mode, Sister Nyo concluded. Good, Annie responded. The distant Stargate gradually dimmed, and the surrounding shield dissipated, settling into a low-frequency operational state. Commander, what do you think? Annie looked at Zhao Chen eagerly, like a child waiting for praise. Very impressive, Zhao Chen nodded approvingly, causing Annie's face to light up with joy. By the way, how are your mother and siblings adjusting to life here? Zhao Chen asked casually after discussing the Stargate. My mother is now a junior officer on the T2 Hammer No. 5 ship. My sister Nana works on the T2 Hammer No. 3 ship, and she's doing great too, Annie said excitedly. But what about your younger siblings? Who's taking care of them? Zhao Chen remembered Annie had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. No worries. My third brother is already a teenager and can look after the others at home. They also do some outsourced factory work from home. If my third brother didn't have to take care of the younger ones, he could work in the factory. The other kids' work earns them enough for a day's food. With my mother's, and Nana's salaries, our family's living expenses are fully covered, Annie explained. Moreover, these T2 Hammer-class battleships have established affordable shuttle services, allowing people to return to their homes on the planet with minimal cost. My mother commutes this way every day. Annie spoke enthusiastically about her family's recent happenings, a happy smile lighting up her face. Zhao Chen felt slightly moved. Isn't it too exhausting for your mother to travel back and forth every day? Not at all, Annie replied. Compared to the past, this is nothing. Back then, we could barely put food on the table and had to risk our lives hunting wild beasts. Every time my parents went out to hunt, we were at home, worried sick. Now, though we are busy, everyone is safe, and life is fulfilling. Isn't that great? As Annie spoke, She suddenly bowed deeply to Zhao Chen. By the way, my mother asked me to express our deepest gratitude on behalf of the dwarf clan. Thank you for giving us a peaceful life. We are truly grateful. At that moment, Annie shed her usual playful demeanor and became incredibly sincere and solemn, which caught Zhao Chen slightly off guard. Ahem, let's discuss the upcoming matters, Zhao Chen said, changing the topic at the right moment. Due to the construction of the Stargate, the plan to have 20 T2 Hammer-class industrial ships ready by the end of June was delayed, and they have only now fully entered service. We need to draft a new construction plan, and we have also discovered a high-quality resource asteroid belt. At the mention of the newly discovered resource treasure in the Xiaolong star system, Lilith and Annie's spirits lifted instantly. Who would have thought that there would be such a rich resource asteroid belt in the outer regions of the Xiaolong star system? Our survey indicates that it is a high-quality resource point, covering almost 99 of existing raw material types. If fully mined, the estimated annual output value could reach 5 billion star coins, Lilith said excitedly. Annie analyzed. This asteroid belt is located at the edge of the Xiaolong star system. It likely drifted into our system due to changes in interstellar space, and then settled in this remote area. Since the Xiaolong star system is relatively barren, those border areas have been largely ignored, which is why it went undiscovered. If it weren't for the commander's order to conduct a large-scale survey of the entire system, we might have missed this treasure. Now that our Xiaolong star system has a Stargate and a high-quality resource site, its overall value could rank among the top 10 in the Beifeng star region, Lilith said with excitement. Seeing the joy and enthusiasm on his comrades' faces, Zhao Chen felt a warm sense of satisfaction. In truth, this high-quality interstellar resource point was a reward from the system, and he hadn't expected it to be such a rich and extensive asteroid belt. As he watched his companions' cheerful expressions, Zhao Chen's heart was filled with warmth. So far, our Xiaolong fleet has a total of 35 active starships, with 17 being combat vessels and 18 auxiliary ones. We have over 4,000 active duty soldiers, including 650 frontline combat personnel and more than 3,200 logistics and industrial crew members. Additionally, there are over 5,000 reservists. Lilith first reported the operational status of the Xiaolong fleet. Just maintaining this fleet costs 15 million star coins a year, and the welfare and salary expenses for the female soldiers amount to another 1.2 million star coins. Besides that, we have over 50,000 dwarf workers employed in our interstellar industrial factories. 15 million star coins a year just for maintenance? Zhao Chen was shocked by the figure. We only have 35 warships. Lilith explained, Commander, among these 35 ships, we have 4 T3 warships, and these 4 alone account for 2/3 of the maintenance costs. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder other factions would rather maintain a bunch of T1 warships than operate T3 ones. In peacetime, T3 warships are like bottomless money pits, whereas a bunch of T1 warships can be patched up for patrolling the star system. Even though the Xiaolong fleet only has 35 warships right now, our maintenance costs probably exceed those of factions with hundreds of ships. But what can we do? We built them, so we have to maintain them, and their numbers will only increase in the future. Lilith continued her report. We originally had 7.8 billion star coins on the books. After deducting 5 billion for the raw materials ordered from the Bloody Mary mercenary group and 1.5 billion in commissions, we have 1.3 billion left. We have already paid the final installment for the goods, and the Bloody Mary will deliver the last batch of raw materials by the end of the month, at which time we will pay the 1.5 billion commission. Your war earnings from the Reef Star region amount to 1 billion, but when converted to raw materials, it's only worth 800 million. So, we have roughly 2 billion star coins in disposable funds. After listening to this financial analysis, Zhao Chen had a general idea. He turned to Annie. Have you prepared the next construction plan? Annie nodded. Yes, I have drafted a plan based on your requirements. In August, 10 T2 hammers will continue building the Stargate in the Lion King star system, expected to be completed by the end of the month. The remaining 10 T2 hammers will construct another 10 T2 hammers, which should be the last batch. This will bring our T2 hammer count to 30. In September, the production capacity freed up from the Stargate construction and T2 hammer production will be fully utilized. We plan to roll out 10 T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ships, 50 T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, 5 T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleships, 1 T3 Blizzard-class light battle cruiser, and 1 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber. These 2 months of shipbuilding are expected to consume raw materials worth 1.6 billion star coins. Listening to Annie's plan, a blueprint formed in Zhao Chen's mind. The T3 Prospector is a reward from a previous mission, perfect for mining the newly discovered high-quality asteroid belt. Although mining doesn't generate wealth as quickly as selling warships or waging wars, it is the foundation and essence of the Xiaolong star system. Relying solely on external wealth acquisition is not sustainable. We must have our own means of generating resources. Let's proceed as you suggested. Zhao Chen said with satisfaction. Lilith asked, Commander, that asteroid belt still needs a name. After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Chen replied casually, let's call it the Xiaolong Resource Zone. The construction plan includes a significant number of T2 Black Rhino frigates, 50 in total. The primary reason for building so many is to ensure they can protect the Xiaolong and Lion King star systems in the future. For now, they serve as a great addition to our combat strength, and when the time comes to phase out the T2 warships, these cost-effective frigates can seamlessly step into secondary roles. After finalizing these plans and seeing Annie off, Zhao Chen sat alone in the captain's chair, pretending to doze off as he opened the system interface. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck enhancement, Eye of Insight. System points, 1820. Monthly fleet earnings, 302 points. Mission points, 35. Starship count, 35. Tasks, quarterly task incomplete. Warehouse, T4 Reborn class clone starship blueprint, T3 Gold Digger class heavy mining ship blueprint, T3 Phantom class light stealth bomber blueprint. Zhao Chen looked at the system points and frowned slightly. Too few. One of his quarterly tasks was to redeem a T3 starship technology, and while he had enough mission points, he was far short on system points. Although his current fleet size provided a passive income of over 300 points per month, it wasn't nearly enough. Most of his points had been spent on redeeming the T3 Radiant Moon Stargate technology, leaving him in a tight spot. He could only hope that more point-earning tasks would come up in the next 2 months. Otherwise, he would fail his quarterly task. Time flew by, and it was early August. The Bloody Mary mercenary group was supposed to deliver the last batch of raw materials by the end of July, but there was still no sign of them. A delay of 2 or 3 days was normal, but Zhao Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. At that moment, Lilith contacted him. Commander, our first batch of new recruits is about to graduate from the T3 Goddess Academy. The headmaster would like you to host the graduation ceremony. Speaking of the T3 Goddess Academy starship, Zhao Chen suddenly realized that he had never visited it since it went into service. Got it, arrange a time. He agreed to the event with a smile, while also thinking to himself that he needed to find time to investigate the recent odd behavior of Bloody Mary. He hoped nothing serious was brewing. In the office of the T3 starship in a certain star system within the Reef Nebula, a sharp slap echoed as Han Tianwang was struck, sending him staggering to the ground. A man rushed forward, furiously punching and kicking him. Surveying the room, the man spotted a stone sculpture of a galloping horse on the desk, grabbed it, and advanced on Han Tianwang once more. Struggling to regain his composure, Han Tianwang saw his assailant and cried out in terror, Young Master Sun! Young Master Sun! I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. But young Master Sun ignored him, raising the stone sculpture and smashing it down on Han Tianwang. In no time, the sculpture was covered in blood. Nearby, the leader of the Cerberus interstellar pirate group watched in horror. Upon learning of the upheaval in the Reef Nebula, young Master Sun had rushed back immediately, summoning the 2 men before him. When Han Tianwang first entered, young Master Sun greeted him with a smile, but his demeanor quickly changed, and he began to pummel him relentlessly. I left you in the Reef Nebula to safeguard my interests, not to squander my efforts. In just 2 months, 3 factions have fallen, and I've lost 6 star systems, 8,000 warships, and 10 T3 ships. How the hell are you going to compensate me? Young Master Sun roared, gasping for breath. Master, a towel, said the attendant calmly, handing him a towel and taking the bloodied sculpture from him. By now, the horse sculpture was shattered beyond recognition. Young Master Sun wiped the blood from his hands and face, but the stains on his clothes had dried and were hard to clean. Frustrated, he threw the towel aside and resumed beating Han Tianwang. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I must have been blind to trust you 2 idiots. If Zhang Haoran weren't already dead, I'd have 10 giants take care of him. Damn it. Using my warships to vent your frustrations, you think that's impressive? The pirate leader looked at the barely conscious Han Tianwang, who was covered in bruises and had a dent in his head, a pitiful sight. Especially the last few kicks from young Master Sun, all aimed at Han Tianwang's groin, made the leader break out in a cold sweat. After venting his anger, young Master Sun finally sat back on the sofa, glaring at the unconscious Han Tianwang and waved his hand at the attendant. Understanding the gesture, the attendant administered an injection to Han Tianwang. Moments later, Han Tianwang slowly regained consciousness, pain flooding his body, especially his lower half, nearly causing him to faint again. Enduring the agony, he looked at young Master Sun with pleading eyes. Young Master Sun, I know I was wrong. It was all Zhang Haoran's doing. Young Master Sun snorted coldly. If Han Tianwang weren't still useful, and if his father weren't an earl poised for promotion to Marquis, he would have already subjected him to the torment of 10 giant men. Young Master Sun glanced at the battle reports and the data on Zhao Chen's fleet handed over by the pirate leader. Young Master Sun, Zhao Chen has taken over a star system in the Reef Nebula. Why don't we report this to the Starshine Empire and let him face the consequences? The pirate leader suggested. Sun Xiao said calmly. So what if we poke around? Haven't we also set up our plans in the Reef Star region? Now that both sides know each other's cards, if I expose his secrets, do you think he'll let me off? Sun Xiao fixed his gaze on the holographic image of Zhao Chen's fleet, especially on the T-3 stealth bomber. This guy has more secrets than I, though. That actually has a T-3 stealth ship with an all-around star shield. If I can get my hands on that technology, it would be a huge gain. So, are you planning to go after Zhao Chen? The pirate leader asked eagerly. Han Tianwang also perked up at the thought, itching for Sun Xiao to deal with Zhao Chen and settle the score. If it weren't for Zhao Chen, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Not yet. Sun Xiao shook his head. Our actions in the Reef Star region have already angered the established powers. If we push any further, they might team up against us. But I'm building a powerful fleet. Once it's ready and sent to the Reef Star region, we won't have to fear the serpent people anymore. In this star region, those who follow me will thrive, and those who oppose me will perish. As for Zhao Chen, I can crush him whenever I want, but I must get his ship technology first. Congratulations, Sun Xiao. Taking control of the Reef Star region is just around the corner. The pirate leader flattered. Sun Xiao smirked, saying nothing. The Reef Star region was just a stepping stone for him and the organization behind him. Their ambitions were far greater. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's shuttle was heading towards the T-3 Goddess Academy class starship. As a massive crystal sphere came into view, he couldn't help but be awestruck. Though he was well-versed in the design of the Goddess Academy, seeing it in person was a different experience altogether. A gigantic crystal sphere floated in space, housing a breathtakingly beautiful city, the renowned Goddess Academy. The entire academy was constructed from a special material that could render the exterior completely transparent when needed, making it look like a celestial palace built within a crystal sphere. The Goddess Academy wasn't just for training new recruits. It was also a prestigious place for active female soldiers to further their education and improve their skills. Everyone was eager to come here to advance their ranks and enjoy better benefits. As the shuttle landed in the academy's hangar, Zhao Chen stepped out to see a group of female cadets lined up to welcome him. They were a diverse assembly of beauties from various races, humans, half-beasts, all with bright, fiery eyes fixed on him. New recruits of the Goddess Academy warmly welcomed Commander Zhao Chen. The girls saluted in unison, their loud voices echoing through the hangar. Zhao Chen suppressed his excitement and walked towards the crowd. As the creator of this fleet, he knew the weight of his responsibilities. Leading the Xiaolong fleet, forging an elite force, expanding territories, and making a name in the stars, that was his lifelong ambition. It's really not necessary to make such a big fuss. I just came to take a look, Zhao Chen said to Xiang, the half-beast dean beside him. She had a rather unique appearance. Round ears on her head, black circles around her eyes, fair skin on the rest of her face, turning black again at her neck, and a small tuft of white fur at her tail. She wore a pencil skirt, but underneath were natural black stockings, which could easily be misunderstood from a distance. Zhao Chen was curious about the color differences on other parts of her body, but had no way of finding out. According to Charlotte, Xiang was from the Panda clan, an ancient race of half-beasts known for their scholarly prowess. This was why Zhao Chen appointed her as the captain and dean of the Goddess Academy. The grand welcome ceremony was her brainchild, which had startled Zhao Chen. Being stared at by one or two girls might be fine, but being watched by thousands of eyes felt uncomfortable, as if he were prey. He also noticed several girls secretly taking pictures of him, though he had no idea what for. Rumor had it that within a few days, someone in the academy started selling candid photos of the commander, and they sold quite well. It's just the students' way of showing their admiration for you, Xiang explained. Zhao Chen nodded. I understand, but their studies should come first. Show me around the academy, and let me know if there are any issues. The academy felt more like a university city to Zhao Chen, with all the facilities one could need and a worry-free lifestyle. What was most impressive, however, were the teaching facilities. At the moment, Zhao Chen found himself in a simulated starship combat room where students could practice using all the warships currently in service in the Xiaolong fleet. This training would prepare them to quickly take up positions on real ships after graduation. This is the current state of the Goddess Academy. We've been operational for over a month now. Since the fleet doesn't need more personnel at the moment, we're training advanced crew members, equivalent to veterans with 10 years of service in the Imperial Navy. We can produce 3,000 graduates in this batch. The only thing they lack is real combat experience. But I believe once they face actual battle, they'll transform beautifully, Xiang said confidently. I believe in you all as well, Zhao Chen praised. He noticed a spark of belief and hope in the students' eyes, a quality rarely seen even among the elite students of Northern Star Academy, except for a few like Shan Bing. At that moment, Zhao Chen's terminal lit up. Sorry, I need to handle something, he said apologetically. Xiong understood and tactfully stepped back. Zhao Chen opened his terminal to see a video call request from his private friend, Li Yaqi. It must be urgent since he had told her to contact him only in emergencies. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. The screen opened, and Li Yaqi appeared, looking distraught and on the verge of tears. Commander, please save Qitong, she pleaded desperately. What happened to Qitong? Don't panic, tell me slowly, Zhao Chen urged. It seemed the Blood Mary mercenary group's recent delay was no coincidence. Qitong's transport fleet had successfully procured the last batch of raw materials and was on its way back to the Xiaolong star system. However, she had secretly taken a group of slaves from slavers and hidden them on the ship, planning to deliver the goods and then help them escape the empire. Out of nowhere, an overwhelming number of enemy ships appeared, surrounding and trapping them. With no way out, Qitong had no choice but to send a distress signal to Li Yaqi, more to inform her of the situation and ask her to convey apologies to Zhao Chen, indicating that she might have to break their agreement. Qitong despised slave trading and would often raid slave ships to free the captives. Over time, she had attracted the attention of some slave traders. Relying on her familiarity with the interstellar borders, she had always been successful. However, this time she had fallen into a trap and realized she had no chance of escape. Two really don't know what to do. I understand you and Qitong are just business partners, and there's no need for you to risk anything for her. But she is one of my few friends, and I feel utterly devastated, Li Yaqi sobbed, her strong persona shattered. Zhao Chen comforted her. All right, stop crying. Swollen eyes don't suit President. I'll figure something out. By the way, do you have her last known coordinates? Yes, I do. I'll send them to you right away, Li Yaqi replied through her tears. All right, don't worry about anything else. Wait for my news, Zhao Chen said as he ended the call and strode towards Xiong nearby. Dean, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please, go ahead. Xiong nodded understandingly. Zhao Chen returned to the shuttle and quickly headed back to the T3 Blizzard. By then, Li Yaqi had already sent over the coordinates. To his surprise, Qitong's last known location was in a remote area of the Northwind Star sector. Zhao Chen immediately contacted Lilith. Lilith, put the T3 Blizzard on combat readiness. We're moving out. Whoever dares to mess with my Xiaolong fleet will pay dearly. Lilith was startled but promptly replied, Yes, sir. Blizzard is on combat readiness. Zhao Chen ended the call, his brows furrowed. The audacity of the enemy to target his people. This battle, he vowed, would leave the enemy utterly defeated, serving as a stern warning to all. In the remote interstellar boundary of the Northern Wind Star region, an almost deathly silence prevailed. Most of the area was pitch black, and anyone but a seasoned space navigator would surely lose their way here. At this very moment, in this desolate place, a breathtaking chase was unfolding. A fleet of over 200 starships was fleeing desperately, pursued by nearly 100 enemy ships. Yes, just over 200 starships were being relentlessly chased by nearly 100 enemy vessels. Adding to the irony, among these 200 ships, almost all of them were T2 interstellar transport ships, with only about 30 combat ships. Each ship bore the emblem of Bloody Mary, the mercenary group allied with Zhao Chen. Originally, they had a fleet of 300 ships, including 250 transport ships and 50 T2 combat ships. However, since the enemy attack, not only had many transport ships been lost or destroyed, but they've also lost a third of their T2 combat ships, with the remaining ones heavily damaged. They were struggling to protect the transport fleet while fending off the enemy, making it a near impossible task. Commander, we can't escape with all these transport ships, a female lieutenant anxiously said beside Qitong. Qitong stared intently at the star map, which showed the enemy fleet encircling them heavily. 100 ships, including 50 T2, 50 T1, and 1 T3. The most terrifying was the T3, an Imperial Army standard T3 Flame Lion-class heavy battlecruiser, known for its formidable combat power. Its presence in the enemy fleet, along with its speed, made Qitong realize that their situation was dire, and escape seemed impossible. Worse yet, someone had betrayed her location. The enemy's precise tracking indicated they had inside information. There was no time to hunt down the traitor now, meaning the enemy would continually know their every move. How could they possibly escape? Qitong looked around at her fleet. She was ready to face death, but she couldn't bear to see her innocent crew and the rescued children sacrificed in vain. More importantly, she wanted to unmask the treacherous traitor. But now, it was too late for all that. Pass my order. Each ship is to break out on its own, Qitong said solemnly. But Commander, you... The female lieutenant looked at her with deep concern. If they broke out individually, Qitong's flagship would almost certainly be doomed. The traitor was most likely on her ship, and the enemy's primary target would undoubtedly be Qitong herself. Surely, I'm sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have assigned you as my lieutenant 3 months ago. You don't need to die with me. You might still survive, Chitong said, gazing at her capable assistant, whom she had personally trained. Fang Xiaoli's eyes reddened, and she choked up. Commander, how can you say that? It's an honor to live and die with you. If it weren't for you rescuing me from the slavers 3 years ago, I wouldn't even know if I were alive or dead today. My life is yours. Chitong smiled faintly at her words. At that moment, the communications officer suddenly reported, Commander, we have an incoming transmission, possibly from an enemy ship. Akatom's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Patch it through, she said calmly. Yes, ma'am. In an instant, a window popped up before her. The screen revealed a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, his right eye replaced by a mechanical one, making him look menacing. Commander Akatom, long time no see, he sneered. Akatom responded coldly. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, Scarface. Scarface touched the scar on his face, and then his mechanical eye. Do you remember how I got this scar? Back then, I killed dozens of disobedient slaves, and you dared to slash me in public at the starport, ruining my face and blinding my eye. It's a pity my sword wasn't a few inches longer. I could have pierced your skull, Akatom retorted with a cold smile. Scarface chuckled darkly. I have good news for you. My master is willing to give you a way out. If you lead the Bloody Mary to surrender today, you can save your life and even get a T3 battleship, just like me, taking pride in being someone's dog? Akatom mocked. Sorry, I'm not like some people. I have no interest in groveling. Instead of getting angry, Scarface laughed lightly. That suits me just fine. I didn't want to see you surrender anyway. That would be too boring. I want to capture you and your crew alive, and then slowly torment you. I hear most of your crew are women? Perfect. I know the filthiest, most disgusting red light district in the starport. I'll let my men have their fun with them first, then throw them there to make their lives a living hell, wishing they'd never met you. Akatom remained unfazed, her calm demeanor only intensifying. You'd better pray you kill me today. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I'll find you and dismember you inch by inch with my sword. Do you still think you can leave here alive? Scarface shouted arrogantly. In this godforsaken place, who can save you? I'm telling you, today you and your Bloody Mary are doomed. Not even the King of Heaven can save you. Akatom stayed silent, knowing he spoke the truth. This time, it seemed there was no escape. She could only hope her crew would break through, and if they couldn't, that they wouldn't fall into the hands of these beasts. Struggle all you want. Before death comes, struggle to your heart's content. Just don't let me catch you. Scarface snarled before cutting the transmission. Akatom took a deep breath, gripping her long sword tightly, awaiting the final moment. At this point, she only hoped for a miracle that would allow her to carve a bloody path, fulfill her mission, rescue her sisters, and eliminate the traitor. Akame ignored the opponent's arrogant attitude, cutting off communication immediately. She then turned to her deputy, Fang Xiaoli, and ordered, all ships in the fleet, break through on your own. Fang Xiaoli cast a reluctant glance at Akame before beginning to relay her orders. Unexpectedly, the feedback they received was unanimous. Everyone was willing to fight to the death alongside Commander Akame, refusing to live in disgrace. As she read the responses, a touch of emotion flickered in Akame's crimson eyes. She had always wanted her subordinates to survive. She had promised them a better life. I'm sorry, I broke my word, she thought, closing her eyes and struggling to suppress her turmoil. Just then, a crew member reported, Commander, we've detected an energy signal from a T3 battleship on the outskirts of the battlefield. Another T3? It seemed the enemy was determined to eliminate her. If that's the case, we'll fight to the bitter end. Akame gritted her teeth. Wait, it doesn't appear to be an enemy ship. According to our database, it seems to be the T3 that previously rendezvoused with us at the edge of the Beifeng Star region, the crew member said in surprise. Upon hearing this, the image of a blue and white ship flashed through Akame's mind. Xiaolong Star System? Could it be that man? How could he risk coming to save me after only 2 transactions? Report. That T3 battleship is attacking the enemy ships on the outskirts. The crew member exclaimed excitedly. Pull up the telescope feed immediately. Akame could no longer stay seated. Through the pitch-black starry sky, a blue and white battleship was breaking through the enemy lines at incredible speed. T2 battleships fell one after another in its wake, and T1 battleships were swept clean by Closian defense guns. Against enemy counterattacks, it either used its star shield to block or its armor to withstand, leaving only a few scratches. Soon after, drones were ejected from the belly of the ship, spreading their wings to attack surrounding enemy ships. These T3 drones tore through T1 battleships like wolves among sheep, and would soon take down T2 battleships as well. In no time, the blue and white battleship had reached the front of the Blood Mary fleet, making a graceful turn to position itself between the friendly and enemy forces. Report, we received a message from that T3 battleship on the public channel. the crew member reported and then displayed the message. Mess with my cargo, and you're asking for death? Akame was stunned. Not only did he charge into enemy lines alone, but he also had the audacity to make such a bold statement. It was a testament to his capability. On the bridge of the T-3 Flame Lion King-class heavy battlecruiser, the scar-faced man was fuming with rage. Who the hell do you think you are? This is an Imperial T-3 battlecruiser, and you dare challenge me with that piece of junk? He roared, giving orders. Bow cannon, main cannon, secondary cannon, all aim at that damn thing. Deploy our drones. Let's see what it's made of. In an instant, all the weapons on the Scarlet, Lion-patterned T-3 Flame Lion King were aimed at the blue and white T-3 battleship. Simultaneously, 2 hatches opened on its upper hull, ejecting around 50 similarly Scarlet drones. The 2 T-3 battlecruisers faced off in the Sea of Stars. The Flame Lion King struck first, its laser secondary cannon, electromagnetic main cannon, and cluster laser bow cannon unleashing a barrage on the opponent's front starshield, illuminating the dark space with dazzling light. Drones swarmed in, ready for action. Inside the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, Zhao Chen boredly eyed the Crimson warship opposite him. He had seen its sister ship, the T-3 Blaze Lion class, at the Imperial Fortress during a mission. This Blaze Lion King was a heavily modified version focused on firepower, boasting a 2,200mm caliber cluster laser cannon at its bow, claiming to be a heavy warship. But compared to his T-3 Blizzard, it was hardly worth mentioning. You think you can take me on? Where did you get that courage from, Liang Jingru? Zhao Chen smirked and gave the order. Engage in standard combat. He couldn't be bothered to micromanage in this situation. A single T-3, 50 T-2S, and 50 T-1S were no match for the Blizzard. The Blizzard immediately switched to standard combat mode, with both primary and secondary cannons targeting the Blaze Lion King. The Blizzard's drones also engaged the enemy drones. Although the numbers were evenly matched, the battle was one-sided. The blue and white faction's drones seemed like adults bullying children, taking down a red drone every few seconds. On Zhao Chen's side, the fight was easy, and even those slightly damaged simply returned to the hangar for repairs, avoiding any loss of dignity. Meanwhile, the Blizzard's bow cannon had fully charged. Zhao Chen seemed to do it intentionally, aiming directly at the Blaze Lion King's cluster laser cannon. In an instant, blue and red lasers collided in the void, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. This spectacle was mesmerizing, highlighting the grandeur of space warfare. System mission: rescue the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Mission difficulty: B-level. Mission objective: ensure the safety of Akiheim. Mission rewards: 10 mission points and 6,000 credits. Bonus missions: eliminate the enemy fleet of the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Bonus mission: identify the traitor within the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Zhao Chen glanced at the system mission. To his surprise, the system had delivered an opportunity just when he needed it. He admired the spectacular scene before him. Blue and red beams of laser clashing fiercely in the void. Onlookers thought this would be a prolonged and grueling battle. However, the outcome was unexpectedly swift and decisive. After only a few exchanges, the red lasers started to falter, quickly disintegrated by the blue beams, and finally dissipated into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, the missile silos of the T-3 Blizzard opened wide, launching a barrage of Blizzard missiles, their long trails of flame streaking towards the enemy ship T-3 Flame Lion King. Missiles? Scarface was stunned. He never imagined the opponent's weaponry would be so terrifying, even surpassing his own T-3 Flame Lion King. Quick! Intercept them. Use the Closian weapon systems to intercept those attacks. All other ships provide cover. He had recognized the formidable power of the enemy ship, realizing even his T-3 vessel might not stand a chance. But he didn't forget that behind the Blizzard were the menacing T-2 ships of the Bloody Mary. Akiheim was not idle either. Seeing the tide of battle turning, she immediately ordered her T-2 ships to coordinate with the mysterious T-3 vessel. This was their hope for survival. Standing on the flagship's bridge, she gazed at the blue and white silhouette before her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. Previously, she had always been the one protecting her crew and the weak, never experiencing what it felt like to be protected. Now, back to the fierce duel between the two T-3 warships. The Flame Lion King was indeed powerful. Even though the Blizzard's laser beams had reached its star shield, the shield wall remained firm. However, its hull was being relentlessly bombarded by missiles. The missiles bypassed the star shield, heading straight for the Flame Lion King's gun positions. Warning: secondary gun number 17 destroyed. Warning: main gun number 3 damaged. Warning: main gun number 4, secondary gun 7, 8, and 9 malfunctioning, temporarily out of service. One bad news after another came through, making Scarface's expression darker by the second. He couldn't fathom how a single T-3 ship could turn the tide and even crush his T-3 Flame Lion King. Damn it! Wasn't the T-3 Flame Lion King supposed to be the strongest battlecruiser today? Why is it failing against this unknown opponent? Scarface raged. The bridge shook violently again. The hull was under heavy fire from the enemy's T-3 drones. Over half of the Flame Lion King's drones were already down, and the remaining ones had returned to the hangar for resupply. Meanwhile, the enemy drones, with their astonishing ammunition capacity, attacked the hull and drone launch ports, adding insult to injury. To make matters worse, the Flame Lion King's laser cannon had stopped rotating and entered a cool-down phase, while the opposing cannon continued its relentless assault. When the enemy's laser finally ceased, his star shield was left with a meager 50. However, Scarface comforted himself, thinking that the opponent's star shield couldn't be in much better shape either. The bow gun on this battleship is terrifying. If it takes 2 more hits, our ship will be done for. We have to take out that monster before the next round of attacks. Scarface glanced at the reset timer for the bow gun, 500 seconds total, with 400 seconds remaining. Just hold on for 400 more seconds, and the next attack will tear through the enemy's star shield and strike at the heart. Besides, he still had plenty of T-2 warships to back him up. On the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard, Zhao Chen glanced at the green numbers, representing the star shield's energy 85. He had grown increasingly fond of that bright green color. To live freely, how could he do without it? A quick look at the bow gun's reset timer showed 300 seconds. Zhao Chen calculated that it would take at most 2 rounds, maybe even 1, to sink the Flame Lion King. Meanwhile, the Blizzard's 4,500mm medium electromagnetic cannons and 16 medium pulse laser cannons weren't idle. As soon as they cooled down, they fired at the enemy ship's star shield. Scarface stared intently at the screen, watching the star shield energy plummet, feeling as if his heart was being squeezed. What kind of monster was this? The T-3 Flame Lion's main gun was originally just a 2,200mm electromagnetic cannon, but this demon ship had 4 2,500mm cannons. How is this not a battleship? Under this barrage of firepower, his star shield quickly dropped below 40, nearing the yellow warning line. At that moment, the enemy's bow gun started glowing blue again. How is this possible? Scarface was dumbfounded. It had been less than 300 seconds. He looked at his own weapons. They still needed a full 100 seconds to recharge. Despair and helplessness enveloped him, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, he wished he had never provoked the Bloody Mary mercenary group, and even more so, that he had never encountered this terrifying, mysterious battleship. The second volley of cluster lasers from the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser shot out, a massive blue beam slicing through the pitch-black space and striking the enemy ship's star shield once more. This time, the star shield flickered violently, clearly struggling with its energy supply. Seconds later, the shield wall finally failed, pierced through. The blue laser headed straight for the bow cannon of the T-3 Flame Lion, and in an instant, the entire weapon module began to disintegrate, ultimately turning to dust in the beam. Alarms blared incessantly on the bridge. Warning, star shield energy depleted. Warning, front armor is under attack. Warning, front armor is about to fail. Warning, bow cannon weapon module destroyed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Scarface had already disappeared. A few escape pods in the corner of the bridge were empty, and soon, the entire command center was engulfed by the laser. From the outside, the T-3 Flame Lion-class battlecruiser was pierced from bow to stern, leaving a gaping, shocking hole in its hull. This is unbelievable. In less than 5 minutes, a ship of the same class was annihilated, leaving Fong Shili stunned. Chitong stared intently at the blue and white warship, filled with mixed emotions. Over the next half hour, with the combined efforts of the T-3 Blizzard and the Bloody Mary's fleet, most of the enemy forces were wiped out, with only a few ships managing to escape. Zhao Chen did not order a pursuit, as they only had 1 warship, and it was better to be cautious. As the battle ended, Zhao Chen looked at the battle-worn mercenary fleet and sent a communication request to Chitong. A second later, a video window popped up, showing Chitong's figure on the screen. "Captain Chitong, long time no see," Zhao Chen greeted with a smile. Chitong bowed deeply. "Lord Zhao Chen, on behalf of the Bloody Mary, I extend our sincerest gratitude. Without you, we probably wouldn't have made it out of here today. Think nothing of it. We're partners, after all," Zhao Chen replied generously. "Did you learn about my ambush from Liyaki?" Chitong inquired. Zhao Chen nodded. "That's right. Thanks to her intelligence, I was able to find you in time. Luckily, we weren't too late. Thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you, my subordinates would have perished here," Chitong said sorrowfully. Despite escaping with their lives, she had lost many people in this battle, which filled her with frustration. Now's not the time for pleasantries. Although the battle is over, we still have work to do. "We need to leave here quickly," Zhao Chen reminded her. "Yes," Chitong bit her lip, seemingly torn about something. "Captain Chitong, if you have any concerns, feel free to share them." Zhao Chen noticed her hesitation. "Technically, I should be escorting these transport ships to your Xiaolong system as agreed. However, I'm very worried about my base. Since our fleet's movements were betrayed, the base is likely in jeopardy as well. So, I was thinking. Qidong's expression was complex. Unlike the fire lizard tribe of the Reef Starfield, which had fixed territories, mercenary groups like the Bloody Mary had no permanent base and always kept their headquarters discreet to ensure safety. I understand your concerns. How about this? Your fleet will escort the transport ships and wounded to the Xiaolong system as planned, while you ride on my warship to your base, Zhao Chen suggested. But what if there's a traitor in my fleet? If you leave, they might collaborate with the enemy, Akame said worriedly. Don't worry about the traitor. I have a device on my ship that can detect spies. Follow my instructions, and we'll root them out in half an hour, Zhao Chen said confidently. Akame was surprised, not expecting such capabilities from him. Though concerned about the safety of the main base, half an hour wouldn't delay much, and the fleet needed rest after the recent battle. All right, she agreed. Akame then ordered the fleet to stay put and followed Zhao Chen's instructions. Attention, all personnel, including all crew members, proceed to the hangar and board the shuttles immediately. No questions, move it. The confusing command echoed through the Bloody Mary battleship's intercom. Though puzzled, the crew complied. As they boarded the shuttle, they were surprised to find it heading straight for the T-3 battleship of their savior. The shuttle landed in the hangar, and as the doors opened, Akame's voice came through again. Everyone, line up in the hangar. This is the commander who saved us. He has prepared meals for everyone as a reward for your hard work. Collect your meals and then return to your quarters to rest. The crew was baffled. What's all this about? Why not just deliver the meals to each ship? They wondered. But when they saw the delicious meals made from natural ingredients, their mouths watered. They eagerly collected their meals and headed back, happy with their unexpected treat. Akame turned to Zhao Chen. Next batch. Zhao Chen shook his head. As more shuttles arrived, mercenaries happily collected their meals and left. The process was efficient, but Zhao Chen still hadn't revealed the traitor. Akame was confused. How could he identify the spy? Soon, Zhao Chen's gaze fixed on someone. Third row, fifth person, he said calmly. Akame followed his gaze and saw it was the deputy captain of AT-2 battle cruiser, someone she trusted deeply. She was shocked but decided to trust Zhao Chen and ordered her men to apprehend the deputy. Noticing the attention from the second floor and the approaching team, the deputy captain drew a laser gun and took a nearby unsuspecting colleague hostage. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot her, she screamed hysterically. The orderly hangar turned chaotic, with people screaming and running to avoid stray bullets. Akame was stunned, unable to believe her trusted officer was a traitor. She was both shocked and furious. Zhao Chen, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. He signaled to Akame and then walked down the gangway towards the deputy, his face a picture of confident composure. In the chaos, he was like a beacon of light in the dark. Stop. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. The traitorous deputy's voice shook as she pointed the gun at the hostage's head. I'll count to 3. If you don't release her, you'll regret it, Zhao Chen said calmly, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. 3, 2, I surrender. I'll release them. The adjutant decisively threw away his gun and knelt on the ground, sobbing. Akame was stunned, taking a moment to regain her composure. She waved a hand, signaling her subordinates to cuff the traitor. Her gaze turned to Zhao Chen, filled with a complex mix of emotions: shock, gratitude, and above all, admiration. Commander, just call me Zhao Chen, he said with a hearty laugh. Now that the mole's been caught, you should attend to matters at the main base. I'll escort your fleet safely to the Xiaolong system. The rest is up to you. Akame nodded firmly and gave him a solemn military salute. The sudden move left the mercenaries at the scene dumbfounded. The captain stepped forward, frowning as he pointed at his deputy. What are you doing? Put down the gun. The deputy ignored the captain's words, glaring fiercely at Akame on the second floor. With a self-mocking smile, she said, Captain, I don't know how I exposed myself, but even if I did, you'll never catch me. Now, get out of my way. I'm done. I warn you all, if anyone tries to shoot before I board the shuttle, this hostage dies with me. As long as I leave safely, she lives. The traitor began to inch towards the shuttle behind her, holding the hostage tightly. She knew full well that Akame, with her compassionate nature, would never sacrifice an innocent crew member. It seemed this double agent intended to escape by taking off in the shuttle. Akame looked at her former confidant in disbelief. Why? How did I wrong you? Why betray Bloody Mary? Everyone suddenly realized the traitor was among them all along. The captain, who had been trying to dissuade her moments before, turned pale with rage. You bastard! You're a traitor. Do you know how many brothers you've killed? The traitor sneered. Captain, you've treated me well, but my ambitions go beyond this. I'm not as hypocritical as you, saving those slaves and wasting our resources on them. If it weren't for your foolish kindness, we could have been living the high life, expanding our mercenary group, and even owning our own territory. It's all your fault. Akame's eyes turned cold, You could have chosen to leave. I never stopped you. Leave? If I left, I'd have nothing. I want wealth and luxury, not a life of poverty. So I'm going to take you down and claim my reward. They promised me a chest of gold and silver and my own fleet if I took you out. For your own selfish desires, you betrayed your comrades? Akame said coldly. Enough talking. Let me go, the traitor roared. Zhao Chen rubbed his ears. Can we skip the chit-chat and get to the point? Just then, the laser gun in the traitor's hand sparked as if disrupted. What's happening? She stared at her weapon in horror. Zhao Chen chuckled. Did you forget whose warship this is? The T3 Blizzard can disrupt personal weapons internally. This is just one of its tricks. He looked at Akame. We don't have time to waste. Akame nodded. Captain Zhou, follow protocol. Captain Zhou glared at the traitor. You shouldn't have used your sister's bodies as stepping stones. If you wanted a better life, you could have left openly. We wouldn't have blamed you, might have even wished you well. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The traitor's deputy backed away in terror, instinctively pulling the trigger, but no matter how hard she tried, the laser gun remained unresponsive. Several burly men seized the opportunity to tackle her to the ground and quickly subdued her. Captain Zhou drew her handgun, eyes bloodshot. Akame turned her face away, staring at the wall. Zhao Chen silently observed Akame. This was their first face-to-face encounter. Unlike when he first met Charlotte, Akame exuded a chilling aura that made people instinctively want to keep their distance. At her waist, she didn't carry an ordinary laser gun, but a finely crafted sword made of a special alloy. Within the Imperial Army, there were indeed some commanders who favored such traditional weapons, but it was a rare sight among mercenaries. With a bang, a splash of blood hit the ground and was quickly wiped away. As for the body, it was tossed into space. Sister Zhou silently led her team back to the shuttle. Although they held steaming lunchboxes in their hands, the thought that one of their close comrades had been a traitor was hard to accept, leaving everyone in low spirits. How did you figure out she was a problem? Qitong asked Zhao Chen. Would you be willing to take off your mask and let me see your real face? Zhao Chen countered. Qitong fell silent. Everyone has secrets, so let's just consider this one of mine. Zhao Chen shrugged. Qitong asked no further questions. Later, they uncovered 4 more traitors, 2 of whom were even serving on Qitong's flagship, much to her shock. She never dreamed that such double-crossers could be hiding in her most trusted inner circle. A mix of emotions surged through her, leaving her deeply conflicted. Zhao Chen observed but said nothing. Some things one needs to process on their own. In truth, Zhao Chen's ability to pinpoint these traitors was due to his eye of insight. Generally, the crew of the Bloody Mary would be grateful to their savior, whereas the traitors harbored hostility and even murderous intent towards Zhao Chen. By pulling in the suspicious individuals for questioning, the truth quickly came to light. The 5 spies caught this time had poor psychological fortitude. Once apprehended, they confessed immediately. A system notification sounded in Zhao Chen's mind. System task. Save the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Task difficulty. Level. Task objective. Ensure the safety of Qitong. Task reward. 10 task points and 6,000 system points. Additional task. Eliminate the enemy fleet pursuing the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Additional task. Uncover the traitors within the Bloody Mary mercenary group. System task completed. Please claim your rewards. Additional task 1 completed. Please claim your additional reward. Additional task 2 completed. Please claim your additional reward. With a thought, Zhao Chen claimed his rewards. Congratulations. You have received 10 task points and 6,000 system points. Additional task 1. Completion rate. 92. Received additional reward. 3,500 system points. Additional task 2. Completion rate. 100. Received additional reward. 2,000 system points. In an instant, Zhao Chen's system points skyrocketed by 11,500. System points, 13,320. Task points, 45. Hidden task triggered. Recruit Qitong, leader of the Bloody Mary mercenary group. Oh boy, the system is really stirring things up. Zhao Chen cast an inquisitive glance at the masked girl with the sword beside him. This leader, Qitong, didn't seem like an easy person to recruit. However, with her joining, the strength of the Xiaolong fleet would undoubtedly reach new heights. Zhao Chen pondered quietly, strategizing on how to win her over. After rooting out the traitor, Zhao Chen and Qitong prepared to board the T3 Blizzard to head to the Bloody Mary mercenary group's headquarters. As Qitong followed Zhao Chen onto the bridge of the T3 Blizzard, she was taken aback by the luxurious and grandiose sight before her. Despite having seen many T3 warship bridges, she had never encountered one as magnificent as this. Reflecting on the terrifying power the warship had displayed earlier, she couldn't help but recall the saying. A beautiful warship may not be powerful, but a powerful warship is always beautiful. These are the coordinates for our Bloody Mary headquarters, Qitong said, handing a string of numbers to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at his secretary, Lilith, who immediately began inputting the course. This location is on the border between the Northwind starfield and the Reef starfield. Zhao Chen recognized the coordinates. That's right. It allows us to operate within the Empire more conveniently, Qitong replied. From our current position, it will take about a day to get there. Zhao Chen noticed the concern in her eyes. Qitong nodded slightly, silently praying his words seemed futile. Do you know who is attacking us this time? Zhao Chen asked. I can make a good guess, Qitong replied, seeing his curiosity. It's the Crown Prince's faction from the Xingyao Empire. The Crown Prince's faction? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Yes, Qitong elaborated. The Xingyao Empire has 3 princes, as you know. Zhao Chen nodded, having heard of them. The eldest prince is the brother of the little princess whom your sister follows and is the heir, the future ruler of the empire. The other 2 princes are from different concubines. The faction I'm referring to is the noble faction formed by the 2nd and 3rd princes. On the surface, it appears to be a political group, but in reality, they engage in unsavory activities. One such activity is the abduction of slaves from various places. Over 70% of the empire's slave trade is connected to the Crown Prince's faction. Sometimes, to strengthen their networks, they even hunt higher-class interstellar species, like succubi. At this point, Qitong glanced at Lilith, indicating she had realized Lilith's identity. As for ordinary slaves, they are thrown into the market for sale. Although the profit from the slave trade isn't as high as that from arms and food, the costs are minimal. Mentioning this, Qitong's eyes filled with disdain. My younger brother was taken by slave traders and suffocated to death in the ship's hold due to a malfunction in the supply system. Since then, I've disrupted every slave trade I've come across. Over the years, I've ruined dozens of the Crown Prince's factions deals. Their lackeys must hate me to the core, but because Bloody Mary is elusive, they never had a chance to strike. Who would have thought that we would be brought down by a former comrade? Hearing the connection between the Crown Prince's faction and the royal family, Zhao Chen was surprised. Guided by Lilith's charted course, the T3 Blizzard headed towards their destination. A day later, they arrived near the coordinates. Zhao Chen immediately ordered the entire ship to enter combat readiness. The location of Bloody Mary's headquarters was likely compromised, and there was a risk of encountering enemy forces. The T3 Blizzard was not at its peak condition. Facing a large enemy fleet might necessitate a retreat. Fortunately, its mobility was top-notch, and no T3 warship could stop it. However, the eerie calmness on the starship's radar was unsettling. Over there, Qitong pointed to a specific spot on the radar. Although this region of space had almost no reference points, she knew every inch of it as if it were her own backyard. Moments later, the group finally saw a faint light in the dark expanse of the universe. But as the T3 Blizzard approached, the scene that unfolded made Zhao Chen and Qitong's faces change drastically. Especially Qitong, whose blood-red eyes were burning with rage. Even Zhao Chen could feel her hand trembling as she held her sword, the scabbard seemingly on the verge of shattering from her anger. Ahead lay a space station that had been subjected to a brutal bombardment, surrounded by battle scars and the wreckage of starships. The station wasn't large, roughly the size of 10 T3 Blizzards combined. More astonishingly, many parts of it were cobbled together from abandoned ship hulls. Zhao Chen scanned the debris, piecing together its original form. It was a makeshift space station, likely starting with a single core and gradually expanding with new modules. As a mercenary group without territory, the Bloody Mary had no means to build a proper space station. In fact, many similar nomadic forces constructed their bases this way. But now, this former home of the Bloody Mary was in ruins. The hulls bore scars from heavy shelling, occasional explosions erupted from internal oxygen leaks, and even some corpses floated among the wreckage. Zhao Chen glanced at Qitong beside him, realizing they had arrived too late. Judging by the scene, the Bloody Mary mercenary group and their base had likely been attacked simultaneously. The most plausible scenario was that there were traitors inside the base who had coordinated the assault from within and without. Qitong closed her eyes, biting her lip, struggling to suppress her fury, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open and exclaimed, "No, something's wrong." Her sudden outburst startled everyone present. What had Qitong discovered? Could there be an unknown secret hidden amidst this devastation? Zhao Chen pondered, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. No matter what, he was determined to uncover the truth and give Qitong the answers she deserved. Akim surveyed the surrounding starship wreckage and immediately spoke up. The number of wrecks doesn't match. The warships left at the main base aren't this few. At most, this is only 2/3 of them, some must have escaped. She turned to Zhao Chen and pleaded, "Commander, may I use your ship's electronic communication equipment?" Of course, Zhao Chen agreed. Akim quickly began operating the equipment and soon intercepted a hidden signal containing a message and a set of coordinates. "There's a traitor," Zhao Chen noted, glancing at the message before looking at Akim. Akim explained excitedly, This is a code we use internally. It means to evacuate immediately after the base is attacked. We had prearranged several evacuation points, and survivors would leave hidden communication codes in those areas. Using special methods, this code can be preserved locally for a week to a month. It can only be received on the corresponding channel. Could it be a trap set by the traitor? Zhao Chen asked. Akame shook her head. Impossible. See this symbol? It represents our deputy leader, the person I trust the most. Anyone could betray me, but not her. Besides, those guys had no reason to deceive me. They were confident this operation would succeed without a hitch. If not for your timely rescue, we wouldn't have escaped at all. So, they have no reason to leave a false trail. With that, Akame looked earnestly at Zhao Chen. Since we're here, we must find them, dead or alive. Zhao Chen made a decisive order for the fleet to set off according to the coordinates in the communication. Before departure, Akame kept her eyes on the ruins, her expression solemn, as if mourning her fallen comrades. Several minutes later, the T3 Blizzard arrived at the second set of coordinates. Unexpectedly, there was an asteroid. Although the interstellar frontier is mostly desolate, occasionally, you encounter such celestial bodies. Several warships were moored on the asteroid's surface, all bearing signs of battle. Due to the sudden arrival of the T3 Blizzard, the ships immediately went into combat readiness. With Zhao Chen's approval, Akame identified herself over the public channel. The other side quickly dropped their hostility and initiated a communication request. The screen showed an older human female. Akame, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold the main base. The deputy leader's face was full of guilt. Sister Pei, don't blame yourself. Just tell me the current situation. Akame responded, surprisingly composed. Despite her anger and despair along the way, she could always quickly adjust her mindset, a valuable quality for a commander. Just a day ago, our headquarters was attacked by a fleet. Simultaneously, internal traitors coordinated with the enemy, causing immediate chaos. I had no choice but to lead the remnants in a desperate escape, and we've been hiding here ever since, Sister Pei recounted, while curiously glancing at Zhao Chen beside Akame. Akame then explained her own ordeal and how Zhao Chen had extended a helping hand. Commander, thank you for your assistance, Sister Pei exclaimed. She was initially shocked to hear that Akame had also been attacked, but upon learning that Zhao Chen had saved her, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The immediate priority is to evacuate as soon as possible. This place isn't safe for long. If you don't mind, you can take refuge in my territory, Zhao Chen suggested. Due to the Stargate network not being accessible yet, it's relatively safe and rarely visited by outsiders, Zhao Chen suggested. Qitong and Sister Pei exchanged a glance and agreed unanimously. After that, Qitong learned from Sister Pei about the detailed losses. Originally, there were nearly 5,000 people in the base camp, 500 of whom were combat personnel, with the rest being logistics and slaves rescued by Qitong. After this battle, only 1,000 out of the 5,000 managed to escape, cramming into several warships. The group prepared to return to the Xiaolong territory, but Qitong and Sister Pei proposed going back to the base camp to see if there were any valuable supplies left. After all, it was once their home. Zhao Chen readily agreed. The T3 Blizzard and the remaining warships returned to the space station ruins. Zhao Chen and Qitong stood on the bridge, watching the shuttles navigate through the wreckage. They were not only searching for useful resources, but also recovering the bodies of their fallen comrades. No one wanted to see their comrades' souls drifting aimlessly in the vast cosmos after death. Let's go grab something to eat, Zhao Chen said to Qitong. I'm not really hungry, Qitong whispered. Zhao Chen placed a hand on her shoulder. I know you're feeling down, but you need to keep your strength up. It's the best way to honor our fallen comrades. With his encouragement, Qitong finally agreed to go to the dining hall. Since there was still some time to wait, some of the Blizzard crew members were also able to take a break. Qitong was surprised by the spacious and clean dining hall, especially the delicious food in front of the Orc crew members. Is this what your crew eats? She asked in amazement. That's right. Zhao Chen nodded and used his authority to order a meal for Qitong. Qitong stared at the steaming dish in front of her. Is this made from natural ingredients? Yes, it tastes fantastic, Zhao Chen replied. Qitong took a bite, her expression changing slightly. This is worlds apart from nutrient packs. Are you curious about their backgrounds? Zhao Chen asked while eating. Qitong hesitated for a moment and then nodded. She had noticed that Qitong occasionally glanced at the necks, ankles, and wrists of the female crew members, where there were marks from long-term shackles. You guessed it right, they were once slaves. I bought them to serve as crew members. From the perspective that where there's buying, there's killing, I might be the kind of person you despise, Zhao Chen admitted. Qitong was stunned and momentarily speechless. If we could all enjoy this kind of treatment, being a slave to the commander wouldn't be so bad. An Orc female crew member at the next table chimed in with a cheeky grin, then stuck her tongue out at Zhao Chen. Sorry, Commander, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. If you're angry, just punish me. The other orc female soldiers, who had been secretly observing Zhao Chen, silently cursed the bold girl for daring to flirt with the commander right in front of him. However, they couldn't help but admire her courage, as she was openly challenging the commander's authority. Can't you keep quiet even while eating? Zhao Chen looked at the bold half-beast female crew member. She bit her chopsticks and grinned. Whether I can or not, it's up to you, isn't it? Zhao Chen was taken aback, wondering if he had been too lenient with them, emboldening them to tease him. Even though they have lowly status, you haven't mistreated or humiliated them. Instead, you've provided them with a place to stay and good benefits. You're completely different from those who buy slaves for their own selfish desires, Akame said firmly. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. I'm not as noble as you think. Akame studied the extraordinary man before her, feeling more and more that he was special. Let's get to business. What are your plans now? Zhao Chen asked. Your mercenary group has suffered heavy losses, your base has been destroyed, and those enemies might still be chasing you. On top of that, you have a lot of people to take care of. Akame looked down at her plate and sighed. Honestly, I don't know what to do. Zhao Chen looked her in the eye. I have a suggestion if you're interested. Go ahead, Commander. Akame replied respectfully, perhaps out of gratitude for saving her life. A stark contrast to her initial hostile demeanor. If you don't mind, you and your people can join my fleet. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take you over. It'd be a temporary cooperation. I happen to need more hands, and we can sign a 1 to 3-year contract. During this period, I'll be your boss. You work for me, and I'll provide the same benefits as my crew members. Plus, I can ensure your safety. You've seen my fleet's strength, right? I have many more ships like this, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the half-beast crew members enjoying their meal. Akame hesitated, clearly intrigued. Seeing her wavering, Zhao Chen offered an additional incentive. Besides, I can help you get your revenge. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Recruit Akame, leader of the Blood Mary mercenary group. Complete the current mission to unlock the details of the side mission Akame's revenge. Akame stared at Zhao Chen in surprise. I told you. My enemies are backed by the prince's faction. Zhao Chen interrupted. I don't care about their faction. Just tell me, are you in or not? He fixed his gaze on Akame. Once we regroup, we'll take down their stronghold. Hearing the word revenge, Akame was completely swayed. She knew that with Blood Mary's current strength, revenge was a pipe dream. Even protecting her comrades was a struggle. Are you really willing to take us in? Akame asked slowly. Of course, Zhao Chen extended his hand. We were partners before. Now we'll be comrades in arms if you're willing. Akame stood up and solemnly shook his hand. For the next 3 years, my subordinates and I will be at your service. No need for loyalty, Zhao Chen said, feeling the calluses on her hand from years of sword practice. Think of this as a straightforward exchange of interests. I give you what you want, you help me achieve my goals. Simple as that. Hidden mission to recruit Akame, leader of the Blood Mary mercenary group, completed. Please claim your reward. Side mission Akame's revenge activated. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen and Akame returned to the bridge. In just the span of a meal, their statuses had dramatically changed. Akame needed to contact Sister Pei first to inform her of her decision. Although she had the final say in the mercenary group, she was accustomed to explaining her thoughts to her subordinates. As expected, everyone agreed with the proposal. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, appearing to rest. Claim mission rewards. Congratulations, you have earned 5,000 system points. Even though it was just points, it was exactly what Zhao Chen needed. System points, 18,320. Seeing the number, Zhao Chen immediately opened the store and redeemed the long-coveted T3 Starship technology. Would you like to spend 18,000 system points and 30 mission points to redeem the T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ship blueprint? Confirm redemption. Congratulations on obtaining the T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ship blueprint. In an instant, his points dropped to 0, leaving only 320 points and 15 mission points. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had completed a major milestone of the quarterly mission by redeeming the T3 Starship technology from the system store. As for wrapping up the quarterly mission, it was merely a matter of time until the new battleship was operational. Zhao Chen had long awaited this T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ship. It was considered the best T3 industrial ship he knew of. The construction space was several times larger than the T2 Hammer class, and the shipbuilding efficiency was also significantly improved. For example, with the T3 Blizzard, the T2 Hammer would typically take over 2 months to build, but with the T3 Furnace, 5 ships could be built in just 1 month. Admittedly, the cost of the T3 Furnace was also staggering, with a single ship costing 60 million star coins, 4 to 5 times that of the T3 Blizzard. However, given its advantages, the cost was trivial. With a few T3 furnaces and enough materials, Zhao Chen could mass-produce T3 warships. Not to mention, he could also build the legendary T4 Reborn-class clone warship. This was the key move for the soaring of the Xiaolong fleet. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't contain his excitement. The grand plan was within his grasp, and the future looked promising. The Bloody Mary mercenary group consists of over 3,000 female soldiers and more than 5,000 support staff. We'll first assess the female soldiers, and those who pass will be integrated into the Xiaolong fleet. The rest will be settled on the dwarf planet. Lilith reported to Zhao Chen on how to allocate the Bloody Mary's personnel. She looked at Zhao Chen and added, "Commander, are you sure you want to keep the qualified mercenaries together rather than mix them with others?" Zhao Chen understood her concern and shook his head, saying, "The Bloody Mary joined us as partners. If we scatter them right away, wouldn't it imply that we distrust them? If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't doubt them. Since we're going to use them, we need to use them boldly." Lilith suddenly understood. In fact, Zhao Chen had a backup plan. He could always install some backdoors in the Bloody Mary's warships. If the mercenaries were loyal, those backdoors would never be needed. But if something went wrong, he wouldn't hesitate to use them. Moreover, under the eye of insight, none of the female mercenaries posed a threat to him at the moment. The bridge door opened, and Qitong, now dressed in the Xiaolong fleet uniform, walked in. The only things unchanged were the sword at her waist and the mask on her face. Zhao Chen didn't mind her reluctance to show her true face. Everyone has secrets, and there's no need to force them out. When they want to talk, they will. "Commander, Qitong reporting for duty," she said, standing straight like a professional officer. "How are you settling in? Getting used to everything?" Zhao Chen asked with concern. Qitong replied, "Everything is fine. The living facilities are complete, and you've even provided free meals for the first month. I really don't know how to thank you. No need to be so polite. We're family now. But for future expenses, I'm afraid they'll have to manage on their own. This planet also houses dwarves, and I can't favor one group over another," Zhao Chen said seriously. Qitong understood and said, "I get it. I've also visited the dwarves' living area. Everyone works in the factories to earn their food, which is only fair. Though our people may not be as talented as the dwarves, they can still handle some basic tasks. We've also discussed it among ourselves, and we'll deduct a portion from our monthly salary to support the children and those in need. You've helped us so much already. We can't trouble you any further." Zhao Chen continued, "Regarding the original crew of the Bloody Mary, I have a plan. First, we need to determine if your people are competent enough. The assessment standards will be based on those of the Goddess Academy. Those who don't meet the standards will have to undergo further training until they pass. Your original warships will be decommissioned. You can keep them for personal use, but they can only operate within this star sector. Here are the new ships I've prepared for you." He displayed models of the T2 Black Rhino and T2 Snow Mastiff, adding, "I'll share the operational data with you." Qitong wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Chen's arrangements. Over the past few days, she had witnessed the power of the Xiaolong fleet's warships, each one a top performer in its class. Even a single T2 Black Rhino could take on a T2 battlecruiser, making the old Bloody Mary ships look like mere toys in comparison. Zhao Chen's willingness to allocate such ships to them was unexpected, leaving her no reason to refuse. "By the way, as per our previous agreement, once the last batch of materials is delivered, I'll transfer the 1.5 billion star coins as your commission," Zhao Chen said as he prepared to make the transfer. Qitong quickly stopped him. "Commander, there's no need to mention the commission. After all, we are now under your command." "No way, this is the contract we signed. It has nothing to do with you being my subordinates now. These are two separate matters," Zhao Chen said firmly. Qitong countered, "Then tell me, how much do you think the lives of those you saved are worth?" Zhao Chen was at a loss for words. A faint smile crossed Qitong's face. "Commander, we appreciate your intentions. If it weren't for your intervention, we wouldn't be here, let alone talking about 1.5 billion star coins. We'd probably be space debris by now. So, not only did you save us, but you also saved a lot of money. Since you put it that way, I'll keep that 1.5 billion in reserve for you. If you decide to leave when the time comes, I can even throw in those battleships as a bonus," Zhao Chen said with a smile. Leave? In 3 years, Zhao Chen was confident he could tame this group of mercenaries. Also, regarding the forces that attacked you, I'm a bit short on intel. You might need to investigate on your own. I'll give you AT2 Black Rhino right now to gather the relevant information. If you find anything concrete, we can launch a military operation by early October." Zhao Chen's enthusiasm seemed to indicate he was more eager for revenge than Qitong herself. Qitong was touched by his urgency but replied, "I'll gather the information, but there's no need to rush the revenge. The faction behind the attack is backed by the Prince's party, and any move against them could have far-reaching consequences." Compared to her earlier fury, Qitong was now much calmer. Seeing her comrades finally settled, she was worried that revenge might disrupt this hard-won peace. It might be unfair to the fallen soldiers, but the bigger picture was more important. "No, don't worry about the revenge. I promise to help you, and I will see it through. We must settle this score," Zhao Chen declared emphatically, as if he were the one seeking vengeance. In fact, his determination stemmed from a side mission given by the system. The mission was to investigate and eliminate the leader of the slave trading organization under the Prince's Party, as well as the fleet commander who attacked the Bloody Mary stronghold, and to destroy their base. The reward was a T-4 interstellar battleship blueprint. Such a tempting prize was enough to push Zhao Chen to go all out. Who would have thought that a mere side mission could offer such an enticing reward, potentially elevating the strength of the Xiaolong fleet to new heights? Zhao Chen clenched his fist in determination, vowing to complete the mission flawlessly and redeem his honor. Akihito was deeply moved by Zhao Chen's trust and dedication to her cause. Upon receiving the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate arranged by Zhao Chen, Akihito immediately prepared for departure. Before setting off, she specifically instructed Deputy Commander Pei Shengnan to obey the orders of Lord Zhao Chen's commander in the Xiaolong star system. Pei Shengnan assured her that there would be no problem. Although she was initially wary of this man's Xiaolong fleet, a few days of interaction revealed it to be the life she had always dreamed of. Powerful interstellar warships, excellent living conditions. Could there be a better place? In a video call, Zhao Chen sternly reminded Akihito to prioritize her safety above all and to avoid taking unnecessary risks. Losing such a valuable employee would be unacceptable. Akihito nodded in agreement, promising that even if she didn't take care of herself, she would take good care of the interstellar warship Zhao Chen had given her. Zhao Chen was speechless, thinking this girl must have a peculiar way of thinking, being more concerned about the warship than herself. As the modified T-2 Black Rhino warship, its emblem concealed, departed, Zhao Chen secretly harbored high hopes. He admitted that his focus on Akihito's revenge was largely driven by the substantial rewards from a side Missiona technical blueprint for a T-4 interstellar warship. Given the current inability to upgrade the T-4 Maul in the short term, the opportunity to obtain a T-4 warship blueprint through a mission was one he couldn't afford to miss. A few days later, Zhao Chen received a communication request from an old friend, Li Yaqi. Entering the holographic communication room, he found Li Yaqi waiting, and she got straight to the point about Akihito joining Zhao Chen's fleet. Zhao Chen explained that considering Akihito's current situation, it was too dangerous for her to be outside, and he happened to need more personnel. Li Yaqi agreed, acknowledging it as the best choice. The conversation soon shifted to more pressing matters. Li Yaqi excitedly revealed that the imperial military procurement was about to begin, with an unprecedented scale. For any starship manufacturer, securing a military procurement order meant immense success. No leading starship company lacked military orders. They were a symbol of status and strength, the best advertisement. This time, the procurement of T-2 interstellar destroyers was the biggest opportunity, surpassing any previous instance. The expected purchase of 10,000 ships came with a budget of 40 billion star coins. As she spoke, Li Yaqi's eyes gleamed fiercely, like a tigress in heat. 10,000 ships? Even Zhao Chen was stunned by the number. According to the Imperial military's secondary fleet composition, 10,000 T-2 interstellar destroyers would suffice for about 15 Legion-level interstellar fleets. Theoretically, the Imperial secondary fleet shouldn't need that many T-2 interstellar destroyers. Li Yaqi further disclosed that the Hurricane Consortium was determined to win this time. They were developing T-3 interstellar destroyers and T-3 interstellar transport ships and were at a critical stage, desperately needing substantial research funds. This urgency had even caused significant issues in their financial chain. Therefore, their internal information indicated that they must secure this T-2 interstellar destroyer military procurement order at all costs. This order would provide the necessary funds to complete the development of the two T-3 interstellar warships, allowing the Hurricane Consortium to evolve and join the ranks of the truly elite interstellar conglomerates of the Starry Empire. Mentioning the Hurricane Consortium, Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, knowing that Li Yaqi's visit was undoubtedly to throw a wrench in their plans. Sure enough, Li Yaqi flashed a cunning smile and revealed that the T-2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer had been successfully built. The production line was fully operational, and 30 ships had already been completed. She was ready to take these T-2 Tibetan Mastiffs to the upcoming military procurement event, determined to snatch the order from the Hurricane Consortium. Zhao Chen joked that by then, the Hurricane Consortium would probably want to kill her. Li Yaqi, with her head held high, confidently stated, "If you choose to ride the waves, you can't fear the reefs and undercurrents in your way." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and told her to let him know if she needed any help. He would offer his full support. After ending the call, Zhao Chen felt elated. If they could secure this military procurement order worth 40 billion star coins, he would get at least 25 billion. 25 billion. Thinking about this astronomical figure, he could almost see a massive interstellar fleet under his command, ready for action. The thought alone made his blood boil with excitement. Chu Xian? What's the occasion today that everyone is calling? When his handheld terminal beeped with a video call request from Chu Xian, Zhao Chen thought to himself before eagerly clicking the accept button. You. Chu Xian's face turned bright red with embarrassment and anger at being teased. Just then, an untimely cough came from the video window. The sound was unmistakably familiar. It was Chu Laotu's figure appearing behind Chu Xian. Instantly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Zhao Chen felt immensely awkward, having flirted with someone's granddaughter right in front of her grandfather. And Chu Laotu was no ordinary person. As a five-star marshal, he was formidable enough to lead an interstellar fleet to his doorstep to snatch a grandson-in-law. Zhao Chen immediately straightened up and said seriously, Chu Xian, how is the first batch of T3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyers performing? If there are any issues or uncertainties, feel free to ask me directly. At that moment, Zhao Chen's expression was stern, a stark contrast to his previous playful demeanor. Chu Xian rolled her eyes at him, fully aware of why he had changed his tone so quickly. With her back to her grandfather, she mouthed angrily, I'll deal with you later. Then she also adopted a serious tone. The production and manufacturing of the T3 Yanlong are going smoothly. The reason I contacted you is that the Xingyao Empire is about to hold a military procurement fair, and I will be attending on behalf of my grandfather. He hopes you can accompany me. Zhao Chun was taken aback. Just moments ago, Li Yaqi had mentioned the military procurement event, and now Chu Xian was inviting him to attend. The two events coincided perfectly. He thought to himself, it would be beneficial to get out and see more. The military procurement fair will feature numerous interstellar warships, which could broaden my horizons and be better than working in isolation. Even Chu Laotu added, traveling and observing will undoubtedly be very enlightening. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Chun felt that there was no harm in this. He had no pressing matters at hand, and could use this opportunity to explore the Xingyao Empire's strengths. Moreover, the Xiaolong fleet was in its infancy and would inevitably interact with the forces within the Xingyao Empire in the future. If Li Yaqi encountered any trouble, he could also assist her promptly. Zhao Chen guessed that Chu Laotu's intention was to push him to the forefront, binding him to the Chu family's cause. But this also served as a form of protection. The Chu family's reputation was quite formidable. All right, I'll get ready. Just give me a time, Zhao Chen agreed. Arrive at the main starport of the third star system in the central star region of Xingyao before the end of September, Chu Xian instructed. The star systems under the central star region of Xingyao had no names. Perhaps they had once had them, but after the establishment of the Xingyao Empire, the names of the star systems in the central star region were abolished and replaced with numerical prefixes. The lower the number, the higher the status of that star system within the central star region. Got it. I'll contact you when I arrive. Zhao Chen noted the time and place. They then discussed the usage of the T3 Yanlong. It was reported that the Chu family had been utilizing them very effectively. Of the 30 T3 Yanlongs, 20 had already been deployed to serve on the Empire's borders under the Chu family's control. After the communication ended, Chu Xian excitedly began her preparations. Although there was still over a month until the agreed time, she was already eagerly anticipating it. Unexpectedly, Chu Laotu suddenly asked, when did you and Zhao Chen become so close? Nearly causing Chu Xian to trip over herself. Chu Xian blushed and stammered, Grandpa, that guy was just spouting nonsense. Didn't you say before that our identity is just to control Zhao Chen and protect him? It's all fake. It doesn't count. Actually, a fake relationship turning real wouldn't be so bad, Old Master Chu said nonchalantly. Grandpa. Chu Xian stomped her foot in frustration. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she ran off without looking back. Old Master Chu watched his granddaughter's retreating figure from his reclining chair in the courtyard. His mind drifted to the impressive sight of the T3 Yanlong. Witnessing the T3 Yanlong's extraordinary performance firsthand had made him see Zhao Chun in a new light. Although he had previously been impressed by the blueprints and descriptions, those were just theoretical. Seeing the T3 Yanlong in active service made him truly appreciate the young man's talent. The T3 Yanlong's cost-effectiveness was astonishing. Despite its low production cost, it was a highly capable T3 interstellar destroyer, and its performance on the frontier battlefield was commendable. He eagerly anticipated the T4 interstellar destroyer Zhao Chun was working on, finding the prospect of waiting 3 years increasingly unbearable. On this late August day in the galactic calendar, it was a momentous occasion for Zhao Chun, the Xiaolong fleet, and the Xiaolong system. The T3 Huiyue-class Stargate in the Lion King system had been completed and was set to be connected today. This would free the Xiaolong system from the embarrassing situation of having no Stargate. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen, Lilith, and Chief Engineer Annie stood solemnly, watching the low-frequency operation of the T3 Huiyue No. 1 Stargate through the window. There were 10 minutes left until the scheduled connection time. Annie's expression was especially serious. This Stargate was her brainchild, built under her direct supervision. Although it had completed 80 of its trial runs, the crucial Stargate connection had yet to be attempted due to various delays. Today, this Stargate would finally be complete. An unconnected Stargate was like an incomplete shell. Report, 5 minutes remaining. We can initiate the Stargate connection channel. Sister Nyo reported from the site. Initiate the Stargate connection channel. Annie ordered immediately. Initiating Stargate connection channel. Awaiting signal from the other Stargate. Sister Nyo reported. Everyone waited in silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time seemed to freeze, each second dragging on. The scheduled time arrived, but the T3 Huiwen number 1 Stargate remained inactive. Zhao Chen remained silent, knowing that this was just the estimated time. Given the vast distance, a slight delay was normal. 5 more minutes passed, and still no response from the T3 Huiwen number 1 Stargate. Annie bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Then, in the 8th minute, a miracle occurred. The T3 Huiwen number 1 Stargate suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Between its two semicircular frames, a ripple of radiant light appeared, like waves spreading across a calm lake. Report, we've connected to the T3 Lunar Gate number 2. Nyo Jie exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement, a rare sight for someone usually so composed. And, however, didn't immediately show her joy and instead sternly instructed a thorough confirmation of the connection to T3 Lunar Gate number 2. Nyo Jie firmly replied that she had personally verified it 10 times, and was certain it was the signal from T3 Lunar Gate number 2. Additionally, they had received a navigation request from a T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate, poised to jump through. All eyes turned to Zhao Chen, whose single command would determine whether the gate would open. Permission granted, Zhao Chen said calmly. The words had barely left his lips when Nyo Jie eagerly sprang into action. Moments later, as if to validate her claim, the T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate, designated 005, appeared smoothly on the other side of T3 Lunar Gate number 1 in the Xiaolong system, showing no signs of its interstellar journey. Report, the gate jump was stable with no issues. Nyo Jie announced, ecstatic with the good news, and was so overjoyed she jumped up and down on Zhao Chen's bridge, cheering, "Oh yeah, we did it." Even Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. The connection between the Xiaolong system and the Lion King system was now established. From this moment on, there would be no more barriers between the two locations, eliminating the need for the previous half-month journey and reducing travel to mere seconds. Lilith inquired about the resource consumption for this jump, and Nyo Jie promptly reported a figure of approximately 200 star coins. As expected, gate travel required significant resources. Compared to the 4,000 to 5,000 star coins Zhao Chen had previously spent traveling to the Lion King system in his T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, this was quite economical. However, deploying a large interstellar fleet through the gate, such as a legion of 3,000 T2 starships, would cost nearly 600,000 star coins for a single trip. Maintaining a formidable fleet requires not just its sheer size, but also a continuous flow of resources to cover daily expenses and travel costs. Without this, even the mightiest fleet would be rendered useless. Let's go check out the Lion King system, Zhao Chen suggested. The T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser then slowly entered the T3 Lunar Gate, instantly traversing to the Lion King system. Waiting for them were several Xiaolong fleet starships, including the T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber, T3 Andromeda-class medical ship, and T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship. Charlotte and Zhao Wanner popped up on video screens, greeting Zhao Chen enthusiastically. Now that we have the gate, we no longer need to worry about the distance between the two systems. The Lion King system is like a satellite to the Xiaolong system, Zhao Chen said with satisfaction. Charlotte and Zhao Wanner then took turns testing the gate with their ships, and everything went smoothly without any issues. With the successful completion of the gate connection, there was no pressing matter requiring Zhao Chen's attention within his territory. The journey to the Imperial Arms Purchase Gala in the central region of Starshine was now set, with Zhao Chen planning to depart in mid-September. Before leaving, he needed to ensure that all affairs were properly arranged. Lilith's assistant will continue to stay in the Xiaolong star system to oversee the overall situation, while the Lion King star system will be managed by Charlotte and Ailey. Annie, in addition to managing the industrial development of the Xiaolong star system, also has to oversee the industrial growth of the dwarf planet in the Lion King star system. Before the stargates were connected, this was quite a challenging task, but now it seems effortless. Upon learning that Zhao Chen was heading to the central star region of Xingyao, Zhao Wanner also expressed her desire to accompany him. She hadn't seen her elder sister for a long time and wanted to take this opportunity to visit her in the central star region. Moreover, with no ongoing conflicts, Zhao Wanner found herself with some free time. After much consideration, Zhao Chen agreed to Zhao Wanner's request. After all, he seldom saw his elder sister, and having Zhao Wanner around might help ease the atmosphere. Prepare yourself and temporarily leave your T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber in the Lion King star system under the deputy captain's command, Zhao Chen instructed. Understood. Zhao Wanner replied excitedly, not sure whether it was because she could see her elder sister or because she could accompany Zhao Chen. In mid-September, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner set off for the central star region of Xingyao. Just before leaving the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen received another exciting piece of news. Since the completion of the two stargates, the production capacity of 30 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships had been fully devoted to shipbuilding in September. In just half a month, more than 10 combat starships had been put into service, most of them being T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, which have a very short construction cycle. This increased the number of combat starships in the Xiaolong fleet to over 30, meaning Zhao Chen's quarterly task would be completed half a month ahead of schedule. A notification window for the quarterly task appeared, indicating that he could now redeem a T3 starship from the system store for completing the task of having 30 combat starships. Zhao Chen eagerly clicked to claim the reward, anticipating what kind of surprise this quarterly task would bring him. Congratulations! You have received a T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship blueprint. When Zhao Chen learned that he had acquired the technical blueprints for a T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, he was so excited that he could hardly breathe for several seconds. To put things in perspective, carrier starships are one of the two main types of warships on the interstellar battlefield and are terrifying in their capabilities. Even the technologically advanced Xingyao Empire only has one T3 carrier, and it's a medium-sized one. But the one Zhao Chen had was a genuine heavy carrier starship, a cut above the rest. What does owning a heavy carrier mean? It means Zhao Chen now possesses a super aerial fortress capable of carrying more interstellar fighter jets and drones. For a carrier, interstellar fighters and drones are its primary weapons for decimating enemy forces, and the more, the better. Eagerly, Zhao Chen began to examine the technical specifications of this prized possession. The data was dense and overwhelming, but every bit of it highlighted the ship's power and dominance. Seeing this series of thrilling statistics, Zhao Chen felt his throat tighten, his breathing quicken, his chest heave, and his face flush. His eyes were filled with an indescribable desire. This T3 Phoenix-class carrier starship was flawless, practically a mobile aerial fortress. The first thing that caught his eye was its extraordinary defensive capabilities. As a T3 class starship, the Phoenix-class carrier naturally came equipped with the standard T3 shield system. However, it had something unique. It wasn't just one shield but 6 independent defensive fields. While it couldn't match the all-around defense of a T4 starship, it was exponentially stronger than the average T3 starship with a single shield. Additionally, it was outfitted with numerous close-in defense cannons and defensive intercept missiles, showcasing meticulous attention to detail in terms of caution and protection. As for offensive weaponry, it was even more intimidating. For the first time, Zhao Chen had interstellar fighter jets, a concept entirely different from drones. These fighters, piloted by humans, were expensive and limited in number but boasted a large payload and could carry out more complex missions independently. They were more responsive and adaptable in the ever-changing battlefield. The T3 Phoenix carried a whopping 300 interstellar fighter jets, perfectly meeting the full configuration of a large combat fleet. Moreover, it had 30 T3 Huofenglass heavy interstellar stealth bombers, a technology even the Xingyao Empire hadn't fully mastered. Currently, only the Sacred Radiance Empire in the entire Galactic Alliance possessed mature stealth bomber technology. Reflecting on the impressive performance of the previously encountered T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers and imagining the terrifying power of the heavy T3 Huofenglass, Zhao Chen was already exhilarated just by picturing it in his mind. A single salvo could annihilate any T3 class starship in an instant if the enemy showed the slightest negligence. They were the most fearsome reapers on the interstellar battlefield, the embodiment of death. If paired with the T3 Phantom-class stealth bombers, they would be an unstoppable golden duo, a match made in heaven. The T3 Phoenix also carried 3,000 T3 Black Phoenix-class medium interstellar drones, which were a formidable force in their own right. They are multipurpose drones, combining the capabilities of both interstellar interceptors and fighters, making them versatile for both offense and defense. Adding 20 T3 White Phoenix electronic warfare stealth drones to the mix makes this drone army even more formidable. These functional drones can severely disrupt enemy ships' electronic fire control systems when close, and can even completely disable all internal electronics of T1 level starships. Just one T3 Phoenix-class carrier alone can carry up to 3,350 interstellar fighters and drones. When such a massive air force is deployed, it can dominate the battlefield and sweep away any opposition, not to mention a mere T3 blizzard. Even a fleet like the one we encountered in the Reef Starfield would struggle to hold out against the Phoenix. Zhao Chen suppressed his excitement and further examined the construction requirements for the Phoenix class. As expected, building such a super aerial fortress is impossible with just a T2 industrial ship. It requires at least a T3 industrial ship. Even with Zhao Chen's most advanced T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ship, constructing a Phoenix-class carrier would still take a full 2 months. Fortunately, these industrial ships can operate simultaneously, somewhat speeding up the construction process. However, the cost of building such an extraordinary warship is also astronomical. The hull alone costs 70 million star coins, and including the matching fighters and drones, the total investment exceeds 100 million. This is almost 7 to 8 times the cost of a T3 Blizzard. Zhao Chen could confidently say that across the entire Starshine Empire and even the Galactic Alliance, there is likely no T3 warship more expensive than the Phoenix class. But so what if it's costly? Who wouldn't want such a powerful mobile aerial fortress? Zhao Chen felt his blood boil with excitement, his eyes reddening with eagerness to start building immediately. Ignoring the imminent mission, he quickly summoned Chief Engineers Lilith and Annie to draft the next quarter's construction plan. Commander, it's the middle of the night, and I was sleeping so well. Lack of sleep stunts growth, you know. This counts as overtime, so you better pay up. In the video, Annie rubbed her sleepy eyes, dressed in a pink nightgown, yawning continuously and swaying as if she might collapse any second. If it weren't for the holographic projection, Zhao Chen would have rushed over to pinch her chubby cheeks to wake her up. In a stern tone, Zhao Chen said, "I'll send you a starship technical blueprint. Take a look." Huh, blueprint? Which one? Annie mumbled, her head nodding like a wind-up doll running out of power. The T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Chen enunciated each word clearly. T3 Phoenix-class. What? Annie suddenly snapped awake, her eyes wide with disbelief. If it weren't for the virtual projection, she might have leaped onto Zhao Chen. Annie's eyes lit up as she meticulously examined the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship blueprints sent by Zhao Chen, as if she could stare a hole through them. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith and asked, "After completing this quarter's production tasks, how much funding do we have left?" As the chief steward of the Xiaolong fleet, Lilith was naturally responsible for the accounting of funds and resources. Lilith quickly pulled up the relevant data. According to our original plan, we will have approximately 1.8 billion star coins in our accounts after completing all production tasks by the end of this month. She then smiled slightly and added, "However, thanks to Qidong returning the 1.5 billion commission in full, our actual funds amount to a whopping 3.3 billion. 3.3 billion. Zhao Chen felt a sense of relief. This substantial sum was enough to further enhance the Xiaolong fleet's capabilities. He then turned his sharp gaze to Annie. "The construction plan for the next 3 months is in your hands. Besides the Phoenix class, I have 2 new starship models that need to go into production." "What? 2 more?" Annie's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Shortly after, 2 brand new blueprints arrived in Zhao Chen's private communication channel. "Oh my god! A T3 furnace-class heavy industrial starship!" Annie exclaimed. "With this baby, we can build a dozen more. The Xiaolong fleet's shipbuilding capacity will skyrocket." But when her eyes fell on the second blueprint, she gasped, staring at Zhao Chen in shock. "TTT4. This is a T4. Zhao Chen had anticipated Annie's reaction. Even the usually composed Lilith couldn't help but look surprised. Had she heard correctly? A T4 class starship? Yes, it's a T4. Zhao Chen confirmed solemnly, looking both of them in the eye. But the construction of this T4 Reborn-class clone starship must be absolutely confidential because it involves cloning technology, which is strictly prohibited by the Galactic Alliance. His gaze was piercing as he instructed, "It's best to secretly build it in the Lion King star system. The project name must be concealed. Annie, you will personally handle all modules related to cloning technology, ensuring the highest level of secrecy. Only 5 people in the entire Xiaolong fleet, including you two, Charlotte, my sister Zhao Weiner, and myself, are privy to this information." "Understood." Lilith and Annie replied in unison, their expressions serious. They knew that if this forbidden technology were discovered by the Star Empire, it could spell disaster for Zhao Chen. "Let's hope the Chu family can protect us when the time comes," Lilith said, worried. "Everyone, time is of the essence. Let's first draft a framework for the construction plan for the last quarter of this year, and then we can work out the details," Zhao Chen said firmly. Under his direction, the 3 began their intense late-night work session. Soon, a rough construction plan for the quarter was laid out. Currently, the Xiaolong fleet possesses 30 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships, along with Mitilo-wind industrial factories in both the Xiaolong and Lion King star systems. The top priority is to use the 30 Hammer industrial starships to build T3 furnace industrial starships, with an estimated launch rate of 2 per month, aiming to have 6 T3 furnaces by the end of the year. Once completed, these T3 furnaces will begin their respective production tasks, striving to complete the construction of 1 T3 Phoenix, 18 T3 Blizzards, and 3 T3 Phantoms by year's end. However, the construction of the T4 Rebirth will have to wait until the end of the year. By then, it will be a joint effort of 5 T3 Forges, and it's expected to be completed by mid-next year. Excluding the mysterious T4 Rebirth, the entire series of construction plans will require an investment of about 700 million star coins, which is still within the budget of the Xiaolong fleet. But starting from the following year, the T4 Rebirth alone will burn through 1.5 billion star coins each month. That's a significant funding gap. Moreover, even with the money, finding enough raw materials will be a big challenge, Lilith added. "All right, that's a problem for next year." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "The immediate priority is to complete the current tasks. Besides, starting next year, I plan to gradually downgrade the T2 starships to reserve status. They will handle the routine patrol and escort duties in the Xiaolong and Lion King star systems, preparing the fleet for a complete upgrade to T3 level. But our T3 ship types are too limited, Annie pouted. Other than the Blizzard, we basically have the Stealth Phantom and Fire Phoenix, and this huge Phoenix. We don't have any frigates, destroyers, or battleships. It's so unbalanced. Heh, I have my ways, Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Annie's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eyed Zhao Chen suspiciously. You wouldn't be thinking about T3 frigates and destroyers, would you? All right, the outline is set. The specific implementation is up to you, Zhao Chen said noncommittally, taking on the air of a hands-off manager. I really need to see what's inside your head someday, Annie grumbled through gritted teeth. Good thing this is a video call, otherwise I'd give you a loving punch, so you could feel the thrill of friction. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes dramatically at the ceiling. This girl is getting bold. In late September of galactic year 3031, the main starport in the third star system of the Starlight Central region was particularly bustling. The number of starships arriving had increased nearly 100-fold compared to usual, and all berths had been fully booked a month in advance. Starships with no place to dock had to hover in designated areas outside the starport, with shuttles ferrying passengers and cargo to and from the port. When Zhao Chen piloted his T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser to the starport, September was nearly over. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to secure a berth at this time. But he had an extraordinary fiancée, Chu Xian. As soon as he contacted her, she informed him that the starport had reserved a berth for him while sending an invitation to the Chu family. The Blizzard navigated through a dedicated channel, weaving past the myriad of hovering starships of various classes, heading toward its destination. Zhao Chen stood on the bridge, marveling at the spectacular sight before him. From kilometer-long T3 starships to 10 soft-meters-long T1 starships, the starport hosted an impressive array of vessels. In comparison, the main starport itself was a colossal structure, far larger than the largest starport Zhao Chen had previously seen, the Arctic Fox starport. This starport was several times its size, comparable to a small planet. What a gigantic starport! Zhao Wanner exclaimed in awe. Brother, I heard this starport number 3 ranks among the top 10 in our Starlight Empire. Zhao Chen wasn't surprised by his sister's wide-eyed wonder. This starport was a semi-military facility, and even in peacetime, a third of its berths were reserved for Imperial Navy starships. The troops stationed in the third star system were the elite guard close to the Emperor. If anything happened to the capital star system, also known as the first star system, these troops could rush to the scene within 6 hours, even without using stargates. Under the guidance of the starport's command, the Blizzard smoothly docked at the berth arranged by Chu Xian. It was an entire starship docking area, capable of accommodating 3 T3 starships or dozens of T2 starships. At the moment, only one lonely T3 starship was docked there, but it was a striking sight. A T3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, one of the Imperial Navy's mainstay warships. It bore a golden emblem with the character Chu, a mark of prestige that only a few families in the entire Starlight Empire could boast, and the Chu family was one of them. Oh my! Isn't that the T3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium battleship, reputed to be the most powerful in firepower next to the T4 starships? Zhao Wanner exclaimed excitedly. I heard that only the T3 Flame Lion King-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser could compare, but since it's modified from the T3 Flame Lion, it still can't match the T3 Dragon Crocodile, which was designed specifically as a medium battleship. At that moment, Zhao Chen received a message from Chu Xian, instructing him to meet her at a specific location after docking the ship. Bessie, stay on the ship, Zhao Chen ordered. Lilith was stationed in the Xiaolong star system, and Ailey guarded the Lion King star system, leaving only the yet obefully matured but extraordinarily talented Bessie Succubus by his side. Yes, sir, Bessie nodded, now quite adept at her role as the secretary officer. Wanner, let's go, Zhao Chen said to his sister. Sure. Zhao Wanner was brimming with excitement. It was her first time in the Central Star region, so close to the Imperial capital system. The siblings disembarked from the warship and strolled along the corridor outside the berth. Sir, would you like to call for an autonomous hovercar? A man dressed as a service attendant approached them. Zhao Chen pulled out the address Chu Xian had sent, which seemed to be a hotel or a tea house, and showed it to the attendant. Oh, this place? It's just a 5-minute ride in an autonomous hovercar, the attendant said with a smile after glancing at the address. Behind him, a sleek, white hovercar with a transparent sunroof appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It had no steering wheel, clearly indicating it was self-driving. Thank you, Zhao Chen said, expressing his gratitude as he and Zhao Wanner got into the hovercar. Autonomous hovercar 1121 at your service. Please enter your destination, a gentle female voice announced. Zhao Chen read out the address. Searching for the destination? Destination confirmed. Estimated travel time, 5 minutes. Departing now. As soon as the voice finished, the hover car silently glided into the bustling traffic. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner were dropped off at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. Huh, it's a hotel? Zhao Wanner looked up at the hotel sign, then suspiciously at Zhao Chen. Could this be our accommodation? Ahem, I'm not sure why we're meeting here, Zhao Chen replied, trying to appear composed as he strode into the hotel lobby. The doorman verified their identities and immediately put on a respectful smile, instructing a graceful female attendant to personally escort them upstairs to one of the rooms. Sir, ma'am, if you need anything, just ring the bell, and we'll be right there, the attendant said, winking flirtatiously before reluctantly leaving. Go on in, future son-in-law of the Chu family, Zhao Wanner teased, glancing sidelong at Zhao Chen with a mischievous tone. Zhao Chen felt that his sister was getting more and more audacious as he knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Chu Xian, whom they hadn't seen for months, appeared in front of them. Zhao Chen quickly glanced around and began introducing them. Chu Xian, this is my sister, Zhao Wanner, your future sister-in-law. Wanner, this is your future sister-in-law. Aren't you going to say hello? Initially, both Chu Xian and Zhao Wanner wore polite smiles, ready to exchange pleasantries. But Zhao Chen's words made their faces blush instantly, leaving them momentarily speechless. Don't listen to his nonsense. Come on in. Chu Xian shot Zhao Chen a glare and pulled Zhao Wanner into the room. Zhao Chen followed with a smile. What greeted them was a spacious living room, at least 200 to 300 square meters. On one side of the room was a massive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked an outdoor exhibition hall filled with artistic displays. Holographic images of dozens of starships floated above, drawing the attention of numerous visitors who were murmuring amongst themselves. Wow. Zhao Wanner was so astonished that her jaw dropped. Isn't this supposed to be an imperial military procurement event? Why are there so many people? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Although officially it's an imperial military procurement event, it's also a prime opportunity for major starship manufacturers to showcase their products and expand their influence, Chu Xian explained. Even if they don't get selected by the military, they might still land a few orders here. That's why the starport is filled with various starships. If it were just a straightforward military procurement event, there would be no more than a dozen factions here. Not this many. After hearing Chu Xian's analysis, Zhao Chen had a sudden realization. He glanced over the entire exhibition hall, noting that the majority of the ships were T2 starships, with T1 and T3 making up a smaller portion. The crowd sizes at each booth indicated which starships were the most popular. Chu Xian continued. At this year's procurement event, there are two standout starships. One is the T1 Wolf-class medium interstellar destroyer from Bayan Starship Technology Group. Although the military doesn't plan to purchase it, regional lords are very eager, so it might bring in significant profits. The other is the T2 Hyena-class interstellar destroyer from Hurricane Consortium, which tops the T2 sales charts. They've reportedly introduced a new improved model this time, aiming to secure the big order. Even the procurement committee is quite taken with it, so it seems like a sure thing. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself. Not necessarily. As the name suggests, this procurement event has a total of 27 projects, but the timeline for finalizing each order varies, spanning from 1 to 2 weeks. The T2 Interstellar Destroyer project is set for October 5th and is highly anticipated due to the large quantity involved. Although everyone is confident that the Hyena from Hurricane will win, the formal procedures still need to be followed. You seem very interested in Hurricane Consortium, Chu Xian said, eyeing Zhao Chen suspiciously. Zhao Chen chuckled. Well, they did treat me warmly before. I'm a sentimental person. Chu Xian then suggested that Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner stay there, as there were plenty of guest rooms to choose from. She would accompany them during the exhibition, and if Zhao Chen found any technology that could benefit his T4 starship, the Chu family would find a way to acquire it. I'm just here for a vacation. We'll follow your lead. Zhao Chen shrugged. Will you ever stop? Zhao Wanner picked up a cushion from the sofa and threw it at Zhao Chen, who caught it effortlessly. Having grown somewhat immune to Zhao Chen's smooth talk, Chu Xian rolled her eyes and continued. There's another important event coming up. In 3 days, there's a banquet, and many of the Empire's dignitaries and major consortiums will be there. Even the little princess will attend. The little princess. The Zhao siblings' eyes lit up. Will my sister be there too? Zhao Wanner asked excitedly. I remember she works in the royal guard of the little princess, right? Chu Xian shook her head. I'm not sure about the specifics. You'll have to see for yourself. Mentioning their eldest sister made Zhao Chen's heart flutter. The blurry figure in his memory became clearer, and his anticipation grew. Rest for now. If you need anything, just ask the room's smart assistant, Chu Xian instructed. Thank you, Sister Chu. Zhao Wanner replied sweetly. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just a moment ago, his sister was inexplicably angry with him, and now she was calling Chu Xian sister. He glanced at Zhao Wanner, who seemed to read his thoughts and stuck out her tongue playfully, showing she didn't care. Little rascal, Zhao Chen thought, not bothering to respond. He turned his gaze towards the open-air exhibition outside the window and caught sight of a familiar figure standing next to a starship. The stage was set. Now it was up to her to perform. In another room within the starport, Feng Weihao, the chairman of the Gale Consortium, held a glass of fine liquor, watching the bustling crowd in the open-air exhibition hall. There, a holographic projection of the latest T2 Hyena-class medium starship destroyer was drawing considerable attention. Dozens of young women dressed in revealing outfits mingled with the guests, discussing the various features of the warship. Xiaowei, make sure to thoroughly inspect the 30 T2 Hyenas we brought. Ensure every module and system is flawless. The military might request a test run or sample inspection. We can't afford any mistakes. Feng Weihao instructed his son, Feng Xiaowei, who was engrossed in the virtual screen, where profiles of beautiful women flashed before his eyes. As the heir to the Gale Consortium, this event was a prime opportunity for him to indulge in his pursuits. Dad, I've checked them multiple times already, inside and out. I practically licked every ship clean. Feng Xiaowei replied impatiently. You're worrying for nothing. This military purchase is as good as ours. No other ships can compare to our hyenas. Even the procurement committee has approached you several times to negotiate the price. It's clear we're the chosen ones. His older brother, Feng Dawei, though often at odds with Xiaowei, shared this confidence. Dad, while it's true that caution is always wise, I've also looked into everything. There won't be any issues. As a young prodigy in starship engineering, Feng Dawei was confident in his expertise. This isn't just overthinking. This military contract is crucial for our consortium. Feng Weihao said gravely. All our funds are tied up in the development of those two T3 starships. If we don't secure this order, our cash flow will collapse, and our hard-earned projects will fail. We're betting everything on this, hoping the Gale Consortium can rise to become a core power of the empire. Don't worry, Dad. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Feng Xiaowei approached his father with a mischievous grin, draping an arm over his shoulder. How about you choose one of these beauties? I'll send her to your room, and I promise I won't tell Mom. Stop talking nonsense. Feng Weihao snapped, swatting his son's hand away. But after glancing at the screen, he muttered under his breath, same as always. Hee, got it. Feng Xiaowei chuckled slyly, then turned to his brother. What about you, bro? Want an older woman with some charm? Feng Dawei merely snorted in disdain, ignoring him. Little did they know, while the trio was basking in their confidence, the man they once considered insignificant had already set a trap for them. 3 days later, in a lavishly decorated banquet hall, the air was filled with the scent of perfume and the clinking of glasses. The venue hosted 200 to 300 guests, arranged in 3 concentric rings, each level higher than the last. The outer ring was mostly composed of minor nobles and suppliers in the starship manufacturing industry, hoping to catch some benefits or admire the warships. The further inward one went, the more prestigious the guests became. Melodious music drifted through the hall, its source unknown, yet it put everyone at ease. Why are you looking around so much? Zhao Chen, dressed in a black suit, asked his sister standing beside him. Zhao Wanner, dressed in a light blue gown, playfully winked. You'll find out soon enough. Zhao Chen didn't press further, and instead shifted his gaze to the other side. There, Chu Xian stood in a purple evening dress that accentuated her flawless, ivory-like skin. Her bare shoulder and long, flowing hair exuded elegance and poise. Among all the women Zhao Chen had seen, her beauty was unparalleled, especially with the aura of righteousness that made her seem like a valiant Valkyrie, adding a touch of heroic charm. Just then, Chu Xian unexpectedly linked her arm with Zhao Chen's. Feeling the gentle touch, Zhao Chen looked in surprise at the blushing lady. Don't get the wrong idea, Chu Xian whispered softly. My grandfather insisted on this. In such occasions, we need to put on a united front to support you. Oh, I get it, Zhao Chen replied, drawing out the words with a knowing look. As soon as Zhao Chen stepped through the door, he caught the attention of countless female guests. They might not know him, but they certainly recognized the eldest daughter of the Chu family by his side. And who else could stand beside her if not that legendary hero who had risen to fame 6 months ago? Seeing this prodigy in person drew gasps of admiration. Zhao Chen, in his military-style formal attire, exuded an air of striking masculinity. His slightly lean face was sharply defined, yet it did nothing to diminish his extraordinary handsomeness. Despite his youth, his commanding presence rivaled that of seasoned imperial generals. Such remarkable charisma was undeniably captivating to the female guests. Wanner, over here. A sudden call rang out. Someone here knew Zhao Wanner? Could it be his elder sister? Zhao Chen recalled his sister's earlier secretive hints. Did the sisters coordinate behind the scenes? He looked over with a mix of anticipation and curiosity, only to see 2 figures, one tall and one short, approaching gracefully. It was none other than Su Lan and Xue Xiaoxiao. What are you doing here? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. Seeing Zhao Wanner's elated expression, he realized the so-called surprise was a reunion of close friends. Miss Chu, Zhao Chen, Su Lan greeted them politely with a nod. Chu Xian smiled back, clearly recognizing them as well. Noticing Zhao Chen's puzzled look, Su Lan explained, "Our Su family was also invited, so I came along. Yeah, I happen to have an invitation too. I heard there would be various cannons on display, so I rushed over. I didn't expect to run into Su Lan and Wanner." Shui Xiaoxiao chimed in excitedly. She then eagerly pulled Zhao Wanner aside, chattering non-stop about the cannons they had seen over the past few days. This one had a large caliber, that one had immense power, one could retract, another had a long range. But no matter how I think about it, your brother's T3 Blizzard bow cannon is still my favorite. Shui Xiaoxiao murmured with a look of longing. Zhao Chen noticed that Zhao Wanner and her friends were deeply engrossed in their conversation, so he decided not to interrupt. Chu Xian wanted to catch up with a few friends and asked Zhao Chen if he wanted to join, but he politely declined. He wasn't particularly fond of such gatherings. If it weren't for the possibility that his elder sister might attend with the little princess, he probably wouldn't have shown up. Scanning the room, he didn't see any sign of the little princess. It made sense. Important figures often made a grand entrance. Feeling bored, Zhao Chen found a seat and leisurely began to enjoy some fruits and snacks. "Hello, I'm Li Wei's sister, Li Yaqi. I've heard so much about you." A graceful figure sat down beside Zhao Chen and extended her hand. Zhao Chen smiled and shook her hand. "I've heard Li Wei mention you as well. Thank you for looking after my brother at the academy." "It's nothing," Li Yaqi responded with a serene smile. As he released her hand, Zhao Chen noticed a small device in his palm. "This is a bone communicator. Just press the switch and think of something, and I'll receive it." Li Yaqi's voice sounded in his ear. Zhao Chen calmly activated the communicator and mentally asked, "Why haven't you been promoting the T2 Tibetan Mastiff on a large scale? The booth has been so quiet compared to the hyena's popularity. I've intentionally kept the Tibetan Mastiff specs vague and haven't released them yet," Li Yaqi replied while sipping her drink. "If I reveal them now, the Hurricane Consortium will have time to prepare. I plan to unveil the detailed specs at the military procurement event to catch everyone off guard and give them a pleasant surprise." Brilliant, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Against a powerful entity like the Hurricane Consortium, leaving them little time to react and delivering a critical blow at the right moment was the best strategy. "I'll be looking forward to it." Zhao Chen raised his glass to Li Yaqi. She returned the smile and got up to meet other potential partners, while Zhao Chen continued to enjoy his food alone. "Are you Zhao Chen, the lord of the Xiaolong star system?" A cheerful female voice sounded beside him. Zhao Chen turned to see a girl wearing a veil and sunglasses, topped with a wide-brimmed hat, accompanied by an equally oddly dressed old man. Despite their peculiar attire, they didn't stand out too much among the human and non-human guests present. "And you are?" Zhao Chen asked, scrutinizing the unusual duo. "I heard you can crush bugs with one hand and smash their heads with a single punch. Is that true?" the girl asked curiously. "Not that difficult," Zhao Chen shrugged. "And is it true that when you saved people in the Shui Lian star system, you fought the bugs hand-to-hand, even biting them and drinking their blood?" She continued, her questions endless. "Well, sometimes you have to do what you have to do," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. "Yeah, I saw footage of those bugs. They're disgusting with green blood," the girl said with a look of repulsion. "And your T2 Black Rhino heavy assault escort ship, how can it take on a T2 battlecruiser?" Zhao Chen then explained the high armor design of the Black Rhino, the use of special armor materials, and the intricate structural engineering involved. "And I heard you assembled a ship called the Zero Storm, which can reach speeds of 100 knot star speed. How did you manage that?" she inquired, seemingly never running out of questions. Zhao Chen patiently answered, "By optimizing the engine and energy systems, improving power conversion rates, and sacrificing some engine lifespan. But it should last for 10 years without issue." He knew all this like the back of his hand. "Young friend, could you help me with this starship technical issue?" An elderly man suddenly spoke up, and before Zhao Chen could respond, he presented an electronic document. It contained partial technical data for a T3 starship, but it was incomplete and seemed to be at an impasse. "T3 starship technology?" Zhao Chen glanced at the screen. "Exactly," the old man nodded. Zhao Chen pointed at the data on the screen. "These 3 parameters need slight adjustments. Increase the first set by a factor of 3. Replace the material in the second set with super helium gas, and for the third set, round to 4 decimal places and then reduce by 0.0013. The old man was astonished by this insight and quickly noted down the suggestions, sending them to someone. "Grandpa!" A voice suddenly rang out. Chu Xian walked over quickly, staring in surprise at the masked elder. "Ahem, young lady, you must be mistaken. How could I be your grandpa?" The old man straightened up and hastily explained. Chu Xian squinted at him, her tone firm. "Stop pretending. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask? Next time, change your cologne before you go out. You've been using this same brand for 30 years. I can smell it from meters away. Heh, people with good taste all like this cologne. Your grandpa has a good eye. The old man chuckled. Chu Xian remained unfazed. She quietly raised her hand to summon an electronic screen and tapped a few times. Incoming call from your dear granddaughter. Adorable granddaughter calling. Grandpa's little sweetheart calling. A sweet, childlike voice emanated from the device on the old man's wrist. Though it sounded different now, Zhao Chen recognized it as a recording of Chu Xian from her childhood. Didn't I tell you to change that ringtone? And you set it to public. Chu Xian glared at the old man angrily. I should never have fallen for your little bribe to record that message when I was a kid. Ahem. The old man knew he couldn't keep up the act any longer and reluctantly removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Zhao Chen instantly recognized the face from the portrait wall and statues at North Star Academy. Duke Zhu Kai, the governor of the Northern Star region of the Empire. Zhao Chen placed his hand over his chest and bowed to Governor Zhu. Governor Zhu waved his hand, smiling warmly. No need for such formalities. What you did earlier was just fine. I was curious to see who Old Man Chu had chosen as his granddaughter's husband. Now I see that you're more than capable. You're more than worthy to be my granddaughter-in-law's husband. Chu Xian's face turned red as she glared at her grandfather. Grandpa, what are you saying? Please, not here. What? Your grandfather can call him his grandson-in-law, but I can't call him my granddaughter-in-law's husband? Governor Zhu feigned a hurt expression. Shinner, have you forgotten all the good I've done for you? Remember when your grandfather didn't want you to join the Imperial Army? It was me who fought against all objections and got you into the Northern Wind Military District. Even though things didn't go smoothly, your grandfather scolded me for that endlessly. Chu Xian, tired of her unreliable grandfather, turned to the mysterious girl beside Zhao Chen. With a teasing tone, she asked, and who is this? Could she be your illegitimate daughter, Grandpa? Don't talk nonsense. Governor Zhu's face changed as he quickly covered his granddaughter's mouth, looking apologetically at the girl in sunglasses. This little episode piqued Zhao Chen's curiosity. For someone to be so familiar with the governor of the Northern Wind and make him so anxious, she must have quite an identity. Considering her age and the situation in the Star Empire, Viscount Zhao Chen of the Empire, at your service, Your Highness, Zhao Chen said, bowing with his fists clasped. Your Highness? Chu Xian exclaimed, suddenly realizing. In the Star Empire, there was only one person who could be called Your Highness, the Emperor's most beloved daughter. Oh, you guessed it so quickly. That's no fun, the girl said, laughing as she removed her disguise, revealing a beautiful face. Her delicate skin and exquisite features were striking, even though she appeared to be only 16 or 17. Zhao Chen bet that in a few years, she would be a devastating beauty. Your Highness. Chu Xian quickly knelt. I misspoke earlier. Please forgive me. Referring to the princess as her grandfather's illegitimate daughter was indirectly implying something about the emperor. It's all right, Shinner. Don't be so nervous. The princess smiled gently. We were just joking around. Besides, you didn't know my identity before. As they spoke, the sound of hurried military boots echoed from outside the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. A group of female soldiers in gold and white uniforms strode in confidently. In such a setting, ordinary soldiers wouldn't dare to be so bold. But their presence was commanding, and no one dared to stop them. The female soldiers began searching the room, and the anxious expression of the leading officer made it clear they were looking for someone. Aren't those the princess's personal guards? Someone whispered. If her guards are here, where is she? By this time, the girl in front of Zhao Chen had put her veil back on, but it didn't cover her sunglasses and hat. I didn't expect them to find me so quickly, she said with a hint of frustration. It looks like our chat will have to end here. The female soldiers spotted their target and started walking over. Zhao Chen quickly spoke up, Your Highness, may I ask if my elder sister came with you? Oh, you mean Colonel Zhao Chen? The young princess shook her head. No, she didn't come this time. She has another mission. But after the military procurement meeting, if you want to see her, you can come back to the capital Star with me. She should be back in about a month. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he was somewhat anxious about reuniting with his long-lost sister, the thought of not being able to see her made him feel a sense of loss. Your Highness. The guards approached and bowed in unison. Instantly, all eyes were on the mysterious young girl. Even though her face was veiled, it did not diminish her aura. Greetings, Your Highness. The guests bowed one after another. The young princess restrained her earlier playfulness and displayed a dignified demeanor befitting her status. She walked with her head held high towards the special seat at the innermost part of the banquet hall. This seemed to be her first public appearance. Governor Beifeng leaned over and whispered into Chu Xian's ear, Shinner, you and Zhao Chen chat for a bit. I'll go accompany the young princess. With that, he strode off. With the governor himself attending to her, those who wanted to curry favor had to settle for bowing from a distance. It's the first time the young princess has attended such an event, Chu Xian remarked sincerely. Zhao Chen's gaze followed the radiant figure of the girl in the crowd, as if there was an invisible halo around her. He could sense that beneath those gem-like sparkling eyes lay a genuine soul. Compared to her current majestic and poised image, the girl who had been chatting and laughing with him earlier seemed more lively. "Your sister seems to be in trouble," Chu Xian suddenly said. Zhao Chen looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Feng Xiaowei sidling up to Zhao Wanner, trying to strike up a conversation with a smirk on his face. Without a word, Zhao Chen walked straight over. "Wanner, our Hurricane Consortium's T2 Hyena is a sure win at this military procurement meeting. It's a 40 billion deal. Once we secure it, Hurricane will be among the strongest consortia in the empire," Feng Xiaowei boasted. "If you agree to be with me, all this can be yours. Leave that poor backwater and come to my side. I told you, I'm not interested in your lousy consortium." Zhao Wanner turned her face away in disgust. Feng Xiaowei persisted. 40 billion. That's money your poor brother could never earn in a lifetime. Be with me, and you'll be a rich lady. As he spoke, his hand reached out to touch Zhao Wanner's face. Smack! A loud slap landed squarely on Feng Xiaowei's head, making him see stars. Who? Who dares hit me? Feng Xiaowei turned around furiously, but upon seeing who it was, he instinctively stepped back. The humiliation he had suffered on the T3 blizzard was still fresh in his memory. Did my words fall on deaf ears? Zhao Chen said, suppressing his anger, delivering 3 more slaps that left Feng Xiaowei's cheeks swollen. This scene drew a lot of attention. Resorting to violence in such a setting, especially against the young master of the Hurricane Consortium, was bound to cause trouble. How dare you hit me? Feng Xiaowei clutched his swollen cheek, finally snapping back to reality. This place was nothing like the T3 blizzard, where Zhao Chen could run wild. Zhao Chen didn't waste any words and slapped him again. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Xiaowei was too stunned to speak from the unexpected slap. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Zhao Viscount, a polite voice chimed in. It was Feng Dawei, the eldest of the Feng family. Although my brother's actions were rash and offensive to you and your sister, he is still a member of the Hurricane Consortium. Zhao Chen smirked. He should be glad we're not on that old planet, or I would have let him get up close and personal with the insect swarm. You. Feng Xiaowei fumed, but a sharp glare from his brother silenced him. Feng Dawei maintained his gracious smile and pulled out a business card, offering it to Zhao Chen. Viscount Zhao, on behalf of the Hurricane Consortium, I apologize. There may have been some misunderstandings in the past that led to our conflicts. However, we are determined to win at this military procurement event, and there are many opportunities for future collaboration. You have starship technology that interests us, and we have a strong industrial base, advanced technology, and extensive connections. Together, we could create miracles. The card displayed a holographic projection of Feng Dawei, along with a string of colorful titles. Vice President of Hurricane Consortium, top student in Starship Engineering at Tianyao Academy. Compared to the uneducated Feng Xiaowei, Feng Dawei was clearly more sophisticated. Despite Zhao Chen having just slapped his brother, he still greeted him with a smile and sweet words of cooperation. Impressive. Then I wish you success in securing the bid. Remember to invite me for a celebratory drink, Zhao Chen said, his anger replaced with a cheerful demeanor. Of course, Feng Dawei replied, secretly pleased that Zhao Chen seemed to be taking the bait. He then took his leave. Brother, that guy hit me in public, and you're just going to let it go? Feng Xiaowei grumbled angrily. Feng Dawei sneered. So what if he hit you? You deserved it. Flirting with respectable women in such a setting is a disgrace to the Hurricane Consortium. But he hit the consortium's face, which means he hit your face too. Feng Xiaowei muttered. For the sake of collaborating with Zhao Chen, I'd let him hit you every day if needed. Feng Dawei retorted sharply. As long as we can get his starship technology, I wouldn't hesitate even if it meant killing you. Feng Xiaowei's face fell. He knew his brother would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. You need to learn to tolerate. When you have absolute power, you can then take revenge on those who have wronged you, Feng Dawei said meaningfully. Honestly, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd suspect this brother of his was picked up from the streets, given the vast difference in their intellects. Feng Dawei is no simple character, whispered Chu Xian from the side. Zhao Chen chuckled. This big shot will be crying soon enough. Playing with the special crystal business card, he suddenly crushed it into a ball and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Do you guys want to stay here any longer? I'm planning to head back. I don't want to stay. It's boring. Zhao Wanner was the first to speak up, her mood ruined by Feng Xiaowei earlier. Since she wanted to leave, Su Lan and Xue Xiaoxiao also decided to say their goodbyes. Senior Zhao Chun, Xue Xiaoxiao suddenly called out in a coquettish voice. I want to see your big cannon. Zhao Chun was taken aback. Why did that sound so awkward? I mean the bow cannon and the 4 main guns on your T3 Blizzard. Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They're so big and long. I really want to touch them. Zhao Chen sighed. Can you be more straightforward? But he agreed to let his sister and her friends tour the blizzard. After all, it's just a look. They can't steal the technology. Later, Zhao Chen asked Chu Xian about the upcoming schedule. Mainly the Arms Expo, she replied, pulling up a timetable. You can pick a few projects you're interested in, and we'll check them out together. Zhao Chen circled a few items and mentioned he would leave on the 10th and not attend anything after that. Chu Xian noticed one of the items was the T2 Star Destroyer Expo on October 5th. She wasn't surprised, as it was the highlight of the Arms Expo, and the venue was already packed. However, given the Chu family's status, the organizers had naturally reserved a luxury box for them. Zhao Chen secretly looked forward to the 5th, wondering what expressions the Feng father and son would have when they found out their plans had failed. Wow, this is amazing! Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed, standing on the floating platform, eyes wide as she admired the 4 2,500mm medium electromagnetic railguns on the T3 Blizzard. She carefully caressed one of the barrels, even pressing her face against the muzzle to sniff it. Nearby, Zhao Wanner approached Su Lan and asked with concern, "Senior Su Lan, you seem worried?" Su Lan smiled, brushing her hair aside. "No, you must be mistaken. Sister, you've always taken care of me at the academy. If something's bothering you, you must tell me." Zhao Wanner grabbed her hand, looking serious. "Even if I can't help, I can ask my brother. He's really amazing now." Zhao Wanner wanted to boast about her brother's accomplishments building stargates, having T3 stealth bombers, and even starting the construction of T3 aircraft carriers, with plans to mass-produce dozens of Blizzard ships. But she knew these were top secrets of the Xiaolong star system, so she swallowed her words. Su Lan felt warmth in her heart and affectionately ruffled Zhao Wanner's hair. "All right, I know. If something comes up, I'll tell you." Despite her words, her heart sank. The current predicament was far too complex to explain in a few sentences. It was the pressure of an entire empire. No matter how strong Zhao Chen was, could he really stand against an empire? Sighing inwardly, she decided not to trouble them. She resolved to enjoy this time of freedom, perhaps their last together. Su Lan recalled Zhao Chen standing protectively in front of her amidst the swarm, and she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. On October 5, 3031, in the galactic calendar, a major military procurement project worth a staggering 40 billion star credits officially opened for bidding. Over the past few days, the procurement committee had already finalized several smaller projects, ranging from a few hundred million to several billion star credits, but today's massive deal dwarfed those in comparison. The military procurement event was held in a magnificent spherical building adorned with gold and jade. At this moment, unmanned vehicles were continuously landing at various entrances, with staff strictly verifying invitation letters. Those without proper credentials were denied entry. Outside, a large crowd of people who couldn't get in waited eagerly for news. Even securing a small contract for a starship module from the winning bidder could make them a fortune. Zhao Chen, Chu Xian, Zhao Wanner, Su Lan, and Shui Xiaoxiao arrived at the venue in an unmanned vehicle. They had arranged to watch the proceedings from the same box. What if Hurricane Corporation fails this time and another company wins the bid? What would that look like? Shui Xiaoxiao asked curiously as they walked. "I can't stand Feng Xiaowei's arrogant attitude just because he's the young master of Hurricane Corporation. That's unlikely." Su Lan shook her head. "Hurricane's T2 Hyena is undoubtedly the best T2 destroyer currently available. It's been mass-produced for years and has cost advantages. Its market price is around 4 million star credits, and negotiating with the military might bring it down to 3.5 million. The Imperial Army is very likely to choose the Hyena." "Ugh, what a letdown," Shui Xiaoxiao pouted. "But nothing in this world is perfect. Who knows? Maybe Hurricane Corporation will still mess up." Zhao Chen lounged on the sofa, looking relaxed as if awaiting an entertaining show. "Mess up? Let them all mess up." Shui Xiaoxiao waved her tiny fists, chanting fervently. Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh at her adorable antics. The box had a massive floor-to-ceiling window facing the interior of the venue. The entire hall was tiered, with a circular platform in the center. The starship manufacturers would take turns showcasing their products on stage, each given a fixed presentation time. The seats for the procurement committee were set in midair on one side of the hall. Originally, there were 100 committee members, representing 100 votes, and the highest vote-getter would win the bid. However, this year was special. The number of votes had increased to 111. Among the additional 11 votes, one belonged to the special guest, Governor Beifeng, and the other 10 came from the little princess. Regardless of how much expertise the little princess had, no one dared to question the weight of her 10 votes due to her royal status. Besides, as a member of the royal family, she must have some understanding of starships, having been exposed to them. As the procurement committee members, Governor Beifeng, and the little princess took their seats, the venue fell into a solemn silence, marking the official start of the 40 billion star credit competition. The host quickly got into the flow, straightforwardly introducing the event. Today's procurement session, Item 09, focuses on T2 interstellar destroyers. 7 manufacturers will participate, each given 30 minutes to present. Now, Let's welcome the first contestant. Zhao Chen glanced around and understood the situation. As expected, most participants were just there to make up the numbers. They knew they had little chance of winning the bid, but it was a good opportunity to advertise their products. To everyone's surprise, the star of this military procurement event, the T2 Hyena of the Hurricane Consortium, was scheduled to appear last. The organizers probably believed the Hyena was a sure winner, giving the earlier competitors a chance to showcase themselves. Interestingly enough, the sixth to present was none other than Li Yaqi's North Goose Starship Technology Group, unveiling their T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen mused to himself, anticipating that when Li Yaqi revealed the Mastiff's astonishing performance specs, the audience would be collectively stunned, especially the folks from the Hurricane Consortium, whose expressions would be priceless. His eyes settled on the seats closest to the main stage, where the Feng family trio sat confidently, seemingly enjoying the desperate struggles of the other contestants. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, ready for the show to begin. A few hours later. Next, we have North Goose Starship Technology Group, showcasing their T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer. The host's voice echoed once more. Instantly, many in the audience perked up. North Goose Group? Their T1 Wolfmite class is the current bestseller among T1 destroyers, and they've recently launched several impressive new ships, quickly rising to prominence and attracting significant investment interest, reminiscent of the Hurricane Consortium's heyday. Li Yaqi, dressed in a long gown, gracefully walked onto the stage. Under the spotlight, she activated the holographic display, projecting a 3D model of the T2 Tibetan Mastiff. As the crowd held their breath, she started with an unexpected opening line, "Ladies and gentlemen, to better demonstrate the advanced capabilities of our T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer, we have compared it with a competitor's data. Please take a look." Following her words, an image of a sleek black starship appeared, with detailed specifications listed beside it. Though the model wasn't explicitly named, everyone instantly recognized it as the Hurricane Consortium's pride, the T2 Hyena. The audience erupted in astonishment. Although the woman had blurred the competitor's product into a shadowy silhouette, the distinctive hull shape and the placement of the main and secondary guns were unmistakable. Did she think everyone here was blind? Not to mention, the detailed parameter data was clearly listed beside it. A cruising speed of 43 star knots, 1 medium pulse laser main gun, 4 medium rapid-fire secondary guns, and 16 medium close-in defense guns. If the T2 Hyena could speak, it would likely jump out and shout, "Sister, do you need my ID number 2? The audience buzzed with discussion, their eyes instinctively focusing on the 3 members of the Hurricane Consortium. This was undoubtedly their pride and joy, the T2 Hyena. Feng Xiaowei was dumbstruck, unable to utter a word due to the unexpected turn of events. In contrast, Feng Dawei and Feng Weihao were much more composed. "Let's see what this woman is up to," thought the CEO, his expression unchanged. While the military procurement meeting required participants to highlight their own products, it never said they couldn't critique the competition. But this face-to-face comparison was bound to be awkward for whoever came off worse. The Northern Goose Group must have immense confidence in their starship to challenge the Hyena Hedon like this. On stage, Li Yaqi continued her presentation with compelling arguments. "Average? You call our proud T2 Hyena average?" Feng Dawei's face turned ashen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he struggled to contain his anger. "The Hyena's average armor strength is only 167, while our Mastiff boasts 193. Their cruising speed is 43 star knots, while we can reach 50. Their energy conversion rate is a mere 69, while ours is a whopping 78. Li Yaqi's data bombarded the audience's auditory senses like a relentless barrage. "As for weaponry, there's no comparison," she said, dismissing the Hyena's weapon parameters. "Our Mastiff is equipped with a twin medium pulse laser main gun, 6 medium rapid-fire secondary guns, and 30 medium twin close-in defense guns." Although the Hyena's weapon data was still visible, no one paid attention anymore. It was evident that she didn't even consider it worthy of comparison. Interestingly, the weapon types of the 2 ships were identical. Could it be that she had designed an upgraded version based on the Hyena? There must be some history between Northern Goose and Hurricane Consortium, as the Mastiff's data completely overshadowed the Hyenas. "Northern Goose is clearly out to crush them," whispered Xue Xiaoxiao in the private box. "Impressive." Miss Li's move directly showcases the competitor's weaknesses in front of everyone, praised Chu Xian. Zhao Wanner, however, looked thoughtfully at her brother. She remembered that Li Yaqi was the sister of Li Wei, Zhao Chen's friend from the academy. Northern Goose had recently launched several starships, including the T1 Wolflouse and the T2 Mastiff. Could Zhao Chen be the mastermind behind these impressive developments? Others might not believe it, but Zhao Wanner, being in the know, was well aware of the truth. Her brother was the genius capable of building T3 Stargates and T3 carriers. Creating T1 and T2 starships was child's play for him. Who would have thought this military procurement meeting would be so thrilling? The previous sessions had nearly put her to sleep. The little princess excitedly whispered into the ear of the Northern Wind governor. The old governor chuckled. It's quite thrilling, but some people might get scared to death. As Liyaki revealed more and more astonishing data, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the pitch-black T2 Mastiff. Comparing these parameters, it was evident that the Mastiff was overwhelmingly superior to the hyena. While ships of the same class might compete in the market based on different battlefield roles and unique features, some focusing on speed, others on firepower or defense, the Mastiff completely overshadowed the hyena in its strongest areas, leaving no room for competition. Feng Dawei's face turned ashen. No amount of composure could hide his inner rage. His fists clenched tightly, and he wished he could bore a hole through Liyaki with his glare. Don't panic. Feng Weihao tried to remain calm. Even if this woman's starship outperforms ours in every aspect, the price surely won't be cheap. It must be at least 3,050 higher than ours, considering their development costs. The chairman consoled himself this way. Soon, the precious 30 minutes had only 5 minutes left. Liyaki smiled slightly and got straight to the point. What you all are most concerned about right now is undoubtedly the price of our Mastiff-class ship, isn't it? You're probably thinking, with such strong performance, it must be significantly more expensive than our competitors. Well, let's first take a look at their pricing, as the historical prices of the hyena were projected. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see the game-changing price that would turn the T2 market upside down. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting the decisive offer, Liyaki decided to keep them in suspense, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. With a wave of her hand, a series of blurred numbers appeared on the holographic display of the T2 Tibetan Mastiff, revealing 7 digits in total. The units, tens, hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s places lit up successively, showing 5 zeros. The Hurricane Trio held their breath, speculating whether the first digit would be a 5 or a 6. If this starship truly outclassed their hyena, the only explanation would be its high cost. This was the only reason they could accept. The 6th digit was also a 0. At this moment, the final, crucial digit remained undecided. Sulan, how much do you think this Tibetan Mastiff will sell for? Shui Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Sulan pondered for a moment. As a newly launched starship, its price would certainly be high to quickly recover development costs. Since Liyaki dared to challenge the hyena, it shouldn't be priced too high, likely between 4 million and 5 million, a range that people could still accept. If it were too expensive, even if its performance was superior, its cost-effectiveness wouldn't match the competition. Moreover, the hyena had been a top seller for 10 years and had higher brand trust. Zhao Chen remained silent beside them. In fact, he had already agreed with Liyaki the day before on a price that would catch the Hurricane team off guard. If they were going to strike, it had to be a decisive blow, leaving no room for negotiation. The Military Procurement Committee and the general audience were all eagerly anticipating the final reveal. Even those in the back, who could see the stage clearly thanks to technological aids, couldn't help but stand up. Feng Weihao crossed his hands under his chin, a telltale sign of his extreme nervousness. Feng Dawei's expression was grave. He knew this moment was crucial for the T2 hyena's dominance. They couldn't afford to lose. Another 10 seconds of silence from Liyaki, and then, with a snap of her fingers, the final digit began to spin rapidly. The crowd was instantly on edge. This woman was indeed a master of psychological warfare. The spinning number gradually slowed down, from 9 to 6, and finally stopped at 5. 5 million, someone speculated. Although it was slightly more expensive than the hyena, the Tibetan Mastiff could still compete based on its performance advantage. Even if it lost this round, the T2 market would no longer be a one-man show for the hyena. In a split second, the 5 jumped to 4. The audience erupted in astonishment. This new starship, with its phenomenal performance, was priced exactly the same as the hyena. The tension in the hall was palpable, and everyone's eyes burned with intensity. Feng Xiaowei was dumbfounded. Even he, a notorious playboy, realized that Hurricane was in real danger this time. At 4 million, we could push the price down to 3.5 million, or even 3.3 million if necessary. Feng Weihao gritted his teeth. No matter what, they had to secure this military purchase. He calculated in his mind, preparing to slash the price during his speech. But then, a sudden change occurred. The 4 vanished. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. Despite an instinctive sense of the outcome, no one wanted to believe it was true. Even Feng Dawei was flustered, standing up in astonishment. A number several times larger than any previous one suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3. Our Bayan Group's T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer, final price, 3 million star coins. Liyaki's words rang out like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the hall. Feng Weihao's expression shifted from shock to panic, then to anger, and finally to sheer terror all within a few seconds. Everyone was struggling to process this explosive information. A starship outperforming the hyena, priced at just 3 million. This was the lowest price in the history of the hyena's existence. Hurricane is doomed. Who exactly is Bayan? After the T1 Wolflouse, they've created yet another sensation, impacting a market worth hundreds of billions in profit. Everyone was in awe of this dark horse that had suddenly appeared. Unbelievable performance combined with an astonishingly low price. It was a nightmare tailor-made for the hyena. Customers who had been considering the hyena could now switch to the Tibetan Mastiff without hesitation. Who wouldn't choose a superior and cheaper option? I object. At that moment, President Feng Weihao suddenly shouted, drawing all eyes to him. With a grim face and righteous indignation, he declared, Hurricane Consortium questions the authenticity of the Starship data provided by Bayan Group. We believe they are entirely fabricated. Doubt? President Feng Weihao publicly questioned his rival, a move no one saw coming. But upon reflection, it seemed logical. Bayan Group's offer of $3 million was a brutal blow to Hurricane's core. Even though a significant price drop would still leave enough profit margin for the T2 hyena, it didn't mean Hurricane could slash prices indefinitely. What would the old customers who paid $4 million for the hyena think? Not to mention the new clients who just signed contracts but haven't received their orders yet. A sudden 25 price drop, who could tolerate that? The consequences could be disastrous. At this moment, Feng Weihao had no choice but to gamble by raising doubts to turn the tide. Fortunately, the Military Procurement Conference protects manufacturers' core secrets, requiring only basic performance tests and leaving other data to the manufacturers themselves. This allows some manufacturers to exaggerate performance or overlook reliability. Though rare, it does happen. To ensure fairness, the procurement conference grants participants the right to question. However, if the challenge fails, the challenger must bear all investigation costs and forfeit their deposit. Feng Weihao was betting that Bayan couldn't develop a model superior to the hyena in such a short time. The host stepped onto the stage and solemnly asked, President Feng, do you wish to challenge the performance data of your competitor's T2 Tibetan Mastiff class destroyer? Yes. Feng Weihao replied through gritted teeth. The host turned to the Military Procurement Committee. Next, the committee will discuss this challenge. Please wait a moment. The committee members engaged in heated discussions. Frankly, the extraordinary performance and low price of the T2 Tibetan Mastiff surprised everyone. If true, it would undoubtedly be the best choice for this procurement. However, compared to the well-known T2 hyena, this newcomer had too many uncertainties. At this moment, Li Yaqi unexpectedly spoke up. Fellow committee members, I accept Hurricane's challenge. Since President Feng believes we are falsifying data, let's have a direct showdown. To prove our strength, we must demonstrate it on the battlefield. Her words caused a stir in the audience. Who would have thought Li Yaqi would propose a head-to-head battle between the T2 Tibetan Mastiff and the T2 hyena? But on second thought, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to compare the two warships? Please wait. We need to discuss this proposal. The committee began a new round of discussions as the audience buzzed with conversation. In a private box, Chu Xian praised the move. Brilliant. First, they used the competitor as a target, then they offered an unbeatable price, and now they bravely accept the challenge. If the Tibetan Mastiff's performance is as she claims, this duel will be the perfect stage to outshine the hyena, gain fame, and capture the market. 3 million. I didn't see that coming either. Su Lan nodded. Xue Xiaoxiao eagerly anticipated the upcoming starship duel. Zhao Wanner suspiciously eyed Zhao Chen, who had a smile on his face, feeling that her brother was the mastermind behind the T2 Tibetan Mastiff. Minutes later, the committee's representative announced the result. All contestants except for Bayan Group Starship number 6 and Hurricane Consortium Starship number 7 were eliminated. We have agreed to let these two factions engage in a starship duel to simulate real combat. Each side will deploy 30 warships to battle in a designated area. The event is scheduled to start in 5 hours, so both parties should prepare immediately. The representative's announcement instantly electrified the atmosphere of the venue. The ultimate showdown between two top-tier T2 destroyers is beyond thrilling. Undoubtedly, this will be the most headline-grabbing news of the Military Procurement Conference. Li Yaqi and Feng Weihao exchanged intense glances from a distance before leaving the venue under the guidance of the staff to make final preparations for the starship duel. In the corridor, President Feng Weihao strode forward with a grim expression. Feng Xiaowei trailed behind, incessantly questioning the performance of the T2 Mastiff, insisting it couldn't possibly outperform their hyena. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Feng Dawei grabbed his younger brother by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Weren't you in charge of gathering intelligence on our opponents? How could you come up with nothing? Feng Xiaowei paled at his brother's furious face. I didn't expect Bayan to come up with such a starship. Their data was so vague during the investigation. I thought they were just showing off. You thought it was all your assumptions. Feng Dawei roared. Because of your overconfidence, we were caught completely off guard. Do you realize that if we had been prepared, Father wouldn't have been cornered in public? Dawei, that's enough. Feng Weihao said in a stern voice. The most important thing now is how we handle the situation. We must win this starship battle. They all knew the outcome of this duel would determine the future of Hurricane. If they lost, the T2 Hyena, their cash cow, would collapse, spelling disaster for the corporation. Don't worry. I'll personally inspect those 30 hyenas and assign our best crew to them, Feng Dawei said firmly. We can't afford to lose this time. Feng Weihao sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Li Yaqi had already completed her preparations. President, the 30 mastiffs are ready for battle. The captains and crew are elite, with military backgrounds and impeccable piloting and combat skills, her secretary reported. Good, Li Yaqi said seriously. This duel will be treated as a real battle, and casualties are inevitable. Inform all crew members that if they are killed or injured, we will provide the highest compensation. Families of the fallen will receive lifetime benefits, and their children will be given jobs at Beiyin once they come of age. For the severely injured, we will spare no expense in their treatment and promote them to mid-level management. If we win, each will receive a reward of 300 star coins, and those willing can join Beiyin directly. If they want none of this, we will compensate them with 3,000 star coins. Understood. The secretary hurried off to deliver the message. For those about to enter the battlefield, tangible benefits spoke louder than any grand promises. 5 hours passed, and the news had already caused a sensation in the industry. Finally, someone was challenging the T2 Hyena's monopoly. People were stunned to discover that Beiyin was the creator of the recently popular T1 wolf-lice. Interest in the duel grew even more intense. As time passed, the crowd reconvened at the venue. On the central stage, several projection screens and a massive holographic battlefield map stood prominently. Meanwhile, in an uninhabited area outside the starport, 60 starships stood ready, arrayed on either side with the Hurricane and Beiyin logos emblazoned on their hulls. The live feed of this star region played on the venue's broadcast screens. Feng Weihao and Li Yaqi, the protagonists of this showdown, sat solemnly on opposite sides of the stage. The outcome of this duel would directly determine the rise or fall of their respective corporations. Now, both fleets have entered the designated area, and the battle will commence in 10 minutes. The host's voice echoed through the venue once again. The rules are simple. Within this zone, both sides will engage in unrestricted combat until one fleet is completely annihilated or surrenders. All eyes were fixed on the holographic display, where 30 red and 30 blue dots represented the two poised fleets. Who will emerge victorious? If Beiyin's claims are true, then Zhang Ao is bound to win. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. No one knows if Zhang Ao is genuinely formidable or just a paper tiger. But everyone's aware of Li Go's strength that's been the sales champion for the past decade. In the private box, Zhao Chen focused intently on Li Yaqi's profile. At this moment, she resembled a wise chess player, composed and confident. She was strategizing on this board to ensure that Beiyin and Zhang Ao would make a name for themselves today, aiming to dethrone Li Go and dominate the T2 market. This battle is not just about a major arms deal. It also concerns the future of the entire T2 destroyer market within the Xingyao Empire. Victory or defeat, Beiyin's fate hangs in the balance. Starship duel begin. With the host's command, the 60 warships in the video suddenly sprang to life, rushing towards each other. Who will be the ultimate T2 destroyer, Zhang Ao or Li Go? The answer will soon be revealed. Everyone in the arena was fixated on the interstellar sand table, where 60 lights were flickering. Two fleets of destroyers, divided into red and blue teams, were arrayed in a long snake formation. This setup ensured that every warship could deliver maximum firepower as soon as they encountered the enemy. 10 minutes until they enter the combat zone, Feng Dawei said gravely. Humph. Our T2 hyenas are the strongest T2 destroyers. Victory is certain. Feng Xiaowei scoffed. Once we crush that Beiyin fleet, I want to see how that woman can still act so arrogant. He cast a malicious glance at Li Yaqi, already imagining her downfall. Feng Weihao remained silent, his eyes glued to the battlefield. Not just him, the entire audience was holding their breath, awaiting the outcome of this stellar clash. Soon, the live drone feed showed that both fleets were about to enter firing range. The first to strike were 30 T2 Mastiffs, each unleashing their dual medium-pulse laser cannons, sending 60 beams towards the enemy ships. Their range is even longer than the T2 Hyenas, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Don't underestimate this slight advantage in seconds. On the battlefield, striking first means gaining the upper hand. Impossible. Feng Dawei was incredulous. Our laser cannons are clearly the most advanced T2 weapons. As he stood in shock, the lasers hit 6 T2 hyenas like a storm, with each ship being targeted by 10 beams. Although the hyena fleet immediately activated their defenses, their interception rate was a dismal 15. The 6 hit ships quickly erupted into flames. In an instant, 3 hyenas turned into fireballs. Ships 011, 012, and 019 had their bows completely obliterated, their fronts blown to pieces. Ships 029 and 007, though not destroyed on the spot, had their bridges damaged and were out of control, effectively losing combat capability. Ship 022 had all its main and secondary guns destroyed, hull riddled with holes, becoming a sitting duck. In just 3 minutes, the Hurricane Consortium had suffered heavy losses, 3 ships down, 3 more on the brink of collapse. Feng Dawei clenched his fists, desperately hoping for a hyena counterattack, silently praying for a turnaround. As the hyena fleet moved into range, their counterattack began as expected. However, compared to the Mastiff's dual cannons, their single-barrel main guns were utterly outclassed. Even worse, the Mastiff fleet demonstrated astonishing defensive prowess. 30 dual Closian weapon systems formed an impenetrable defensive net, intercepting most incoming fire with a 60 success rate. This meant that out of the 30 pulse lasers fired by the hyena fleet, only 12 hit their targets. Among the hit Mastiffs, only one had its hull breached and secondary guns damaged but could still fight. The rest only suffered superficial scorch marks on their armor, nothing serious. Just 3 minutes of combat revealed the stark disparity in strength. Though it seemed like only a few percentage points difference on paper, in real battle, it was a world apart, a crushing defeat. The faces of the Feng father and son were ashen, their expressions grim, unable to utter a word. Feng Weihao covered his face, unwilling to watch the broadcast any longer. Feng Dawei trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot, refusing to accept this harsh reality. Feng Xiaowei was utterly terrified, his lips trembling as he muttered mechanically, "Impossible! This is impossible! They must have cheated." The battle raged on intensely. As the distance between the two sides further decreased, the secondary cannons joined the massacre. The 4 electronic cannons of the Hyena fleet were utterly outmatched by the 6 rapid-fire cannons of the Mastiff fleet in terms of fire rate, accuracy, and destructive power. Under the torrential barrage, Hyena-class destroyers fell one after another, with 10 ultimately reduced to cosmic dust. In contrast, the Mastiff fleet only lost 1 ship after 10 minutes of fierce combat, despite being heavily targeted. The outcome was clear, but the Hurricane father and son refused to surrender. They couldn't bring themselves to say the words. As one Hyena ship after another fell, its era came to an end. Amidst the flames and smoke, the T2 Mastiff of Beiyin was crowned king. Half an hour later, the showdown between the T2 Hyenas and the T2 Tibetan Mastiffs concluded. The result was astonishing. Every single T2 Hyena was annihilated. In contrast, the Tibetan Mastiffs only lost 5 ships, with 5 severely damaged, but the rest, though slightly impaired, were still combat-ready. The loss ratio was a staggering 6-1, or even 3-1 if the severely damaged ships were considered. The venue fell silent at first, then erupted in jubilant celebration. Everyone went from initial shock to overwhelming joy. Most of the manufacturers present were merely suppliers, and a Hyena win would have meant maintaining the status quo. But the Tibetan Mastiff's victory signified that Beiyin was about to reclaim its former glory. Securing a piece of this lucrative contract was a guaranteed ticket to success for them. Li Yaqi wore a composed smile, as if she had anticipated the outcome. However, only she knew how excited she truly was inside, like a little deer prancing with joy. Despite her confidence in victory, she needed this moment to feel completely at ease. She discreetly glanced towards the booth where Zhao Chen was seated. To outsiders, it seemed like the victor was announcing a new era to the world, but in reality, she was seeking Zhao Chen's approval. "Look, I did it. I didn't let you down." Like a little girl who scored a perfect grade, eager to share her joy with an adult. Meanwhile, the Hurricane Consortium's representatives were ashen-faced, their expressions as dark as a stormy sky. Feng Weihao remained silent. Feng Dawei's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that the commercial empire he had built was crumbling. Feng Xiaowei was utterly lost, resembling a stray dog. The host then returned to the stage and solemnly announced that, according to the Military Procurement Committee's decision, the Hurricane Consortium's challenge to Beiyin Group's T2 Tibetan Mastiff was overruled. As per the rules, the Hurricane Consortium would compensate Beiyin for all losses incurred in this showdown, forfeit their entire security deposit, and be disqualified from future military procurements. Furthermore, the final winner of this T2 destroyer tender was indeed Beiyin's T2 Tibetan Mastiff. Now, let's invite Miss Li Yaqi from Beiyin to discuss the specific order details with the Military Procurement Committee. Amidst envious and jealous glances, Li Yaqi, full of confidence, followed the staff out to sign a multi-billion-dollar military procurement deal, propelling Beiyin to new heights. But this was just the beginning. The Hurricane Consortium would face a chain reaction. The Hyena orders would shrink drastically, and even their existing contracts were at risk of being breached. The resulting financial collapse could trigger a domino effect, casting doubt on whether Hurricane could survive the crisis. Witnessing the fall of the Hyena Empire firsthand was exhilarating. In the booth, Xue Xiaoxiao was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Chu Xian nodded and said, "I think this Beiyin group is from the Northern Wind Star region. My grandpa is going to be thrilled." He's always been worried that our star region lacked a decent shipyard, and now his long-cherished wish has finally come true. Zhao Wanner, however, eyed her brother suspiciously. She had noticed that after the victory, Li Yaqi's gaze was fixed on their booth. This was no coincidence. Out of 360 degrees, she was staring right here, clearly conveying some secret message to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stood with his arms crossed, feeling quite pleased. Li Yaqi's brilliant victory means a steady stream of wealth is about to flow into his pockets. Even if the billions are paid in installments, just the down payment alone is enough to make him ecstatic. Not to mention, he also managed to strike a blow against his archenemy, eventually a double win. Suddenly, the princess and the governor of Beifeng, who had been seated in the VIP section, stood up hurriedly as if they had received urgent news and quickly exited the venue. What's going on? Zhao Wanner muttered. At that moment, Chu Xian's terminal flashed with a message alert, and her expression changed dramatically. What's wrong? Zhao Chen asked immediately. My grandfather sent a message. There's a major incident at the border, Chu Xian said gravely. The princess and the governor's reaction must be related to this. Could it be the Mech clan? Zhao Wanner asked. That's right, Chu Xian nodded, then revealed the shocking news that left everyone in disbelief. The Mech clan's fleet has completely withdrawn. A full retreat? Which war zone? Su Lan pressed. Chu Xian shook her head. All war zones, the entire border defense line. The Mech clan's fleet has fully retreated. This explosive news hit like a bolt out of the blue, leaving everyone with their mouths agape. For as long as they could remember, the war between humans and the Mech clan had never ceased. Throughout this millennia-long struggle, both sides had their victories and losses, with the front lines constantly shifting, but never had the Mech clan fully withdrawn before. But now, intelligence indicated that the once aggressive enemy had vanished overnight. It was as if their entire worldview was being upended. What could have driven them to make such a decision? What could have happened beyond the galaxy? News of the massive withdrawal of the Mech clan spread rapidly among the upper echelons of the Starshine Empire in the following days. Such a large-scale movement couldn't be kept secret. People speculated wildly about the reasons behind the Mech clan's decision. Rumor had it that the major powers of the Galactic Alliance were holding emergency consultations on the matter. Meanwhile, the vast unclaimed star systems left behind by the retreating Mech clan became prime targets for various factions, as they were rich in resources and opportunities. On October 10, 3031, in the galactic calendar, Zhao Chen and Li Yaqi scheduled a holographic communication to discuss the aftermath of their recent military purchase. As Li Yaqi's image appeared before Zhao Chen, he immediately applauded. Congratulations, President Li. North Swallow Group has been all over the headlines lately. Everyone's calling you the Empress of Commerce. Don't tease me, Li Yaqi responded with a weary look. I'm exhausted. Outsiders don't know, but I've gone through a lot for someone's sake. She was puzzled why Zhao Chen had remained uninvolved in the major deal from start to finish, even entrusting all profits to North Swallow Group. Now that the military purchase contract was signed, worth hundreds of billions, he still seemed indifferent. She couldn't tell if he genuinely didn't care about money or trusted her completely. Let's talk about the details of the military purchase, Zhao Chen prompted. The signing went smoothly, Li Yaqi said, opening a highly confidential electronic contract for Zhao Chen to review. The Empire's military initially planned to purchase 10,000 ships, but due to the price advantage of our Tibetan Mastiffs, they increased the order to 15,000 ships, totaling 450 billion star coins. 450 billion. That's significantly more than expected, Zhao Chen exclaimed. According to the military's requirements, the entire order must be delivered by the end of next year, with several batches undergoing inspection during that period. Per our profit-sharing agreement, they'll cover all costs, and you'll directly receive 315 billion star coins. Congratulations, Viscount Zhao. With this money, your wealth will rival that of many nobles. Plus, aside from the military order, other orders are pouring in like snowflakes. We've fully taken over the T2 hyena market, Li Yaqi summarized excitedly. This is all thanks to you, Zhao Chen praised sincerely. Your maneuvering at the military procurement meeting sealed the fate of the hyena. But presently, your profits won't be small either, right? The raw material cost is at most 30 billion, including labor, transportation, and expansion. The total investment won't exceed 90 billion, netting nearly 50 billion in profit. I suspect North Swallow's profits over the past decade don't match this single deal. Both partners stood to gain substantially from the collaboration. Li Yaqi would achieve her ambitious goals, while Zhao Chen could enjoy the financial windfall. It was a win-win situation. As for North Swallow, I'll continue leaving it entirely in your capable hands, Zhao Chen said, getting back to business. But there's something I need your help with. Given the increased volume of raw materials you'll be purchasing, I'll need you to discreetly transport some resources to me through Akihito. Previously, North Swallow's annual import was a few billion, which made using this route risky. But now, as a major buyer, this small amount will go unnoticed. Zhao Chen intended to use this channel to secure his supply of raw materials. No problem, just give me a list when the time comes, Li Yaqi agreed readily. They chatted a bit more and then ended the call. With that, the Imperial arms deal finally came to a close. Zhao Chen had hoped to take this opportunity to see his elder sister, but she didn't show up, so he lost interest in lingering. He said goodbye to Chu Xian and the others, then set off for the Xiaolong star system in his T3 Blizzard. As for the bystanders still buzzing about the Beiyin group and Li Yaqi, they had no idea that the mastermind behind the scenes had already quietly exited. To them, the only person in the spotlight was the business empress, dazzling as ever. Back on the familiar bridge, Zhao Chen adjusted his chair to the most comfortable angle and opened the system interface. He had been spending time with his sisters for the past few days and hadn't had a chance to check the latest quarterly tasks. Requirement 1. Redeem a T3 level support starship blueprint. Requirement 2. Have a fleet of 100 combat starships. The second requirement wasn't too difficult. If needed, they could just build more T2 Black Rhinos, which were cheap and effective. The first requirement, however, required careful consideration of his points. As he was pondering, Zhao Chen keenly sensed a gaze fixed on him. He opened his eyes to find his sister standing beside him, staring intently. What's up? Do I have something on my face? Zhao Chen instinctively touched his face. Zhao Wanner asked mysteriously, does Li Yaqi and that T2 Tibetan Mastiff have anything to do with you? What the heck? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This girl's intuition was spot on. She had figured it out, but he maintained an innocent look. What could I possibly have to do with that business prodigy? At most, I just know her brother. Really? Zhao Wanner looked skeptical. Just then, Betsy walked over briskly, saving Zhao Chen from further questioning. Commander, we have the latest news from the base. Go ahead, Zhao Chen said, feeling relieved. Akihito has located the main base of that slaver organization, Betsy reported concisely. Set course for the Xiaolong star system at full speed, Zhao Chen commanded, his eyes gleaming. He couldn't wait to capture that T4 starship and avenge Akihito. In late October of galactic year 3031, Zhao Chen piloted the T3 Blizzard back to the Xiaolong star system. Qitong had been waiting for some time and immediately met with Zhao Chen. Commander. Qitong stood before Zhao Chen, eager to report. Tell me about the intelligence you've gathered, Zhao Chen prompted her to begin. Qitong began to recount her undercover life over the past month. In fact, on the interstellar black market, slave trading is a significant category. Almost everyone has had dealings with the slave traders under the Prince's Party. Following the clues, I quickly discovered their stronghold. It's within the Xingyao Empire, right at the border between the Azure Blue Star region and the Central Star region. Qitong pointed to a spot on the star map. Just like Bloody Mary's old base, this no man's land is perfect for hiding. But who would have thought their base would be deep within the Empire? On second thought, doesn't this indicate their collusion with the Prince's Party? With backing, it's actually the safest place for them. Here are the exact coordinates. It's a medium-sized starport, Qitong continued. I observed for a while. At least a Legion-level fleet is stationed there, about 3,000 warships. While their quality isn't high, they are slightly stronger than the forces you cleared in the Dark Reef sector. What about their combat capabilities? Zhao Chen pressed. Qitong shook her head. The intelligence on that isn't comprehensive. From my estimates, there are about 30 T3 warships, over 1,000 T2 warships, and the remaining 2,000 are T1 class. However, the number of T1s might be higher because transport ships full of slaves frequently arrive escorted by T1 warships. 30 T3s? In the past, Zhao Chen wouldn't have been confident in tackling such a tough target. But times had changed. By the end of this year, he would have a fleet composed of T3 warships, including a T3 Phoenix-class carrier. With such strength, taking down this slave nest would be a breeze. Qitong hesitated and then spoke with concern. But if you really go after them, it could bring big trouble. The Prince's Party is their backer. Not to mention the possibility of them tracing it back to you. Just the location of that starport could draw reinforcements. Being attacked from both front and rear would be disastrous. At this point, Qitong looked sincerely at Zhao Chen. We are deeply grateful for your desire to avenge us, but if it endangers our current peaceful life, and you have to risk yourself for us, I really don't want that. Zhao Chen could see her inner conflict. Not wanting revenge would be a lie. The horrific destruction of the Bloody Mary base haunted her mind constantly. But seeing the beautiful life her subordinates and rescued children now had in the Xiaolong star system, she didn't want to shatter this rare peace for personal vendettas. Qitong, I understand your concerns, Zhao Chen said firmly. But trust me, I promise you that everything we protect will remain safe now and forever. At the same time, I will make those bastards pay for Bloody Mary's blood debt. Zhao Chen's vow deeply moved Qitong. She couldn't fathom why this man would risk everything for her and her subordinates' hatred, putting in so much effort and dedication. Just as Qitong was moved, Zhao Chen saw a side quest appear before him. investigate and eliminate the leaders of the royal faction's slave trading organization, as well as the fleet commander who attacked the Bloody Mary base. The reward for the mission was a T4 Starship technology blueprint. For this, Zhao Chen would stop at nothing, not even if a prince stood in his way. To be thorough, I need you to gather more information. Give me some time to prepare, and by the end of this year at the latest, I will take down their headquarters. Zhao Chen told Qitong, who nodded in understanding. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted beyond the bridge, towards the construction zones of the T2 Hammer-class and T3 Furnace-class industrial ships, where the new main fleet of the Xiaolong was being born. The following October and November were undoubtedly the hardest months for the Hurricane Consortium. The sudden emergence of the T2 Mastiff cut off their revenue stream. New orders for the T2 Hyena vanished, and even existing contracts were being cancelled. Big brother, another lord has defaulted. They'd rather pay the penalty than take the hyena. Feng Xiaowei walked into the office to find his brother staring dejectedly at a floor littered with empty liquor bottles. Bastards! They used to beg us like lapdogs to sell to them, and now they turn their backs on us. Feng Dawei cursed bitterly. Our cash flow is also in trouble, Feng Xiaowei sighed. If we don't come up with a solution, we'll be out of funds within a month. We'll have to halt raw material supplies and stop the 2T3 development projects. Hearing this, Feng Dawei buried his face in his hands, unable to face the mess they were in. Once the pride of the skies, now he sought solace in alcohol. At that moment, Feng Weihe strode in. Father! Feng Xiaowei called out. For the past couple of months, the old man had been tirelessly working to turn the tide. He walked over to his eldest son, grabbed a bottle, and smashed it over his head, leaving Feng Dawei dazed. I've secured funding. The T3 development can continue, Feng Weihe said sternly. If you still consider yourself my son, pull yourself together and reclaim what's rightfully ours. With that, he turned and left. Overjoyed, Feng Dawei quickly accessed the electronic documents his father left behind, but his excitement soon turned to disbelief. The Hurricane Consortium had received new funding, but at the cost of giving up 59 of their shares. The financier behind this was none other than the Huang family, backed by the governor of the Blue Star Sector and Marshal Huang Zhixiong. Realizing this, Feng Dawei understood that his father had pawned the family business to keep it afloat. Beiyin, Li Yaqi. Feng Dawei clenched his teeth. I will never forgive you. What Hurricane loses today, we will take back tenfold. The humiliation you've caused me, I'll repay 100 times over. He roared in a fit of rage, vowing to wash away this disgrace. Governor Beifeng, the T3 White Eagle-class medium cruiser improvement plan you provided has successfully resolved our technical difficulties, allowing the upgrade project to continue. An engineer in a white coat excitedly reported to Governor Beifeng. With just a few of your data points, you've saved us months, if not a year, of development time. Governor Beifeng waved his hand with a smile. Don't thank me. I got this trick from someone else. Which master offered such insight? The engineer asked curiously. My granddaughter's husband, Governor Beifeng said proudly. Your granddaughter's husband? The engineer was taken aback at first, then realized Governor Beifeng's granddaughter's husband must be the esteemed son-in-law of the Chu family's eldest daughter. All right, just focus on your work and don't ask too many questions. Governor Beifeng gestured for the engineer to stop talking. After cutting off the communication, the old governor couldn't help but ponder. He recalled the young man named Zhao Chen, who had instantly identified all the issues after just a glance at the incomplete data he had provided. Chu Changhe sure is lucky to have found such a gem of a son-in-law. Governor Beifeng thought enviously. This young man is practically a walking treasure trove. Compared to his own unremarkable descendants, the old man sighed deeply. Despite having many children, none were particularly impressive, except for his granddaughter Chu Xian. Now, with such a valuable son-in-law, his other grandchildren were still causing headaches one after another. Oh well, children have their own fortunes. Shaking his head, the old man swallowed his worries. Mid-December, Galactic Year 3031, 2 months after the Imperial military procurement. After securing a major contract, the Beiyin Group immediately expanded the T2 Mastiff production line by several tens of times, aiming to increase the monthly output to 2,000 ships and the annual output to over 20,000. At this rate, the group was on the fast track to becoming the Empire's top shipbuilder. And what about the former giant, the Hurricane Consortium? First, they experienced a wave of order cancellations, then they faced a funding crisis, leaving them in a slump for months. Losing the T2 Hyena, their cash cow, made a comeback seem impossible. In the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen lay on a beach chair on the T2 Eden-class starship, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Since arriving in this world, he had been constantly on the move, never having a proper rest. Finally, these 2 months allowed him to experience the carefree life of a lord. He squinted, admiring the figures playing in the lake. Lilith's figure was the most striking, her black swimsuit accentuating her allure. Shen Bing, though of humble origin, had a figure that was equally impressive. Charlotte's tail and ears added a touch of wild charm. Initially, she refused to enter the water, but thanks to Zhao Wanner's mischief, she was pulled in. Even the usually aloof Akatsuki wore a conservative one-piece swimsuit, her skin's natural black patterns exuding a mysterious beauty. However, even in such a setting, she still wore her mask. Commander! A potato-like figure suddenly jumped in front of Zhao Chen, blocking his view. Annie, hasn't anyone taught you that it's very rude to interrupt someone admiring the scenery? Zhao Chen said irritably, pinching her cheek. Wow, you make it so obvious when you're admiring the scenery. Annie finally broke free from his grasp, rubbing her cheeks in frustration. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and changed the subject. So, what brings you here? The T-3 Phoenix-class heavy aircraft carrier officially entered service today. All tests have been passed, Annie reported seriously. Zhao Chen immediately perked up, his face lighting up with a smile as he reached out to pinch Annie's cheeks again. You know, you're actually quite cute. Come on, let's go check out this beauty. Why do you pinch my cheeks when you're happy and also when you're not? Annie pouted, feeling wronged. Because I feel like it, Zhao Chen said with a mischievous grin. By the way, considering your hard work lately, I'm thinking of giving you a bonus. Thank you, Commander. Annie's expression changed instantly as she bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. It's all thanks to your guidance and support that we've achieved so much. So, do you want the bonus? Or do you want me to pinch your cheeks? Pinch my cheeks, the right side is more elastic, Annie said, blinking her eyes and unable to suppress a smile. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with her money-minded antics. He waved to the women by the lake, saying he was going to witness the launch ceremony. This was a momentous event that everyone wanted to see, especially with the coveted position of the ship's captain up for grabs. Who wouldn't want to command this behemoth? Zhao Chen boarded the shuttle with the group of women, and halfway there, he suddenly remembered something. Turning to Annie, he asked, by the way, why did you come to tell me in person instead of just using a video call? Caught off guard, Annie nervously pointed out the window. Look, there it is, the Phoenix. Though they knew she was changing the subject, everyone turned their attention to the scene outside. A colossal, crimson vessel hovered silently in space, its hull adorned with bird-like patterns, and its overall shape resembling a disc, like a phoenix with its wings folded. Is that our T-3 Phoenix? Charlotte exclaimed. Despite having heard about the giant ship, seeing it in person was overwhelming. Nearby, a T-3 Blizzard-class ship, which had seemed enormous before, now looked tiny in comparison. The size difference between the two ships was akin to that between an adult and a child. The T-3 Phoenix has successfully completed all tests and is ready for the heroes to board. Annie led Zhao Chen and his team onto the imposing heavy aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte to inquire about the crew arrangements. Confidently, she replied, ever since you initiated the Phoenix project, I've been selecting the crew. We started by picking 3,000 elites from the reserves and sending them to T3 Goddess Academy for specialized training. In just 3 days, I can choose the best 1,000 to be fully organized and on board. Within 5 days, they'll be combat ready. Excellent. Zhao Chen was very satisfied with Charlotte's efficiency. With the T3 Goddess Academy as a talent pool, the Xiaolong fleet would never worry about a lack of successors. Even the temporary hangar is this large? Zhao Weiner exclaimed. The spacious hangar, with its red and white decor, resembled a modern art gallery. Passing through the hangar, the group entered a broad corridor. The passageways on either side were as wide as 4-lane streets, exuding grandeur. My goodness, this is spectacular. Betsy, the secretary officer, gasped, covering her mouth. They had seen many T-3 class warships, but none compared to this behemoth. Such extravagant use of space meant that either the designer was out of their mind, or this warship was far ahead of its time. The Phoenix is divided into 20 zones, with 3 being life support areas located at the bow, stern, and midsection, Annie explained. Since it needs to accommodate 1,000 crew members, each section is equipped with cafeterias and recreational facilities. Given the ship's length of 4,800 meters, we've also installed floating elevators to ensure any crew member can reach their destination within 3 minutes. As she spoke, Annie made a few gestures in the air. A square, fully transparent floating capsule descended, capable of carrying up to 10 people. Let's head to the flight deck first. Annie stepped into the lift, and the group followed. The doors closed silently, and the elevator ascended smoothly. About a minute later, the lift stopped, not at a public corridor, but in a dimly lit space accessible only to those with high clearance. Lights, Annie commanded. Immediately, rows of starships became visible, neatly organized and uniformly painted in red, resembling dormant flamingos ready to take flight. Compared to the aircraft seen on the T-2 Queen Bee-class carriers, these giants were unmatched in size and presence. These are the T-3 Phoenix-class fighters, Annie said proudly. Each one is 29.5 meters long, 5.22 meters high, with a wingspan of 16.02 meters. They have a cruising speed of 380 star knots and a maximum speed of 520 star knots. Of course, these are just trial speeds. Theoretically, their top speed can be increased by 30, though this would significantly reduce engine lifespan. No one has dared to push them to their absolute limits yet. In terms of weaponry, each fighter is equipped with a particle cannon, 4 laser machine guns, and 30 onboard missiles. This firepower is more than enough to take on any T-1 warship and can even challenge T-2 warships. Plus, they are fitted with unidirectional star shields, making them nearly unstoppable during frontal assaults. What are those over there? Xin Bing pointed to several larger aircraft in the corner. Compared to the Phoenix fighters, these monsters are at least twice as large, with sleek designs. Their smooth bodies don't reveal a single external weapon. T-3 Fire Phoenix-class heavy stealth bombers, Zhao Chen explained. As he spoke, the hover pod moved in front of 30 silent, crimson phantoms. The Fire Phoenix bombers are 36.8 meters long, have a wingspan of 71.3 meters, and stand 9.6 meters tall, Annie elaborated. Their standout feature is stealth capability, allowing them to completely evade radar and visual detection. They only become visible briefly when launching an attack and can recloak within 20 seconds after the airstrike. Don't underestimate their payload 50 particle bombs, each packing the punch of a T-2 battleship's main cannon. Annie added. This is just the storage warehouse for the aircraft. The actual hangar is on the upper and lower flight decks, she continued. Pilots board their crafts there, where specialized ground crew handle all pre-flight preparations before the aircraft are lifted to the deck to stand by. After exploring this area, the group moved to an even larger warehouse. Unlike the previous storage, this one was packed more densely with folded aircraft, resembling bats ready to swarm out at any moment. This is one of the drone hangars, Annie explained. The entire ship can accommodate 3,000 T-3 Black Phoenix medium combat drones and 20 T-3 White Phoenix electronic warfare drones. Manned aircraft can all be airborne within 10 minutes, with a single aircraft returning for resupply and redeployment in just 3 minutes. Drones are even quicker. The entire fleet can be launched in 3 minutes, and each drone can be recharged and redeployed in just 30 seconds. For an aircraft carrier, the efficiency of launching and retrieving aircraft directly impacts its combat performance. Annie paused with a sly smile. Next, let's take a tour of the bridge. It's time for the commander to consider the captain candidates. The already ambiguous atmosphere suddenly became even more charged. Zhao Chen shot Annie a sidelong glance. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. Zhao Chen found himself surrounded by a group of women in the floating elevator. Though their conversations were filled with laughter and cheer, the underlying tension and hidden animosity were palpable to those who could sense it. Their collective focus was singular: the coveted position of captain of the Phoenix One. This role represented the pinnacle of honor for any starship commander. Nothing could be more exhilarating than commanding a fleet of starships, ready to charge at your command. At present, the contenders for this prestigious position under Zhao Chen were limited to Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, Xin Bing, Qitong, and the Wolf Girl by Shui. Charlotte was the undeniable frontrunner. With exceptional skills, extensive combat experience, and as a founding veteran of the Xiaolong fleet, she was the natural choice for captain from any perspective. Zhao Wanner, although Zhao Chen's younger sister, lacked sufficient battle experience. However, her talent in commanding the T-3 Phantom stealth bomber had earned her considerable respect. The captain's role on the Phoenix was relatively safer compared to the Phantom, given that it was the fleet's flagship. If the flagship couldn't be protected, the entire fleet would be at risk of annihilation. Bai Shui, Charlotte's trusted confidant, had both the capability and technical prowess, but would naturally defer to Charlotte due to seniority. Xin Bing and Qitong were recent additions to the team. Xin Bing, the renowned beauty of the North Star Academy, had impressive credentials, while Qitong, hailing from the harsh interstellar mercenary group, was battle-hardened and highly skilled. Though the women avoided discussing it openly, their eyes betrayed their longing for the captain's seat. A casual remark from Annie stirred the tension, like a stone tossed into a calm lake, creating ripples of unease. Zhao Chen felt a surge of irritation and wanted to kick her to vent his frustration. Annie shivered inexplicably. Strange. Did I not eat enough for lunch? She muttered to herself, clutching her stomach. The group soon arrived at the bridge of the Phoenix One. The virtual light door automatically recognized their identities, allowing them to see inside while remaining opaque from the outside. Although they were not official crew members of the Phoenix, as high-ranking officials of the Xiaolong fleet, their access was just below Zhao Chen's, granting them unhindered entry. A pleasant chime signaled the bridge door's silent opening. Wow! They exclaimed in unison. The grand, crimson bridge unfolded before them, with a five-story atrium structure above and concentric circular platforms below. The entire bridge resembled a massive flaming bird's nest, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns on its walls. At the center of this nest was the command hub that controlled the entire ship. The Phoenix Bridge featured 100 stations, capable of monitoring every corner of the ship simultaneously. Annie explained that while the layout of the command deck was similar to the Blizzard class, the Phoenix's system was far more extensive and complex due to its command over thousands of fighters and drones. As they looked around, Charlotte and the others couldn't hide their excitement. This was the stage of their dreams. Even Charlotte's tail wagged involuntarily with excitement, and a unique sparkle shone in Qidong's eyes. Zhao Chen strolled to the command platform, casually summoned a floating captain's chair, and sat down with a relaxed demeanor. The intelligent seat immediately adjusted to the owner's body shape for maximum comfort and, through brainwave sensing, allowed Zhao Chen to move freely within the bridge. When not in use, it would retract into the floor, becoming invisible. I've decided, Zhao Chen announced firmly, looking around at everyone. I will personally command the Phoenix, with Lilith as the secretary officer and Qitong as my deputy. Although everyone was eager for a role, Zhao Chen, as the fleet's commander, was the most suitable choice to captain the flagship. After all, the grand leader of the Xiaolong fleet couldn't be expected to personally pilot a warship into battle anymore. It would be beneath his status. The appointment of Qitong as deputy, however, was unexpected. Commander, is it really appropriate for me to be your deputy? I'm already quite content commanding the Black Rhino class, Qitong said, visibly honored. We're short-handed right now. Your assistance is more than fitting, Zhao Chen replied sternly. This is an order, not a request. The others didn't mind. Veterans like Charlotte and Zhao Warner, who had agreed to assist Zhao Chen out of personal loyalty, understood the need. The high command of the Xiaolong fleet was already stretched thin. It wouldn't be proper to burden them further. Qitong, being new, needed time to develop a sense of belonging. Giving her command of AT-3 warship was premature, but making her captain of AT-2 would be underutilizing her talents. Appointing her as deputy was an ideal transitional role. Don't worry, everyone. Zhao Chen smiled knowingly. This is just our first Phoenix, not the last. Soon, the 2nd, 5th, and 10th will be launched in succession. When the time comes, you'll have as many as you want and can do whatever you please. Though said in jest, everyone knew Zhao Chen's promises were always kept. The thought of 10 Phoenix-class ships was exhilarating. What a magnificent sight it would be. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, eyes slightly closed. He could already envision an invincible fleet of T-3 behemoths under his command, sailing through the cosmos. No, not just T-3. Zhao Chen would eventually command T-4 ships and even more powerful starships. By then, he would command the stars, dominating the universe. Who could challenge him? With the official inclusion of the T-3 Phoenix, combined with the subsequent construction of new ships, Zhao Chen's ambitious fleet-building plan, formulated at the end of September, saw completion by December 25, 3031, galactic calendar. Except for the mysterious T-4 Reborn-class clone starship, all other ships were finished and joined the Xiaolong fleet's combat sequence. Inside the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, Lilith and Akatsuki stood solemnly on either side of Zhao Chen. The Xiaolong fleet was fully prepared. Lilith opened a detailed fleet list, a total of 102 combat starships, including 26 T-3 class and 76 T-2 class ships. The total number of combat personnel was 7,300. The list prominently displayed T-3 starships, 1 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, 5 Phantom-class stealth bombers, 20 Blizzard-class cruisers, T-2 starships, 1 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier, 5 Lion King-class heavy missile ships, 10 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleships, 60 Black Rhino-class assault frigates. In addition to the T-3 main force, Zhao Chen also built a batch of T-2 ships to compensate for other weaknesses in the formation. Although the fleet barely crossed the 100-ship threshold in terms of numbers, its strength was formidable enough to challenge the Empire's second-line fleet, which had a scale of 3,000 ships. Against this elite unit, their chances of victory were less than 10%. After all, when T-3 dominates the battlefield, numbers become insignificant. Replacing quantity with quality was Zhao Chen's military philosophy. Akatsuki, how's the action plan coming along? Zhao Chen turned and asked. Akatsuki was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, pulling up the pre-drafted surprise attack plan: an assault on the slave traders' stronghold under the prince's faction. Zhao Chen had previously instructed her to plan ahead, and although she complied, she never expected the commander to implement it so swiftly. After all, this was the prince's faction's core and cash cow. While the slave trade was filthy, the lives of mere slaves were of no concern to the nobility. Noticing the astonishment in Akatsuki's eyes, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Don't forget, I promised you this. I may forget many things, but I never forget too. The money people owe me and the grudges I hold. Since you joined my ranks, your enemies are now Xiaolong's enemies. We always repay our grudges. What are you waiting for? Present your precious plan." Akatsuki took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. "Yes, sir. Here is my combat plan." "Hold on," Zhao Chen interrupted. "First, Forward a copy to Charlotte and the others for their input. With Akatsuki's explanation, a detailed combat plan unfolded. It included the departure from the Xiaolong system, key routes, estimated arrival time in the combat zone, an initial assessment of the enemy fleet size, recommended tactics, estimated battle duration, possible enemy reinforcements and their arrival times, and the retreat route after the battle. The plan was meticulously detailed, making it feel as if one were experiencing it firsthand. Moreover, Akatsuki had prepared comprehensive contingency plans for various potential unexpected situations, demonstrating flexibility and calmness. Each brilliant strategy was astonishing, making it hard to believe they came from a mere mercenary. You were just a mercenary before? Zhao Chen asked, his mouth agape in surprise. Akame pointed to her head a bit sheepishly and said, "Actually, I have a small talent. I have a mental space that works like a save and load system, allowing me to simulate and replay a scenario hundreds of times. Back when I was in the Bloody Mary, I would run through each mission hundreds of times to ensure nothing went wrong." Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel internally, thinking, this girl must have some protagonist's aura. She's like a walking military manual. Soon, Charlotte and the others provided their feedback, generally agreeing with Akame's plan with only minor adjustments. With such capable aides, Zhao Chen found his work much smoother. He immediately decided, since there are no issues, let's go with this plan. Lilith, send out the orders. Leave 10 Black Rhino escorts in the Xiaolong star system. The rest of the fleet should be battle-ready within 3 hours. Refuel, rearm, and modify the ship emblems to disguise as merchant vessels. Move out. Yes. Lilith acknowledged the order. Akame, establish a command center immediately. It will include you, me, Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, Shenbing, and Bai Shui. Zhao Chun continued. Understood. Akame quickly set to work. In no time, a command network centered around the Phoenix ship began to take shape. Charlotte and the others' windows popped up, surrounding Zhao Chun. Initiate Plan A. The estimated journey will take 5 days, and we will reach the target area by 3 a.m. on December 31st, 3031, Galactic Standard Time, Lilith announced. According to the operational plan, we will launch a surprise attack within 5 hours and withdraw from the battlefield no later than 10 hours after the battle. Excellent. Zhao Chun stared at the star map, where 2 distinct trajectories intersected to form a deadly cross. The focal point was the ultimate goal of this mission, the Slaver starport. Prepare for departure, Zhao Chun commanded. Just 3 hours later, a mysterious fleet of 92 gray-painted, unmarked starships quietly left port and melted into the vast interstellar night. Among them, the largest carrier loomed like a beast lurking in the darkness, ready to unleash its fangs at the moment of attack. Have you found any trace of the Bloody Mary mercenary group yet? Scarface asked angrily. No, ever since the last operation, they vanished into thin air, replied another small, lazy man, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. But that kind of serves our purpose. No one dares to mess with our slave convoy anymore. What do you mean by that? Scarface exploded. Have you forgotten how much damage those mysterious guys caused us? Even our T-3 battleship was destroyed. It's all because of your incompetence. You had a whole fleet, and even with an insider's help, you still let them slip through your fingers. If it weren't for His Highness's leniency, I would have sold you to the arena to fight beasts long ago. The skinny man retorted mercilessly. The 2 men were the second and third in command at the starport and never got along. They often argued in public, and if not for the hidden benefactor's intervention, they would have torn each other apart by now. Enough. A gunshot rang out, and blood splattered onto the skinny man as the woman in his arms fell lifelessly. The second in command was stunned. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough? A towering, 3-meter one-eyed giant put away his gun angrily. Do you want me to report your stupidity to His Highness? And you, number 2, have you forgotten the rules? Never mention His Highness in front of outsiders. Do it again, and I won't just miss next time. The giant was the actual leader of the starport, but he wasn't human. He was a cyclops. This race had human-like bodies, an average height of 3 meters, bald heads, and a single large eye occupying a quarter of their face, earning him the nickname Big Eye King. Faced with their formidable superior, the second and third in command were visibly cowed, not daring to act out. We must investigate the fleet that attacked Bloody Mary, but the priority is to complete His Highness's mission. Big Eye King got back to business. The slave quota has been increased again. Last year, we barely met 80 of it. If it weren't for my plea, you both would have lost an arm at least. For the first quarter of next year, the quota is doubled compared to the same period last year. Do you hear me? Doubled. Doubled. The skinny man groaned. The surrounding star systems are on high alert. The cost of capturing slaves is skyrocketing. This is impossible. Exactly, Scarface chimed in. Big Eye King grabbed them both by the collars. This isn't up for discussion. It's an order. Fail to meet the quota, and you'll be filling it yourselves. Why, sir? Scarface and the skinny man stammered, not daring to disobey. Boss, why is His Highness suddenly demanding more slaves? The skinny man asked cautiously. Smack. He hadn't finished speaking before he got a slap. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Scarface secretly felt pleased, but was also slapped unexpectedly. And you, number 3, I know all about your little tricks. If you dare steal again at this critical moment, I'll chop off your hand. I understand. The two of them cowered like dogs in front of Big Eye King, completely subdued. Little did they know, a storm was quietly approaching. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the starport, 5 T-3 Phantom-class stealth bombers were closing in. Thanks to advanced stealth technology, they remained undetected even when passing right by enemy ships. The starport's defenses were indeed tight. Zhao Chen reported the reconnaissance results. There are 500 warships docked in the harbor, with another 2,500 surrounding the area from 5 directions. It's impossible to land unless we use stealth infiltration like we did. Knowing that all this was already in Qidong's previous intelligence, Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems we still need to stick to the original plan. He glanced at Qitong beside him, who was clenching her fists, struggling to suppress her anger. If looks could kill, the slave starport would have been reduced to dust by her glare. At that moment, the system prompted a task update side quest, Qitong's Revenge. The objective is to investigate and eliminate the leaders of the slave group and the masterminds behind the Bloody Mary incident. Targets: kill Big Eye, Skinny Monkey, and Scarface. Challenge: capture one of these targets alive and execute them in front of Qitong for a reward of 3,000 points. Task reward: AT-4 Starship Blueprint. As Zhao Chen was silently amazed, 3 glowing figures appeared before him, each with a countdown timer above their heads showing 3 hours and 59 minutes. Comparing the images, he realized they were located somewhere within the starport. One of them, the tallest, matched the description of the one-eyed giant from the intelligence. Is the system giving him a cheat code for target tracking to make the challenge easier? Watching the countdown tick away, Zhao Chen understood that once time ran out, the tracking would disappear. Catching these 3 targets in the vast crowd would be nearly impossible. This system sure knows how to tempt someone knowing the task is hard. It gives a cheat. Clearly, it's enticing him to act. Handsome, don't hesitate, just do it. Another task triggered: rescue the slaves. The objective is to rescue the slaves in the starport and on its fleet. Achieving the rescue quota will trigger completion status. If the completion rate exceeds 90, AT-3 Starship Blueprint will be awarded. Zhao Chen clenched his fists. This time, it's a double-edged sword. One task isn't enough, so it throws in another? Does the system think he'll fall for it? Well, he will. Despite knowing how difficult these tasks are, as the saying goes, high risk, high reward. The Xingyao Empire is in turmoil, and there's no room for him to hide and grow stronger. Wait, just as everyone was ready to move, Zhao Chen suddenly called out, I need to make some changes to the battle plan. Now, I will announce the new combat strategy. The surface of the slavers' port appeared calm, but beneath the tranquility, dangerous currents were brewing. 5 lurking behemoths were poised to strike, ready to unleash their fangs at any moment. Zhao Chen, leading 5 T-3 Phantom stealth bombers, had her eyes fixed on the target port. As the clock precisely struck 5 o'clock, she gave the order, Phantom Squad, move out. Yes, ma'am. 4 Phantom ships responded immediately. In an instant, 2 of them materialized outside the port, disrupting the calm waters. What the FK? Am I seeing things? Where did that ship come from? The berth coordinator was stunned. He quickly checked the incoming records, but found no trace of the intruder. Hey, which department are you from? Unauthorized docking will get you disciplined. He hurriedly opened his communicator, trying to contact the mysterious ship, but was met with silence. Before he could pursue further, the enemy made their movie. A volley of torpedoes and missiles hurtled towards the control tower where he stood. The communicator clattered to the ground as his eyes widened in terror. He didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed in a fiery explosion. In an instant, violent explosions erupted at various nodes of the slavers' port. 2 Dock T-3 destroyers were especially targeted, bombarded by dozens of torpedoes and missiles, turning into blazing fireballs. The deafening blasts caught the attention of Big Eye Wong. He stared at his shaking glass, his brows furrowed. Soon, a flood of communication requests came in. He first connected with second and third in command via video call. Boss, it's bad. Second's face was pale. Our port is under attack by unknown T-3 warships. The main channel is destroyed, and over 500 ships are trapped in their berths. Third continued, 2 T-3 destroyers have been sunk. What? Big Eye Wong was shocked. He quickly headed to the command room, barking orders. Why are you all standing around? Deploy the fleet to eliminate the intruders. We've already counterattacked, but they have full ship star shields. We can't break through them quickly. Skinny Monkey's response left Big Eye Wong stunned. How can a T-3 bomber have a full ship star shield? That's impossible. We don't understand either, Second sighed. Moreover, it seems there are more than 2 stealth bombers attacking us. 3, 4. Oh my god, there are 5 of them. By now, Big Eye Wong had rushed into the command room. The chaotic scene before him was shocking. Ships crashed into each other like headless chickens, scraping and colliding with the port walls, causing countless accidents. Where are the anti-aircraft guns? Why aren't they firing back? Big Eye Wong shouted at his deputy. A military port's defensive firepower should rival several T-3 warships. The deputy pointed to the console, covered in warning lights, his face troubled. The enemy's first attack wave destroyed 2/3 of our anti-aircraft guns. The remaining ones are barely hanging on. Big Eye Wong's face turned ashen. He pulled up the sector's radar map, where 5 bright red signals stood out. These were the 5 unknown T-3 stealth bombers, appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc in the port, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. What's even more alarming is that they launched attacks on our defense fleets from 3 different directions, specifically targeting the T-3 battleships. The deputy reported that we have already lost 10 T-3 battleships. 10? The Yin Wong's single eye widened in shock, bigger than a brass bell. They had painstakingly accumulated 30 T-3 battleships with the support of the prince, and now they had lost 1/3 of them in an instant. Don't panic, he forced himself to stay calm. Given the bomb load of 5 bombers, they should be out of ammunition by now. Order the entire fleet to surround them. Even though we can't detect their stealth targets, if we cut off their retreat, we'll force them to reveal themselves. Warning! Warning! Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another bad news arrived. A large number of enemy fighters and drones were detected heading towards the 4th and 5th fleets. Fighters? Drones? How many? The deputy swallowed hard and responded. Preliminary estimates suggest over 300 T-3 fighters and more than 3,000 T-3 drones. This far exceeds the T-2 carrier group's capacity. It seems like a T-3 carrier is here. Upon hearing this, the Yin Wong froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. A T-3 carrier? This is serious. Warning! 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 A large number of interstellar fighters and drones are approaching our area. The 4th and 5th fleets of the slave traders echoed with this warning. Normally, they wouldn't pay much attention to such alerts, as interstellar fighters and drones were not unfamiliar to them. But this time was completely different. The radar clearly showed 3,000 T-3 level interstellar drones and 300 T-3 interstellar fighters sweeping in like a tidal wave, indicating the enemy's terrifying long-range strike capability. Immediately, the alarm sounded again. Warning! 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 Incoming interstellar missiles detected. On the flagship radars of the 2 slave trader fleets, hundreds of interstellar missiles appeared like a meteor shower behind the thousands of blips, heading straight for them. Despite Pei Xingnan's former role as deputy commander of the Bloody Mary Mercenary Corps, making her fully qualified to captain AT-2 Black Rhino, she resolutely joined the recruitment for interstellar fighter pilots in the Xiaolong fleet. She loved the feeling of freedom when piloting an interstellar fighter, especially the T-3 Phoenix-class fighter she was flying now, which felt like an extension of herself. Now, she could not only pilot her dream interstellar fighter, but also use it to avenge the Mercenary Corps. In the starport command room, Big Eye Wong urgently ordered the 4th and 5th fleets to intercept the incoming interstellar missiles and prepare to defend against the enemy fighters. Yet, a sense of foreboding rose within him. Facing so many T-3 level interstellar fighters with less than 15 T-3 interstellar frigates was an insurmountable challenge. The severity of the situation was apparent. He immediately commanded the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets to abandon their pursuit of the stealth bombers and support the 4th and 5th fleets. After fending off the enemy's first wave of attacks, they were to go on the offensive and locate the enemy's carrier starship. Stabilizing the front line was of utmost importance. However, as Slim Monkey of the 2nd Fleet and Scarface of the 3rd Fleet witnessed the horrifying missile attack on the 4th and 5th fleets, they realized the enemy had meticulously planned this assault. Thousands of interstellar missiles formed a dense barrage, like a relentless meteor shower, exploding within the slave trader fleet formations and turning ships into fireballs. Although some missiles were intercepted, many more hit their targets precisely. The slave traders' warships fell one after another, creating a scene of cosmic disaster and despair. With the number of friendly warships dwindling rapidly, Big Eye Wong, panic-stricken, didn't hesitate to send out a distress signal, pleading for assistance from the prince. The prince had instructed them not to request aid unless absolutely necessary, but to Big Eye Wong, the situation had reached a critical point. After the missile assault ended, the damage report was laid out before Big Eye Wong. Over 300 starships destroyed, including 3 T-3, 100 T-2, and 200 T-1 warships, with the number of damaged ships being twice that of the destroyed ones. Worse still, the combat formations of the 4th and 5th fleets had been completely disrupted. The chaos had not yet subsided when the 4th and 5th fleets were horrified to discover a swarm of interstellar fighters and drones closing in. Following a barrage of interstellar missiles, they launched a seamless attack. The interstellar drones led the charge, splitting into small squads to aggressively target the enemy's main warships and T2 class vessels. The once mighty battleships and battlecruisers, which had previously dominated fleet battles, now appeared defenseless against the interstellar drones, their defensive firepower proving useless. And this was just the beginning. The even more terrifying interstellar fighters had yet to strike. 300 T-3 Phoenix-class fighters locked onto the enemy's valuable T-3 starships, launching a fierce assault under the cover of a one-way star shield. Alarms blared incessantly on the 4th Fleet's flagship. Warning, the hull is under attack, armor strength remaining at 65. Warning, secondary cannon at position 4 has been destroyed. The flagship's captain was overwhelmed, and the command system was in disarray. Suddenly, he stared in shock at the screen in front of him above the flagship. Several long-winged, flat interstellar fighters had appeared out of nowhere. They hadn't shown up in the earlier reconnaissance data, and their silhouettes resembled interstellar stealth bombers. Phoenix 1 is ready to commence the bombing mission. Inside the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy interstellar stealth bomber, the main pilot accelerates the aircraft into a dive. Simultaneously, the T-3 Phoenix's stealth mode is automatically deactivated, revealing its presence to the enemy. Immediately, a barrage of interceptive fire from enemy ships pours towards them, as if shouting, "You shall not pass." The co-pilot swiftly inputs a series of interstellar bomb coordinates on the control panel. With the targets locked, the first wave of candy will be dropped in 15 seconds, and the second wave in 30 seconds. Other T-3 Phoenix bombers are executing the same mission and quickly enter the attack range. At this moment, the streamlined bodies of these T-3 Phoenix bombers slowly open their undercarriages, revealing rows of neatly arranged particle energy bombs, totaling 50. At a command, the bombs rain down on the targets. Boom, boom, boom. On the T-3 Interstellar Destroyer, the crew barely has time to react before being engulfed by deafening explosions. Those near the damaged sections of the ship suffer the worst, as they are consumed by terrifying flames before they can even scream. Under the relentless bombardment of 10 T-3 Phoenix bombers, the unfortunate T-3 Interstellar Destroyer is declared out of commission. Report, Phoenix 1 has completed the bombing mission. All interstellar bombs have been deployed. Returning to base for resupply, the main pilot reports, then jokes to the co-pilot, "Looks like these guys really enjoy our candy. Who cares if they like it or not? They can't refuse it anyway." The co-pilot responds with a confident grin. The first wave of T-3 Phoenix bombers then reactivates stealth mode and heads back to the mothership. In less than 5 minutes of fierce bombing, the 4th and 5th Fleet's T-3 class starships are completely annihilated, with over half of the remaining T-2 starships also destroyed. These two fleets didn't even have a chance to retaliate before being decimated. On the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix class heavy carrier starship, Zhao Chen sits calmly in the captain's chair, admiring the scene before him. According to the final reconnaissance before the battle, the enemy had over 3,000 warships divided into 6 fleets, rotating between rest and defense. Each fleet comprised 500 ships, including 30 T-3s, 1,000 T-2s, and 2,000 T-1s, with a significant proportion of T-2 ships far exceeding typical second-rate forces. The composition of the 30 T-3 ships is also noteworthy. 1 battleship, 2 battlecruisers, 3 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 14 frigates, many of which have ties to the Qingyao Empire. It's hard to believe these slave traders have no connection to the empire. In Zhao Chen's initial attack, nearly 20 T-3 warships were destroyed. On their side, only a few dozen drones were lost, while over 500 enemy ships were taken down. Notably, the flagship of the 2nd and 3rd Fleet's 2 T-3 Flame, Lion-class heavy battlecruiser survived the first round of stealth bombing. The battle is fierce. Vice Captain Chi Tong, unable to contain his excitement, watches the destruction of enemy ships on the screen with intense focus. He clenches his knife handle, blood seeping from his lips. She seemed to relive the horrific scene of her base being attacked, her comrades dying tragically, and her fleet being relentlessly pursued, with ship after ship falling. The faces of her fallen comrades flashed in her mind, and Akim's eyes grew misty. A hand gently wiped the blood from her lips. Zhao Chen softly said, "Now is not the time for you to bleed. It's time for them to pay the price." Akim nodded firmly. Yes, she was here for revenge. She wanted to witness the downfall of her enemies firsthand. Report. Enemy fleets 1, 2, and 3 are about to enter the combat zone. Our T-3 Fire Phoenix squadron has completed its bombing mission and is returning for resupply. Drones will need resupply in 5 minutes, and T-3 Phoenix class fighters in 8 minutes. Lilith reported from the side. Got it. Execute the next phase of the battle plan. Zhao Chen responded calmly. Yes, sir. Lilith acknowledged and went off to issue new orders. The fleet, centered around the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, advanced slowly, making no attempt to hide. It boldly presented itself to the enemy, as if declaring to the world, "Here is my main force. Come and fight if you dare." Report. Over 60 enemy warships detected on radar, including one T-3 class heavy carrier. A subordinate anxiously reported to Big Eye Wong. Big Eye Wong immediately noticed the enemy's presence they had no intention of hiding. He stared intently at the massive gray vessel, the dreaded T-3 carrier. But its design was unlike any he had seen before. Who were these mysterious attackers, and what were their intentions? A cloud of doubt shrouded the mind of this slaver leader. Over 60 interstellar warships? King Big Eye stared intently at the screen displaying over 60 gray warships with matching paint schemes. Although he could roughly identify the types of ships from their appearance, the database had no records matching them. More alarming was the presence of several ships that appeared to be T-3 class starships. Faced with this mysterious fleet of unknown origin, King Big Eye knew he should not engage recklessly. However, the enemy had a T-3 heavy carrier. If he didn't destroy that behemoth quickly, the endless waves of fighters and drones would slowly decimate his fleet. Time was of the essence. Transmit my order. All ships, launch an all-out assault. Destroy that T-3 carrier at any cost. King Big Eye commanded his 5 fleets. Despite their fear of this mysterious fleet, especially after that devastating initial attack, marked by a rain of missiles and swarms of fighters and drones, the likes of which had never been seen before, the fleet commanders understood that King Big Eye was right. To win this battle, they had to take down the carrier. Thus, 2,000 warships surged towards the T-3 heavy carrier. Enemy fleet is approaching us. If we don't intercept them, they could threaten the carrier's safety in 15 minutes, reported Deputy Captain Cheetong from the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier. No need for a full blockade. Let a few small fish through. Zhao Chen waved his hand, deliberately leaving gaps in the defensive formation. Cheetong instantly grasped the commander's intent. A watertight defense would only make the enemy desperate to break through, tearing open gaps by force. But intentionally leaving some openings would guide the enemy's attack paths, allowing their side to set traps and surprises in advance. Of course, this was a risky strategy that required precise control. Otherwise, it could backfire spectacularly. However, Zhao Chen had full confidence in the Xiaolong fleet, and Cheetong agreed with his plan. T-2 Queen Bee, deploy drone swarms to support the defense line. 50 T-2 Black Rhinos form the first defensive line. 10 T-2 Snow Dogs select targets autonomously. 10 T-3 Blizzards adapt and use their mobility to respond where needed. Zhao Chen quickly coordinated. Yes, sir. Lilith and Cheetong further refined his orders and relayed them to the ships. Immediately, the Xiaolong warships stood ready, poised for action. Meanwhile, the deck of the T-3 Phoenix carrier received the first batch of returning fighters. A T-3 Fire Phoenix heavy stealth bomber landed first, and the elevator took less than 3 seconds to move it into the hangar. The maintenance team of 3 took their positions and began their tasks with tense precision. Logistics Team 022, commence maintenance on T-3 Fire Phoenix 12, the team leader directed. Number 2, handle the energy supply. Number 3, load the bombs. Number 2 tapped a few buttons on the control panel, and the energy conduit connected to Fire Phoenix 12, starting the energy transfer. Number 3 stood under the aircraft's belly, looking up at the nearly empty bomb bay and joked, "Looks like our candy is quite popular. Too bad we don't get user feedback." Without missing a beat, she began loading bombs into the bay. Although most of the work was done by machinery, they had to closely monitor the process to ensure nothing went wrong. The team leader piloted a single-person hover platform, meticulously inspecting every inch of the aircraft's exterior and performing emergency repairs on damaged sections. With a click, the cockpit cover of Fire Phoenix 12 popped open. The co-pilot, drenched in sweat, removed his helmet and let out a heavy sigh of relief. "How are you holding up?" the team leader asked with concern as he hovered next to the cockpit. "I'm fine," the pilot replied energetically, taking off his helmet. "Need a nutrient supplement?" the team leader offered. "Yes, please, give me a bottle," the co-pilot gasped, his face red like an apple. "Look at you. Back at Goddess Academy, I could handle this level of combat 5 times over," the pilot boasted. "I'm just a bit nervous. We've only done simulated battles before." "I'll get used to it," the co-pilot retorted, unwilling to concede. "You have to know, being a starfighter pilot isn't easy. Besides top-notch piloting skills, you need exceptional physical fitness. In such a confined space, you don't have the comprehensive personnel protection systems like on a warship. The physical strain during high-speed maneuvers is immense. What seems like a simple 10-minute sortie can be as exhausting as climbing 50 flights of stairs for an average person. To become a pilot on this carrier, you need to withstand at least 5 sortie cycles just to meet the minimum standard. One real battle is worth 100 drills. As the fleet's main force, don't mess up and embarrass us at this critical moment." A cold female voice came from the opposite side just as the team leader finished speaking. Everyone turned to see a T-3 Phoenix fighter parked there, its tail marked with 001. The newcomer was none other than Pei Xingnan, the commander of the entire T-3 Phoenix heavy carrier's flight squadron. "Commander Pei." Everyone present stood at attention and saluted. Unlike the returning pilots, Pei Shengnan appeared calm and composed. Aside from a few strands of damp hair sticking to her forehead, she showed no signs of fatigue. She gave the group a cold glance, said nothing more, and donned her helmet before leaping back into the cockpit. Fire Phoenix 001 quickly completed its resupply, far faster than the Fire Phoenix bombers. Fire Phoenix 001 requesting permission to re-engage. Permission granted. Channel 7 is available at any time. With that command, the imposing fighter once again soared into the battlefield. In the command center of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, dozens of crew members were intensely monitoring the real-time status of the T-3 starfighters. They were responsible for providing tactical support to the fighter squads, always ready to mobilize Allied firepower to cover them or, in cases of severe damage, to order the pilots to eject and evacuate. Zhao Chen had given them one supreme directive. Human lives take precedence over the costliest of starfighters. Warning. Phoenix 203's left wing has been hit, power down by 15. Warning. Hull armor breached, armor integrity at 80. A crew member watched in horror as an unfortunate T-3 Phoenix was struck by the main cannon of an enemy T-2 destroyer. The one-way shield activated in time but was quickly depleted, leaving the fighter severely damaged by subsequent close-range fire. Phoenix 203, disengage and retreat immediately. Allied fighters are on their way to provide cover. Return to base as quickly as possible. An auxiliary crew member repeatedly called out. Understood. Phoenix 203 is retreating, the pilot responded, clenching her teeth. Despite her reluctance, she followed the order. However, even during the retreat, the starfighter struggled to escape the relentless enemy pursuit. Warning. Oxygen leak detected. Reserves will last only 5 minutes. Warning. Power down another 46. The pilot felt the cockpit shudder violently, sensing the imminent danger. Old buddy, this is our debut mission. No matter what, you have to hold on. She gripped the control stick tightly, silently praying. Phoenix 203, your damage is too severe, and your oxygen is critically low. I suggest you eject immediately. The unmanned medical pod is ready for rescue operations. The auxiliary crew member urged, anxiety evident. But the pilot of 203 responded with determination. I can still manage. I must bring the fighter back in one piece. Have you forgotten the commander's order? Human lives are paramount. We can rebuild the fighter, but we can't replace a lost life. The auxiliary crew member was nearly in tears. Staring at the flashing warning indicators on the dashboard, the pilot's tone was resolute. I understand the situation perfectly. According to the manual, my fighter still has a chance. Please, give me one more opportunity. I don't want to abandon her. The auxiliary crew member bit her lip, eyes fixed on the data representing Phoenix 203, and said firmly, this is my final warning. If your power drops below the 50 threshold, you must eject to save yourself. Otherwise, I'll have to enforce wartime regulations, and you'll never fly again. Understood. Phoenix 203? Understood. The pilot took a deep breath, whispering to herself, Sister, trust me. I will bring you back safely. A few minutes later, a heavily damaged T-3 Phoenix starfighter made a slow descent into the emergency repair bay of the carrier's hangar. Staff members were already on standby, quickly spraying heat-resistant foam and eliminating potential explosion hazards. Mechanical arms were activated to carefully extract the pilot from the damaged cockpit. Fortunately, the pilot was unharmed but had fallen into unconsciousness. Just as she was being transferred to the stretcher, she suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at her battered aircraft. With a weak but contented murmur, she whispered, I brought you home. Before she could finish, consciousness slipped away again, but a faint smile lingered on her lips. The maintenance crew exchanged glances, filled with admiration. Though she had taken a great risk, who could fail to understand her deep affection for her aircraft? Meanwhile, the assistant on the bridge responsible for Phoenix 203 breathed a sigh of relief upon learning the pilot was safe. If anything had happened, she would never have forgiven herself. Just then, she noticed one of the 300 icons representing the T-3 fighter jets suddenly turned black. One of the jets had succumbed to the battle. Concerned, she looked at her colleague, who shook his head with a rueful smile. Luckily, the pilot ejected in time and was rescued by a medical drone. Vital signs are stable. Though the pilot was unharmed, witnessing the destruction of a T-3 Phoenix was a somber experience for anyone. Don't dwell on it too much. You did your best, she comforted him gently. Remember the commander's words. The pilot's life always comes first. In the blink of an eye, the battle had raged on for nearly an hour. The enemy was determined to breach the defenses and deliver a fatal blow to the Phoenix carrier, but found themselves mired deeper with each attempt. The T-2 frigates were unbelievably tough. The T-2 battleships had overwhelming firepower, and the T-3 battlecruisers were lightning fast. The slaver fleet was in dire straits, unable to retreat. At this critical moment, several strangely designed stealth drones suddenly appeared near the flagships of the 2nd and 3rd fleets. Simultaneously, T-3 Blizzard-class battleships joined the fray, heading straight for the 2 flagships. Standing on the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the battle. In a deep voice he ordered, "Execute Phase 3. Prepare the T-2 Black Knight mechs for airborne operations. Deploy 10 T-3 White Phoenix-class electronic warfare stealth drones to commence electromagnetic interference on the 2 T-3 Flame Lion-class heavy battlecruisers." In the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, Zhao Chen floated his captain's chair over to a department and asked, "What's the progress?" The department head immediately reported, "Commander, we are currently performing electronic interference on the target ship. Target 1 hasn't started yet, but targets 2 and 3 are in progress." Just as he finished speaking, a crew member shouted, "Electronic interference on by phone 1 initiated. Electronic interference on by phone 2 initiated. The shield system of the target T-3 Flame Lion-class battlecruiser is now under our control. The main cannon system is disrupted and inoperable. The Closian defense system is completely paralyzed, and the energy system is in stasis. We estimate the target ship's communication network will be completely disabled within 5 minutes." Zhao Chen stared intently at the 3 holographic images before him. 2 of them were of the enemy's flagship T-3 Flame Lion-class heavy battlecruisers, each surrounded by 5 T-3 by phone-class electronic warfare drones conducting high-intensity electronic interference, disabling, or controlling numerous electronic systems and programs. The third image showed the slave trade spaceport, also under the watchful eyes of 10 T-3 by phone drones, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Meanwhile, 2 T-3 Blizzard-class ships were rapidly closing in on the first 2 target ships, making the situation extremely dire. In the flagship of the 2nd fleet, Skinny Monkey sat on the bridge, staring in shock at the suddenly dimmed lights and malfunctioning control screens. "What the hell is going on?" he demanded of his subordinates. "Captain, we seem to be under high-intensity electronic interference. Multiple systems are failing, and even the energy system is in stasis," a subordinate replied frantically. "Electronic interference? That's cutting-edge technology only available on T-4 warships. Even in T-3 tech, it's only been researched and could only be installed on a few large military spaceports. How could it be here?" Skinny Monkey was incredulous. "Sir, we captured images of 5 unknown drones hovering around us. It seems they are the ones conducting the electronic interference." A subordinate pulled up several images showing large, flat drones. A sudden realization hit Skinny Monkey, a thought so unbelievable that it shocked even him. Could it be that electronic interference technology has been miniaturized? Impossible. Although I've heard the Star Empire was researching it, they haven't succeeded as far as I know. What's going on here? Who are these attackers? As he pondered the mysterious and formidable adversary, fear gripped him. Suddenly, a loud explosion and violent tremor rocked the ship. "Report. Our hull appears to have been hit by cannon fire, and the right side armor has been breached. Report. Unknown entities have boarded our ship. Report. Requesting deployment of the onboard mobile units." One disaster after another left Skinny Monkey completely overwhelmed, unable to manage the chaos. In that split second, the main cannons of the 2 T-3 Blizzard ships dimmed, and the hull of the struck T-3 Flame Lion-class battlecruiser gaped open with a massive hole. The hatches of the T-3 Blizzard ships slowly opened, revealing rows of T-2 Black Knight mechs poised and ready for action. "Black Knight Squad 1, prepare for a boarding assault." The Black Knight mechs raised their arms, and the attached chain guns precisely aimed at the weak points in the enemy ship's armor. With a swift whoosh, the grappling hooks securely latched onto the hull. In the next instant, the thrusters on the mech's legs ignited with dazzling blue flames, propelling them like lightning into the enemy ship, quickly disappearing inside. Squad 1 of the Black Knights had successfully boarded the vessel. The pilots quickly brought up the internal schematic of the T-3 Flame Lion-class battlecruiser. Although some top-secret areas were unknown, key locations like the bridge were clearly marked. On the electronic map before them, a red zone stood out prominently that was their destination, where they were to capture a slender man shown in the lower right corner. The reason was unclear, but this was a direct order from Commander Zhao Chen. At the Goddess Academy, they had learned to unconditionally follow their commander's instructions at all times. "Move out." The Black Knight mechs swiftly formed a combat formation. The frontline mechs held alloy shields and light swords, while the rear carried dual 36-barrel Gatling laser cannons. They advanced in a formidable march. Soon, an enemy mobile unit clad in exoskeleton combat suits blocked their path, attempting to resist. However, in the face of the interstellar mechs, these foes were like fragile cookies, easily crumbled. The mech cannons cleared the way, leaving no trace of life, followed by the light swords that finished off any stragglers. In mere seconds, the battle was over. They advanced rapidly and soon reached the bridge. Just as they were about to blast open the door, The sight before them made the squad leader shake her head in resignation. Sorry, we already completed the mission. It turned out that another Black Knight squad had entered through the top of the bridge and secured the target early on. Squad 1's members glanced at the large hole above, created by brute force, and could only shrug with a wry smile as they began to assist Squad 2 with the extraction. The skinny man, tied up and shoved into a cage, screamed in terror, "Who are you people? Let me go." But in the next second, a Black Knight mech pointed its cannon at the cage, silencing him instantly. The mech pilot calmly remarked, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." In the command room of the slave trader starport, a series of devastating reports came in like a relentless storm. Report: the flagship of the Second Fleet has possibly been captured by the enemy. We've lost contact with Commander Shoho. Report: the flagship of the Third Fleet is under attack by 2 enemy T-3 battleships, and communications are down. Listening to these dreadful updates, Dian Wang glanced at the warship list, now 1/3 blacked out, feeling as if a knife twisted in his heart. So far, he had lost more than 1,000 warships, most of which were crucial T-3 and T-2 main battleships. In contrast, the enemy had only severely damaged a single T-2 frigate, which had safely retreated to the vicinity of a T-3 heavy carrier under friendly cover. Apart from that, they had only taken down a few T-3 fighters and drones, an insignificant result. Dian Wang pounded the control console in fury. His subordinates, though terrified, dared not approach to calm him. Who is sabotaging us?" he roared hysterically, like a wounded beast. Suddenly, a piercing alarm interrupted his outburst. Warning! Warning! Multiple unidentified units detected around the starport. Although the starport's radar couldn't counter stealth technology, its response speed was far superior to that of warships. Soon, various software systems in the command room started malfunctioning, plunging the room into chaos. Warning! 10 enemy T-3 battlecruisers detected on the starport's flank. 10? Dian Wang was stunned, but quickly realized the enemy's meticulous planning. They had used the T-3 heavy carrier to draw fire, luring him into deploying his main fleet for a siege, while secretly keeping 10 T-3 battlecruisers in reserve, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Now, these cruisers would emerge from the flank, forming a perfect encirclement. On the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, Captain Charlotte focused intently on the red-marked targets within the starport. Her mission was clear: deploy the mecha units for a strong assault, capture the target personnel, and secure several slaveholding areas within the starport to ensure the hostages' safety and prepare for their subsequent evacuation. Report: our 10 T-3 Blizzards are in position. The T-3 White Phoenix-class electronic warfare drones have disrupted the starport, disabling over 80 of its electronic equipment. We have a 5-minute window for action, her subordinate reported swiftly. Without hesitation, Charlotte ordered, use the main guns to blast open several breaches in the starport. Deploy the drones to support the Black Knight mechas in their assault landing. I want this starport secured in the shortest time possible. Understood. With her command, the cannons of the 10 T-3 Blizzards thundered in unison, creating several gaping breaches in the starport surface. Following closely, the Blizzard-class drones and Black Knight mechas streamed into the openings, disappearing within. Through the portholes, the sporadic explosions inside the starport were faintly visible. Sector 1 cleared. Sector 3 cleared. Mecha Team 6 has discovered a slave prison, estimated to hold 3,000 people. Mecha Team 7 has located a slave camp, came the rapid succession of reports, immediately relayed to the rear T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier. Zhao Chen observed the space battle, which had been raging for over an hour, with an increasingly sharp gaze. Lilith respectfully reported from the side, Commander, as of now, the enemy's 4th and 5th fleets have sustained over 80 casualties, with their flagship destroyed. The 2nd and 3rd fleets have suffered 50 casualties, with their flagships captured and command systems paralyzed. The only remaining fleet, the 1st, is still resisting, trying to break through our blockade. However, this fleet only consists of the enemy's last 3 T-3 battleships. Akihito added, so far, we have destroyed over 1,500 enemy ships, with nearly 500 trapped in the starport. The enemy now has less than 1,000 ships left, including only 3 T-3s, fewer than 200 T-2s, and the remaining 800 are T-1 cannon fodder. As for our losses, 1 T-3 Blizzard 07 has depleted its shield energy but is still 70 intact and has retreated to the second line. 1 T-2 Black Rhino is heavily damaged, and 5 T-2 Black Rhinos have armor integrity below 50, all have withdrawn from the front lines. We've lost 5 T-3 Phoenix fighters, with 17 heavily damaged, and 1 T-3 Fire Phoenix bomber is heavily damaged but safely returned. We've also lost 103 T-3 Black Phoenix drones, with over 400 heavily damaged. So far, we have 79 seriously injured and 232 lightly injured, all of whom have been treated by the T-3 Andromeda with no fatalities reported. Such a perfect battle report even made Zhao Chen marvel. This was the terrifying strength of a battle-hardened elite force, the supreme power of the main T-3 heavy carriers. Of course, this success also relied heavily on the cooperation of the T-3 Phantom stealth bombers and T-2 Lion missile ships. They first used the dual surprise attacks of the Phantom and Lion to decapitate the enemy's main forces, then dispatched a large number of fighters and drones to crush the remnants. Finally, they relied on the overwhelming power of the Blizzard, Snow Mastiff, and Black Rhino on the front lines to secure the victory. We mustn't forget the outstanding performance of the T-3 White Phoenix electronic warfare drones, which were invaluable assets. Just then, a series of exhilarating reports came in. Report, target Skinny Monkey has been captured. Report, target Scarface has been apprehended. Report, target Big Eye Wong is under control, and one-third of the starport is secured. Hearing these pieces of great news, Zhao Chen turned to Akihito, who was visibly excited, and smiled. It's time to put an end to this battle. He then issued the final assault order to all T-3 Blizzard, T-2 Snow Mastiff, and T-2 Black Rhino units. All units, eliminate the invading enemy. Pausing for a moment, he softly said to Akihito, "Soon, I will let you personally avenge your fallen comrades." Akihito's eyes were already wet, and now tears flowed freely. She tremblingly removed her mask, holding it to her chest, and bowed deeply to Zhao Chen. "Commander, on behalf of all the fallen of the Bloody Mary mercenary group, thank you, truly, for delivering justice for us." With that, she broke down in tears, the glistening drops faintly tinged with red. At that moment, Zhao Chen finally saw the true face of the crew member before him. Standing quietly on her smooth forehead were a pair of delicate red horns. Zhao Chen looked at Qidong, who had just removed her mask, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The unique red horn on the left side of her forehead caught his attention. Though the right side also had a broken horn, it seemed to have been cut off by a sharp weapon. The right cheek, previously covered by the mask, was similar to the left, both adorned with mysterious black markings. Red horns, black lines on the cheeks. Fragments of knowledge from his studies at the Northern Star Military Academy flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. The Demon Clan, a race born for war, inherently possessing formidable combat abilities. They resembled humans but were distinguished by unique horns and irregular black markings. "Are you from the Demon Clan?" Zhao Chen asked bluntly. Qitong nodded, admitting, "Yes, I originally belonged to the Demon Clan. But due to certain reasons, my parents' branch of the clan was hunted down, and we eventually fled from the Demon Clan. Decades ago, we wandered into the vicinity of the Galactic Alliance." Wandered over? Zhao Chen recalled the records. "I read that the Demon Clan's interstellar fleet once appeared in the Galactic Alliance territory, but then disappeared without a trace." Qitong explained. "The Demon Clan's home is far from here. The Mech Clan lies between the two, making travel extremely difficult. Coupled with the fact that the Demon Clan has been in constant battle with their natural enemies. Much like your Galactic Alliance's relationship with the Mech Clan, there's little time to deal with distant cosmic affairs. That's why my parents chose to flee here. As long as we disguise our horns, no one would recognize us as demons." So, Qitong had such a story. Just then, Lilith reported from the side. "Sir, we have completely secured the target starport. The slave trader leader, Big Eye Wong, has been captured by our mech squad and is being escorted here." Zhao Chen made a swift decision. "Finish the battle quickly. They likely already sent a distress signal to their backers. We need to retreat immediately." He turned to Qitong. "We'll discuss your situation in detail later. For now, continue with the mission." Qitong looked at the commander in surprise. "You don't blame me for hiding my identity?" Zhao Chen smiled. "What's the issue? Everyone has secrets. I only need to know you're doing your job well. Whether you're from the Demon Clan or have horns on your head doesn't matter." "But," Qitong gave a bitter smile, "the Galactic Alliance has always been wary of the Demon Clan, especially after the sudden disappearance of the Demon Interstellar Fleet. We've become one of the races they closely monitor. That's why I disguise my identity and wear a mask." Zhao Chen shrugged. "It's normal for the Galactic Alliance to be cautious about mysterious races like the demons for safety reasons. But I trust you because you're now a member of my crew." He playfully tapped Qitong's head. "All right, get back to work. Demon or not, if you slack off, your pay will get docked." In Zhao Chen's attitude, Qitong felt an unprecedented sense of recognition and acceptance. For the first time since wearing the mask, she smiled genuinely. It turned out there were indeed people who didn't care about her identity in this place. "Yes, Commander," Qitong replied earnestly, then returned to her post. The battle was nearing its end. Under the devastating assault of the T-3 Blizzard, T-2 Snow Hound, T-2 Black Rhino, and the overwhelming swarms of starships and drones, the slave traders' interstellar fleet could no longer hold out and began to scatter in disarray. Zhao Chen ordered, "Encourage the enemy ships to surrender. As long as they shut down their interstellar engines and surrender, we will not destroy them." Following his command, The surrender announcement from the Xiaolong fleet echoed across the public channels of the star system. Numerous starships started to surrender, realizing they couldn't win or escape and had no choice but to submit and hope for a chance at survival. Meanwhile, the 3 prisoners in the cage had been transferred to the shuttle bay of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Chen instructed Lilith, "Take charge here. Collect as many interstellar transport ships as possible and transfer all rescued slaves onto them once the battle is over." "Understood," Lilith responded. Zhao Chen and Qitong arrived outside the shuttle bay where the 3 prisoners were held. Before they even entered, they heard a sharp voice shouting, "I warn you, we are backed by the 2nd and 3rd princes of the Xingyao Empire. If you dare harm us, they will never let you go." The speaker was the 2nd-in-command of the slave traders, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. His boss, Big Eye Wong, and the 3rd-in-command, Scarface, stood on either side of him. The appearance of Zhao Chen and Qitong drew the attention of the 3 prisoners, especially Qitong, who wasn't wearing a mask. Initially puzzled, they quickly recognized her upon seeing the sword at her waist, a symbol of her identity. "You're Qitong from the Bloody Mary mercenary group," Scarface exclaimed first. Qitong gripped her sword hilt tightly, her anger evident. "Didn't expect to meet here, did you? When you ordered the massacre of my Bloody Mary mercenary group's base, you never thought this day would come. Thousands of innocent lives ended at your command, and now it's time for you to pay for your blood debts." "Hehehe," Scarface snarled. "I should have killed you and your accomplices when I had the chance." Zhao Chen couldn't help but take a closer look at Qitong's weapon the first time he saw it. It looked like a tang sword, but more like a knife. Such cold weapons had long become rare in this era, mostly used by nobles as collectibles. "I regret letting you escape back then," Scarface continued. "But it's fine. Today, you and your brother will die together." With a swift motion, Qitong severed Scarface's left arm, sending blood spraying as the limb fell in front of Thin Monkey. Scarface screamed in agony, while Thin Monkey was scared out of his wits. He wasn't afraid of dying in battle since it usually happened in an instant, leaving no time for fear. But this kind of death was excruciatingly painful, shattering his mental defenses. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Thin Monkey's shrieks drowned out Scarface's wails. "Qitong, hold on," Zhao Chen signaled her to wait. He squatted in front of Thin Monkey and asked, "I know your backers are the 2nd and 3rd princes, but I'm curious, why have you ramped up slave trading recently? You seem desperate. What's the reason?" Thin Monkey quickly pleaded, "If I tell you, will you spare my life? I promise to disappear from the Xingyao Empire forever." Big Eye Wong, enraged, shouted, "Thin Monkey, you traitor! If you betray the princes, I'll haunt you even after death. Don't forget, everything we have is because of them." Zhao Chen turned to Qitong and said, "Take care of him first. His big eyes are making me uncomfortable." It was clear that Big Eye Wong was fiercely loyal to the princes, so getting any information from him would be impossible. Better to use him as an example. Qitong approached Big Eye Wong and, with both hands on her blade, thrust it forward. The blade pierced through his eye and out the back of his head. Instantly, the man who controlled most of the black market slave trade in the Xingyao Empire was dead. A system notification sounded in Zhao Chen's ear. "Successfully killed target Big Eye Wong. You will die today," Zhao Chen said, pointing at the screaming Scarface. "But if you cooperate, I'll make it quick and painless. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate 10 times worse than his." Thin Monkey immediately capitulated. I'll talk. The 2 princes urgently need a large sum of money, but we don't know why. Normally, slave traders could hold onto their funds for 2 to 3 months before handing them over. But this time, 9/10 of every large transaction's proceeds had to be handed over immediately, causing us significant losses. Zhao Chen pondered. Even as princes of the Xingyao Empire, they lack funds? What could they need such a vast amount of money for? Palace intrigue scenarios flashed through his mind. The only plausible explanation. The Xingyao Empire was likely on the brink of major upheaval. To Zhao Chen, it didn't matter who became emperor as long as his life remained undisturbed. But his elder sister supported the young princess, who in turn would support her brother, the current crown prince. The 2 younger princes urgently gathering large sums couldn't be preparing a birthday gift for their brother. The answer seemed clear. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Chen decided he needed to inform his sister of this development. "Qitong, I'll leave these 2 to you." Zhao Chen lost interest in the 2 worthless individuals and turned to leave the hangar. He didn't want to get blood on himself, even though his clothes had a self-cleaning function. As he stepped out, the system notification started pinging. "Successfully eliminated target Skinny Monkey. Successfully eliminated target Scarface. Side mission. Akame's Revenge Target 1, Big Eye Wong. Target 2, Skinny Monkey. Target 3, Scarface. Completion rewards available. Challenge mission. Capture 1 target alive before elimination for an additional 3,000 system points. Completion rewards available." It seemed Akame couldn't be bothered to torture them, and just finish them off directly. Eager to admire the allure of his new T4 starship, Zhao Chen knew there were still matters to attend to. He suppressed his excitement and returned to the bridge with acclaim. "Commander, we've tallied all the slaves. There are 120,000 in total," reported Lilith. 50% are humans, 39% are half-beasts, and the rest are various interstellar species, mostly humanoid. "How many interstellar transport ships did we capture? Can we transport all the slaves?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith responded, "With the captured starships, we can transport all the slaves without any issues. Then start transferring them immediately," Zhao Chen instructed. "I suspect reinforcements for the two princes are already on the way. We need to evacuate quickly." "Understood. The battle here will be completely over in an hour," Lilith said. "Within 3 hours, we'll transfer all the slaves and any portable resources. Anything we can't take, we'll destroy. Oh, and don't forget to prepare a gift for the two princes," Zhao Chen added with a slight smile. It seemed the power struggle within the Xingyao Empire would only intensify, but Zhao Chen had enough leverage to watch the unfolding drama from the shadows. After giving his orders, Zhao Chen sat back in the captain's chair and closed his eyes to relax. He was eager to indulge in his little favorite, the system interface. To his surprise, after claiming the generous rewards from the challenge and side missions, his system points skyrocketed to 9,500. The most exciting reward for Zhao Chen turned out to be a set of technical blueprints for AT-4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. This was an unprecedented and unheard-of type of vessel, not even mentioned in the learning materials of the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chen couldn't wait to examine the detailed specifications of the Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. At first glance, its basic stats seemed no different from ordinary ships. A length of 2,800 meters, a mass of 890,000 tons, and a crew capacity of 500. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that this ship was not equipped with any combat weapons, not even basic close-in defense guns, making it quite unlike any conventional warship. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's attention was drawn to a special feature in the ship's data called the Huiguang Jump Gate. As the name suggests, this jump gate could briefly open a small stargate, allowing a fleet of a certain size to perform a group jump. What did this mean? It meant that with this ship, a fleet could appear in any corner of the galaxy at any time. Zhao Chen began to daydream. Imagine the enemy enjoying a peaceful time at home, only to have a massive fleet suddenly appear overhead. What kind of surprise would such a Spartacus-style ambush bring? Though the Huiguang ship had no combat capability, its unique strategic value was no less than any T4 combat ship. A single Huiguang ship could deploy about 1,000 T3 ships in one jump, equivalent to 3 core, consuming energy worth up to 10 million star coins, and requiring a 7-day cooldown period for recharging after the jump. The exorbitant cost and maintenance fees explained why such ships were rare in the interstellar space. Despite this, Zhao Chen was determined to build one next year and add it to his fleet. While Zhao Chen was engrossed in studying the Huiguang ship's data, the battle outside was nearing its end. Lilith reported that the tasks of rescuing slaves and capturing ships were complete. The remaining T2 ships, with decent mobility, were enough to ensure the fleet's safe retreat. The triumphant rescue of 110,000 slaves and the capture of over 100 ships marked the complete success of this expedition. Zhao Chen suddenly found himself with a windfall of 14,500 system points, 35 mission points, and a blueprint for AT-3 interstellar escort ship. This was a lifesaver for his current Xiaolong fleet. Although the fleet already had T3 Phoenix and several T2 Lion King ships, the T2 Black Rhino struggled to handle escort duties on its own, and the T3 Blizzard was too occupied to be reassigned. Unexpectedly obtaining the T3 Triceratops escort ship meant the Blizzard could return to combat roles. Even Zhao Chen was amazed by the Triceratops' performance. Though its design philosophy was similar to the T2 Black Rhino, its defense capabilities were vastly improved, boasting 200 T3 6-barrel heavy cannons and an expansive multi-layered star shield. When 10 Triceratops ships combined, they could deploy a seamless megashield composed of 30 star shields. The Triceratops also featured a signature ramming design with an internal high-frequency vibrating magnetic field, which could quickly disrupt the molecular structure of enemy ships upon impact, providing incredible armor-piercing effects. Moreover, it was cost-effective, requiring only 2 million star coins, and a single T3 Foundry industrial ship could produce 10 of them per month. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. This expedition had certainly been worth it, not only obtaining the strategic T4 Aurora jump ship, but also the affordable and durable T3 Triceratops escort ship. The Xiaolong fleet's T3 formation was beginning to take shape. Zhao Chen then checked the quarterly mission and found that the requirement for 100 combat ships had already been met, so he decided to redeem a T3 support ship. He quickly identified his target in the marketplace T3 Virgo-class heavy supply ship. As the name suggests, a supply ship is responsible for battlefield resupply. Although industrial ships could perform this role, they were only a tenth as efficient as specialized supply ships. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen spent 8,000 points and 15 mission points to exchange for the T3 Virgo supply ship blueprint. The system promptly congratulated him on obtaining the T3 Virgo-class heavy interstellar supply ship blueprint. The quarterly mission was completed, and he could now claim his rewards. Zhao Chen was ecstatic, as the generous rewards from the quarterly mission effectively reimbursed his spent points and mission credits. The T3 Virgo supply ship, with its rapid resupply system capable of interfacing with any starship and enormous cargo capacity, could meet the needs of an entire brigade-level fleet expedition. For instance, one T3 Virgo could store enough ammunition for 100 T2 Lion King missile ships and simultaneously resupply 10 Lion Kings, restoring their combat readiness in just 20 minutes. Thus, Zhao Chen successively acquired the blueprints for the T4 Aurora jump ship, T3 Triceratops escort ship, and T3 Virgo supply ship. Once they were built and commissioned, they would undoubtedly enhance the overall combat power of the Xiaolong fleet. At that moment, he wondered what the two unfortunate princes would feel when they discovered the surprise he had left for them. Several hours later, an imposing Legion-level interstellar fleet appeared in the star sector. The ships, hastily stripped of their original markings, were mostly recognizable as common Imperial Navy models. "Commander, we have arrived at the designated area," the adjutant reported to the middle-aged man with 3 stars gleaming on his shoulder. This Imperial Lieutenant General had promptly received orders from the Third Prince to lead the fleet in a rapid support mission. He was well aware of the slave traders' background, having served as the intermediary between the prince and the traders. He had even schemed to allocate ships to them and had personally met with the infamous Baijid king, whose bribery tactics were unforgettable. To think that someone would dare attack the prince's cash cow. The general gritted his teeth as he surveyed the devastation before him. Although the slave traders operated in a gray area, it was well known that they had the backing of the prince's faction. Report: we have located the starport and found evidence of a recent space battle. No other starships have been detected. Based on our analysis of the cosmic element fluctuations, the battle ended approximately 3 hours ago, the adjutant added. 3 hours ago? So, the attackers took less than 5 hours to annihilate a fleet of 3,000 ships, including 30 T3 warships. The general cautiously ordered reconnaissance drones to survey the starport. The synchronized footage left him speechless. 3 bodies were nailed to the tattered emblem representing the slave traders. From left to right, they were Baijid King, Skinny Monkey, and Scarface, all brutally murdered. This signified the complete destruction of the prince's meticulously cultivated slave trading empire overnight. While the prince had the means to recover, the cost would be enormous. Just then, alarms blared within the bridge. Warning: detected high-energy explosive reactions within the starport. All reconnaissance drones, evacuate immediately. Before the words finished, dozens of explosions erupted within the starport, engulfing the drones that hadn't yet retreated. In an instant, the entire base was reduced to space debris, devoid of its former glory. The general felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Killing the slave traders was one thing, but the destruction of the starport meant that years of effort and resources were now wasted. The slave trade routes could very well be seized by others. Full recovery would take at least 3 years. If the princes learned of this, he shivered, hoping the princes wouldn't blame him. He quickly sent a report of the devastation and the footage, soon receiving a secret order from the princes: find the culprits, track them down. We must know who dared to challenge us. With gritted teeth, the general ordered a thorough investigation, vowing to uncover the mastermind behind this brazen act. Investigations revealed that the enemy had planted sensor-triggered bombs in the starport, clearly intending to humiliate the reinforcements. This was blatant provocation. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator was en route back to the Xiaolong star system. In the warp travel pod, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems he is quite pleased with this royal surprise. In the early days of January 3032 of the galactic calendar, in the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet announced the successful conclusion of a surprise attack that had lasted more than half a month. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen gazed at the familiar cosmic landscape, feeling an inexplicable sense of returning home. "Commander, here is the detailed battle report for this operation," Lilith said, handing over a document panel. The report indicated that the most resources were consumed by the T2 Lion-class heavy missile ships, which used up a total of 2,500 interstellar missiles, costing 1.5 million star coins. The next highest expenditure was the supply costs for the T3 Phoenix-class carriers. In total, the Xiaolong fleet spent nearly 3 million star coins on this battle. However, they also brought back 110,000 slaves and 102 various types of ships. Although they didn't capture much material, their investment had broken even. Moreover, the potential value of those slaves was immeasurable. Relocate all those slaves to Dragon Star 1 for data collection. Send the women suitable for crew roles to the Goddess Academy for training. All captured T2 starships should be sent to the Lion Star system. As for the prisoners of war, arrange for them to be put to labor. Zhao Chen instructed one by one. He then added, notify Annie. I need to discuss future construction plans with her. Those newly acquired starship blueprints need to be put into production as soon as possible. After giving all these orders, Zhao Chen took a deep breath and opened the system interface. With the new year, the quarterly and annual tasks were also refreshed. The quarterly task requirements were not difficult. Exchange for T3 starship blueprints and increase the number of T3 starships to 50. As long as the production tasks proceeded smoothly, these would be straightforward. However, the 5 major requirements of the annual task made Zhao Chen gasp. Requirement 1. Possess a Legion-level fleet of 3,000 ships, including 300 T3 ships. Requirement 2. Own a T4 combat starship. Requirement 3. Raise the living standard in the Xiaolong star system to level 7 or above. Requirement 4. Zhao Chen himself must hold the title of Marquis or higher. Requirement 5. Possess 20 items of T3 system technology. The note was even more exhilarating. Completing any 4 tasks would be considered a pass. Completing all 5 would earn an additional reward of a T5 interstellar warship blueprint. Who would have thought the system would offer such tempting conditions? Even the 3 major powers had only just stabilized in the T4 domain, with no T5 starships publicly known to exist. Even Zhao Chen, a prince, knew that the Empire had made no breakthroughs in this field. Yet now, this opportunity was right in front of him. Zhao Chen clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. Why aim for 4 when I can complete all 5? If I've been given 5 tasks, I'll finish every single one. After careful analysis, he categorized the 5 tasks into 3 difficulty levels: low, medium, and high. The simplest task was forming the 3000 ship legion. With the current strength of the Xiaolong fleet, building 3 to 500 T3 Triceratops frigates would only take a few months. The medium difficulty tasks included raising the living standard, obtaining the Marquis title, and accumulating 20 items of T3 technology. While challenging, these could be achieved with proper planning. The real challenge lay in acquiring a T4 combat starship. It seemed simple but was fraught with difficulties. Everything depends on luck, and Zhao Chen has no control over it, unless he can upgrade the system store to T4 level. But regardless, whether there are challenges or not, he must press on. Zhao Chen silently vowed to complete this annual task. Who would have thought that by then, he might become a significant figure in the Xingyao Empire? At that point, who would dare to mess with Zhao Chen? He could just cruise around an AT-5 starship and ask, "Do you yield?" "Commander, Chief Engineer Annie has arrived," Lilith reminded. As the bridge doors slid open, Annie walked in with a spring in her step and saluted Zhao Chen. "Commander." Zhao Chen handed over 3 starship construction plans. "Annie, take a look at these first, and then draft a production schedule for the next 3 months." 3 more? Annie was taken aback. "They're not all T3 class, are they?" Zhao Chen shook his head, and Annie breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were going to hand me 3 more T3 starships." "Thankfully, they're T2 class. One of them is a T4 class," Zhao Chen interrupted. Annie froze, staring at the projected data of the 3 starships in front of her. The T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, the T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigate, and the T3 Virgo-class heavy supply ship. "Commander, you're moving too fast. I just got a handle on the T4 Rebirth-class clone ship, and now you're giving me another T4. What's this Huigang-class jump ship? I've never even heard of it." "We'll work on it together. If you have any questions, I'm here to help," Zhao Chen assured her. "Yeah, right? When have you ever not been a hands-off boss?" "In the end, it's always me burning the midnight oil," Annie retorted with a roll of her eyes. To placate her, Zhao Chen suggested they discuss it over dinner at the Phoenix restaurant. Annie perked up immediately, ordering so quickly that Zhao Chen couldn't keep up. In the private dining room, Zhao Chen emphasized the importance of the T4 Huiguang jump ship and hoped to have at least one built. Annie was stunned after her research it could achieve mass interstellar jumps. Such advanced technology was astonishing. With Zhao Chen's meticulous guidance, Annie spent a busy yet fulfilling afternoon. Although she had only scratched the surface and had a long way to go before fully mastering the technology, her admiration for Zhao Chen's abilities grew. Later, Annie presented the production plan for the next 3 months. "We currently have 6 T3 Furnace-class industrial ships and 30 T2 Hammer-class industrial ships. The T4 Rebirth ship requires the simultaneous use of 5 T3 furnaces, so we need to build 4 more T3 furnaces within the first month, bringing the total to 10. This will barely meet the first quarter's demands. Only by doing so could they hope to realize Zhao Chen's grand vision and deliver a significant surprise to their enemies in the new year." Zhao Chen listened to and as she laid out the construction plans. In summary, over the next 3 months, aside from expanding 4 T3 Forge industrial ships and completing the T4 Rebirth cloning ship, he would also acquire 1 T4 Luminary jump ship, 50 T3 Triceratops heavy assault frigates, and 5 T3 Virgo heavy supply ships. The reason for constructing so many Triceratops ships was their low requirements, short construction time, and low cost. The Xiaolong fleet was in dire need of T3 frigates, so they decided to build 50 at once, ensuring the safety of their carriers and missile ships, and quickly provided the detailed raw materials needed. 4.5 billion star coins for the T4 rebirth ship over 3 months, 5 billion for the T4 luminary ship, and 1 billion for the remaining ships, totaling 9.6 billion star coins. This was undoubtedly the most expensive construction plan Zhao Chen had ever undertaken. 9.6 billion star coins? Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment. The Xiaolong fleet only had 3 billion star coins on hand, a significant shortfall. But then he remembered that Governor Chu still owed them 7 billion star coins for the second batch of T3 Yanlong destroyer technology licensing fees. With that money, the raw material issue would be resolved. They'll handle the funds for the raw materials. Just make sure the construction goes smoothly, Zhao Chen told Anne. No problem, and replied. With that, their meeting ended. As Zhao Chen stood up to leave, and suddenly clutched her stomach. Ouch. What's wrong? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Nothing, probably just ate too much. You go ahead, I'll rest a bit, and waved him off. Zhao Chen eyed her suspiciously. You're not planning to eat another meal, are you? Come on. Do I look like a glutton? And grumbled. Zhao Chen's look clearly said, aren't you? All right, rest here. If you want more food, order some, and you can take some for your siblings too. Put it on my tab. With that, Zhao Chen strode out of the private room, and was momentarily stunned, then murmured guiltily, the commander is so good to me. Am I being too unkind? But 3 seconds later, she patted her face and sneakily took out a bag, carefully packing Zhao Chen's used utensils. She then opened her handheld terminal, logged into the Xiaolong fleet's internal forum, and posted in a group called Commander Support Club, and swiftly uploaded a post with several photos. Selfies with Zhao Chen at dinner and close-ups of the utensils. The post read, Commanders used utensils, first come, first served. In no time, the bidding link went viral. It turned out, and was using an auction system, with the highest bidder winning after 3 hours. Sorry, Commander, but I need to fill my piggy bank. You won't miss a thing, and watched the skyrocketing numbers on the screen with a satisfied smile, and ordered a few more dishes to take home. The cleaning robot arrived late, and collected the utensils one by one. When it reached the empty spot on the table, it seemed to hesitate as if something was missing. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was unaware that he had become a side business. He had just returned to the bridge and instructed Lilith to review Anna's construction plan and contact Governor Chu for the payment. Lilith was also stunned by the 9.6 billion star coin price tag. I'll handle this. You get someone to contact the governor, Zhao Chen said calmly. Yes. Lilith quickly arranged for her subordinates to take care of it. After all, reaching the governor across several star systems is no easy task. By the way, how's the livelihood in the Xiaolong galaxy now? Zhao Chen suddenly remembered the requirements of the annual task. It's improved from 0.3 to 0.6, doubling the previous figure, Lilith reported truthfully. This progress is thanks to Jiang Hong's efforts and the Xiaolong fleet's actions against the nobles, redistributing the land. She knew well that sometimes, destruction is necessary for creation, and with skillful management, great things can be achieved. But the foundation of this great building was built on the blood and flesh of the nobles. Currently, under Jiang Hong's management, the Xiaolong star system has established a new aristocratic hierarchy, with several newly risen nobles under our control. However, due to the lack of a pillar industry, tax revenue barely reaches 10 million star coins, making it difficult to claim prosperity. Unexpectedly, the Xiaolong Resource Star Zone, established just last year, has already taken shape. With 10 gold digger-class heavy mining ships in operation, the monthly output can reach 50 million, and the annual output is as high as 5 billion star coins. Jiang Hong is also setting up an industrial chain around the star zone, which is expected to increase the Xiaolong star system's tax revenue tenfold and provide 5 million jobs. This star zone alone could potentially break the billion mark in annual tax revenue, Lilith reported, and Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the importance of a pillar industry to an interstellar territory. However, raising the average living index from 0.6 to 7 within a year would be a formidable challenge. How many people are currently living in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chen asked. Due to the noble turmoil last year, many nobles were either purged or relocated. Coupled with your policy of not restricting population movement, we lost 2 billion people in just a year, leaving us with fewer than 3 billion now, Lilith replied. This is what they call when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At the time, most people thought the Xiaolong star system had no chance of recovery. 3 billion? Though substantial, it's not too outrageous, Zhao Chen mused. He didn't care about the population size. He only wanted those who genuinely wished to stay. Arrange a meeting with Jiang Hong on Xiaolong's main planet. It's time this lord showed his face again, he instructed. This was primarily for the system task and the T5 level beauty. Just then, A crew member reported that a communication appointment with Governor Chu he had been scheduled. Zhao Chen immediately entered the holographic immersion mode, where he found himself by a lake, with an old man leisurely fishing. Kid, you wouldn't come to me without a reason. What do you want? Governor Chu asked without looking up. Money, Zhao Chen stated bluntly. The remaining payment for the second batch of T3 Yanlong destroyer authorization fees. The second batch of Yanlong isn't even built yet, Governor Chu replied nonchalantly. I've made a breakthrough in T4 destroyer research, but I urgently need a large amount of raw materials, with an estimated investment of over 10 billion star coins, Zhao Chen quickly explained. Governor Chu glanced at him skeptically. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Do you think I need to? Chief Engineer Zhu from your Starship Institute has praised me quite a bit, saying I helped him solve a T3 ship technical problem. Zhao Chen chuckled. However, it might be hard to allocate materials worth 10 billion star coins immediately. Governor Chu stared at the lake, seemingly waiting for a fish to take the bait. Zhao Chen promptly displayed several technical documents. These are some of my latest breakthroughs in T4 ship technology. Governor Chu, though not a professional himself, had commanded fleets for years and recognized the T4 level energy, transmission, star shield, and armor at a glance. Can I show these to my research institutes? He asked. No problem. Zhao Chen answered generously. Governor Chu copied the data and sent it over, requesting a response within 10 minutes. How's the construction of your Xiaolong fleet? How many T3 ships do you have? Governor Chu suddenly changed the topic. Zhao Chen hesitated, but decided to be honest. Over 100 ships, including 26 T3 ships. These details would eventually come to light, and it was better to be truthful with this protector. This combat power is already comparable to the private fleet of an imperial marquis, Governor Chu remarked approvingly. Let's be honest, our relationship is mutually beneficial. I'm interested in your T4 technology, and you're interested in the Chu family's reputation. He looked at Zhao Chen. However, if you truly have talent and a connection with Chu Xian, I wouldn't mind if you were together. That depends on my fate with Miss Chu, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, saying nothing more. Suddenly, the buoy on the lake began to bob violently. Governor Chu fixed his gaze on it, his tone growing serious. As her grandfather, I have a favor to ask of you. You don't have to agree. Please go ahead. If the Empire faces turmoil in the future, I want you to take Chu Xian and flee as far as you can, never looking back. The old man gripped his fishing rod tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. There was a lot of information hidden in Governor Chu's words. Just as he was about to speak, the old governor interrupted him. Don't ask too many questions. Those matters are not for you to be involved in. Just focus on developing quietly and expanding your interstellar fleet as much as possible. Although your current Viscount rank only permits you to have 100 private ships, you can transfer T2 ships to trusted interstellar families and maintain around 150 ships without much trouble. The old man advised earnestly, no matter the situation, the fleet you control is your true strength. Zhao Chen didn't ask further. It was likely related to the political machinations among the imperial factions. Such schemes were never absent, whether in ancient times or the interstellar era. As for the fleet size, he had never intended to adhere to any restrictions. Zhao Chen had long understood that truth is always within firing range. Moreover, he had the Lion King star system. At worst, he could hide his fleet there. With the stargates, mobilization was merely a matter of time and resources. At that moment, Governor Chu received feedback from his research institute. Although the starship technologies were only partial, they were far superior when applied to the Empire's current T4 ships, astonishing everyone. How about we convert the 7 billion from the second batch of authorization fees entirely into raw materials? Governor Chu asked, his previous concerns about time and difficulty forgotten. I have a raw materials order here. Just prepare according to this list. Zhao Chen sent over the list. The old governor glanced at it and saw no scarce materials. Since we've come to an agreement, how about this? This year, I need to build a third batch of 300 T3 Yanlong ships with an authorization fee of 45 billion. I'll pay you 13 billion upfront and the remaining by the end of the year. Should we also convert this money into raw materials? Governor Chu was indeed considerate, knowing exactly what Zhao Chen needed. This was also thanks to the outstanding battlefield performance of the T3 Yanlong, which prompted Governor Chu to invest heavily in 3 batches. There was also an underlying message: the Chu family was expanding its military. An investment of nearly 50 billion was not for the Empire's military but a gamble with their own resources. After all, the annual military budget of the Chu River Star region was only 30 billion. However, these were not Zhao Chen's immediate concerns. His priority was managing his own domain. All right, based on the previous ratio, please prepare a total of 20 billion in raw materials for me. He agreed readily. Governor Chu nodded in agreement. We'll deliver the first batch within half a month and transport everything to your Xiaolong star system within 3 months. It's a pity there are no star gates there. Otherwise, it would be faster. Zhao Chen feigned regret. If you get promoted to Earl, I can get you a star system with a star gate. After all, the conditions in the Xiaolong star system are quite poor, the old governor mused. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. While he didn't mind the poverty of the Xiaolong star system, having an imperial star system on the surface would be much better. He could then covertly build a T3 Huiyue-class stargate, greatly enhancing efficiency. Thank you, Governor. Zhao Chen said sincerely. Governor Chu didn't say more and promptly ended the communication. This meeting not only secured Zhao Chen 20 billion in raw materials, but also hinted at the brewing storm within the Empire's upper echelons. He quickly shared the good news with Lilith, and then left the T3 Phoenix to board the T3 Blizzard One. Commander, Charlotte, and the female soldiers stood at attention, a hint of excitement in their eyes. This had once been Zhao Chen's flagship, but since the T3 Phoenix had come into service, he hadn't been seen for months. We'll be using your ship to return to the Xiaolong home planet, Zhao Chen instructed. The T3 Phoenix is still classified, so we need to keep a low profile. Yes, sir. Charlotte quickly gave the navigation orders, and then respectfully addressed Zhao Chen. Commander, please take a seat. You're the captain. If I take your seat, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Zhao Chen teased, but he was already sitting down. You are the supreme commander. Every seat on this ship belongs to you. There's no such thing as inappropriate, Charlotte replied seriously. That makes me feel bad. How about you sit here too? Zhao Chen patted his knee. Charlotte's face flushed, and her tail stood rigidly upright. No need. In the next instant, Zhao Chen, with agility rivaling that of a modified soldier, darted behind her, grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, and placed her on his lap. I said sit, so sit. Zhao Chen said firmly, sitting comfortably in the captain's chair with Charlotte perched sideways on his lap. Charlotte's entire body was tense, her heart pounding wildly. Her tail swayed, stood up, and drooped in turn, unable to find any peace. The surrounding female soldiers looked on with envy, wishing they could trade places with her. When Charlotte was feeling anxious, Zhao Chen's gaze fell upon her mutilated ears. Every time he saw those scars, his heart ached. Charlotte, now that we have our own medical ship, how about considering some physical repairs? Zhao Chen gently suggested. Charlotte paused, lowering her head and murmuring, actually, I keep these scars to remind myself not to forget the past. Zhao Chen raised his hand to gently stroke her head. We won't forget the past, but we can't be trapped by it either. We have a future, and there are many things we need to do, he spoke softly. Now, most of the rebel half-beasts scattered throughout the Empire have been gathered by you on Dragon Star 1, or have joined the Xiaolong fleet. Everyone is embracing a new life. You should let go of these chains. If you feel that the defeat of the Warhammer Rebellion was your fault, why not ask your comrades if they blame you? Charlotte lowered her head even further, her tail drooping weakly to the ground. At that moment, a half-beast female soldier stepped out from the crowd, saying sympathetically, General Charlotte, the commander is right. Seeing you like this makes us all very sad, even if we don't say it. Zhao Chen's actions had already drawn the attention of everyone on the bridge, and no one would miss the drama unfolding before their eyes. General, we have witnessed your most brilliant moments, and we hope you can lead us to new glories in the Xiaolong fleet. Another person chimed in. We can't just enjoy our good lives while allowing you to be trapped in painful memories forever. Yes, the commander is right. We have never blamed you for the defeat of the rebel army. The voices of the female soldiers rose one after another, bringing tears to Charlotte's eyes, filling her with mixed emotions. Zhao Chen gently stroked her hair again, speaking softly, Captain Charlotte, I have an order for you. When I head to the Xiaolong home planet later, you must go to the T3 Andromeda medical ship for a full body repair. All expenses will be covered by the fleet. This is a military order, and if you don't agree, I'll personally escort you there. Charlotte bit her lip lightly and finally nodded. Soon, the T3 Blizzard 1 arrived at the Xiaolong home planet. For effect, it hovered with 10 black rhino ships in the atmosphere above the Zhao family estate. In an instant, all the Zhao family descendants gathered urgently, only then realizing that their lord, who had been away for over a year, had returned. The crowd gathered densely outside the landing plaza, looking up at the fleet. Even though there were only 11 ships, they dared not underestimate them. The T3 Blizzard was a legendary warship. The belly of the Blizzard opened, and a shuttle emerged, while 15 T2 Black Knight mechs were deployed. The mechs formed a guard around the estate, like sentinels welcoming their monarch. The shuttle slowly descended to the center of the plaza, its hatch opening to reveal a fully armed female guard squad, wielding laser rifles, portable armor, and individual energy shields, ready to protect the commander at any moment. No one is allowed within 5 meters without permission, the squad leader barked, prompting the Zhao family members to hurriedly step back. They still remembered the bloody purge the Xiaolong fleet had once carried out against the nobles here. Then, a tall figure stepped out of the shuttle. He was dressed in the Xiaolong military uniform, draped in a sharp, impeccably tailored coat, exuding an aura of authority and command. The man scanned the room, noting that everyone averted their eyes in fear. The arrogance from a year ago was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Hong, acting lord of the Xiaolong star system, greets the Viscount. Zhang Hong knelt on one knee, his tone respectful, a stark contrast to his former self. Descendant of the Zhao family, XXX, greets the lord. Someone shouted, and immediately, everyone knelt, creating a spectacular scene. Zhao Chen waved his hand, signaling them to rise. You may disperse. I'm just here to visit. There's no need for such a display. First, I need to see my grandmother. He stepped forward, with Zhang Hong and others following closely behind. They arrived at the most tranquil part of the Zhao family estate, and Zhao Chen stopped. Wait here, he told them, before entering the courtyard alone. The courtyard was quaint and elegant, with winding columns and small animals playfully hopping around. On a rocking chair, his grandmother was resting with her eyes closed, while a maid massaged her shoulders. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, the maid was stunned. Zhao Chen quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, and then took over the task of massaging his grandmother's shoulders himself. In this serene setting, it would be hard for Zhao Chen's enemies to believe that the man who could obliterate them with a snap of his fingers was now so gentle and tender, just like any other grandson. You must be exhausted, his grandmother said softly, patting his hand. His nose tingled with emotion. The people outside only saw his glory and power, unaware of the hardships and bitterness behind it. Take a rest if you're tired, the elderly woman said warmly. Okay, Zhao Chen replied, quietly nestling beside his grandmother. The warm glow of the setting sun filled the courtyard, making it feel like he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood. In the Zhao family conference room, Zhang Hong sat across from Zhao Chen, carefully preparing tea for him. It seems you're quite satisfied with me? Zhao Chen observed Zhang Hong, who now appeared respectful and courteous. She smiled lightly and said, although the Xiaolong star system is isolated, I've heard about your various achievements, my lord. Not only have you solidified Xiaolong's status, but you've also been promoted to Viscount and graduated early from Northern Star Academy. I despise the coward you used to be, but I respect the man you are now, Lord Zhao Chen. This woman is indeed pragmatic, Zhao Chen thought. Her loyalty probably lies only with her elder sister. However, her abilities are undeniable. At least she can help manage the Xiaolong star system effectively. My lord, your return this time must be for more than just a family visit, Zhang Hong remarked as she poured him a cup of tea. Zhao Chen took a sip, finding the taste excellent. I'm here for the grand plan of governing the Xiaolong star system, he said straightforwardly. I intend to establish a comprehensive citizen registry. Those registered will gain Xiaolong citizenship and receive the system's protection. However, when needed, they must also unconditionally comply with the system's directives. A citizen registry? Zhang Hong was surprised. Isn't that a rather old-fashioned method of management? Using this in the interstellar age might seem too outdated. Since entering the interstellar era, people's requirements for citizenship have significantly diminished. Upon setting foot on a planet, intelligent programs record your facial information, disregarding your origin. For those who have wandered the stars for years, the concept of a homeland has become vague. Over time, the citizenship system has nearly vanished. Because I need to further filter the population, Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile, then brought up an electronic document. 1 month after the citizenship law is enacted, I will introduce a second decree. Anyone with Xiaolong citizenship can purchase natural food ingredients at cost price, but only for personal use. If found reselling, they will be permanently removed from the registry. Additionally, the system will prioritize suitable employment opportunities. I also plan to invest a substantial amount to establish professional academies on various planets. Citizens, regardless of age, can attend for free. Zhang Hong was stunned. Even after Zhao Chen's initial screening, Xiaolong had only 1 billion residents left. The cost of providing natural food for them was astronomical, far exceeding the system's fiscal revenue by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. No territory in the entire Starshine Empire had ever offered such generous conditions. You don't need to worry about the cost. I'll handle it, Zhao Chen said firmly. Just implement the first policy. Remember, before the second decree is issued, strict confidentiality is crucial. Zhang Hong nodded blankly. She understood the importance of secrecy. If the news leaked early, a flood of people would rush into Xiaolong, scrambling for citizenship. After all, the benefits were too enticing. Not to mention filling the food gap, even other aspects of civil infrastructure would require massive investments. Is 10 billion star coins enough? Zhao Chen asked. Zhang Hong was taken aback. She had suspected the Lord had some funds, but she hadn't expected him to allocate 10 billion without batting an eye. I will allocate 10 billion funds to you. By mid-year, the professional academies must be established and ready to open to the public by the second half of the year. Zhao Chen instructed. You can't skimp on this money. Quality and quantity must be ensured. Yes, my lord, Zhang Hong responded. To improve the living standards of the Xiaolong star system, the primary issue is food. As long as the people can access affordable food, their quality of life will significantly improve. Provide them with opportunities for advancement and proper job assignments. The basic needs of the common people have remained unchanged for centuries. They simply wish to live a life free from worry about food and clothing. As for interstellar travel, it's too distant and irrelevant for them to consider. Once these needs are met, offering them a chance to achieve their dreams can yield astonishing results. This is the main purpose of Zhao Chen's return to his hometown. One more thing, Zhao Chen's tone suddenly grew serious. Can you get in touch with my elder sister? The eldest lady? Zhang Hong replied truthfully. I usually can only receive her messages passively or leave her a message through secret channels and wait for her to contact me. Zhao Chen nodded. Then pass a message for me. Tell her I've heard that the second and third princes might be planning something. She must warn the little princess to be on guard. I understand. As soon as the eldest lady responds, I'll notify you immediately. Zhang Hong promised hastily. Zhao Chen stood up, satisfied. You've managed Xiaolong well. Keep up the good work. I've credited your account with a bonus of 10,000 star coins. Use it as you see fit. With that, he strode away. Zhang Hong stared after him, dumbfounded. 10,000 star coins? Even as the second-in-command of Xiaolong, her salary for 10 years wouldn't add up to that amount. Why does the Lord act like a nouveau riche? Half a day later, Zhao Chen visited the old house to have a simple meal with his second grandmother, chatting with her before reluctantly saying goodbye. Back on the T3 Blizzard 1 ship, a figure on the bridge caught his attention. The scars on that person's face were gone, replaced by flawless, delicate skin. Even the missing ear was restored. Zhao Chen felt as if he were admiring a masterpiece. He suddenly realized why she had disfigured herself when capture edit was to hide this stunning beauty. Unable to resist, he gently touched the adorable beast ears. Charlotte's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She bit her lip and murmured, "Don't touch there." Her eyes were misty, her slender waist trembled, and her tail stood stiffly erect as if electrified. Acting swiftly, Acting Regent Zhang Hong quickly broke down Zhao Chen's ideas into detailed decrees and announced them across the entire star system. The response was overwhelming. Even members of the Zhao family were taken aback. Residency for the Xiaolong star system? Wasn't that outdated? Why make such a big deal out of it now? But Zhang Hong was resolute in every inhabited planet within Xiaolong's domain. The decree had to be fully implemented by the end of January. Thousands of task forces were immediately formed and began their work. Xiaolong's fifth planet, the most populous area after the main planet, saw the first implementation of the residency decree. As the only industrial planet, it had a permanent population of over 100 million. Task forces moved into every residential area to conduct registrations. Attention! All citizens of Xiaolong must sign this form to decide whether to join Xiaolong's residency. The mechanical broadcast echoed throughout the residential areas. Some paid attention, while others were indifferent. In a cheap bar, a few workers who had just finished their shift were drowning their sorrows in alcohol. "Hey, Xiangzi, did you sign that thing?" someone asked. The skinny guy called Xiangzi pulled out his personal information summary. "It's no big deal. They just took a genetic sample, registered some info, and asked a few questions. It took less than 3 minutes. Since my whole family is staying here, might as well sign." "Look at you. Signing that thing is like selling yourself," someone mocked. "It clearly says if Xiaolong needs you, you must comply with orders." "I'm not interested. I'm going on an interstellar adventure someday." I bet the previous lord messed up, angered a bunch of nobles, and caused a population drain. Now they came up with this trick. Do they think we're fools? Another person chimed in. Xiangzi silently drank his beer, unfazed by their ridicule. After buying the items his wife had asked for, he quietly left the bar. Xiangzi didn't want to get involved in all the complicated matters. He just wanted a stable life. Initially, he thought signing or not didn't matter much, but his wife insisted. Although the noble turmoil had caused quite a stir before, it quickly settled down, and life had been getting better day by day. His wife said their current lord was wise and wouldn't cause trouble without reason. There must be something behind this decree, and they should seize the opportunity. Xiangzi didn't understand what opportunity there was, but he knew he had to listen to his wife. If she said sign, then sign he would. On the task force's side, things were more complicated. "How's it going? We need to finish this residential area within 3 days. The team leader's voice was filled with anxiety. Zone 1 is almost done, but Zone 3 has too many elderly people. They can't make it to the registration center, a subordinate complained. Didn't I make it clear? If the elderly can't come, you need to provide door-to-door service. Not a single person can be missed, the team leader reprimanded. I just don't get it. Why is the Lord doing this all of a sudden? One word from him, and we're running ourselves ragged, someone grumbled. Did you sign yet? My father-in-law found me a job in another star system. I'm leaving in a few days, so I don't care about signing, a young man boasted. Sigh, I don't really want to sign. but my father insists I behave properly. He says since I was born in Xiaolong, I must adhere to our duties. Another person sighed. The team leader listened helplessly to his subordinates' complaints, equally puzzled. Who knows what the Lord is up to? But since we're getting paid, we have to work diligently. It's not our place to question it. Thus, the household registration work progressed vigorously in the Xiaolong star system. Meanwhile, the shipbuilding plans of the Xiaolong fleet were also in full swing. In a blink, it was late January, and Zhao Chen was full of anticipation for the outcome of this operation. The household registration policy was just the first step. The real surprise was yet to come. Just wait and see. The entire Xiaolong would be in an uproar by then. So, you're saying your parents led your clan to escape to the galaxy years ago and lived in anonymity, leading a peaceful life. But you yearned for the outside world. So you ran away from home? Zhao Chen asked while munching on snacks, listening to Qitong recount his family story. Qitong nodded. Mainly because my brother was killed by slave traders. I was furious at the time, but my parents chose to endure, fearing retaliation would affect our clan. After a big fight with them, I left on my own. 10 years on your own? Zhao Chen was astonished, not expecting Qitong to have such a bizarre past. I secretly went back a few times to deliver some supplies, Qitong explained. Our demon clan has a long lifespan, averaging around 200 years, so 10 years isn't too long or too short. I avenged my brother, but haven't you thought about reconciling with your parents? Zhao Chen asked. Qitong smiled. Actually, I've already forgiven them in my heart. I understand they were thinking of the clan's interests, but I don't want to go back to that old life. I have my own world now, my chance to soar. How could I willingly clip my wings again? Zhao Chen nodded knowingly. Just then, a system task notification abruptly echoed in his mind. System task insect plague in the northern wind star region. The heavy announcement hit him like a thunderclap, shaking him to the core. Mission: the insect plague in Beifeng star region. Zhao Chen gazed at the pop-it-up screen, his brows furrowed. The text read, multiple cosmic insect nests have emerged in Beifeng star region, attacking several star systems and threatening the lives and property of hundreds of billions of residents. Mission 1. Destroy 30 T3 insect hive motherships. Mission 2. Annihilate 1 billion insect units. Mission 3. Rescue varying numbers of affected residents for tiered rewards. Mission 4. Choose one of 3 side missions. The sudden influx of information stunned Zhao Chen. An insect plague in Beifeng star region? The system never issues tasks without reason, which means this disaster has already occurred or is imminent. Just then, Lilith rushed into the bridge, her face grave. Emergency. Within the last 5 hours, a large number of interstellar insect nests have appeared in Beifeng star region. 5 level 3, 12 level 2, and 45 level 1 nests, affecting 13 star systems. As expected, Zhao Chen thought, amazed at the timing of the system's task. Even the governor of Beifeng has issued a star region-wide mobilization order, requiring all unaffected star systems to dispatch 70% of their lord fleets to aid the disaster-stricken areas. Lilith added, a star region-wide mobilization order. This is the governor's highest authority, allowing him to command all lord fleets and even private fleets in times of crisis. This move clearly indicates that the star region is in extreme danger, and this is just within the first 5 hours of the outbreak. In comparison, the previous insect infestation in the water lotus system of the Azure Star region seems insignificant. Fortunately, the governor of Beifeng has responded swiftly and decisively. Transmit my order. The entire Xiaolong fleet must be fully prepared for military action within an hour and immediately enter level 3 combat readiness. Zhao Chen commanded decisively. Even without the system's task, he couldn't stand idly by in the face of such an insect plague. History has painfully proven that to combat interstellar insects, they must be crushed the moment they appear. Hesitating gives them a chance to absorb nutrients, allowing them to proliferate wildly, increasing their numbers 1,000-fold in no time. The Xiaolong system is situated in the Beifeng star region. If Beifeng falls, Xiaolong won't be spared either. Zhao Chen understood this all too well. Yes, sir. Lilith and Qitong began gathering personnel. After more than a month of rest, the massive war machine of the Xiaolong fleet roared back to life. During the preparation interval, Zhao Chen carefully reviewed the system tasks. Of the first 3 tasks, destroying 30 T3 insect hive motherships wasn't too difficult, depending on the number available to hunt. Annihilating 1 billion insect units was also just a matter of time, as it didn't specify insect levels. Ground crawlers counted too. The third task, rescuing personnel, was more challenging. Saving lives is often several times harder than killing enemies. It required a large number of transport ships and caution in surface operations after planetary invasions to avoid significant casualties. However, what intrigued Zhao Chen the most was the fourth task. It was a nested task, requiring him to choose one of 3 side missions. Eagerly, Zhao Chen opened the options. Side Mission 1, Defend SP-118 Planet. Side Mission 2, Morton Star System Insect Battle. Side Mission 3, Sapphire Star System's third planet rescue battle. The three tasks encompass different types: defense, annihilation, and evacuation. Zhao Chen wondered if he could complete them all in one go. Ding! The system responded just in time, clarifying that he only needed to complete one task, but if he managed to overachieve, he would receive cumulative rewards. This was fantastic news. Zhao Chen immediately began to strategize. These three side missions actually overlapped with the first three tasks. If he could achieve one side mission while also addressing the other two, he could reap the most substantial rewards. Even if he couldn't complete them all, there was no real loss. After careful consideration, Zhao Chen decided to focus on the third side mission, the rescue operation on the third planet of the Sapphire Star System. The reason was simple. The Sapphire Star System had a stargate, making transportation convenient, and the third planet had a population of 2 billion. Even evacuating just 1% of the population would significantly boost his mission metrics. Zhao Chen pulled up the star chart of the Northwind sector to locate the Sapphire Star System. If there was a direct stargate from the Xiaolong system, it would take less than half a day to reach. However, he had to lead his fleet through the interstellar borders first, heading to the nearest Arctic Fox system to use their stargate as a transit point. This journey alone would take 2 days at the speed of the T3 Blizzard, and 5 days for the T2 warships. Fortunately, despite the severity of the current insect infestation, the Northwind sector had responded promptly, so a major disaster was unlikely in the short term. Zhao Chen felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for Governor Chu's suggestion to add another Stargate-equipped system, who knows how much longer it would have taken. For now, he had to set that thought aside and focus on the immediate crisis. Speaking of which, there had been 3 consecutive insect invasions, each more dangerous than the last. This frequency was quite unusual. Could it really be just a coincidence? Zhao Chen fell into deep thought. It seemed there might be more to this than meets the eye. While Zhao Chen was contemplating the next strategic moves, Lilith had already completed the pre-battle mobilization and preparations. Within half an hour, the entire Falcon fleet had entered combat readiness, with all strategic supplies fully prepared. Lilith handed Zhao Chen a detailed fleet list, which showed little change compared to the military operations at the end of last year, as only auxiliary ships had been built in January. Who could have anticipated that this insect plague would strike so suddenly at this time? All 20 T3 Blizzards and 5 T3 Phantoms were deployed for this operation. Zhao Chen glanced at the list and began planning the deployment. Considering the speed differences between T3 and T2 ships, they would not act in unison this time. T3 ships would go first, followed by T2 ships. The T3 Phoenix carrier would take 10 T2 Black Rhinos and stand by at the edge of the Arctic Fox star system. 10 T2 Black Rhinos and 1 T2 Zero Blizzard would stay back to defend the home base. The remaining 40 T2 Black Rhinos, 10 T2 Snow Mastiffs, 5 T2 Lions, and 1 T2 Queen Bee would form the second echelon. The T3 Phoenix was still a classified asset, and delaying its reveal was advantageous. The T3 Phantoms, being stealth bombers, had no fear of detection. Deploying the Phoenix near the Arctic Fox star system would allow for close support and rapid deployment via stargates if urgently needed. Given the vastness of the Northwind star region, it could take anywhere from a few hours to half a day to reach the battlefield. Understood. I'll relay the orders immediately. Lilith responded and left to carry out her tasks. Zhao Chen, however, was still pondering the mission involving the 30 T3 insect nest motherships. These motherships were already scarce, and with the Northwind governor and the Imperial Army focusing their attacks, any delay might make it impossible to gather all 30. The first mission had to be executed swiftly. Just then, a wild idea flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. Meanwhile, at the Northwind governor's residence, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The insect nests have expanded to 89 sites. New nests are continuously appearing. The subordinate's voice trembled as he reported, there are 6 level 3 nests, 18 level 2 nests, and 65 level 1 nests. A total of 39 star systems are affected. As he spoke, several more red zones lit up on the star map. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the Northwind territory was engulfed in this terrifying crimson, with the situation worsening rapidly. Such a dense emergence of insect nests in such a short time is unprecedented. The Northwind governor frowned in deep thought. At this rate, the number of nests could easily exceed 100. If a level 4 nest appears, it will be far more devastating than level 3 nests. The entire Northwind star region would be in grave danger. The subordinate expressed his deep concern. How is the execution of the full star region mobilization order? The governor asked sternly. Apart from the affected star systems, we can mobilize a total of 10,000 Lord Fleet ships from other star systems. However, 2/3 of these are T1 ships, which are not suitable for the front lines. The number of ships truly capable of resisting the insect swarm is less than 3,000. A mere 3,000. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the actual number still made the Northwind governor's heart sink. Mobilizing the Lord Fleet was only a stopgap measure. The real power lay with the Imperial Army. What is the status of our three-star region core? Nearly 10,000 warships should provide some immediate relief, right? The governor asked eagerly. The three corps have already been ordered to provide support, but the affected star systems are too numerous. Relying solely on them might still leave us stretched thin. I have requested reinforcements from neighboring star regions through the Empire. The governor spoke in a deep voice. No matter what, this time we must minimize our losses. We cannot allow the horrors of a living hell to unfold in Beifeng. Yes, sir, his subordinates responded solemnly. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day since the outbreak of the insect infestation, and the situation had become even more dire. Many planets had already fallen into the hands of the insect race, with various star systems experiencing skirmishes of all sizes, with mixed results. Against the T2 motherships, the local fleets could still put up a fight. But if a T3 mothership led the charge, the situation was entirely different. Only the Imperial Army could match them. Yet at this moment, the Imperial Army, like a giant burdened by its own weight, was too preoccupied to spare any forces. The K-3000 star system, unfortunately, had become a severely affected area. A level 3 insect nest had emerged there, continuously spewing out T3 motherships. Several planets had been contaminated, spreading like a plague, rapidly corroding the entire K-3000 system. A fierce battle was unfolding just outside the beautiful rings of the sixth planet. A thousand-ship coalition, hastily assembled from various lord fleets, was desperately trying to fend off the overwhelming insect army. The most striking sight in the swarm were the two colossal T3 hive motherships. Report, our left flank has collapsed. The communications officer's voice was tinged with fear. The coalition commander looked at the star map, trembling. A huge breach had appeared in the defensive line, with countless insect signals pouring through. In an instant, the coalition starships were plunged into chaos and destruction. It's over, it's all over, the commander's face turned ashen. Watching the coalition retreating step by step, with no hope in sight, he closed his eyes in despair. Facing the Zerg fleet, if our defense line collapses, it will be like a broken dam, flooding uncontrollably with disastrous consequences. Report, energy signals from 3 T3 starships detected on one side of the battlefield. The radar operator's alarmed voice rang out. T3 starships? Could it be Imperial reinforcements? But why only 3? The coalition commander was overjoyed and quickly inquired. Indeed, only 3, and they are definitely not from the Empire, the radar operator replied. Our telescopes have already captured their images. As soon as he finished, the screen flashed with the images of the 3 starships. The most striking feature was the prominent emblem on their Hulsa roaring dragon, with the hull numbers 007, 008, and 009 marked beneath it. This emblem looks so familiar. The commander rubbed his chin, trying to recall but to no avail. It's the Xiaolong fleet. These are their legendary T3 Blizzard-class starships. The adjutant exclaimed with excitement. Yes, the Xiaolong fleet. The commander slapped his thigh. They made their name during the Blue Nebula Zerg disaster. Are they here to support us? The crowd was ecstatic, but their joy was short-lived. But just 3 starships might not be enough to turn the tide, someone remarked. Commander, have you forgotten the legendary achievements of these starships? The adjutant reminded. They once took on 3 T3 Zerg motherships, heavily damaging 2 and escaping unscathed. Report, the 3 blizzards are accelerating, speed exceeding 200 knots. Their target seems to be the heart of the Zerg swarm, heading straight for the T3 Zerg mothership. The radar operator exclaimed again. Everyone turned their eyes to the battle projection. The 3 blizzards formed a triangular assault formation, slicing through the Zerg swarm with overwhelming force. Their target was unmistakable, a colossal T3 Zerg mothership. What are they planning? The commander swallowed, sensing an impending danger. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The 3 blizzards unleashed their full firepower, with Closian weapons, secondary guns, and main cannons firing decisively. Countless interstellar drones poured out like a tidal wave, forming an impenetrable wall. They resembled a trident, piercing into the heart of the swarm with unstoppable force. The Zerg, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the blizzards, were momentarily unable to stop them. In no time, the blizzards had closed in on the T3 Zerg mothership. This is 007. The bow cannon is ready to fire at any moment, the lead blizzard captain said in a deep voice. In the communication window, the captains of 008 and 009 were also poised for action. Despite being deep in the swarm, they showed no fear. After all, their former commander had once dared to charge into the swarm with just 1 blizzard. Now, with 3 under their command, what was there to fear? As the distance to the mothership closed to firing range, the 3 captains almost simultaneously gave the order to fire. In an instant, 3 blue beams of concentrated laser shot out from the bow cannons, incinerating any Zerg in their path, acting as the vanguard. It wasn't long before the beams reached the mothership. The Zerg mothership opened its abyssal maw, unleashing a bioplasma cannon, but it was no match for the combined firepower of the three blizzards. With a thunderous roar, the plasma cannon was shredded to pieces, and the laser beam crashed heavily into the bioshield of the mothership, repeatedly striking until it pierced through the enemy's defenses. Report, target destroyed. The communications officers of the three blizzard ships reported in unison. Yet, the battle was far from over. Another mothership loomed menacingly within the swarm. The blizzards adjusted their course and charged once more. Are they really trying to take down two motherships in one go? The commander murmured, barely believing his eyes. Regardless, the blizzard's lightning assault had undoubtedly offered a lifeline to the beleaguered coalition forces. A large number of bugs were forced to retreat to defend their mothership, providing the perfect opportunity for the coalition to regroup. Soon, the three blizzards answered everyone's doubts with their actions. This time, they engaged the mothership at a closer range. The mothership struck first, firing a shot at the leading 007. Undeterred, 007 deployed its star shield and pressed forward resolutely. Warning, star shield energy dropping. 60, 57, 54. Alarms blared incessantly on the bridge. The captain of 007 remained steadfast, her eyes fixed intently on the missile range data. With the main cannon still cooling down, they couldn't afford any delay and had to go all in. Report, the second mothership is within optimal missile range. Fire. At the captain's command, the missile launch bays of the three blizzards simultaneously erupted, sending over 50 missiles streaking towards the target in a saturation attack. In an instant, the massive body of the mothership was nearly engulfed in the fiery explosions. Its energy signal is gone, the radar operator exclaimed excitedly. As the smoke cleared, the mothership was reduced to a lifeless, shattered shell. They actually did it. Cheers erupted throughout the coalition forces, morale soaring. In barely 3 minutes, two T3 motherships had been destroyed, as if gods had descended to aid them. The dawn of victory finally broke through the clouds, illuminating everyone's hearts. Quick, contact those three blizzards and tell them we're willing to coordinate with them, the commander ordered jubilantly. But, Commander, the officer's face suddenly changed. It seems those three blizzards have already left. What? Everyone turned to the radar, and sure enough, the signals of the three hero ships were rapidly fading into the distance, showing no signs of stopping. This is unbelievable, they muttered, dumbfounded. Weren't they here to help us? Why are they leaving so soon? Objectively speaking, with the loss of two motherships, the swarm's combat power was significantly reduced. Moreover, the blizzards had decimated a large number of bugs during their assault. Although the remaining forces were still somewhat troublesome for the coalition, as long as they avoided making basic mistakes, there was little danger. Nonetheless, the sudden departure of the blizzards left the coalition forces uneasy. What were the true intentions of these mysterious allies? No one could say for sure. The third planet of the Sapphire star system was in utter chaos. Riots had erupted in major cities, and the ground starports where T1 and T2 starships were docked were packed with tens of thousands of people. The space elevators leading to the near-Earth orbit starport were equally overcrowded. Inside a heavily guarded mansion, Jiang Xiong paced anxiously. Father, is it true that the Zerg are invading? We must evacuate immediately, Zhang Ziwen said urgently. Don't worry, the governor has promised us 300 starship seats, Jiang Xiong sighed. It's just a pity that all our hard-earned assets are at stake. A year ago, they had moved their entire family from the Xiaolong star system to Sapphire and had just managed to establish themselves. Who could have predicted such a disaster would strike so soon? Master, as per your instructions, everything is ready. The armored vehicles outside can escort us to the starport at any time, the butler reported. Jiang Xiong stood up and tried to appear relaxed. Let's go. As long as we're together, there's nothing to fear. Sasha, why are you standing there? We need to leave. Sasha nodded blankly and followed her mother and brother into the vehicle. The city was in chaos, but fortunately, their convoy could fly at low altitude. Through the window, Sasha looked at the city she had just gotten to know, now resembling an apocalyptic scene. She glanced up at the sky, seeing more and more black dots plummeting like meteors toward the ground. In an instant, the city's defense system activated, and alarms blared. Warning! Zerg have breached the space defense line and are invading. Please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. The city plunged into even greater chaos. Zerg rained down from the sky, turning into fireballs under the defensive cannon fire. Weren't we told that the nearest wave of Zerg would take at least 3 more days to arrive? How? Zhang Ziwen stammered in terror. Zhang's mother was pale with fear, clutching her daughter tightly and praying incessantly. Hurry, get to the starport. The last passenger ship is still there. Jiang Xiong shouted, stomping his foot in urgency. But as the convoy approached, they watched in despair as their last hope lifted off, becoming a tiny speck and disappearing into the horizon. Father, isn't that the ship we were supposed to board? How could it? Jiang Ziwen mumbled in disbelief. Jiang Xiong's face darkened as he repeatedly tried to contact the governor, but there was no response. At that moment, everyone understood they had been abandoned. Master, should we still go to the starport? The butler asked cautiously. Find another ship immediately. Even the smallest shuttle will do. Jiang Xiong gritted his teeth. But under such circumstances, finding a spaceship, let alone a single flying vehicle, was a near impossible task. Where could they go? It's over. We're finished. There's no escape. Jiang Ziwen curled up in despair. Just then, a deafening explosion rocked the sky, the shockwave blowing off the car roof and causing everyone's ears to ring. To their horror, it was the passenger ship that had just taken off. It had been blasted by plasma cannons from several T2 Zerg hive ships, tearing a massive hole and disintegrating into fragments that rained down like shooting stars. With the appearance of the hive ships, the wreckage of patrol ships began to fall from the sky one after another, their hulls swarming with Zerg. The creatures poured in through every breach, and the fate of the crew was all too clear. What does this mean? It means the planet's space defenses have collapsed. Meanwhile, the city's defenses are barely holding on, and swarms of insects are emerging from the ground like mushrooms after a rain, slaughtering all life in their path. Screams echo through the air, and a blood-red haze hangs over the city. The Jiang family is in chaos, everyone looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. Return to the mansion immediately. Its defense systems might hold out long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Jiang Xiong made a swift decision. The convoy turned around and sped back, witnessing scenes of horror along the way. Fortunately, they were lucky for the moment, and soon reached the mansion. However, their feelings were entirely different from when they had left. Now, everyone was on the verge of collapse. The head of the Jiang family began to organize the mansion's defenses. Even Sasa, who had studied at North Star Academy, had to pick up a laser gun and take her place on the front line. It was her first time facing the insectoids, and their menacing appearance terrified her. Her younger brother was even more frightened, repeatedly dropping his gun and crying out to flee. It took a stern rebuke from Jiang Xiong to get him to stand his ground. Time ticked by, and the entire city, indeed the whole planet, seemed like a grand feast laid out for the insectoids. The Jiang family's ammunition was running low. As the mansion was about to fall, despair gripped everyone, with some even choosing to take their own lives. Is this how it ends? Sasa stared blankly at the scene before her. Her laser gun and ammo clip were empty, leaving her defenseless. As the insect swarm drew closer, she found it hard to believe that her youth would end at this moment. For some reason, the image of that man flashed through her mind. The man who had once been so devoted to her, whom she later had to look up to. She remembered how he had bravely charged into the insect swarm for his sister's safety. If she hadn't left, would he have come for her too? Sasa, did you really make a mistake? She smiled bitterly and closed her eyes, awaiting the end. Just then, a cheer pierced the silence. Look, it's the reinforcements. It's the starships. Sasa's eyes shot open, following the gazes of those around her. Several warships broke through the clouds on the horizon, heading straight for the insect swarm. Fighters roared out of their bays one after another, and drones joined the battle. That's the T3 Blizzard. And that emblem? It's the Xiaolong fleet. Someone shouted excitedly from the crowd. Sasa stared in disbelief at the familiar dragon crest. Was it him? Had he really come to save her? Tears blurred her vision, and her heart was a mix of emotions. Just then, a cannon blast tore a large hole in the swarm. The lead Blizzard ship's main cannon smoked, boldly marked with the number 007. At this very moment, a common sight has emerged on battlefields across the Northern Wind Star Domain. A task force, comprised of 3 T3 Blizzard-class battlecruisers, darting through various star systems like heroes rushing to extinguish fires. Whenever they appear, they swiftly annihilate the T3 motherships within the insect swarm with overwhelming force, then leave without a backward glance, leaving their allies stunned. The news quickly reached the ears of the Northern Wind governor. Multiple T3 blizzards appearing simultaneously? Impossible, he exclaimed in shock. Absolutely true. His subordinates presented dozens of image records from various fleet monitors, clearly showing the events. At least 9 T3 motherships have been confirmed destroyed. Curiously, they seem interested only in the motherships, ignoring other targets unless they impede their mission. Unheard of, the governor murmured. Get me Zhao Chen immediately. The blizzard is Zhao Chen's exclusive weapon. Such numbers imply at least a dozen. The Northern Wind governor has always valued his grandson-in-law, but he never expected such a miraculous intervention during this crisis. He had only heard of the blizzard's reputation, but seeing it in action confirmed the legends. These ships are born for such annihilation missions. Report, we've connected to Viscount Zhao Chen. An adjutant rushed in to announce. The communication window lit up, revealing a blurry scene. Faintly, rapid breathing and chaotic background noises could be heard. Commander, behind you. Less talk. Hit it hard. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and shrieking filled the air, making it feel like being on the battlefield. The picture gradually cleared, revealing Zhao Chen's face under a tactical helmet. Hey, Northern Wind Governor, what's up? He shouted. Look at you. Needing a good thrashing. A burst of intense gunfire followed. What are you doing? The governor asked, sensing a foreboding feeling. Killing bugs. There are too many. Can't kill them all. Zhao Chen's breathing became more labored. Killing bugs? Everyone was shocked. It's complicated to explain. See for yourself, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. The next second, the camera turned, revealing a monstrous insect face to the Northern Wind Governor. Large hands gripped its head tightly. With a squeeze, insect juices splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. The sudden twist stunned even the most experienced subordinates, and some female clerks covered their mouths, gagging. The camera zoomed out, showing a city burning in flames in the distance, insects swarming like tides, and the defense forces fiercely battling with heavy casualties. In the sky, several T-3 blizzards hovered at low altitude, crazily strafing the ground insect swarms. T-1 and T-2 motherships fell like meteors, creating a horrifying spectacle. Surrounding Zhao Chen were dozens of T-2 Black Knight mechs, forming a defensive line against the surging insect tide. Astonishingly, he wielded a peculiar silver-white spear, engaging in close combat. The spear seemed to incorporate some advanced technology, with a magnetic field-emitting tip and laser emitters on the shaft, making it a formidable melee weapon. Judging by the mountain of insect corpses at the bottom of the screen, it seemed that Zhao Chen wasn't standing on soil but on a pile of Zerg remains. Everyone was left dumbfounded, feeling as if the world was spinning around them. Where are you? The governor asked. The third planet of the Sapphire system. Zhao Chen replied without lifting his head, his spear slicing through enemies with ease. The adjutant quickly pulled up the star map, revealing that not only was that area heavily infested, but it also had 2 level 3 Zerg nests, 8 level 2 nests, and 29 level 1 nests, with dozens of planets groaning under the Zerg's iron grip. Unbelievably, Zhao Chen had fought his way to the front lines. You are the fleet commander. You shouldn't be risking your life like this. It's too dangerous, the governor couldn't help but warn. With fewer bugs around him now, Zhao Chen finally had a moment to catch his breath. It's fine. I just couldn't sit still and wanted to stretch my muscles, he said nonchalantly. Stretch your muscles? Who uses Zergs to stretch their muscles? Everyone was speechless, wondering if he was joking. The North Wind Governor had no choice but to switch topics. Your T-3 blizzards have appeared on all battlefields, specifically targeting T-3 motherships. Was this your plan? Of course. Is there a problem? Zhao Chen asked in return. Why do you only target the motherships and then retreat after destroying them? The governor asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen replied seriously. I believe that the primary task in dealing with the Zerg is to eliminate the T-3 motherships. Based on combat experience, without their motherships, the Zerg swarm's combat power significantly decreases. But my T-3 blizzards are limited in number. To destroy as many enemies as possible and stabilize the situation, I have to allocate tasks this way. What he didn't mention was that he was doing it to quickly complete a system task. Fantastic. Once this crisis is over, I must throw a banquet in your honor. The governor of the North Wind praised sincerely. You embody the true spirit of leadership. In this time of peril, you stood up, leading by example. Truly commendable and worthy of song. Zhao Chen, however, was indifferent to the praise. He responded earnestly, Governor, while I have your attention, I need to request some permissions. My fleet has been traveling extensively and urgently needs access to the stargates. I've also requisitioned some interstellar transport ships to evacuate the wounded. Although I can control the situation on this planet for now, a massive swarm of insectoid ships is approaching. The planet's fall is only a matter of time. To save more lives, I need your cooperation. Without hesitation, the governor replied, No problem. I'll issue the orders immediately. From now on, the Xiaolong fleet and the transport ships you requisition will be treated as imperial forces with the highest priority. Handle any special situations as you see fit. Thank you, Governor, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The governor, with a serious expression, responded, The one who should be thanking you is me. You've saved countless lives. You've done far more than your duty. At that moment, another swarm of insects appeared on the horizon. There's a new development. I need to go. Take care, Governor, Zhao Chen said hurriedly as he ended the communication. The governor fell into deep thought. Are you tired, sir? A subordinate asked with concern. Shaking his head, the governor murmured, I just feel ashamed. As the governor, this should have been my responsibility. Yet this young man stepped up so courageously. Compared to those hesitant and evasive lords, He is truly commendable. He frowned and asked, how many of the promised 10,000 Lord ships have arrived? The subordinate replied awkwardly, so far, only 4,000. The others claim they need another 3 days to a week to arrive. 3 days to a week? The governor was furious. Do they think this is a picnic? Tell them they have 2 days. If they don't show up, they can forget about keeping their heads. Unaware that these lazy lords were being outshined by Zhao Chen, they were becoming the cannon fodder of this internal struggle. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen returned to the shuttle, exhausted. He tried to press the release button on his armor, but nothing happened. Commander, something might be stuck? Let me help you, a female soldier offered. Zhao Chen waved her off, then forcibly tore open the armor on his chest, rendering the exoskeleton suit useless. He took a deep breath, sat by the window, and gazed at the city below. There were thousands of such cities on this planet, but his limited fleet could only save so many. Despite the relatively few T1 and T2 level insectoid motherships, which his blizzard ships could handle, the sheer number of ground insects made the cleanup difficult. If we hadn't arrived in time, these 2 billion people would have been doomed, Zhao Chen muttered. According to the mission description, this populous planet would fall completely in less than 10 days. The completion of the evacuation would directly affect his mission rewards. The shuttle landed in the hangar of the blizzard ship. Zhao Chen, bare-chested, stepped out, leaving several female soldiers staring in astonishment. He casually crushed a cleaning ball, and steam immediately enveloped his body, instantly washing away all the grime. A female soldier quickly handed him a set of brand-new military uniform and assisted him in dressing properly. Refreshed and revitalized, Zhao Chen returned to the bridge. Charlotte was busy commanding the battle, while Lilith was handling various intelligence reports. Zhao Chen settled into the captain's chair and asked, what's the status of the other 5 Blizzard squads? They are still on their missions, Lilith reported. As per your orders, each squad needs to destroy 10 T3 motherships within 3 days, or they are to abort the mission and rush to the Sapphire Star system. Currently, there are some damages, but all are within controllable limits. Zhao Chen opened the system panel and saw that the progress of destroying the motherships had reached 12 out of 30. It seemed the 5 squads were doing well. However, the most pressing issue now was how to evacuate the residents. How is the Star Fortune fleet doing? How many transport ships have they found? He continued to ask. To evacuate such a large number of people, we need a substantial amount of transport ships. Lilith shook her head helplessly. So far, we've only gathered 500 T1 and T2 class transport ships. At most, they can carry 5 million people in one trip, and each round trip to the safe zone takes half a day. Zhao Chen's face darkened. 5 million? There are nearly 2 billion people here, which means we need over 400 trips. That would take more than half a year. He pounded the armrest and gritted his teeth. We must find another way. Not a single person can be left behind. Why are there so few transport ships? Zhao Chen asked with a frown. Lilith sighed and explained. These are all the civilian transport ships we could find. Civilian? Aren't there others? A flash of intensity crossed Zhao Chen's eyes. Lilith looked worried. But those belong to other lords or are under imperial military control. I'll ask right now, which ones can we mobilize? I don't care who they belong to, Zhao Chen said firmly. Lilith swallowed hard and brought up some data. Here is the situation of all registered transport ships in the North Windstar region. Aside from the ones we've already requisitioned, some belong to the nobility and the military. What are they doing? Zhao Chen cut to the chase. According to intelligence, some are being used to transfer assets for the lords. Even so, their efficiency is below 50, Lilith answered truthfully. Zhao Chen's brows furrowed. These bastards, still only thinking of their petty gains at a time like this. He ordered, find all idle ships or those transporting treasure for the elites. Every single one counts. Half an hour later, Lilith handed over a list, mostly T2 class transport ships. These mostly belong to influential figures in the Star region. Offending them could cause significant trouble, she reminded. Trouble won't find its way to me, Zhao Chen smirked. Order all operational storm units to commandeer these ships along their routes. Say it's the governor's command. If they resist, authorize them to use any means necessary. He emphasized the words any means, and borrow a batch from here. He pointed to a stargate on the star map. This was prearranged with Li Yaqi of the Beiyin group, where she'd send out transport ships only for Zhao Chen to intercept them. Of course, Li Sweki would publicly denounce him to maintain appearances. Every additional ship means more lives saved, Zhao Chen said firmly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Yes, sir. Lilith recognized his determination and quickly set to work. She deeply admired this commander, who was willing to offend the powerful to save strangers. It was truly impressive. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. Next, I need you to control the insect infestation on this planet as quickly as possible. The evacuation must go flawlessly. I don't want any unexpected disruptions. I will eliminate all insect nests and 90 of the ground insects within 24 hours. Charlotte promised resolutely. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Notify the populace to gather at shelters or large buildings for evacuation. But deciding who goes first will be a big challenge. Indeed, in an evacuation, the order of departure is a highly sensitive issue. Everyone knows that every second spent here increases the danger. Nobles will likely try to use their status to escape first, causing greater chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen suggested, let's register everyone's information and randomly draw evacuation lists. If anyone obstructs, we'll lower their chances of being selected. If there are extreme actions, detain them or execute them on the spot if necessary. Charlotte agreed, nodding. Though it will increase our workload, the central computer system can complete the global draw in half a day. Good, proceed as we've discussed, Zhao Chen instructed. Meanwhile, on the space battlefield, with the support of reinforcements, the insect hive mothership has been completely annihilated, and the rampant ground swarms have been contained. An unprecedented mass evacuation, organized by the Xiaolong fleet, is unfolding in an orderly manner. Citizens of the third planet in the Sapphire system, we are the Xiaolong fleet here to assist in your evacuation. The broadcast announced the following orders. First, all individuals must proceed to the nearest shelter or large building to serve as evacuation assembly points. Second, the initial evacuation will commence in 15 hours. At that time, everyone will be assigned a number. Individuals, families, or groups can participate, but the larger the group, the lower the chances of selection. Any dissent or obstructive behavior will result in disqualification or even immediate execution. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to ensure your safe evacuation. Under Zhao Chen's strict measures, the massive evacuation of 2 billion people on this ancient and sacred blue planet has begun. This will be another tragic yet magnificent migration in human history. People from nearly every corner of the planet heard the global broadcast. Evacuation assembly points? A lottery? Although they were quite surprised by this method, the mysterious Xiaolong fleet was their only hope. In an instant, crowds swarmed towards the nearest assembly points. However, there was always a small privileged class that scoffed at the idea. Why should we draw lots with those commoners? Nobles should have priority. An unranked so-called noble fumed. Exactly, if necessary, I can just buy a ticket. A merchant chimed in. Don't worry, this is just a ploy by the Xiaolong fleet to calm the masses. Another person said flippantly. Once we reveal our identities, we'll be on board in no time. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Xiong looked grim as he stared at the warships in the sky. A year ago, he could never have imagined that the fate of the Jiang family would be tied to the Xiaolong fleet, which they had once looked down upon. Father, what should we do? Jiang Shasha asked anxiously. Go to the evacuation point, Jiang Xiong said through gritted teeth. It's our only way out. No amount of resentment can outweigh the need to survive. Soon, the Jiang family set out again. The streets were filled with the devastation wrought by the insectoids, with debris everywhere. Suddenly, a hissing noise erupted, and thousands of flying insectoids locked onto their convoy, screeching as they attacked. Just as their ammunition was running out and they were about to be devoured, a hail of bullets rained down from the sky, tearing the insect swarm to pieces. The Jiang family looked up in shock to see a black mech standing not far away, the hero who had just saved them. In just a year, that kid has developed to this extent, Jiang Xiong muttered to himself. The once scornful Jiang family members were now silent with fear. They remembered how they had left Xiaolong Star, vowing to mock Zhao Chen. Who knew they would become the laughingstock themselves? After a harrowing journey, they finally reached the assembly point. Halt! A group of soldiers blocked their way. People can enter, but vehicles and weapons must stay behind. Why? Someone protested. Who do you think you are? The captain pointed to the Black Knight mech in the distance and said coldly, We serve the Xiaolong Lord. The governor has already ordered that all actions follow his command. The Jiang family members' faces changed drastically. Their vehicles were loaded with their possessions. Leaving them behind would mean a huge loss. Jiang Xiong tried to reason. We are the Jiang Corporation, specializing in interstellar trade. You've heard of us, right? Save it, the captain said impatiently. I even turned away someone claiming to be the governor's niece. The Lord's orders are clear. Either comply or figure it out yourselves. Why can't we take our stuff? Jiang Shasha couldn't help but argue. The captain pointed to the loaded vehicles. Look at all these cars. I don't care what's in them, but if we let you bring them in, there won't be space for hundreds of people. When it's time to evacuate, there might be no room for thousands on the transport ships. Jiang Shasha was speechless. To them, their possessions were naturally more important than the lives of commoners. But now, they couldn't say that out loud. You must be mistaken. My sister is the Xiaolong Lord's fiancée. We are nobles of Xiaolong Star. Jiang Ziwen retorted. This did make the captain hesitate. Wait a moment, he said. hurrying to seek approval. What on earth are you talking about? Jiang Shasha exclaimed, both anxious and angry. Zhao Chen and I ended things a long time ago. Bringing it up now is just embarrassing, isn't it? Right now, we need to focus on protecting our assets. Jiang Ziwen, completely unbothered, replied. Sis, keeping our property safe is what's important. Sir, there's someone here claiming to be the Lord's fiancé. The captain nervously reported to the other end of the communication. Naturally, he wasn't contacting a high-ranking official of the Xiaolong, but the Black Knight pilot in charge of this assembly point. Fiancé? The Lord doesn't have a fiancé, the female soldier responded in surprise. Indeed, while Zhao Chen had many women around him, no one had ever heard of him being engaged. Someone named Jiang? And they claimed to be from the Xiaolong star system? The captain added. The female soldier suddenly understood and scoffed. The Jiangs? Huh. That woman was indeed once the Lord's fiancé, but when Xiaolong was in trouble a year ago, her whole family ran off. Now she has the nerve to call herself the fiancé again? Shameless. The captain immediately grasped the situation and looked at the Jiang family with even more disdain. I know what to do now. Sorry to bother you, he said, cutting off the communication with a cold laugh. You really have some nerve. When the Lord was in trouble, you ran off without a second thought. Now that he's here to rescue you, you suddenly remember your status? Fiancé? Huh. I have no respect for turncoats like you. Jiang Shasha was humiliated and wished she could disappear into the ground. The captain didn't mince words as he issued his final ultimatum. I'll say it one more time. Regardless of your status, follow the rules. If it weren't for the Lord's generosity, I would have left you traitors to fend for yourselves long ago. Although the Jiang family was furious, they could only swallow their pride. Get off the vehicle and unload your gear, Jiang Shong ordered reluctantly. Survival was the priority now. Thus, under the soldiers' mocking jeers, they made their way to the evacuation point. The Lord must have been blind to fancy such people. He's lucky to be rid of them, saving himself a lot of trouble. Some female soldiers remarked openly, pointing and whispering. Jiang Shasha, overwhelmed with shame, covered her face and hurried away. The evacuation point was an open-air stadium, already packed with people. To prevent any incidents, weapons and heavy belongings weren't allowed inside. Besides, with so many people, bringing in all their possessions would turn the place into a sardine can. The Jiang family squeezed into a corner, registered their information, and got their numbers. Should we draw lots as a family? Jiang Xiong asked, looking around. But the relatives, eager to distance themselves, suggested, maybe we should split up into smaller groups. Smaller groups have a higher chance of being picked. Fearing repercussions from the Lord, they quickly severed ties. Jiang Xiong, understanding their concerns and too weary to argue, led his wife and children to get their numbers and began the long wait. 15 hours later, the announcement blared. The first batch of 500,000 is about to evacuate. Drawing numbers now. Everyone stared at their terminals. Within a minute, someone shouted with joy, "It's me. I got picked." Staff members maneuvered hovercars through the crowd, verifying identities and leading the lucky ones to the hovering starship. As hope slipped away, some people lost control. Why not me? I'm a noble. How can you leave me in this hellhole? One person shouted. The captain immediately fired a warning shot, and soldiers aimed their weapons at the troublemakers. One more word and you're out. You won't be allowed back for 3 days. The warning was effective. Most people quieted down, although a few lunatics still tried to grab the soldiers' guns. In the next instant, a laser beam pierced through one of them. Final warning, don't do anything rash, or face the consequences, the captain shouted sternly. Soon, the first batch of evacuees boarded the ship and left. The Jiang family watched them enviously. Jiang Ziwen, huddled in a corner and biting his nails, said fearfully, only 500,000 at a time. With billions of people, we'll never get everyone out. When the insect swarm attacks, we'll all be left behind. Jiang Xiong sighed deeply. His son was right. Evacuating everyone was a hopeless dream. It's all your fault. Jiang Ziwen suddenly lunged at Jiang Shasha, eyes red with anger. If you hadn't offended Zhao Chen and caused your relationship to break down, I would be his brother-in-law by now and wouldn't have to suffer like this. Go beg him right now, he ranted madly. Get on your knees and apologize. Say that if he saves us, you're willing to be his concubine, even his dog if he wants. Smack. Jiang Shasha, overwhelmed with shame and anger, slapped her brother across the face. She had endured the humiliation from outsiders at Northern Star, but she never expected her own family to degrade her like this. What made her even more despondent was seeing the wavering look in her father's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Shasha felt completely disillusioned with her family. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, a fleet of noble transport ships was leisurely retreating. Suddenly, 3T3 blizzards blocked their path. Your fleet has been requisitioned by the Xiaolong fleet. You have no right to protest. Any resistance will be met with all necessary force. The female captain's voice was firm and unquestionable. The nobles hadn't even processed what was happening when they realized their ships were already turning around. What terrified them even more was the sight of a black knight outside the portholes, slowly raising its Arma-heavy laser cannon. It silently scanned each transport ship, a wordless warning that defiance would bring dire consequences. In this moment, the high and mighty nobles finally tasted the bitterness of being overpowered. They realized that no matter how prestigious their status, it was nothing but a worthless piece of paper in the face of absolute power. What was even more frightening was that they had no idea just how terrifying an entity they had crossed. In a galaxy within the Northern Wind Star region, countless interstellar transport ships anxiously waited inside and outside a starport near a stargate. The stargate's route was already overloaded, forcing the ships to wait their turn. Inside a lavish restaurant in the starport, a group of local nobles and wealthy merchants were indulging in luxury, enjoying fine wine and the company of beautiful companions. The tense atmosphere outside did nothing to dampen their spirits. "This is bad luck. Who would have thought our star system would be affected too?" a wealthy merchant complained. "This situation is costing my business at least hundreds of thousands of star coins." "Don't mention it. At least we have ships to run. Those commoners are stuck on the planet, waiting to die," a nobleman said coldly. "Compared to them, we're fortunate. Speaking of which, Gao is really something. With dozens of transport ships, he's making a fortune." Someone glanced at the smug businessman named Gao. "I heard he makes millions just by selling tickets for one trip." Everyone chimed in with flattery, though secretly they despised him. Still, they knew they would do the same in his position. "Not at all, just a stroke of luck," Gao said modestly. A young nobleman, however, was unimpressed. "But Gao, with so many ships, each only carrying 30% capacity, isn't that a waste? Why not lower the prices and take more civilians? You'd save lives and still make money." "Save lives? What's the profit in that?" Gao scoffed. "They say scarcity increases value. If I take too many, the ticket prices would drop." Everyone sneered inwardly at his attitude, but no one dared to say anything openly. Just then, Gao's terminal beeped. He opened the video call to see the captain of one of his transport ships. "Boss, we're in big trouble," the captain said, panic-stricken. "We've been hijacked by 3 battleships. They want us to surrender the ships, or they'll blow us up." Gao frowned. "Who dares to be so bold? Who are they?" "They're 3T3 interstellar battle cruisers, calling themselves the Xiaolong Fleet." "Xiaolong Fleet? Never heard of them," Gao said arrogantly. "Tell them I have connections with an imperial brigadier general. They can't just do whatever they want." Before he could finish, 3 massive ships appeared outside the starport, standing out among the transport ships. Everyone received a notification. "We are the Xiaolong Fleet, commandeering interstellar transport ships by order. All captains must proceed to the designated area within 10 minutes for reassignment. Any resistance will be met with consequences." Instantly, every ship received the pop-up command. The captains exchanged bewildered looks. Gao was bombarded with questions, as nearly half the involved ships were his. "Boss, Xiaolong Fleet is requisitioning our ships." "What should we do?" the captains clamored. "Requisition my foot. Who do they think they are? Tell them to get lost." Gao fumed. "Xiaolong Fleet, isn't that the fleet of the newly titled Viscount Zhao from the Xiaolong system?" Someone suddenly exclaimed. "Yes. He's the son-in-law of Governor Chu He, and also related to the Northern Wind Governor." The crowd buzzed with chatter. Hearing this, Gao began to calculate his next move. The governor of the Northern Wind and the son-in-law of the governor of the Chu River? These are indeed significant titles, but there's a limit to using someone else's power for your own benefit. Forcing me to hand over all my ships? That's cutting off my livelihood. He quickly weighed his options and decided to reach out directly. Soon, the communication connected, and a female captain appeared on the screen. "Hello. I am the owner of the Gao trading fleet," he said, feigning politeness. "The Xiaolong fleet's assistance is much appreciated, and I am willing to help. However, all my small ships are already loaded with goods and refugees, but I can spare 3 T2 transport ships to fully support your fleet." "3 ships?" the female captain sneered. "From what I know, you have at least 70 or 80 ships here, and they're less than 40% loaded, with 30% of that being nobles' private goods. I'm giving you 10 minutes to evacuate all personnel to the spaceport." The wealthy merchant named Gao turned pale with anger. He had already shown goodwill, yet the other side was so ungrateful. "Captain, I'm still a businessman," he said through gritted teeth. "If you rob me like this, don't blame me for filing a formal complaint afterward. I haven't survived all these years for nothing." His underlying message was clear. "I have connections too." But the female captain remained unfazed. "Our commander has given orders. Those who do not comply will be executed on the spot. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it." Her words left everyone in shock. "Destroy? That's an exaggeration." The wealthy merchant, Mr. Gao, exclaimed incredulously. The people on these ships are either rich or influential. Even if they don't hold titles, their collective power is not to be underestimated. And what about us? Are our lives not worth saving? Voices of agreement rose from the crowd around him. The female captain smiled faintly. According to our data, this starport will be safe for at least another 2 weeks. Evacuating you all would only take a few T2 transport ships. However, you can forget about bringing your collections and valuables. Enough. I will never hand over all my ships. Mr. Gao shouted in fury. I'll report you to the Empire. It seems we don't need to waste any more time, the female captain said, cutting off the communication. Mr. Gao looked around smugly. I don't believe they would dare fire at my ships. Before his words had even settled, the secondary guns of 3 Blizzard-class ships had already locked onto one of the transport vessels. Captain, are we really going to open fire? The deputy captain asked, worried. The commander said to be decisive when necessary. The female captain replied firmly. If we don't show some force now, they won't comply. Target that ship. It's loaded with luxury goods belonging to those elites. Before firing, give them a warning to abandon ship. If they don't leave, it's on them. The female captain ordered. A 30-second ultimatum is more than fair. As the countdown ended, 5 medium-pulse laser cannons mercilessly hit the target. In an instant, the ugly T2 transport ship was riddled with holes and teetering on the edge of destruction. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought the Dragon Eagle fleet would actually fire? As the crew scrambled to escape, the transport ship disintegrated in a blaze of fire within half a minute. People looked at each other, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. This is just a warning. The female captain's voice rang out again. Evacuate all non-essential personnel and unload all non-essential items within 10 minutes, or face the same fate. This time, no one dared to question the weight of her words. Mr. Gao, drenched in cold sweat, was even more distressed. A T2 ship, with cargo worth at least 1 million star credits. If he had to compensate for that, he'd be ruined. He hurriedly pleaded with the female captain. How about I give you half of my ships? All of them, she replied, leaving no room for negotiation. Mr. Gao swallowed hard. Fine. But we can't unload all that cargo in 10 minutes. People can evacuate in 10 minutes. As for the cargo, just dump it into space, she said coldly. Dump everything? Mr. Gao gasped. If you were transporting civilians, even if it was only 70 or 80% full, I might make an exception, she scoffed. But you chose to prioritize those trinkets over millions of lives. Unbelievable. She issued one final warning. This is our last communication. If you don't comply, don't blame us for what happens next. With that, she cut off the transmission. Mr. Gao was so furious he pounded his chest. Robbers. Bandits. Dragon Eagle fleet. This isn't over. But for now, he had no choice but to order his subordinates to evacuate and unload the cargo. Better to dump it into space himself. Maybe he could retrieve a few items later. 10 minutes later, dozens of transport ships obediently lined up alongside the Blizzard-class ships and then passed through the Stargate, destination unknown. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on Mr. Gao's side. The recently ousted nobles were furious, demanding an explanation from him. Although others hadn't lost much, they took pleasure in seeing him humiliated. It looks like his family's fortune might be completely wiped out. Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Chen. The wealthy merchant surnamed Gao cursed through gritted teeth. I will never coexist with you. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood, wishing he could devour their flesh and sleep on their hides, determined to share their fate. On the third day of the Falcon fleet's control over the third planet in the Sapphire system, the swarms of insectoid motherships within and outside the planet were largely eradicated, and 95 of the ground-dwelling insects had been wiped out. Only a few stragglers remained, occasionally popping up in the corners. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. He hadn't had a proper rest in days. Despite the apparent calm, there were undercurrents of tension. What's the situation now? He asked Lilith. Although the frequency of insect nests appearing has decreased, high-level nests remain a significant threat, Lilith reported. All available fleets have been dispatched to deal with the earlier nests, and we may struggle to handle any new ones that appear. Zhao Chen nodded and asked, how is the evacuation of the third planet going? We're on the 6th batch now, Lilith replied. With the increase in transport ships, the number of evacuees per batch has risen from 5 million to 50 million. So far, we've evacuated a total of 100 million people. 100 million? For a planet with a population of over 1 billion, that's less than a tenth, Zhao Chen said, frowning as he looked at the star map. While the insect nests in the Sapphire system have mostly been eliminated, the remaining insects are converging from 3 directions. We originally predicted we had 10 days, but 3 have already passed, leaving us only 7 days to evacuate the remaining billion-plus people. That's going to be extremely difficult. Lilith shook her head. Even though our transport capacity is increasing, the rate of increase has slowed. At most, We can evacuate another billion people in the next 7 days, which means 7 to 800 million might not make it. Zhao Chen's eyebrows knitted together. He had hoped to complete 3 side missions, but now even one seemed challenging. The system panel showed that the completion rate of the rescue mission on the third planet in the Sapphire system was only 6, far from the required 70. What should we do? He muttered to himself. Charlotte, show me the detailed data on the insectoid fleet in the Sapphire system. Charlotte brought up the data. Currently, there are 9 T3 motherships, nearly 100 T2 motherships, and close to 1,000 T1 motherships, attacking from 3 directions and occupying a third of the system's territory. With such a scale, without a Legion-level fleet and adequate supplies, defeating them is impossible. It looks like we have to take the initiative, Zhao Chen mused. When will our main forces arrive? In 2 days, Charlotte replied. I had hoped to keep them hidden for a while longer, but it seems we can't wait, Zhao Chen said, giving his orders. Command the Phoenix and the subsequent T2 fleets to provide support. And remember, keep it confidential. Lilith hesitated. Commander, while the evacuation is going smoothly, the dense crowds are causing unrest and even riots. I have an idea, but you want me to make an appearance? Zhao Chen saw through her thoughts. Lilith nodded. I understand. These people need a symbol. Zhao Chen smiled. I'm the only one here who has saved the faculty and students of the 2 academies, and I can calm them down. As for safety, I've ventured into insect swarms alone before. These civilians are nothing. I'll assign guards to accompany you, and the blizzard will patrol the skies, Lilith quickly added. Zhao Chen didn't respond. After all, he had been injected with the T3 super soldier serum. He then left the blizzard and took a shuttle to begin his inspection tour. The first stop was a large stadium, where millions had gathered. Upon hearing that the Falcon commander had arrived, everyone was thrilled. The sheriff had cleared a path in advance, ensuring the crowd stayed at least 10 meters away from the leader. As the shuttle landed, the striking female soldiers disembarked first, forming a shield wall. Suddenly, Zhao Chen appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Hello everyone. I'm Viscount Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong fleet, he announced in a resonant voice. Rest assured, I previously rescued the faculty and students of the 2 academies in the Azure Star region, and here, I will also do my utmost to lead you all out. His simple words were like a shot of adrenaline, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. As Zhao Chen was halfway through his inspection, a voice caught his attention. My lord, we are the Jiang family from the Xiaolong star system. A frail man squeezed through the crowd, waving and shouting. Zhao Chen took a closer look. Wasn't this Jiang Ziwen, the brother of his former fiancée who had always looked down on him? Then he saw more familiar faces. Jiang Xiong, Jiang Shasha. Who would have thought that the place they migrated to was the 3rd planet of the Sapphire star system? Ah, it's the head of the Jiang family. Long time no see. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at these old acquaintances. Seeing this, Jiang Ziwen quickly pulled his father and sister aside, whispering, this is a golden opportunity. As long as we curry favor with Zhao Chen and get special privileges from him, we can escape this wretched place sooner. Ever since she saw Zhao Chen, Jiang Shasha hadn't dared to look him in the eye. Jiang Xiong's expression was complex, but for the sake of the Jiang family's interests, he stepped forward and bowed. Jiang Xiong pays his respects to the Lord. Jiang Shasha remained still, causing Jiang Ziwen to become anxious. He forcefully dragged her forward, saying, Lord, my sister has been thinking about you a lot lately. These are all misunderstandings. Why not take this chance to rekindle old ties? Rekindle old ties? Jiang Shasha was mortified, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Zhao Chen merely smiled without saying a word. Greeting them was already a generous gesture. He had no intention of doing more. Seeing Zhao Chen about to leave, Jiang Xiong made a desperate move and knelt down, kowtowing. My lord, I was truly foolish before. For the sake of the old friendship between the Jiang and Zhao families, please show us mercy and let us leave. I am willing to lead my clan back to Xiaolong and serve you with all my might. I can even give up my position as the head of the family. Zhao Chen stopped and looked at him coldly. I once gave you a chance, and you chose this path. Since that's the case, don't think you can turn back now. Stay here and wait for the lottery. With that, he left without looking back. The Jiang family was filled with despair. Jiang Xiong's expression turned vacant, alternating between foolish laughter and blank stares. Jiang Shasha sat on the ground, eyes empty. Yes, when they chose to abandon Xiaolong, they had already made a grave mistake. The fault lay with Jiang Xiong, Jiang Shasha, and the entire Jiang family. Now, all they could do was pray they could escape this planet alive. After his inspection, Zhao Chen felt he had reassured the people. Returning to the blizzard, he began to check his system tasks. Task 1. Destroy 30 T3 motherships, progress 1930. Task 2. Eliminate 1 billion Zergs, progress 50 million. Task 3. Rescue civilians, 130 million people, earning 13,000 points. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. So that's how it is. Task 3 was designed to rack up points. Each 100 million people on this planet meant 10,000 points for him. Thinking this, he looked out at the blue planet, eyes gleaming with greed. On the 5th day of the Xiaolong fleet's control over the Sapphire star system, a fleet was gathering at the stargate of the Arctic Fox star system. Almost all ships bore the Xiaolong insignia, here to assist in combat. The fleet submitted their identification and requested priority passage through the stargate. It turned out the Xiaolong fleet had now been granted special privileges, allowing them to use any stargate in the star domain first, greatly shortening their travel time. However, a Lord's fleet that had originally reserved the stargate was told to give way. Seeing the Xiaolong ships cutting in line, they immediately understood. What the hell? Why do they get priority? Aren't we here to assist too? The captain fumed. Captain, look at that crimson behemoth, the lieutenant exclaimed. Is that AT-3 heavy carrier? My god, that's impressive. A striking crimson silhouette came into view, dazzling everyone. A carrier is one of the main ships, and this one was a rare T3 class. Is that part of the Xiaolong fleet too? Someone asked in disbelief. They knew Zhao Chen had a T3 Blizzard in his possession, but they never expected him to have a T3 aircraft carrier as well. Just how formidable is the Jiaolong? But upon closer inspection, the crowd noticed something peculiar. The aircraft carrier didn't bear the Jiaolong insignia but rather a golden character Chu. Could it be a vessel from the Chu family? The realization dawned on everyone. It was well known that the Chu family had always placed a high priority on ship development, with multiple research institutes under their name working on T3 ships. Considering Zhao Chen was the Chu family's son-in-law, it all made sense. Soon, this formidable fleet passed through the Stargate and vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the Sapphire star system, racing towards the third planet. Meanwhile, 5 Blizzard squads had completed their respective missions, and 15 T3 Blizzards gathered together, reuniting with Zhao Chen's main fleet. The Jiaolong's counterattack was imminent. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, a series of reports echoed. First squad has completed their mission and returned, awaiting orders. The second wave of starships has arrived, awaiting orders. Zhao Chen looked at the fully assembled fleet before him, brimming with confidence. Now that everyone is here, Charlotte, you take over and assign the upcoming battle tasks, he said sternly. Time is of the essence, make it quick. Charlotte nodded and immediately convened over 100 captains in the video conference room to outline the strategic objective, ensuring the complete evacuation of civilians from the third planet in the Sapphire system. The situation is dire, and we must take the initiative, she declared with determination. There are 3 Zerg fleets in the Sapphire system. We need to defeat them one by one and turn the tide as quickly as possible. After the briefing, Charlotte scanned the room. Everyone clear on the mission? Rest here for 3 hours. Then all ships except for 10 Black Rhinos will depart immediately to strike the Zerg stronghold. Yes, the female officers responded in unison, their spirits high. Zhao Chen stood up and smiled at Charlotte. The captain's seat is still yours, he said, preparing to return to his crimson flagship, the T3 Phoenix. To avoid drawing attention, he had painted a golden, Chu character on the hull, passing it off as borrowed. In these critical times, discretion was no longer an option. A shuttle quickly transported Zhao Chen and Lilith back to the Phoenix. Commander, Secretary, I've been expecting you, greeted Qitong with a smile, her mask now an ornament at the back of her head, worn only when disembarking. How are preparations in the Xiaolong system? Zhao Chen inquired. Latest reports indicate everything is going smoothly, Lilith replied. Good, then we can focus entirely on this battle, Zhao Chen said with a cold smile. This would be the Xiaolong fleet's first direct confrontation with the Zerg. Previously, they had either relied on allied support or engaged in Hitandran tactics, never committing fully as they were now. But this time was different. Zhao Chen was determined to annihilate this Zerg swarm single-handedly. Half a day later, the Xiaolong fleet had arranged itself in a special formation against the Zerg, with all cannons aimed forward. Report, Zerg will be within firing range in 10 minutes. Qitong announced loudly. Zhao Chen remained calm, reviewing the enemy fleet's intel. 4 T3 motherships, 42 T2 motherships, and over 450 T1 motherships. This was the strongest of the 3 Zerg swarms. Charlotte's strategy was clear. If they were to engage, they would target the strongest, aiming for a decisive victory. This would not only facilitate the evacuation of the third planet, but also boost morale for subsequent operations. Commander, please give the order. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen activated the fleet-wide broadcast. Xiaolong fleet, commence battle. In an instant, all warships came alive as if imbued with a fighting spirit. Blizzard assault team, prepare to penetrate enemy lines. Charlotte commanded. On the bridge of the T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ship, Wolf Girl by Shue's breathing quickened, her eyes blazing. 5 Lion Kings, 2,500 missiles ready to launch. With a single command, a barrage of missiles would rain down, devastating the enemy forces. On the bridge of the T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber, Zhao Chen said resolutely, 5 Phantoms are lying in ambush on the path of the enemy T-3 motherships, ready to strike. It was their first time using this powerful weapon against the Zerg, and while there was some nervousness, there was even more eagerness to engage. On the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, Zhao Chen glanced at Qitong. Although he was nominally the captain, the actual command lay with this demon race lieutenant. He was more of a figurehead. Qitong gave a knowing smile and then issued the order, Phoenix, prepare for battle. All fighters and drones, launch immediately. Form attack formations. As soon as the words left her mouth, dozens of hatches opened in response, and Phoenix fighters along with T-3 drones roared out, resembling a vast swarm of crimson insects, densely heading forward. At this critical moment, the star battle had finally begun. However, the red swarm spewing from the T-3 Phoenix was nothing compared to the true sea of insects on the other side. In mere moments, the bugs pouring out of the hive ships covered the sky, resembling a black sandstorm in space. Zhao Chen stared at the radar panel, overwhelmed by the dense energy signals. Thankfully, the Phoenix's system was powerful enough to handle the vast amount of data. Otherwise, it would have crashed long ago. While the number of motherships remained unchanged, other data skyrocketed at an alarming rate. The T-1 flyers surged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and in the blink of an eye, surpassed 10 million. Although the increase began to slow, they were far from done. Of course, the T-1 flyers were merely cannon fodder. The real force lay with the T-2 hydralisks, whose numbers also kept climbing hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Zhao Chen closely monitored the numbers, having predicted earlier that the T-1 flyers might exceed 15 million, T-2 hydralisks would break 100,000, T-3 corruptors around 5,000, and T-3 banlings over 1,000. The sheer thought of a swarm of over 10 million Zerg was terrifying. The swarm employed their usual tactics. Apart from a few escorting the motherships, the rest swarmed towards their targets. However, this time, the tactics of the Jialong fleet were different. The fighters and drones from the Phoenix didn't engage in air superiority battles, as the cost was too high. The 300 Phoenix fighters and 3,000 Black Phoenix drones focused on defense, working with the Black Rhinos to annihilate the incoming bugs. The Fire Phoenix bombers locked onto the general positions of the corruptors and banlings, deploying star bombs for area attacks. Phantom Squad, Lion Squad, execute your orders. Zhao Chen commanded. On the Phantom 1 ship, Warner fixed her gaze on the Hive mothership in front of her and shouted decisively, Phantom Squad, move out. Meanwhile, the Wolf Girl by Shui, barely able to contain her excitement, undid a few buttons on her uniform and almost howled, Lion Squad, fire, fire. There was no room for maneuver against such a fierce swarm. The 5 Lion ships launched all 2,500 missiles in one go. Within just 3 minutes, the sky was lit up by their fiery trails. This was the Lion ship's combat style: fast, ruthless, precise, a one-hit kill. Bai Shui watched the images from the Deep Space Telescope with fascination. The sky ablaze with flames, tens of thousands of Zerg perishing among them, a breathtaking sight. Her cheeks flushed, ears perked up, silver tail swaying, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. At the same time, the 5 Phantom ships finally revealed their fangs, launching short-range anti-ship missiles, cluster bombs, and particle torpedoes straight at their targets. For T-3 motherships, along with a dozen T-2 motherships, were caught off guard. They hastily redirected their escorting swarms for defense, but it was too late. The barrage of firepower engulfed them in an instant. No matter how strong their biological armor was, they couldn't escape their fate. Zhao Chen watched the rapidly changing numbers on the system panel. 19, 20, 22. It stopped at 23. In less than 5 minutes, the 4 strongest T-3 motherships had been brought down by the Phantom ships. Mission accomplished, requesting extraction. Warner's voice came through. Permission granted, Zhao Chen replied, turning his attention to the next key player, Charlotte and her fleet of 20 blizzards. Charge! Charlotte commanded, and the slaughter began. On the 10th day of the Zerg disaster in the northern wind sector, although the crisis continued, most of the initial chaos had been brought under control. According to expert predictions, no new Zerg nests appeared in the past 24 hours, and all existing nests had disappeared, indicating that the intensive Zerg infestation was likely over. An adjutant was reporting the situation to the governor of Northern Wind. The governor asked, "What is the current status?" The adjutant brought up a star map, which divided the star systems into 4 colors. White for unaffected areas, green for controlled Zerg nests, yellow for areas with remaining Zerg presence, and red for areas dominated by T-3 motherships with multiple populated planets. We have mobilized over 10,000 Lord-class fleets and 3,000 local sector warships. The Imperial 12th, 19th, and 22nd armies have also been deployed, the adjutant reported. The disaster is mostly contained, with only 2 red star systems requiring Imperial military intervention for eradication. What about the civilians in those systems? The governor frowned. The adjutant sighed. Those planets are beyond saving. After 10 days, the civilians who couldn't evacuate have likely all fallen victim to the Zerg. The governor rubbed his temples and asked, what are the current losses? Nearly 20 billion direct fatalities, over 50 billion displaced. More than 100,000 civilian auxiliary ships destroyed, over 5,000 combat ships lost, including 13 T3 ships and nearly 500 T2 ships. Approximately 800,000 combat personnel have perished. The adjutant listed the figures one by one. The governor clutched his chest. This disaster has inflicted enormous wounds on the northern wind sector, setting us back nearly a decade. If not for my timely intervention, it wouldn't be just a few star systems at risk, but the entire sector and billions of lives. By the way, there's another piece of news you might find interesting, the adjutant suddenly said. It's about the Sapphire system. What about it? Originally, that system was also under red alert. But within a week, half of the Zerg motherships were destroyed. 1.5 billion people successfully evacuated from the third planet, and nearly 500 million were rescued from other planets. The remaining Zerg have been contained, and complete eradication is only a matter of time. Which Imperial fleet achieved such a feat? The governor was astonished. The adjutant's expression turned peculiar. It wasn't the Imperial military, but the Xiaolong fleet. The Xiaolong fleet? The governor recalled his talented grandson-in-law. He knew the young man had come to assist, but hadn't had the time to inquire due to his busy schedule. He didn't expect such a significant achievement in silence. Yes, with his efforts alone, he resolved the crisis in the Sapphire system, directly saving nearly 2 billion lives. The adjutant nodded. How many warships does he have? Fewer than 150, but nearly 30 of them are T3 class. There's also a rumor that he has a T3 heavy carrier with a golden Chu character on it. The governor frowned deeply. That doesn't make sense. Even with 100 or so warships, where did he get enough transport ships to evacuate 2 billion people? And when did old Chu build a T3 carrier without my knowledge? At this point, the adjutant's expression became even more unusual. This ties into another small matter. Recently, a count, 5 viscounts, 22 barons, and hundreds of nobles and even military officers have been impeaching Zhao Chen. Due to your busy schedule, I took the liberty to suppress it. Impeach him? He's done a great service, so why would anyone accuse him? Do you know where he got those troop transports? The adjutant chuckled bitterly. Back then, he sent the T3 Blizzard to hunt down a mothership and borrowed a fleet of civilian transport ships along the way. For those who refused, he bombarded them directly. It said he destroyed at least 6 ships and killed over 1,000 people. Really? Upon closer inspection of the video, he issued a warning before attacking and only targeted non-personnel sections, so casualties wouldn't exceed 50. The claims are highly exaggerated. The adjutant explained. This kid, he sure has guts. The governor laughed, without any hint of blame in his voice. To make decisive moves in a critical moment and turn the tide under immense pressure, such talent is worthy of my granddaughter. What should we do about the impeachment of the Dragon Lord? The adjutant asked cautiously. If it were just 1 or 2, it wouldn't be a big deal, but now there are too many. Even counts and several 1-star generals of the Imperial Army are involved. I really can't suppress it, so I took the time to report to you. The governor of the North Wind responded nonchalantly. The ships that the Dragon Fleet borrowed, they were all private, weren't they? Even if they evacuated civilians, the ticket prices were exorbitant, only affordable for wealthy merchants and nobles. That's correct, the adjutant confirmed. The governor snorted coldly. He despised these people, but as governor, he couldn't openly confront them. Seeing Zhao Chen take decisive action, he almost wanted to applaud. Since they were borrowed, it's not a problem. They will be returned in due course. But what if those lords and officers still want to pursue the matter? The adjutant asked worriedly. The governor's eyes sharpened. If they dare to pursue it further, tell them that this old man would love to investigate some people's cowardice in battle and their failure to save lives. The adjutant's eyes lit up. It was clear the governor intended to protect Zhao Chen. Among those wealthy and powerful people, who could claim to be completely clean, the warning in the governor's words was unmistakable. Let's put this matter to rest. If anyone still wants to dig up old grievances, we'll investigate them first. The immediate priority is to clean up the aftermath and eliminate the remaining threats. The governor continued, as per your discussion, the mothership will be destroyed within a month, and the ground insect swarm will be cleared within 6 months, correct? Exactly, the adjutant confirmed. The insects on the planet are more troublesome to eradicate and will take more time. Then proceed accordingly, the governor decided. In the Sapphire star system, after more than a week of fierce battles and a massive evacuation, the third planet was almost completely emptied, save for a few who insisted on staying. The once bustling streets were now desolate. Report, the last batch of transport ships has departed under the escort of 5 Blizzard-class ships, Lilith reported. Good, it's finally done. Zhao Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the system panel. Side Mission 3 completion rate was at 97, almost done. Looking at the other 3 missions, destroy 30 T3 motherships, progress 2830. Eliminate 1 billion insects, progress 200 million. Rescue 1.8 billion civilians, score 180,000 points. Mission 1 was just 2 motherships short, easily resolved by capturing a few in the neighboring star system. Mission 3 could be endlessly repeated, depending on available time. Only Mission 2's progress was slightly behind, but bombing the occupied planet surfaces to eliminate the insect swarms wasn't difficult. What are our losses over the past 10 days? Zhao Chen asked. Missiles, fighters, and drones are nearly depleted. The starship's energy supplies were replenished several times, Lilith reported. After evacuating the people, the transport ships will return with energy blocks, so energy weapons can be used continuously. Overall, the battle cost nearly 10 million star coins, with close to 100 injuries and no casualties. 6 Black Rhino-class ships and 2 Blizzard-class ships were damaged, but the rest are relatively unscathed. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with the results. And how about that other arrangement? He asked, referring to the critical military action plan for the Dragon Fleet's next phase. Good news came in half a day ago. Everything went smoothly. We'll receive the goods within 3 hours at the latest, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen nodded and ordered. Then instruct the entire fleet to proceed at a steady pace towards the Stargate and take turns resting. Everyone's had a tough few days. 3 hours later, 10 unfamiliar warships appeared on the fleet's route. As they approached, the Xiaolong fleet remained unguarded, as if expecting their arrival. The 10 ships had graceful curves, unlike the sharp lines of battleships, evoking the image of an ice maiden. Painted in icy blue, their slender bodies carried only minimal defensive weaponry, indicating a focus on internal reserves. Zhao Chen scrutinized these 10 new faces when a video window popped up, revealing a youthful and familiar face. Reporting, Commander. Bessie here, leading 10 T3 Virgins as ordered. Awaiting instructions. Bessie stood at attention. Indeed, these were 10 brand new T3 Virgin-class heavy supply ships. They were originally scheduled to be completed and deployed by the end of March. However, due to the sudden insect plague, Zhao Chen needed these logistical ships more than warships. He urgently revised the shipbuilding plan, instructing Chief Engineer Annie to work around the clock, resulting in the delivery of 10 Virgins within 10 days. Commence operations, full-speed resupply. We need to proceed to the next mission, Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Bessie promptly organized the tasks. The 10 Virgins spread out, and the Xiaolong fleet's warships began to converge. Massive mechanical arms and pipelines extended from the Virgins, connecting to the battleships. Various robots busily shuttled to deliver supplies to the warships. Even hundreds of maintenance robots started on-site repairs for the damaged ships. This was the unique feature of the Virgin-class supply ships. They could handle minor battlefield damage to vessels. They were the perfect battlefield caretakers. With such logistical support, the Xiaolong fleet was sure to press forward relentlessly, continuing to sweep away the remaining enemies. It took only 3 hours to resupply Zhao Chen's fleet of over 100 warships. If the Imperial Army's logistics department knew about this efficiency, they'd be shocked. 10 T3 supply ships managed to resupply the Xiaolong fleet, which consists of nearly 30 T3 warships and 70 to 80 T2 warships, in just 3 hours. This efficiency is several times that of the current Imperial T3 supply ships. On the battlefield, logistical efficiency often translates directly into combat effectiveness. If 2 fleets have the same number of ships and firepower, but one can complete resupply faster, that means it can provide more firepower in the same amount of time. The scales of victory would naturally tip in their favor. During those 3 hours, Zhao Chen was also contemplating his next move. He glanced at the 3 side missions and found that one of them was already completed. First up was planet SP-118. It's located in the star system most severely affected by the insect plague. Although it hasn't completely fallen, defending it would be quite challenging. Then he looked at the data on the Morton system and frowned. Strangely, intelligence reports indicated that only 3 secondary insect nests and fewer than 10 primary insect nests had appeared there. Initially, this caused some chaos, but under the suppression of the Lord's fleet and the Imperial Army, the situation had calmed down, leaving only some cleanup work. Now, the insect nests had disappeared, and everything seemed normal. But Zhao Chen felt something was off. The system's side missions are never this simple. Take the recently completed mission on the 3rd planet of the Sapphire system, for instance. If Zhao Chen hadn't boldly borrowed a large number of private transport ships, it would have been impossible to evacuate the civilians safely in such a short time. It's worth noting that half of the insect swarm in the Sapphire system still remains, and the Xiaolong fleet only managed to buy some time without completely annihilating them. Therefore, that side mission carried considerable risk. In contrast, the Morton system situation seemed too calm. The entire system was controlled by a single regiment and 2,000 Lord-class ships. This hardly qualifies as a side mission from the system. It's like showcasing a T1 warship at an exhibition full of T3 warships. How could it not arouse suspicion? Commander, all warships have been resupplied, Lilith reported. The resources carried by the 10 T3 supply ships could resupply the entire fleet 2 more times. That's the advantage of having supply ships on hand. Zhao Chen's fleet was fully operational again, but he wasn't in the mood to celebrate. His mind was preoccupied with the Morton system, filled with unease. Lilith, pull up all the data on the Morton system, Zhao Chen said seriously. Although Lilith didn't understand his intentions, she quickly retrieved the relevant information. Zhao Chen meticulously searched for useful intelligence. It turned out that the Lord of the Morton system was a count who owned 3 star systems. Morton was his most important territory and one of the most resource-rich systems in the North Wind sector. Currently, 30 of the sector's raw materials come from here. The Count had also built the largest raw material processing base in the North Wind sector in this system. In other words, if something happened to Morton, it would be like cutting off an arm of the North Wind sector. Zhao Chen immediately thought of notifying the governor, but quickly dismissed the idea. As things stood, Morton was still peaceful. If he reported it rashly, others would only question where he got his information. Moreover, he wasn't even sure what might happen. Zhao Chen held his head in his hands, caught in a dilemma. How should we respond to this imminent crisis, Commander? Lilith asked, puzzled. The current situation seemed favorable, so why did the commander look so worried? The Mortan galaxy is of critical importance. Any misstep could have far-reaching consequences. Although helping out wouldn't bring Zhao Chen any direct benefits, a disturbance in Mortan could severely impact the Northern Wind sector. Unfortunately, this news couldn't be disclosed to the governor in advance. Zhao Chen raised his hand and brought up the strategic map of the Northern Wind sector, focusing on the troop deployments around Mortan. Lilith, calculate for me. If the worst-case scenario occurs in Mortan, how quickly can we mobilize forces in the Northern Wind sector? Although she didn't fully understand the situation, Lilith quickly provided the answer. If a major crisis were to occur in Mortan, the nearest 12th Legion and 3,000 Lords fleet could arrive within 5 hours. Within 10 hours, the 19th Legion, 22nd Legion, and the Governor's Guard could also reinforce. Given that the entire sector was already in a wartime state, mobilization would be much easier than before. The only issue was that such a deployment would mean abandoning their current missions and ignoring other battlefronts against the swarm. What if we need to cover both fronts? Zhao Chen pressed further. Lilith immediately responded. Within 5 hours, 1,000 Imperial warships and 2,000 Lords fleet. Within 10 hours, 2,000 Imperial warships, 3,000 Lords fleet, and 2,000 of the Governor's fleet. 10,000 warships? Still not enough. Zhao Chen mused for a moment before making a decision. Relay my order. The entire Xiaolong fleet. Proceed to the Mortan galaxy at full speed. Although the Mortan galaxy was invaded by the Zerg, order has been restored through proper handling. Only a few planets were touched by the swarm, and fortunately, the spread was contained. As the Earl of Morton, he was leading a small patrol fleet to inspect his territory. My lord, all Zerg nests have been eradicated, and the mining areas are fully operational again, his subordinate reported respectfully. The Earl let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the mining areas are intact. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Indeed, who could have predicted the Zerg attack would be so fierce? I heard there were more than 10 secondary nests, which is terrifying just to think about, his subordinate agreed. Don't let your guard down, the Earl cautioned. We need to clear the ground swarms on the planets quickly, enhance patrols, and ensure nothing resurfaces. Understood. Suddenly, a crackling noise filled the bridge as the electronic systems went haywire. What's happening? The Earl frowned. It appears we've encountered strong spatial magnetic field fluctuations, causing system interference, a crew member replied. But it should be restored soon. Report. Unknown energy detected. Another warship transmitted an alert. Send me the coordinates, the Earl ordered decisively. Soon, the telescope locked onto the target. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary star field. But then the Earl's eyes widened, and his breath caught there was a rift in the void, as black as an abyss, tearing and devouring everything around it. Warning. Magnetic field data indicates it's a Zerg nest, a crew member shouted. Another nest? The Earl remained composed. All ships, prepare for battle and retreat to a safe zone. Request reinforcements from the entire system. If it were just a primary or secondary nest, they could manage. Spatial distortion is intensifying. The nest has reached secondary strength. A crew member gulped, and it's still rising. Contact the governor immediately. Inform him a tertiary nest has emerged here, and we urgently need reinforcements. The Earl commanded sternly. Before the words had even settled, the rift expanded again. The nest has reached tertiary level, and it's still climbing. A crew member screamed in terror. An unprecedented fear gripped the entire ship. Tertiary isn't enough? Could it be? No, impossible. The bridge fell silent. save for the rising heartbeats. The Earl sprang from his seat, clenching his fists, staring at the fissure on the screen as if gazing into the gates of hell. Report. The nest strength has reached level 4. As the words landed, it was like a thunderbolt for everyone. Is the detection equipment malfunctioning? The adjutant stammered. The data is accurate. The crew member shook his head. It's definitely level 4. Warning. Massive energy signals are pouring out of the nest. The communications officer screamed. The Earl looked up to see countless Zerg ships surging from the rift. Hundreds, thousands, T1, T2, T3. Even a dozen T3 motherships. Retreat. Full speed retreat. The Earl almost howled the order. Report to the governor immediately. Request reinforcements. No. Contact the Empire directly. We need Legion-level support. There's a level 4 nest here. The fleet fled in panic, but how could they outrun the Zerg swarm? In a blink, the T2 warships at the rear were overwhelmed, consumed, and obliterated by the dark mass of Zerg. The Count watched helplessly as over 100 ships struggled and sank in the sea of insects, leaving only a scant few dozen in mere moments. Even his flagship was now being swarmed by the creatures, with a crunching sound suggesting something was gnawing at the armor. Realizing the battle was lost, he cast one last glance towards the distant insect nest and was horrified to see a colossal entity emerging. It was a gigantic warship, a T4 mothership, stretching a full 50 kilometers in length. At that moment, only one thought echoed in Earl Morton's mind. The Morton star system was doomed. This brilliant jewel was about to plunge into eternal darkness. The news of a level 4 insect nest appearing in the Morton system quickly caused an uproar throughout the Northwind sector. This was a disaster unseen for centuries. The message reached the Empire's high command and immediately sparked a massive reaction. 5 legions received an unyielding order. Reinforce the Northwind sector within 100 hours and reach the Morton system within 5 days. The governor bore a heavy burden no matter what. The level 4 insect infestation must be contained within the Morton system. But how easy was that? A level 3 nest could destroy an entire system, and the level 4 nest had the potential to obliterate the entire sector. The Northwind governor was already in a state of panic. Mobilize all available fleets immediately and rush to the Morton system, he roared. Even if it means canceling other systems' clearance plans, we must fully suppress this crisis. The adjutant replied helplessly, Sir, we are already reallocating forces and sending all spare combat power there. But the fastest fleet will take 3 hours to arrive, and their numbers are limited. To form an effective battle sequence, we need at least 5 more hours. 5 hours. The governor was furious. According to intelligence, the swarm from the nest is aggressively attacking the Stargate. In less than 3 hours, the Morton Stargate will fall. If that happens, reinforcing it will be nearly impossible. What he didn't say was that losing this crucial resource system would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire Northwind sector. The Earl of Morton has already sacrificed himself. His eldest son is now in command, the adjutant added. Following your orders, they are building a defense line at the Stargate, ready to hold it at all costs to buy time for our reinforcements. The governor closed his eyes and focused. This would be a fight against the clock. Why did such a terrifying level 4 insect nest appear under his jurisdiction? It seemed fate had played a cruel joke on him. The Stargate of the Morton system was placed under complete lockdown, canceling all civilian transit permits, and all resources were diverted to the Stargate defense. Meanwhile, reinforcements from other systems were continuously arriving, mostly private fleets of the Lords, with over half being T1 class. But now was not the time to be picky. Every ship that could come was a blessing. Everyone, my father, the Earl of Morton, has sacrificed himself. The temporary commander, the Earl's eldest son, announced over the public channel. Following the governor's orders, I will lead this Stargate defense. No matter what, we must hold our ground until reinforcements arrive. Defensive lines were quickly established. 300 Imperial warships, 2,000 Lord fleets, 10 T3, over 500 T2, and the rest were all T1. Against the oncoming swarm, this was all they had. They had to hold for at least 5 hours. Report. A massive swarm is approaching, heading straight for the Stargate. The alarm from the outpost suddenly blared. The commander stared intently at the radar, where red dots kept flashing 100, 300, 1,000, just the number of motherships. As the swarm approached, the red dots rapidly spread, instantly covering half the radar screen. Even though the commander's flagship was a T3 destroyer, it was hard to calculate the enemy's full strength at this moment. But it didn't matter. They had no choice but to fight to the death here. For the Northwind sector. For Morton. Hold the Stargate and never retreat. He roared into the communications. The battle was about to begin. The swarm descended like an avalanche, overwhelming everything in its path. Initially, the defense line managed to hold for the first few minutes. But soon, the situation deteriorated. More and more battleships were submerged, devoured, and turned into sustenance for the swarm. The first line of defense collapsed. The second line opened fire, covering the retreat of the survivors. The commander ordered. He had expected the first line to hold for at least an hour, but it barely lasted 10 minutes. Right before his eyes, a T-3 destroyer, unable to retreat in time, was swallowed by the swarm in an instant. We can't hold them, he thought, clenching his fists in despair. The battle had just begun, and already, all hopes were shattered. At that moment, a crimson figure flashed out from the Stargate, followed by hundreds of warships. Especially striking were 20 ships with ice blue paint, unmistakably T-3 class. Report. Over 20 T-3 ships have entered the battlefield, the adjutant exclaimed. A communication window popped up, revealing a young and determined face. Hello, I'm Zhao Chen from the Xiaolong fleet, here to assist. The newcomer was succinct. Leave this to us. Focus on defending the Stargate. Once reinforcements arrive, we'll crush the swarm together. Morton's eldest son stared at the screen, speechless for a moment. He couldn't believe that at this critical juncture, the Xiaolong fleet's reinforcements had arrived so timely. This Zhao Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, seemed like a godsend. His arrival was undoubtedly a much-needed morale boost for the defense line. Perhaps, there was still a glimmer of hope for them. At this critical juncture, a fleet arrives to provide support. The eldest son of Morton stared at the resolute face on the screen, feeling as though his heart might leap out of his chest. A long-lost thrill surged through him, akin to the excitement of a first love. Commander Zhao Chen, your reinforcements couldn't have come at a better time. He stammered with excitement. Thank you so much. We are deeply grateful. Save the thanks for later, Zhao Chen replied sternly. The immediate priority is to hold the Stargate and maintain our position until further reinforcements arrive. I need all battlefield intelligence, but I will personally command the fleet operations. Coordinating hastily without proper planning might backfire. Morton's eldest son admired Zhao Chen's calm demeanor even more. To step forward in such a dire situation and face the overwhelming swarm of bugs with such composure was no ordinary feat. Understood. We will fully cooperate, he said without hesitation. But if the Stargate falls, I will cover your retreat. This is Morton's home turf. We cannot let you perish here. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, we will hold Morton. We will. Morton's eldest son felt a refreshing breeze, soothing his heart. It was the first time he felt such a subtle thrill towards another man. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen shivered slightly and muttered, that kid seems nice, but his gaze was a bit odd. Lilith shook her head. I've heard some nobles have peculiar preferences. Zhao Chen grimaced. While he didn't discriminate against others' orientations, being the target of such attention was uncomfortable. Looks like I'll have to keep my distance from him in the future. Do we have the intel yet? He asked seriously. At that moment, the swarm was attacking the defense lines with ferocity, an ocean of bugs that was almost unimaginable in scale, far surpassing the battles he had faced in the Sapphire system. The radar of T-3 Phoenix is still scanning, but there are just too many of them, Lilith responded. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. How's the fleet deployment? Another 3 minutes to fully deploy, Charlotte reported. The defense lines won't hold much longer. We must stabilize the situation quickly. Good, make it happen. Zhao Chen nodded. Commander, the enemy situation has been updated, Lilith said. But some of the swarm is still outside our detection range, making it impossible to scout them all. Zhao Chen stared at the data screen. The sheer number of enemies was chilling. Nearly 3,000 T1 motherships, 300 T2 motherships, and 30 T3 motherships. Just the last category alone matched the numbers he had spent months battling in the Sapphire system. Not to mention the 70 million T1 bugs, 600,000 T2 hydralisks, 5,000 T3 self-destruct beetles, and 40,000 T3 corrupted dragons. Facing such a terrifying swarm, Morton's current defenses wouldn't last an hour, let alone 5 hours. Report, we've detected an enemy T4 unit. Akihito exclaimed. T4 mothership? Zhao Chen's eyes widened. No, it's a T4 combat unit. Akihito released a few fuzzy images. Though it was just a glimpse, they quickly identified the bug species using data from the Galactic Federation's database. The screen displayed a colossal beast, its size comparable to a T1 battleship, moving at incredible speed. Its plasma cannons rivaled the main guns of a T3 ship, resembling a hybrid of a whale, ichthyosaur, and plesiosaur. It was covered in tough scales, with a mouth full of sharp teeth and several tentacles encircling its body, giving it a terrifying appearance. Zhao Chen had studied its details at the military academy and immediately recognized it. AT-4 Hunter-class Leviathan. This formidable combat unit was one of the powerful entities carried by AT-4 Hive mothership. Its presence undoubtedly signaled the onset of a brutal battle. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and full of determination. Since they were already here, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, the northern wind sector, and even the Xiaolong system would face utter devastation. Transmit my command, he said in a deep voice. All ships, listen up. Initiate hunting mode immediately. Lock all targets on the T3 mothership and T4 units. We fight the swarm to the death. The T4 Hunter-class Leviathan, despite being classified as a T4 creature, only has the overall combat power of a quasi-T4. While its defense matches T4 standards, its attack, speed, and other attributes are merely at T3 level. Right now, the battlefield is swarming with dozens of T4 Hunter-class Leviathans. Among them, a much larger shadow looms, and a terrifying bioplasma cannon blast from it instantly obliterates a T3 Knight-class medium starship. That is the T4 Colossus-class Leviathan. Zhao Chen stared at the image and muttered the name of the perpetrator. Indeed, both the T4 Colossus-class and T4 Hunter-class Leviathan serve under the T4 Hive Mother. The Colossus is several times larger than the Hunter, slower but boasting far superior firepower and armor, with a range multiple times that of the Hunter. It has become an indispensable mainstay in the T4 Hive Mother's swarm. Now, only the T4 Guardian-class Leviathan is missing. Zhao Chen smiled wryly. Commander, 2 of the 5 defense lines at the Morton Stargate have been breached. The defenders are retreating to the 3rd line. Our battle formation is ready and can provide support at any moment. If we don't act soon, they might not hold for another hour. Charlotte urgently reported. Charlotte, hold the line for another hour. Zhao Chen ordered sternly. Understood. 1 hour is no problem, Commander. Charlotte replied confidently. It's all in your hands now. Zhao Chen handed over command of the Xiaolong fleet to this formidable general of the White Tiger, tasking her with repelling the swarm. Yes, sir. Charlotte's eyes widened with determination as she relayed orders to every starship. T3 Phoenix and T2 Queen Bee, deploy all fighters and drones. Follow the defensive strategy to cover the lines and repel the swarm. Do not engage deep into the enemy. Understood. Vice Captain Chi Tong of the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier fleet immediately launched wave after wave of Phoenix fighters and drone swarms. From afar, the red hues resembled blooming fiery flowers around the Phoenix-class vessels. T2 Black Rhino and Snow Mastiff, move into the 3rd line of defense at Morton and coordinate to hold back the swarm. Charlotte continued issuing orders. Nearly 50 T2 Xiaolong warships joined the fray. Captain Shan Bing of the T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleship sat in the command chair, filled with excitement. This feeling was something she could never experience in the academy. Every cell in her body was boiling with anticipation. Facing the terrifying swarm, Shan Bing felt no fear, only a surge of adrenaline. Fire! Shan Bing's enthusiastic command echoed across the bridge. Charlotte ordered again. T2 Lion King, provide fire support to critical areas against the swarm's offensive. Captain Bai Shui, remember, our firepower is very limited. Every missile must count. Captain Bai Shui of the T2 Lion King-class missile ship smiled grimly. Rest assured, I will make those bugs taste the art of explosions. 5 T2 Lion King ships lined up, missile launch bays ready to unleash their payloads. All T3 Blizzards, form up in Squadron 331. Prepare for a flanking assault. Target the T4 units and T3 Hive Mothers in the swarm. If the attack is ineffective, retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. Charlotte commanded the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser squadron. Understood. The T3 Blizzard captains responded in unison. At this moment, the Xiaolong fleet was about to face an unprecedented fierce battle. Zhao Chen knew all too well that, based on the current data, his fleet couldn't possibly hold the Morton Stargate for another 5 hours. But he was Zhao Chen, and if he said they would hold, they would. Fire, he commanded. The first volley from the 5 T2 Lion King ships unleashed a barrage of missiles, their fiery trails streaking across the sky. They soared past Morton's 3rd defense line, detonating amidst the incoming swarm of insects and creating a fiery inferno. The explosions tore through the swarm, igniting the cosmos with intense combat. On the bridge of the T3-class medium interstellar destroyer, the eldest son of Morton was in a state of panic. He never expected that the 2nd line of defense would collapse in less than 8 minutes. The starships retreating to the 3rd line of defense didn't even have time to regroup. At this rate, the 3rd line would fall even faster. As reports of defeat poured in from the starships defending the 3rd line, a terrifying scene unfolded before Morton's eyes. Countless fireballs erupted among the swarm of bugs, tearing them apart. Interstellar missiles? It's the Xiaolong fleet's missile ships, Morton exclaimed. As the name suggests, the interstellar missile fire support provided a momentary respite for the 3rd line defenders. But it was far from enough. Soon after, Crimson Phoenix fighters and drones launched a fierce assault on the approaching swarm, their machine guns raining down like waterfalls, leaving the bugs with nowhere to hide. The T3 Phoenix pilots didn't even need to aim. They just sprayed the enemy swarm with bullets before quickly returning to resupply for the next wave of attacks. Meanwhile, The T-2 Black Rhino and Snow Mastiff joined the third line of defense. As their names imply, the T-2 Black Rhino was not only powerful in combat, but also an excellent interstellar frigate. Its close-in defense weapons were fully operational, wiping out the approaching bugs one by one. The main cannons of the T-2 Snow Mastiff battleship targeted advanced bug units and T-2 Bug Hive motherships, with a single shot capable of obliterating a T-2 Bug Hive mothership. Clearly, defense alone was not enough. Offense was the key to victory. The T-3 Blizzard formation, consisting of 3 ships per team, activated their star shields and charged at full speed into the heart of the bug swarm. They had clear targets, some aimed at T-3 Bug Hive motherships, while others set their sights on T-4 bug units. The ship Charlotte was unlocked onto a T-4 Colossal Leviathan. Main cannon, fire. As soon as they were within range, Charlotte ordered. Blue clustered lasers pierced through layers of bugs, striking the T-4 Colossal Leviathan hard. Although it had near T-4 strength, it wasn't a true T-4. Moreover, the Blizzard was no ordinary ship. Charlotte kept a close eye on the target, ready to deliver the final blow. Fortunately, the T-3 Blizzard's main cannon did not disappoint, blasting the Colossal Leviathan into pieces with a single shot, debris scattering everywhere. It was the first T-4 Colossal Leviathan destroyed in this battle. Mission accomplished, Charlotte immediately led her team to retreat, waiting for the main cannon to cool down and reset for the next strike to annihilate the next target. This is unbelievable. What kind of starships are these? Morton's eldest son was dumbfounded. The combat style of this fleet was worlds apart from his defensive fleet. Interstellar missile fire coverage. Continuous strikes from interstellar fighters. Interstellar frigates defending the line like an iron wall. Interstellar battlecruisers charging into the swarm like gods of death. Such a perfect combat scene. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Yet at this moment, this starship fleet was working in perfect harmony, as if they had fought 100 battles together. Suddenly, the hope of defending the Stargate rekindled in his heart. Half an hour later, with the strong support of the Xiaolong fleet, the third line of defense at the Morton Stargate still held. Bessie, immediately lead your T-3 Virgo to resupply our forces, especially the T-2 Lion Kings. Prioritize them. Zhao Chen ordered. The 5 T-2 Lion King ships have unleashed their full firepower, exhausting their stock of interstellar missiles. Understood. Secretary Bessie immediately dispatched 10 T-3 Virgo-class heavy supply ships to the front lines. Amid the chaos of battle, these T-3 Virgo ships not only provided efficient resupply but did so with remarkable precision, showcasing their exceptional quality true battlefield healers. Warning! Warning! High-intensity energy detected. At that moment, alarms blared on the T-3 Phoenix's bridge. The radar displayed a predicted attack trajectory slicing through the third defense line, directly threatening several dozen starships, including a T-2 Black Rhino. Zhao Chen glanced at the energy readings and the estimated time of impact before connecting to the T-2 Black Rhino's bridge. Black Rhino 046, evacuate immediately. This is Zhao Chen. I order you to abandon ship at once. Zhao Chen's veins bulged as he nearly roared the command. The captain of Black Rhino 046 hesitated. In any other fleet, even the Imperial Navy, such a sudden order would seem absurd. Why abandon a perfectly good ship? However, captains trained at the T-3 Goddess Academy adhere to a supreme principle. The commander's orders are absolute. Without delay, the captain issued the highest alert. The ship's mechanical voice echoed. Highest alert. Abandon ship immediately. Evacuate the starship. Fortunately, the T-2 Black Rhino was relatively small, with only 20 crew members. The evacuation was swift. Within seconds of Zhao Chen's order, the crew had boarded the nearest escape pods. The escape pods auto-ejected, heading toward the Dragonhawk fleet. Almost simultaneously, the Eveready T-3 Andromeda-class medical ship dispatched rescue pods to intercept them. The captain of 046 lay in her escape pod, peering through a small window just in time to catch a glimpse of her mothership. Despite following the commander's orders, abandoning her ship filled her with mixed emotions. However, in the next second, a terrifying green beam engulfed the 046. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Along with the obliteration of the 046, several dozen starships on the defense line, including 2 precious T-3 Do-class medium destroyers, were annihilated without a chance to retaliate. Such a horrific attack could only have one source. Zhao Chen stared intently at the colossal figure on the screen. Yes, it was the T-4 Hive mothership, also known as the T-4 Leviathan-class Hive mothership, a true interstellar behemoth. The appearance of the T-4 Hive mothership. Report. We've detected an energy signal from a T-4 Hive mothership at the edge of our T-3 Phoenix's radar range. The radar crew's report was laced with panic. Zhao Chen stared intently at the Hive mothership, a vessel he had only seen in Academy records. His mind raced. In the history of the Empire, such a fearsome entity had appeared no more than 30 times. Even a single bio-warship represented the terrifying combat prowess of a T-4 class. Activate all observation equipment on the T-3 Phoenix. Scan and calculate the combat data of that T-4 Hive mothership at any cost. Zhao Chen ordered through gritted teeth, veins bulging. To defeat this behemoth, official intelligence was insufficient. Only by obtaining more first-hand information could they stand a chance. Deputy Captain Qidong understood and immediately mobilized the ship's elite to form a special unit for data analysis. Report. Our observations indicate that the bioplasma cannons on the T-4 Hive mothership have a range meeting the Galactic Union's ultra-long-range standards. Their power diminishes with distance, but the strongest output is concentrated in the mid to long range, capable of annihilating any of our single ships in an instant. Its only weakness might be its slow speed due to its massive size, a crew member reported, voice trembling. Slow speed, long range, high damage, a moving fortress. How do we take it down? Zhao Chen clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. With the current strength of the Xiaolong fleet, a frontal assault would be suicidal. Report. The third defensive line might not hold for 10 more minutes. I'm deploying the next tactical maneuvers. Charlotte interjected timely. The T-4 Hive mothership had already breached the defense line, further demoralizing the troops. In the face of such a giant, everyone was on edge, abandoning any thoughts of holding the Stargate. The T-4's speed is slow, and its plasma cannons likely can't fire frequently. Charlotte, proceed with your original plan. I'll handle everything else. But be vigilant against the T-4's attacks. If any crew member's lives are in danger, abandon ship immediately. People are our foundation. Ships, no matter how valuable, are just tools. Zhao Chen maintained his firm stance on the value of his crew. They were his carefully nurtured pillars, not expendable assets. The strength of a fleet depended equally on talent and technology. Even the best car is scrap metal without a top-tier driver. Understood. Charlotte recognized the commander's intentions and decisively ordered the entire fleet to retreat from the third defensive line to the fourth within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen quickly contacted Morton's eldest son. Commander Zhao, sir. Morton's eldest son looked exhausted, having witnessed the terror of the T-4 Hive mothership firsthand. The third defensive line is on the brink of collapse. Our fleet will retreat to the fourth defensive line within 10 minutes. Order your troops to fall back and sink. We'll regroup at the fourth line and plan a counterattack. Zhao Chen's voice was resolute. Retreat? No problem. But shouldn't we leave a rearguard unit for cover? A full retreat exposes our backs to the swarm's claws. Morton's eldest son hesitated. Don't worry about that. I have a comprehensive plan. Trust me, and trust my Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Chen responded decisively. I trust you. I unconditionally trust you, Commander. Morton's eldest son bit his lip. He had witnessed the Xiaolong fleet's valor and prowess firsthand. Without this unexpected reinforcement, the Stargate would have already fallen. Since they were willing to risk their lives, how could he not give his full support? 10 minutes into the battle, starships on the defensive line began retreating rapidly like a receding tide. The swarm, no longer held back by suppressive fire, surged forward like a monstrous wave, ready to engulf the fleeing fleet. Phantom Squad, listen up. Attack immediately. Charlotte roared. Humph, I've been waiting for this. Zhao Wanner sneered, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glow. To everyone's surprise, 5 previously cloaked T-3 Phantom bombers suddenly revealed themselves, positioning directly between the retreating fleet and the pursuing swarm, cutting off their path. What? Just 5 obscure stealth bombers trying to cover the retreat? Absurd. Morton's eldest son turned pale with fear, nearly biting his tongue. He knew all too well that if the main fleet couldn't safely reach the fourth defense line, the entire Stargate would be left defenseless. However, what happened next left him utterly speechless and filled with admiration for his own short-sightedness. The 5 T-3 Phantoms unleashed their full payload of bombs, torpedoes, and missiles in an instant. The ocean turned into a sea of flames, and the massive waves were reduced to ashes. The swarm was completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Chen truly lived up to his reputation as a godlike strategist. With just 5 obscure warships, he turned the tide of battle and performed a miracle. Morton's eldest son was sincerely convinced and couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the young commander. Zhao Chen admired the scene before him. After completing their interception mission, the 5 T-3 Spectral Stingers swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Given the nature of this battle, they could not adopt their usual decapitation tactics. Even if they successfully infiltrated close to the target, it would be nearly impossible to retreat unscathed. In fact, Charlotte had already assigned them a special mission to cover the retreat when the third line of defense collapsed, and the fleet moved to the fourth line. Report, the 5 T-2 Lion Kings are resupplied and ready for fire support. Wolfwoman by Shui was eager for action. Await my command, Charlotte replied calmly. Despite the interception by the T-3 Spectral Stingers, the swarm's offensive remained largely unaffected. Considering the sheer size of the swarm, the current losses amounted to just 5, only slightly delaying the fall of the Stargate. Commander Zhao Chen, it is an honor to fight alongside you. The eldest son of the Morton family initiated contact. Your fleet is inspiring, but we are all aware that the Morton Stargate is beyond saving. This fourth line of defense will hold for at most another half hour. After that, our fleet will be unable to construct a fifth line of defense. Though we will ultimately lose the Stargate, the citizens of the Starshine Empire will remember that the Morton fleet fought valiantly for nearly 2 hours. The Morton star system has no cowards. He smiled bitterly. Thank you again for your support. Your identity and legendary deeds precede you. As the Viscount of the Xiaolong star system, you once led a single ship deep into the heart of the insectoid territory to rescue the fleets of the two academies. You and your fleet should not be here sharing our fate. Su Yifan solemnly pledged. Later, we will do everything in our power to cover your retreat. The Stargate will reserve its last passage for you. Please, Viscount Zhao Chen, leave immediately. Fulfill my final wish. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed, both solemn and resolute. Fleeing? I have no intention of being branded a coward. Zhao Chen chuckled. Besides, who says we can't hold this Stargate? Viscount Zhao Chen, such stubbornness. Su Yifan was frantic. My fleet will fight for another half hour. Zhao Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. If the situation remains bleak after that, I will lead my forces in retreat. Will that satisfy you? Half an hour. Su Yifan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. By the way, what's your name? Zhao Chen asked, intrigued by the young man before him. Su Yifan, he replied shyly. Su Yifan, son of the Earl of Morton Star System. It's an honor to meet you. I'll remember you. Zhao Chen smiled and ended the communication. The Su family of the Morton Star System is one of the top families in the Northwind Star region, Lilith explained from the side. Controlling a resource-rich star system like Morton is akin to holding half the lifeline of the Northwind Star region. However, with this insectoid disaster, Earl Su, the head of the family, has fallen, and their fleet has suffered severe losses. Once the crisis is over, many forces will covet the Su family's assets. Zhao Chen remained silent, his eyes fixed on the battle. Soon, another ship from the Xiaolong fleet, AT-2 Black Rhino, was targeted by AT-4 Hunter Leviathan. Its armor was on the verge of collapse, and the captain hastily ordered an evacuation. Fortunately, the crew escaped in time and, under the cover of T-3 Phoenix fighters, safely transferred to the T-3 Andromeda medical ship. Zhao Chen interlaced his fingers and pressed them to his lips, his expression grave as he watched the unfolding battle. With each passing second, the defending fleet suffered heavy losses. Although reinforcements continued to arrive through the Stargate, most were T-2 and T-1 ships, and their arrival couldn't keep up with the rate of losses. The original stationed fleet, consisting of over 300 ships, had dwindled to less than 100. Out of 10 T-3 battleships, only 3 remained, struggling to hold the line. The flagship had long been destroyed, and the deputy commander had taken over. All signs pointed to the inevitable fall of the Morton Stargatite was only a matter of time. The current resistance was merely the last gasp before collapse. The fourth line of defense was on the brink of failure, and everyone was on edge, feeling trapped in a hopeless situation. At that moment, Zhao Chen seemed to sense something and turned his gaze towards the Stargate. Suddenly, unique fleets began to emerge through the Stargate, assembling in the forward docking area. Their ships gleamed with golden light, emblazoned with the character Chu. 10 ships, 30 ships, 50 ships, over 300 ships appeared in a grand display of power. A colossal battleship then rose into view, standing proudly the North Wind God-class heavy battleship, unparalleled in the universe. Its arrival invigorated every Imperial soldier, boosting their morale and spirits. Perhaps, the balance in the Battle of Morton Stargate would be shifted decisively by this mysterious fleet. Zhao Chen and Su Yifan exchanged glances, excitement flashing in their eyes. When the starships bearing the Golden Chu insignia appeared, they immediately drew the attention of all present. The reason was simple. The T-4, God of the North Wind, was just too massive. Even the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier seemed like a child next to an adult in comparison. With a length of 7,800 meters, the T-4, God of the North Wind, became the instant focal point upon its arrival. Soon after, 2 more T-4, God of the North Wind, ships emerged from the Stargate, flanking the first on either side. The appearance of 3 T-4, God of the North Wind, ships could only mean one thing. The governor's fleet of the Chu family had arrived. Su Yifan, the eldest son, was stunned as he gazed at the fleet of just 300 starships, which felt to him like 3 rising suns. His adjutant was moved to tears. Though this was just one of the 10 fleets under Governor Chu, its combat prowess was undeniable. On the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, Zhao Chen watched the fleet with envy. He couldn't help but wonder when his own system would boast a formidable T-3 starship fleet like this. At that moment, His secretary Lilith quickly brought up the configuration data of the Chu fleet. Apart from the 3 T4, God of the North Wind, ships, the rest were exclusively T3 starships. Zhao Chen knew that the governor's fleet was composed of 10 fleets, with the earlier numbers indicating stronger, more elite forces. Suddenly, a video communication request popped up. Zhao Chen accepted, and a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Chu Xin blinked and asked, "Am I late?" She was 5 minutes behind schedule, but given the short notice and the need to mobilize her fleet from the Chu River Star region to the Morton Star system, her punctuality was impressive. Zhao Chen quickly briefed her on the battlefield situation, including the worst news. The enemy Zerg fleet had at least one T4 hive mothership. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Chen and Chu Xin declared, "Take down that T4 hive mothership first." The Chu family's third fleet had arrived with a total of 308 starships, ready for battle. When the interstellar battleships with golden Chu character emblems appeared, they immediately caught the attention of all the starships present. The T4, God of the North Wind, was simply colossal, with a hull length of 7,800 meters, making it a behemoth. Even the largest T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship seemed diminutive in comparison, like a child standing next to a giant. Following this, 2 more T4, God of the North Wind, ships surged out of the Stargate, majestically positioning themselves on either side of the C-07, God of the North Wind. Their hulls bore the C-08 and C-09 designations, with the golden Chu emblems shining brightly, resembling 3 blazing suns rising together. The entire star system was shaken by their presence. Such an extravagant display of power could only belong to Governor Chu He. No one else had such might. The arrival of the Chu fleet brought immense joy to Su Yifan, the eldest son. Although the fleet was relatively small, with only about 300 ships, the presence of 3 T4, God of the North Wind, ships made its combat power unparalleled. The adjutant, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed excitedly, "Young master, we are saved." This is the third fleet of Governor Chu He's forces. Even though it's just one of 10 fleets, its combat strength is top-notch. Even the usually composed Zhao Chen couldn't hide his envy and astonishment at the sight of the impressive Chu fleet. As the captain of a T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, he had never witnessed such grandeur. The 3 T4, God of the North Wind, ships, in particular, left him longing to have them under his command. Lilith, the secretary officer, swiftly brought up the detailed configuration of the Chu family's third fleet. To her amazement, besides the 3 coveted T4, God of the North Wind, ships, the entire fleet consisted solely of T3-class starships, showcasing an extraordinary level of militarization. It was remarkable, considering that even the dominant Star Empire had only recently begun phasing out T2 starships in favor of T3s. The strength of the Chu family's fleet was evidently unmatched by any other force. As Zhao Chen marveled, a video communication request suddenly popped up. On the screen appeared a familiar figurite was Chu Xian. With a playful glint in her eyes, she asked, "Am I late?" Zhao Chen glanced at the time and realized she was merely 5 minutes behind. As soon as she received his message, Chu Xian had organized her fleet and, with overwhelming speed, traveled from the Chu He star system to the Molten Star system in just a few hours, demonstrating the incredible efficiency and combat readiness of the Chu fleet. Zhao Chen quickly sent the latest battlefield updates to Chu Xian, highlighting the appearance of a T4 Zerg hive mothership in the enemy fleet. Instantly, they both knew what had to be done. In unison, they declared, "Our top priority is to eliminate that T4 Zerg hive mothership and secure victory." At that moment, the hopes of the human alliance in the Molten Star system rested entirely on the shoulders of Governor Chu He's third fleet. A fleet of 308 starships is about to engage in a life-or-death battle with the insectoid armada. The battlefield is engulfed in smoke and fire, with explosions lighting up the sky. The plot has reached its climax, and everything is on the brink of eruption. No one can predict how the next moment will unfold. The blazing flames of war will undoubtedly illuminate the entire cosmos. On the bridge of the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, Zhao Chen watched the 2 video windows in front of him. Charlotte and Chu Xian were both busy with their preparations. Turning to his vice-captain, Qitong, Zhao Chen asked, "Based on Charlotte's battle plan, what do you think our chances of success are?" Qitong had already been mentally running simulations since learning about the plan. With just 400 starships to penetrate through millions of swarms and take down the enemy flagship, this plan would seem like a pipe dream for an ordinary fleet. It demands extremely high performance, coordination, and combat skills, Qitong said. However, this plan is being executed by the elite Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family fleet. Charlotte has also made detailed arrangements at several critical points and prepared multiple contingency plans. For us, this seemingly insane plan has a 100 chance of success. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sharp and focused like a hunter eyeing his prey. Staring at the T4 hive mothership, he whispered, "Then let the show begin." The Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's third fleet quickly assembled, forming a comprehensive combat formation centered around the carrier and battleships. The T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship took the central position, surrounded by 5 T-2 Lion King-class heavy missile ships, 5 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers, a T-3 Andromeda-class medical ship, and a T-3 Virgo-class heavy supply ship, forming the core area of the formation. On the periphery of the core, 3 T-4 Boreas-class heavy battleships were arranged in a triangular formation, controlling 3 strategic high points in the attack direction, ready to maximize their output. The remaining ships of the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's third fleet were mixed into various formation modules, a total of over 400 ships, surging forward with an imposing momentum, breaking through the fourth defensive line. Attack! Chu Xin commanded. Instantly, 150 T-3 Night Watcher-class heavy frigates formed up on the fleet's flanks, clearing the path and providing escort. Following closely were 50 T-3 Night-class medium destroyers, unleashing their firepower to annihilate the approaching swarms. Under such a fierce assault by the elite fleet, the swarm's numerical advantage quickly crumbled, and a massive breach was torn open in their defenses. As the combined fleet raced towards their target, Qidong explained to Zhao Chen, although the swarm has a vast number, their individual combat strength is weak. In a short period, they can't stop our concentrated firepower. But if the attack drags on, we'll get bogged down in their swarm tactics. So, time is of the essence. This is also one of the core requirements of Charlotte's strategy. From initiating the attack to eliminating the target, it should be completed within 15 minutes. No more than 20 minutes. Then we have 10 minutes to retreat back to the fourth defensive line. The entire battle plan must not exceed half an hour, or both the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's third fleet will be gradually worn down by the swarm tactics. Moreover, the attack and retreat routes must always be under our control. This is our lifeline. As Qidong finished speaking, several small squads composed of T-3 Fire Dragon-class medium destroyers, T-3 Short Sword-class medium cruisers, and T-3 Night Watcher-class heavy frigates began to break formation. At regular intervals, they would stop to build combat fortifications, blocking the counterattacking swarm and ensuring that the passage cleared by the United Fleet remained open. This was highly risky. If this retreat route were cut off, our forces would find it incredibly difficult to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled calmly. If we only had T-3 Night-class destroyers, T-3 Watcher-class frigates, and T-3 Short Sword-class cruisers, I couldn't guarantee this plan would work. But with the T-3 Flame Dragon destroyer, I can confidently entrust it with our rear. While the T-3 Flame Dragon might not be the strongest destroyer in Zhao Chen's arsenal, it ranks among the top in the Starshine Empire and even the Galactic Alliance in terms of combat power. At this very moment, these stationed Flame Dragon warships were showcasing their capabilities to their fullest extent before their commander. Although the T-3 Flame Dragon isn't the most aggressive, it's fully equipped with energy-based weaponry. From its 2 1000mm quad medium railgun main cannons to its 8 medium electronic secondary cannons, 32 medium pulse laser secondary cannons, and 96 medium Closian defense cannons, all are energy weapons. This means it doesn't require various ammunition types. It just needs a steady supply of energy to continuously charge and fire, boasting formidable combat power. Even more impressive is its energy reserve, which is 10 times that of a typical T-3 destroyer and twice that of the Empire's T-3 Dragon Crocodile-class battleship. Such a massive energy reserve means the T-3 Flame Dragon is an exceptionally enduring warship. It might not be the fiercest, but no one can doubt its sustained firepower. This has led to several instances at the Empire's borders where, after a long battle, other warships had to rotate multiple crews, while the T-3 Flame Dragon remained steadfast on the front line without budging an inch. So much so that many Flame Dragon crew members privately complain that this warship has drastically increased their workload, forcing them to work overtime. At various defense outposts along the front line, the T-3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyers serve as the core units. This is because the T-3 Yanlong boasts impressive overall performance and firepower that rivals the T-3 Jazz-class destroyers of the Xingyao Empire. Supporting these are the T-3 Dagger-class cruisers, T-3 Jazz-class destroyers, and T-3 Night Watcher-class frigates, which primarily play auxiliary roles. The swarm has begun a fierce counterattack. They've realized our target is the T-4 Hive mothership. Chu Xian's voice interrupted Qitong's observations. Immediately, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen, who raised his hand in a signal. I understand. It's our turn. Let's go. In the hangar of the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, the scene was bustling. Numerous starfighter pilots lay exhausted, some even unconscious from the sheer intensity of their missions. Each had already launched at least 10 high-intensity sorties, reaching the limits of human endurance. Imperial regulations allow for 5 consecutive sorties, but the Xiaolong fleet had raised the standard to 10. Remarkably, these elite pilots from the T-3 Goddess Academy had surpassed even these stringent demands. At that moment, red lights flashed in the hangar, and the order to launch rang out once more. Commander Pei Shengnan immediately commanded, anyone who has completed 10 sorties can rest. Have the second team of fighter pilots take over. The T-3 Phoenix was equipped with 2 groups of fighter pilots. Though the Xiaolong fleet had only so many T-3 level pilots, it's worth noting that in the Empire, they are considered minor nobles and can live comfortably after retirement. The pass rate for T-3 pilots at major military academies is a mere 5. Even with the T-3 Goddess Academy, it would take Zhao Chen considerable time to train a large T-3 fighter squadron. Commander Pei, you've launched 15 times already. Your body is at its limit. You must not go out again, the logistics team leader anxiously advised. But Pei Shengnan had already donned her helmet and was seated in the cockpit. I know my body best. Stop dawdling and prepare for launch. Don't try to stop me. You might not know that our Commander Pei holds the record at the Goddess Academy for 28 consecutive T-3 fighter sorties, a record yet to be broken. A neighboring fighter pilot remarked with a smile. Everyone was stunned, then watched in awe as the T-3 Phoenix fighter disappeared from view. Shortly after, a massive wave of T-3 Phoenix fighters, T-3 Fire Phoenix bombers, and T-3 Black Phoenix drones surged forth, clashing fiercely with the black tide of the swarm. Although our forces were fewer in number, their combat power was superior, devastating everything in their path. This T-3 Phoenix is truly formidable, Chu Xian exclaimed. The Crimson Giant ship, while not as large as our T-4 God of the North, was more than twice the size of the T-3 Warhawk-class carrier. It also carried several times more fighters than the T-3 Warhawk. No wonder Charlotte trusted its combat power so much, even making it a key part of the offensive. After all, the shorter the attack range, the higher the sortie frequency for fighters and drones. Miss, why does this T-3 Phoenix bear my family's crest? The female secretary couldn't help but ask. In fact, many captains from the Chu family had noticed this as well. How could they have known that the Chu family possessed such a powerful weapon? But then again, perhaps it's one of the governor's secret projects, much like the sudden emergence of the T-3 Flame Dragon. No one dared to speak out, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Ahem, let's not dwell on this. Chu Xian coughed lightly, skillfully changing the subject. Deep down, she knew very well that this was Zhao Chen's doing, using the Chu family as a cover. If people found out that a mere Viscount from the Xiaolong star system had developed such an outstanding heavy carrier, it would surely attract unwanted attention and trouble. But under the prestigious Chu family name, at most, they'd be envious and jealous, without daring to make any moves. Miss Chu, we've detected a high-intensity energy reaction. It's the bioplasma cannon of AT-4 Hive mothership, the captain suddenly reported. Can we hit the target from our current range? Chu Xian asked, focusing intently on the radar. Unfortunately, not yet. At the same time, Zhao Chen chimed in, Chu Xian, the swarm's interception is getting fiercer, and the T-4 Hive mothership is preparing to attack us. So, it's time for your T-4 Northern Wind to take the stage. All right, Chu Xian immediately ordered, Northern Wind C-09, execute the planned mission. Northern Wind C-09. Roger that. The massive T-4 vessel accelerated forward, quickly reaching the forefront of the Allied fleet, directly in the path of the T-4 Hive mothership's firing line. The Northern Wind with hull number C-09 activated its full-spectrum star shield, enveloping the entire ship. Simultaneously, its 2 main cannons at the bow began to glow brightly. That was the most powerful weapon of the T-4 Northern Wind, 2 heavy particle beam cannons. In an instant, 2 terrifying beams shot out, obliterating the swarm in front of the Northern Wind. Even the massive T-4 Colossus Leviathans and T-4 Hunter Leviathans couldn't escape the devastating fate of being destroyed in one shot. The scene before them was like the Northern Wind roaring in fury, striking fear into all who witnessed it. At the same time, the T-4 Hive mothership on the opposite side opened its long-prepared abyssal maw, unleashing a green bioplasma cannon shot. Instantly, the swarm caught between the two forces was mercilessly obliterated, like blades of grass underfoot. Rough estimates indicated that this wave of firepower destroyed hundreds of thousands of unfortunate Zerg units, including a few rare T-4 class Leviathans. Due to the limited range of the T-4 Boreas, its attack ceased just short of the T-4 Hive mothership. Here, Zhao Chen finally witnessed the grandeur of the T-4 Guardian-class Leviathan, a Zerg creature second in size only to the T-4 Colossus Leviathan, with noticeably thicker bioarmor but fewer attack modules, possessing only a few closed defense weapons. As the twin bow cannons of the T-4 Boreas roared, dozens of T-4 Guardian Leviathans quickly intercepted the attack path. Although their range couldn't reach the Hive mothership behind them, their instinct to protect drove them to act. Ultimately, they sacrificed themselves, absorbing the final remnants of the T-4 Boreas firepower with their burning bodies. Simultaneously, the bioplasma cannon of the T-4 Hive mothership struck the starshield of the T-4 Boreas C-09. The terrifying collision was so intense that even Zhao Chen, from a distance, felt as though he was witnessing a supernova explosion. This spectacular scene lasted for several tens of seconds. When the plasma finally dissipated, the Boreas C-09 remained, but its star shield's energy was significantly reduced. "How's your T4 Boreas holding up?" Zhao Chen asked Chu Xian on the other end of the video call with concern. Chu Xian quickly verified the data transmitted from C-09 and responded gravely, "The star shield's energy is down to 57. I must say, the bioplasma cannon of that T4 Hive mothership is terrifyingly powerful. And this is even with our preemptive interception missiles. Just one shot, and it drained nearly half of the T4 Boreas star shield energy. This shows how destructive it is. However, it's still within our acceptable range. And now, our attack route is actually more open." Zhao Chen looked at the cleared path resulting from the exchange of fire and smiled. This was precisely why he had ordered the T4 Boreas C-09 to fire first, even if it couldn't hit the Hive mothership to expedite the coalition's advance. "Keep moving forward," Zhao Chen said firmly. "There's no turning back now. Indeed, we have no choice but to fight to the end." Chu Xian agreed resolutely. With this, the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's third fleet continued to press toward the T4 Hive mothership. Perhaps sensing the threat from the attackers, the Hive mothership began summoning more swarms to assault the coalition while charging up for its next attack. Increasing numbers of T4 Guardian Leviathans gathered ahead, ready to counter the enemy's charge at any moment. Su Yifan was closely monitoring the radar, which showed the coalition's path toward the T4 Hive mothership. They had covered 2/3 of the distance. During this time, the Hive mothership had fired its bioplasma cannon 3 times in the coalition's direction. Although the radar indicated no substantial damage to the coalition, Su Yifan had witnessed the weapon's devastating power firsthand and understood the immense pressure his allies were under. However, it was precisely because of the coalition forces' efforts to hold the line that the pressure on their defenses was significantly reduced. At this very moment, every member of the Stargate garrison was silently praying for a miracle. This was their last hope. If they failed, there would be no turning back. At the 10-minute mark, on the bridge of the T3 Phoenix heavy carrier, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Our interstellar drones had already suffered over 30 losses, and the average sortie count for pilots in the 2 squadrons had reached 13. The logistics personnel were operating at full capacity. Chitong reported anxiously. Indeed, the T3 Phoenix was now running at 130 efficiency, with every department straining like a taut nerve, not daring to slack off even slightly. So far, everything was proceeding according to Charlotte's plan. Now, it all depended on whether they could successfully eliminate the T4 Hive mothership. Zhao Chen clenched his fist and looked at his allies through the side windows. "Are you ready?" "No problem on our end," Chu Xian replied. "Everything is set," Charlotte reported. "We're ready to strike at any moment," Chitong declared resolutely. Zhao Chen stood up from the captain's chair, pointed towards the T4 Hive mothership, and shouted, "Then let's kill this big bug." "Yes, sir." Chu Xian, Charlotte, and Chitong responded in unison, their minds focused on one goal: to destroy the T4 Hive mothership. The core phase of the combat plan was finally set into motion. "Execute the final battle plan," Chitong ordered through the T3 Phoenix fighter command channel. In the hangar, Pei Shengnan, who had just finished a round of resupply, put down her energy drink, took a deep breath, and donned her helmet, ready to sortie once more. How many times had she gone out now? 21 or 22? The logistics personnel nearby looked at her battle-scarred fighter and couldn't help but ask, "Who can keep track?" "A lot, that's for sure," her companion shrugged helplessly. At this moment, outside the T3 Phoenix, the starships and drones abandoned their individual strategies and instead formed a tight formation. The fighters circled around the drones, protecting them in the center. "Open fire with everything we've got and clear the path ahead," Chu Xian ordered the designated starships. Immediately, the T3 warships at the forefront of the Third Fleet unleashed their firepower, and even the T4 North Wind God activated all its weapons except for the main cannon amidst the hail of grenades. In no time, a large swath of space ahead of the coalition was cleared. "Lead the way," Pei Shengnan commanded. The T3 Phoenix fighters and T3 Fire Phoenix bombers surged forward, encircling the drone swarm and charging valiantly. Meanwhile, a special detachment consisting of 20 T3 Blizzard destroyers and 5 T3 Phantom cruiser battleships broke away from the main fleet and followed closely. However, the space they had painstakingly cleared was quickly reclaimed by the swarming bugs. "I'm gonna blast these damn bugs to bits." Pei Shengnan gritted her teeth and unleashed all the weapons on her fighter, pulverizing the insects in front of her. The fierce offensive by the T3 Phoenix fighters and T3 Fire Phoenix bombers once again cleared a large swath of the insect swarm, pushing forward significantly. However, at that moment, their ammunition was completely depleted. The brave warriors immediately ceded their positions to their comrades. Suddenly, 3,000 T3 Black Phoenix drones, moving at incredible speeds, flew past the T3 Phoenix and T3 Fire Phoenix, taking on the critical task of clearing the path for the fleet. Following closely behind were 20 T-3 Blizzard destroyers and 5 T-3 Phantom Strike cruisers. Pei Shengnan watched as the Black Phoenix drones zipped past her. Even though she knew they were unmanned, she solemnly saluted, paying respect to these unique comrades. The Phoenix Squadron, having completed their mission, turned back, while the Black Phoenix drones continued flawlessly, carving out a high-speed corridor for the Blizzard and Phantom fleets. T-3 Black Phoenix 1320, ammunition nearly depleted. Commencing final mission. Self-destruction, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. The depleted Black Phoenix 1320 didn't choose to return but accelerated sharply, breaking formation and diving straight into the insect swarm before exploding, taking out a large number of insects with it. Before the mission, these drones had already known this would be their final battle. Self-destruct devices had been installed in their bodies during their last resupply at the mothership. They would continue to clear obstacles for their allies even after expending all their ammunition, using their own remains. 10, 50, 100, 300. Gradually, the sky was filled with the tragic glow of explosions, and more Black Phoenix signals disappeared from the T-3 Phoenix mothership screen. A female soldier responsible for the drone squad silently teared up. Although she knew these drones were lifeless and easily replaced, witnessing their heroic sacrifice was still heartbreaking. Thanks to the drones' desperate efforts, by the time over 2,000 Black Phoenix drones had sacrificed themselves, the Blizzard and Phantom fleets had reached a position only one-third of the way from the T-4 Hive mothership. Baishue, Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Here, on the T-2 Lion King missile ship 1, the female warrior Baishue, her eyes blood-red with excitement, roared, "Fire!" Then, 2,500 T-2 heavy missiles from 5 T-2 Lion King ships roared out at high speed, swiftly overtaking the Blizzard and Phantom fleets and even skimming past them. Instantly, explosions engulfed the insect swarm ahead, turning the area into a sea of fire. Watching this spectacle, Baishua's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "So beautiful." In this fierce missile barrage, Charlotte could vaguely see the T-4 Hive mothership and hundreds of T-4 Guardian Leviathans through the ship's deep space telescope. "Warner, it's our turn," Charlotte said softly. "Phantom Squad, ready?" Zhao Warner responded firmly. Then, under the cover of the 20 Blizzard ships, the 5 Phantom bombers charged at full speed into the thick smoke. The Blizzards fired all their main and secondary guns, unleashed missiles, and even deployed all their fighters. "Report, 5 T-3 Hive motherships are approaching," an officer shouted. Charlotte glanced at the 5 energy signals on the radar and made a quick decision. "Form pairs and take them out." "Yes, ma'am." The warships swiftly paired up, with their main cannons precisely targeting the enemies. 10 beams of laser fired simultaneously, and in an instant, the 5 T-3 Broodmother ships vanished from the radar without a trace. "Warner, it's time." Charlotte checked their position. They were closing in on the T-4 Broodmother ship, with only a small swarm of insects and dozens of T-4 Guardians in between. "Phantom Squad, attack!" Zhao Warner commanded. The 5 Phantom battlecruisers immediately unleashed all their torpedoes, bombs, and missiles, targeting the swarm and the Guardians in front of the T-4 Broodmother ship. Meanwhile, the Blizzards concentrated their firepower on the T-4 Guardians. Main and secondary cannons fired in unison, and one by one, the Guardians fell. Phantom 04, bombs deployed. Phantom 03, bombs deployed. In just moments, all 5 Phantoms had expended their ammunition. "Evasive maneuvers," Charlotte ordered without waiting to see the results of the attack, as 6 terrifying beams of light were already charging up behind them. 3 T-4 God of the North-class battleships lined up, with 6 main cannons locked onto the cleared path of the Blizzard fleet. "Fire!" Chu Xian commanded. The 3 God of the North battleships fired simultaneously, creating a spectacular display. 6 beams of light, like divine intervention, reached the vicinity of the T-4 Broodmother ship at incredible speed. The surviving Guardians desperately tried to intercept, but were utterly ineffective. Sensing the danger, the T-4 Broodmother ship frantically sprayed unknown spores from its sides, attempting to counter the incoming attack with energy pulses. The resulting shockwaves scattered the nearby insect swarm, with those too close being instantly incinerated by the high temperatures. At that moment, Zhao Chen, Chu Xian, Charlotte, and even Su Yifan, who was fiercely fighting on the front lines, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the breathtaking scene, not wanting to miss a single detail. "Our strategy is a blitzkrieg," Charlotte declared firmly. "We'll destroy the enemy T-4 Hive mothership in the shortest time possible and then retreat quickly." Chu Xian furrowed her brows, pointing to the distant location of the Hive mothership. "But it's too far. By the time we get close, our fleet might be scattered by the swarm, let alone cause any substantial damage." "No need to get too close," Charlotte said, tracing an attack route on the map. "We just need to reach the optimal firing range of the T-4 North Wind's main cannon, right here." "Even so, The swarm will heavily defend this area. Not to mention the T4 guardians. Just these bugs alone could weaken the North Wind's firepower by more than half, Chu Xian countered. Rest assured, Charlotte responded with a serious tone. Our Xiaolong fleet will clear the way for you. Just focus on targeting the big bug. She then sent a detailed battle plan to Chu Xian. Chu Xian quickly skimmed through it and gasped. This plan is bold, but let's do it your way. She never imagined the Xiaolong fleet could actually clear a path for them. On the T4 North Wind C-07 bridge, Chu Xian was in awe. They really did it. Fighter jets paved the way, followed by a barrage of missiles, and finally, the T-3 Blizzard and an unfamiliar bomber launched a fierce attack, carving out a bloody path. Miss, do you think our cannon can take out the big bug? The lieutenant captain beside her asked. They've done their part. If we can't finish this, it would be embarrassing, Chu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes. She knew the captains trained by the elders would follow orders, but prioritize her safety above all else, even if she issued a death command. The lieutenant noticed Chu Xian's displeasure and quickly added, according to the intel, in the current situation, a 3-ship volley from the North Wind has an 80 chance of taking out the Hive mothership. Before he finished speaking, a massive explosion echoed in the distance, louder than anything they'd ever heard. Report. The Hive mothership signal has disappeared from the radar. This news simultaneously reached the bridges of both Chu Xian and Zhao Chen. Chu Xian pumped her fist in excitement, while Zhao Chen calmly sat back in his captain's chair. How are Charlotte and her team? He asked. Charlotte's T3 Blizzard and T3 Phantom have completed their mission and are evading the North Wind's firing line, Qitong reported. They are retreating along the cleared path, with the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's 3rd fleet providing cover. So far, it's going smoothly. All ships, retreat along the original route. Zhao Chen and Chu Xian ordered simultaneously. Both fleets began their withdrawal along the route they came, and thanks to the still secured defensive points, the retreat proceeded smoothly. At the 25-minute mark, the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's 3rd fleet safely returned to the 4th defensive line of the Stargate. Immediate rest and preparation for the next battle. Charlotte commanded decisively. The T3 Virgo-class supply ships promptly began emergency repairs and resupply for their allies. Can you believe we actually did it? Chu Xian exclaimed excitedly over the video call. After all, leading a fleet to destroy a T4 Hive mothership was an achievement any commander would be proud of. The war isn't over yet. We must remain vigilant until we achieve complete victory, Zhao Chen reminded. Understood. Chu Xian responded firmly. Begin assessing the damage, Zhao Chen ordered. Soon, Lilith presented the battle report. The Xiaolong fleet lost 3 T2 Black Rhino frigates, with all personnel evacuated in advance. 1 T3 Blizzard was severely damaged and rendered inoperable, with the core compartment at risk of exploding, so the crew was evacuated and the ship temporarily moved to the rear. The Black Phoenix drones on the T3 Phoenix were completely destroyed, which was a significant loss. The Chu family's 3rd fleet lost a total of 32 T3 battleships, 19 Night Watcher frigates, 7 Night Destroyers, 3 Dagger cruisers, 2 Flame Lion battle cruisers, and 1 Fire Dragon destroyer. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were sacrificed, resulting in a 10 casualty rate. For such an aggressive tactic, to eliminate a T4 Hive mothership and a large number of swarm units at the cost of merely 10 losses was entirely acceptable. Next, they had no choice but to hold the 4th defensive line to the death. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Xiaolong fleet and the Chu family's 3rd fleet, the Stargate defense line held for another hour. Then, the Morton Stargate lit up again, and a barrage of reinforcements began to arrive. This was the first wave of reinforcements from the Beifeng Star Empire. Watching the continuous stream of allied forces, Zhao Chen and Chu Xian exchanged a knowing smile from a distance. The tide of the Stargate defense battle had finally turned. The Battle of Morton Stargate had entered its 5th hour when the Empire's 12th Legion finally arrived at the battlefield, taking full control of the Stargate defenses. With nearly 3,000 warships guarding the Stargate, the defense line became impregnable. By the 10th hour, an additional 3,000 reinforcements from the 22nd Legion arrived, reclaiming previously lost defensive zones. Meanwhile, Imperial scout ships detected the presence of 2 more T4 Hive mother ships. Fortunately, these did not attack the Stargate but instead targeted nearby planets. By the 15th hour, the North Wind Governor's fleet, along with the 25th and 26th Legions from the Chu River Star region, had also arrived at the battlefield. At this point, the Morton Star system had amassed 4 Imperial legions, 1 Governor's fleet, and numerous Lord fleets, totaling nearly 20,000 warships. Additionally, the Chu family's 3rd fleet had brought 3 T4 North Wind gods, with 3 more reinforced by the North Wind Governor's fleet. Such a formidable interstellar fleet was more than sufficient to control the situation and annihilate the remaining swarm. During a brief lull in the battle, the North Wind Governor summoned a few of the bravely fighting fleets. Zhao Chen opened his eyes to find himself in a holographic conference room. Seated at the head was the North Wind Governor, whom he had met a few times before, with Chu Xian on his right. Present was also Su Yifan from the Morton star system. Unlike the composed Zhao Chen and Chu Xian, Su Yifan appeared visibly nervous. After all, meeting his newly found idol and the governor at the same time was understandably overwhelming. Yifan, I heard about your father. My condolences, the North Wind governor began. Su Yifan replied solemnly, my father was a soldier who earned his title through military merit. Even though other nobles see us as upstarts, he always taught me that as a lord, one must protect their star system. Even if he fell before me, I. At this point, Su Yifan could no longer hold back his tears. He had been relying on intense combat to cope with his grief, but now the sorrow poured out like a breached dam. I will continue to uphold my father's legacy, even if it costs me my life. I will defend Morton. Su Yifan choked out. Good child, you have done well. The North Wind governor nodded approvingly. You haven't let your father down. Old Su would be very proud to see your performance today. Governor, have I not failed in my duties? Su Yifan asked, his voice trembling. Of course not. You've done an excellent job. The North Wind governor replied firmly. Su Yifan bit his lip, feeling the weight on his shoulders lift, and tears streamed down his face. According to imperial law, your father's title will be passed on to you. Although the official ceremony has yet to take place, you must shoulder this responsibility now, the governor stated solemnly. I understand. Su Yifan nodded earnestly. All right, go get some rest. There are still many matters awaiting your attention, the governor said kindly. Yes. Su Yifan bowed deeply to Zhao Chen and Chu Xian before his figure faded away. After Su Yifan left, Governor Bei Feng's face turned somber. He looked at Zhao Chen and Chu Xian with a worried expression. You two have some nerve. With just 400 warships, you dared to head straight for the T4 Zerg mothership? Weren't you afraid of getting yourselves killed? Sure, you took down that big bug in the end, but did you consider the risks? Your identities are extraordinary, and if something had gone wrong, I wouldn't have been able to bear the responsibility. Chu Xian is my own granddaughter. If anything happened to her, old man Chu would come after me for sure. And Zhao Chen, with your skills, losing you here would be a huge waste. Grandfather, nothing happened, right? Chu Xian quickly tried to comfort him. I'm warning you both, don't ever do something this reckless again, the governor said sternly. Promise. No more risky missions next time. Chu Xian replied obediently, though Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, knowing that promise might not hold much weight. Governor Bei Feng could see through his granddaughter's slyness, but could only look at her dotingly. Governor, what's the plan against the Zerg now? Zhao Chen asked. With the cosmic wormholes disappearing, we reacted swiftly, so the Zerg threat hasn't spiraled out of control, the governor mused. We expect to eliminate all Zerg motherships within a month, but it might take another 6 months to clear the ground-based Zerg on the planets. The Morton star system, being a crucial resource hub, is our top priority. I plan to use the 20,000 warships gathered here, along with 64 Bafin-class ships, to destroy all Zerg fleets within a week and cleanse the main planet's surface Zerg within a month. The remaining 3 months will be for complete eradication. The rapid outbreak of this Zerg infestation was a close call. Had we not responded promptly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Exactly. Who could have predicted a level 4 wormhole would suddenly appear? It's just bad luck. Chu Xian couldn't help but complain. Actually, the simultaneous appearance of so many wormholes itself is quite strange, the governor said, frowning. Strange? How so? Zhao Chen pressed. Governor Bei Feng didn't answer directly but changed the subject. All right, your fleet has worked hard this time. The main task now falls to the Imperial Army. You should rest and recuperate. Zhao Chen noticed the governor's evasive look and felt a twinge of unease. Strange? From a conspiracy theory perspective, could this Zerg infestation be no accident? But he quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't something he could control. The immediate priority was to strengthen himself. Only by becoming more powerful could he handle anything that came his way. Otherwise, knowing too much would only add to his worries. Ending the holographic communication, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, gazing at the distant battlefield, where his intervention was no longer needed. Eagerly, he checked the progress of his system tasks. Task 1, eliminating 30 T3 hive motherships, showed 30-30, perfectly accomplished. Task 2, annihilating 10 billion Zerg units, was still incomplete, but a few more heavily infested planets would easily finish it. The bonus tasks of rescuing civilians were just as simple. Saving 2 billion people had already earned him 200,000 points, which was quite satisfactory. As for the 3 subtasks of Task 4, the first, defending planet SP-118, had not yet been triggered. The second, the Molten Zerg campaign, was nearing its end, but it would only be considered complete after eliminating the 2 T4 and all T3 hive motherships. The third, rescuing the third planet in the Sapphire system, was effortlessly done. Unexpectedly, within a few days, with the Empire's concerted efforts, The two T-4 Hive motherships were also successfully destroyed, despite heavy losses. However, compared to the achievements, these sacrifices were insignificant. The Imperial fleet then began reclaiming the fallen planets one by one. Most of these planets had been under Zerg occupation for 4 to 5 days, leaving almost no survivors among the inhabitants. Zhao Chen volunteered to clear the planets of remaining Zerg. The T-3 Phoenix carrier hovered above one such planet. Several T-1 Hive motherships, sensing danger, tried to flee but were quickly shot down by laser beams from the sky, turning into fireballs as they crashed to the ground. Scan the planet's surface for any signs of survivors, Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Lilith activated the starship's life detection radar and began a thorough scan. After several minutes, Lilith concluded that no life signs were detected apart from the Zerg. The chances of any civilians surviving were less than 0.01. A planet that once thrived with 1 billion lives had turned into a sea of Zerg within a week. A truly terrifying thought. From his vantage point, Zhao Chen looked down at the devastated world towering Zerg hives and swarming creatures everywhere. He couldn't help but gasp. For most interstellar civilizations, the Zerg and the mechanoids are lethal threats as they cause catastrophic damage to local species. Lilith's voice was heavy with gravity. Execute orbital bombardment as planned. Leave nothing behind. Zhao Chen commanded sternly. Yes, sir. Lilith immediately relayed the commander's orders. Instantly, over 100 warships of the Dragonhawk fleet surrounded the planet, aligning their main and auxiliary cannons and missiles. At Zhao Chen's command, a barrage of firepower rained down, turning the planet's surface into a living hell. Beams and shells pierced the ground, obliterating the Zerg. Just days ago, they were the invaders, slaughtering at will. Now, they were the lambs to the slaughter, rivers of their blood flowing. After half an hour of relentless bombardment, the surface was carved into deep trenches, mountains turned to scorched earth, tectonic plates began to fracture, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis ragged a true apocalypse. In this massacre, 99 of the Zerg were exterminated. As for the remaining few, they were left for future cleanup operations. After conquering several planets, Zhao Chen finally reached a total of 10 billion exterminated Zerg, completing his main quest. In the following days, he led the Xiaolong fleet to various star systems requesting aid, evacuating stranded civilians, all to rack up system points. By late February of galactic year 3032, the Zerg disaster in the Beifeng star region had persisted for nearly a month. Thanks to the governor's swift response, the war status was downgraded from the highest alert to a level 3 readiness. At that moment, Zhao Chen's task panel emitted an exhilarating notification. Beifeng Star Region Zerg Disaster Mission Settlement in progress. Please claim your rewards. Zhao Chen was overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't wait to open his task panel to see what unexpected rewards this catastrophe had brought him. Lilith, prepare for return. Zhao Chen commanded as he turned around. Yes, sir. Lilith promptly responded, beginning to organize the return journey. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, his eyes half closed, appearing to rest but actually eagerly claiming the system rewards. Ding. Mission 1 complete. Eliminate 30 T-3 swarm motherships. Reward. A set of blueprints for the T-3 Silver Rat-class light stealth reconnaissance ship. Zhao Chen hadn't expected his first reward to be a T-3 reconnaissance ship. Although its combat power was average, it played an indispensable role in large-scale battles. Ding. Mission 2 achieved. Exterminate 100 billion Zerg. Reward. 300 mission points. Ding. Mission 3 accomplished. Rescue 2.5 billion endangered civilians. Reward. 250,000 points. Soon after, the fourth mission was also resolved. The Morton Zerg campaign and the rescue on the third planet of the Sapphire system were both completed, and the reward was a T-3 Judicator-class heavy missile ship. Holy crap! A T-3 missile ship? Zhao Chen was thrilled beyond measure. Since witnessing the overwhelming firepower of the T-2 Lion King-class missile ship, he had developed a special fondness for this type of vessel. Thinking about his T-3 Triceratops, the combination of shield and spear was simply perfect. He eagerly reviewed the data of his new acquisition T-3 Judicator-class heavy missile ship, 1098 meters long, weighing 68,000 tons, operated by a crew of 300, equipped with a 10,000 unit energy shield, capable of reaching 80 times the speed of light. The weapon system was dazzling. 10,000 Type 1 standard missiles, 2,000 Type 2 medium-range heavy missiles, 2,000 Type 3 long-range medium missiles, 500 Type 4 medium to long-range cluster missiles, and 500 Type 5 heavy anti-energy shield special missiles. Oh my god, this is a true arsenal ship, loaded with 15,000 missiles of various types, serving 5 different purposes: standard attack, medium-range firepower, long-range strikes, area coverage, and specialized warheads against shields, guaranteeing accuracy and reliability. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, filled with awe. However, he quickly realized that these countless missiles were all money-eaters. Even the most basic Type 1 standard missile cost 5,000 star coins each. Type 2 and 3 missiles surged to 20,000 each. And those 500 Type 4 and V-Ace missiles were a staggering 70,000 per shot. 70,000 star coins per missile? That's equivalent to a third of the price of a T2 Hyena-class destroyer. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a mix of joy and worry. It turned out that this seemingly invincible T3 Judicator, with a hull costing only 50 million, required a total of 2 billion for its 15,000 missiles. The entire ship's price soared to 2.5 billion, making it the most expensive T3 warship in the Empire and the entire galaxy, bar none. This thing can't be deployed lightly. One salvo and I'll be hurting for a while, Zhao Chen thought, clicking his tongue in pain. But then he reconsidered. Isn't money meant to be spent? In critical moments, launching all 15,000 missiles would be a spectacular sight. If 10 Judicators fired in unison, the scene would be exhilarating and utterly satisfying. Alright, let's use this gem to fill the firepower gap in the Lion King fleet, specifically for tough opponents. Zhao Chen plotted enthusiastically. He quickly checked his current system data. Zhao Chen, top-tier starship engineer, special bonus, fleet luck boost. System points, 250,000, monthly earnings, 2,600 points, mission points, 320, fleet size, 143 ships. Wow, completing this round of tasks really made me quite well off. Zhao Chen proudly rubbed his hands together, feeling elated as he looked at the 250,000 points in his account. It's time to upgrade to the T4 Mall, isn't it? Although my current points might not be enough to exchange for a T4 battleship, browsing the T4 shelves, gathering some information, and setting a few small goals for myself isn't a bad idea either. System, check the upgrade requirements for the T4 Mall. Ding. To upgrade to the T4 Mall, you need to 1. Exchange 3 T3 items 33. 2. Complete 3 level tasks 33. 3. Pay 60,000 points. Your current points, 250,000. 60,000 points needed for the upgrade. Do you confirm the upgrade? All conditions for the upgrade have been met. You can now upgrade to the T4 System Mall. Do you wish to proceed? The system's notification echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen chose to upgrade. Immediately, he saw his system points being rapidly deducted, plummeting from 250,000 to 190,000 points. At the same time, a new section appeared on the System Mall's page, the T4 Technology Product Area. Zhao Chen opened it and glanced at the items inside. There were a series of T4 interstellar battleships and other technological creations, each unique in its own way. But one common trait stood out: they were expensive. T4 level items generally required 600,000 system points and 40 mission points for redemption. Some top-tier T4 starship technologies, like aircraft carriers and interstellar battleships, could cost 3 times as many system points. Compared to these prices, the 190,000 points Zhao Chen had left after the upgrade were practically insignificant. He could only look and dream. Zhao Chen stared at the images of the interstellar battleships. It was a feeling of yearning for something unattainable, like dozens of beautiful women dancing in front of you, yet you couldn't touch them. His heart itched with desire. He decided to stop looking. Zhao Chen averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on the T4 technology items. Out of sight, out of mind. But a seed had been planted in his ear that was determined to own a combat-type T4 interstellar battleship. After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the T4 Boreas-class heavy interstellar battleship and the T4 Hive mothership, Zhao Chen knew there was a significant gap between T4 and T3 interstellar battleships. The terrifying power of the T4 Boreas alone meant that, unless Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet had a certain number of T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, it would be difficult to win even with equal numbers on both sides. As Zhao Chen browsed the system page, he suddenly noticed something different about his quarterly mission. He clicked on it. Quarterly mission. Requirement 1. Exchange for 1 combat type and 1 auxiliary type T3 interstellar battleship blueprint incomplete. Requirement 2. Have 50 T3 interstellar battleships 6150. To his surprise, the second requirement of the quarterly mission was already met. Currently, his active T3 interstellar battleships included 1 T3 Phoenix, 5 T3 Phantom Stingers, and 20 T3 Blizzards all-combat-type ships. Additionally, since the quarterly mission did not specify only combat-type ships, auxiliary-type ships should also count. Zhao Chen also had auxiliary T3 interstellar battleships, including 1 T3 Andromeda, 1 T3 Goddess Academy, 10 T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships, and 10 T3 Virgo-class heavy interstellar supply ships that were urgently built due to the Zerg invasion. By the end of the quarter, the number of T3 Forge-class heavy interstellar industrial ships would reach 10. Additionally, there were T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault interstellar frigates in the construction plans for this quarter. Reaching the count of 50 ships was just a matter of time. It seemed that the Xiaolong star system had already rolled out some T3 Triceratops. Unfortunately, they missed the recent Zerg campaign. Zhao Chen muttered regretfully to himself. In that case, if I exchange for two T3 interstellar warships, I can complete this quarter's mission. Without further ado, Zhao Chen reopened the system shop and began browsing through the T3 level items. He had a plan all along. He immediately exchanged for a T3 support-type interstellar warship. Do you want to spend 12,000 system points and 10 mission points to exchange for the T3 Silver Eden-class starship blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T3 Silver Eden-class starship blueprint. Your remaining system points, 178,000. Your remaining mission points, 310. Indeed, the T3 Silver Eden-class starship, the upgraded version of the T2 Bronze Eden-class, was the support-type interstellar warship Zhao Chen had been eyeing for a long time. Zhao Chen quickly glanced over the technical data of the T3 Silver Eden. Its design philosophy was the same, but the technologies used were cutting-edge T3 level, significantly enhancing its performance. Back when Zhao Chen had the T2 Bronze Eden, he had considered entering the interstellar food trade. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to put it on hold. First, Zhao Chen lacked a protective shield, and the food trade was a substantial market. Second, if he allocated most of his production capacity to the T2 Bronze Eden, it would undoubtedly affect the expansion of the Xiaolong fleet. So, he temporarily shelved the idea, only building one T2 Bronze Eden to meet the Xiaolong fleet's needs. But the moment Zhao Chen saw the annual mission requirements and before issuing the Xiaolong Star System decree, he had already decided to exchange for the T3 Silver Eden. The T3 Silver Eden's food production is 100 times that of the T2 Bronze Eden. If the T2 Bronze Eden was considered advanced technology, then the T3 Silver Eden is the pinnacle of advanced technology. Regardless, this is an astonishing figure. However, the cost of a single T3 Silver Eden is also extremely high, requiring 3 billion star credits in raw materials. But the investment is proportional to the returns. A single T3 Silver Eden's food production can meet the normal living needs of 1 billion people and the minimum needs of 10 billion people in extreme conditions. At the current market price, the annual food production would be worth at least 10 billion star credits. Of course, if the market is flooded with food, the price would fluctuate. Given the current population of the Xiaolong star system, just a few T3 Silver Eden ships would suffice to meet the entire food demand of the system. This is the confidence behind Zhao Chen's high welfare decree. Using the T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, one T3 Silver Eden can be produced per month. However, there is a special requirement. Constructing a T3 Silver Eden requires an asteroid that meets specific criteria. In reality, calling the T3 Silver Eden a starship is more like calling it a transformed planet. It involves hollowing out a suitable asteroid and transforming it into a unique interstellar warship. Fortunately, the criteria for the asteroid are not too stringent. As Zhao Chen knows, there are at least a dozen asteroids in the Xiaolong star system that meet the requirements, and with a bit more searching, he might find even more. We've finished exploring the Xiaolong galaxy, and next up is the Lion King galaxy. There shouldn't be any issues with the numbers. After redeeming the auxiliary T3 starship, the next logical choice was a combat vessel. Zhao Chen glanced over his fleet's inventory: carriers, battlecruisers, frigates, missile ships, and stealth bombers. To assemble a well-rounded and formidable fleet, a variety of ship types was essential. Currently, there were gaps in the battleship, cruiser, and destroyer categories, which were the mainstays of any fleet. Each of these ships had distinct characteristics. Battleships boasted superior firepower and armor, making them the backbone of any fleet. Cruisers excelled in speed and battlefield support, capable of quick strikes and maneuvers. Destroyers, versatile and agile, could operate in diverse environments, from mountains to oceans to forests. Zhao Chen was tempted by all of them, but knew that limited production capacity meant he couldn't build them all. He rubbed his chin, contemplating his options. Destroyers were quick to produce but could easily provoke enemies. The existing cruisers were sufficient for now. However, on the front lines, relying solely on missile ships and frigates for firepower, supported by carriers, was only effective against small enemy fleets. In a prolonged engagement, the lack of heavy artillery would be a significant disadvantage. Battleships it is. A man needs to go for the heavy guns and big ships. Zhao Chen eagerly browsed through the various battleship options, finally settling on his favorite. Confirm spending 15,000 points and 15 mission tokens to redeem the T3 Emperor-class heavy battleship blueprint? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked the confirm button, delighted to obtain the design for his dream ship. Though his points balance dropped to 163,000 and only 295 mission tokens remained, the T3 Emperor-class battleship was worth every bit. Just hope the name doesn't upset the Emperor, Zhao Chen muttered, then optimistically waved it off. Nah, the Emperor wouldn't be that petty. Besides, this battleship truly deserves the Emperor's name. He eagerly opened the blueprint, marveling at the sleek design of his new flagship T3 Emperor-class heavy battleship, 3,580 meters long, weighing 980,000 tons, equipped with a 59,000 unit energy shield, cruising at 110 times the speed of light, and powered by a level 6 warp engine, with a crew of 500. Its primary weapons included an Emperor-class heavy bow pulse cannon, 6 5,600mm caliber heavy electromagnetic main guns, 68 quad-mounted heavy pulse laser rapid-fire cannons, and 300 fully automated medium-density close-in defense guns. Wow, this isn't just armed to the teeth. It's a walking arsenal. Zhao Chen's jaw dropped in amazement. In terms of sheer firepower, this Emperor-class battleship outclassed the Storm by miles. Of course, such heavy weaponry meant sacrificing speed, with its cruising speed being less than half that of the Storm. But as a battlefield juggernaut, it could take on hundreds of enemies. While it lacked cutting-edge technology, it was packed with advanced systems, making it a masterpiece of T3 battleship engineering. As far as I know, no other T3 battleship in the galaxy can match the Emperor. It could even hold its own against some smaller T4 ships, Zhao Chen said confidently. However, the cost of such an invincible battleship is staggering. Each ship costs 1 billion star coins, and even with the T3 Foundry industrial ship, it would take at least 2 months to build. This is even more expensive than the T3 Phoenix carrier. It looks like we'll have to ramp up production again. Zhao Chen thought to himself, no matter what the Xingyao Empire plans to do, as long as my fists are strong enough, I'll always be invincible. Just as he was lost in his grand vision of the future, a series of urgent beeps pulled him back to reality. It was a communication request from Chu Xian. I heard you're heading back to the Jiaolong star system? Chu Xian asked directly in the video. As the granddaughter of the Northern Wind Governor, she could easily track Zhao Chen's fleet movements through the military system. Yes, the insect infestation is now under control, and my fleet needs to return for repairs after the intense battles, Zhao Chen replied calmly. That's good to hear, Chu Xian said with a blink of her beautiful eyes, clearly pleased. By the way, your Jiaolong fleet has made significant contributions this time. My grandfather says you'll be awarded first-class merit, and a promotion is definitely in order. Plus, you'll receive a hefty reward from the insect campaign. Of course, the official approval will take a month or two. But let me congratulate you in advance. Likewise, Miss Chu. Didn't you personally take down a T4 insect? Your achievements are equally impressive, Zhao Chen responded graciously. Stop it. If it weren't for your fleet's coordination, my 300 ships wouldn't have stood a chance against that giant bug, Chu Xian retorted playfully. Don't think you can get away without taking your fair share of the reward. As you command, Your Majesty, Zhao Chen said with a playful bow. All right, enough joking around. Actually, I'm about to head back to the Chu River Star region. It might be a while before we see each other again, Chu Xian said, playfully flicking her hair. What, are you planning to become a monk? Zhao Chen teased, showing no signs of holding back. You're the one who's out of your mind. Chu Xian shot Zhao Chen a glare before explaining seriously. The Empire has issued an order for my grandfather to lead a fleet and occupy the unclaimed star systems left by the retreating mechanoids. The Holy Light and Warhammer empires are already on the move, and even the greedy corporations are itching to get involved. Although my grandfather is concerned about the reason behind the mechanoids' withdrawal, he has no choice but to obey the imperial decree. I'm going with him on this mission. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's playful expression vanished, and he spoke with a serious tone. Be very careful out there. Even though the mechanoids have pulled out, who knows what tricks they might be planning. If you run into danger, don't try to be a hero run if you have to. You're nagging just like my grandfather, Chu Xian replied, feigning annoyance but with a sparkle of joy in her eyes. Actually, my grandfather isn't really worried about the mechanoids this time. Our scout ships have been tailing them, and if they make any significant moves, we won't miss it. What he's really concerned about are our two allies. At the mention of allies, the sensitive issue of profit distribution flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. The mechanoids' retreat had left a territory the size of half the empire, rich in resources. How would such a massive cake be divided? Some suggested splitting it 3 ways, but when it came down to actually cutting the cake, who would be content with a smaller slice? The Galactic Alliance had only held together under the threat of the mechanoids. With that threat gone, the cracks between the 3 powers were bound to widen, potentially even affecting the internal politics of the empire. After all, control over these unclaimed star systems was a lucrative prize everyone wanted a piece of. In any case, take care of yourself, Zhao Chen advised. This eldest daughter of the Chu family was one of his few true friends in the world. They had fought side by side multiple times, forging an unbreakable bond. I got it. I'm a Chu family daughter, after all. Just wait for my triumphant return, Chu Xian replied with mock arrogance, waving her hand dismissively as she ended the communication. Triumphant return, Zhao Chen muttered to himself, falling into deep thought. The mechanoids' withdrawal was likely to spark not just competition within the Galactic Alliance, but also exacerbate divisions within the Empire itself. The management of these unclaimed star systems represented a huge political capital. With a resigned shrug, Zhao Chen could only watch and wait. He then led the Jiaolong fleet on the long journey back home. Jiaolong star system, March 3032 of the galactic calendar. Over a month had passed since the battle against the insectoid race in the northern wind star region. A law that had been delayed due to the war was finally enacted on March 1st and would take effect the following month. As soon as it was announced, it caused a huge uproar in the Jiaolong star system. Residents registered in the Jiaolong star system, who accepted the system's governance, would be able to purchase natural food at cost price. Although there were other social welfare measures like free skill academies, they were all overshadowed by the overwhelming impact of the food supply law. After all, food is the most basic necessity, and nothing excites the public more than tangible, edible benefits. However, from the moment the law was announced, skepticism and distrust filled the Jiaolong star system. Many people outright called it a scam, and most of these skeptics were those who had previously refused to join the household registration system. Perhaps out of jealousy, they simply refused to believe such good fortune could exist. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of the Xiaolong star system, acting Lord Jiang Hong was overwhelmed with official duties. The actual Lord was enjoying a carefree life, leaving her to be busy all day. Fortunately, her benefits had also increased, with fresh fruit delivered to her desk daily and certain military command privileges. As she was engrossed in her work, a small hand silently reached up from under the desk, feeling around for something. Jiang Hong couldn't help but chuckle and reminded, "Wrong side. The fruit plate is on the right. Isn't it usually on the left?" A childish voice came from under the desk. Soon, the small hand reappeared on the right, quickly grabbing a piece of fruit, followed by the sound of munching. "So, what brings you here this time? Surely not just for the fruit?" Jiang Hong asked with a smile. "As the chief engineer of the Xiaolong fleet, you should be able to afford it, right?" A small head popped out from under the desk. It was Annie, the dwarf genius engineer of the Xiaolong fleet. "I do have a high salary, but I have 5 mouths to feed at home," Annie giggled. "Ever since we tasted natural food, we can't stomach the nutritional meals anymore. I can't bear to let my mother and siblings eat that stuff, so I send most of my salary home." As she spoke, she grabbed another fruit. "Let's get down to business, my chief engineer." Jiang Hong looked fondly at the mischievous little dwarf. Since Zhao Chen assigned Annie to handle the system's infrastructure, she had become very familiar with Jiang Hong, often coming to the mansion for small favors. Even the usually serious Jiang Hong couldn't resist her charm. "Here are the construction plans for the industrial zones on the planets you requested," Annie said with a wave of her hand, and a detailed holographic projection appeared. Jiang Hong glanced at it and nodded approvingly. "Very thorough, but you could have just transmitted it to my terminal. Why come in person? I missed you, Sister Jiang Hong," Annie pouted playfully, but her hand didn't stop, and a few more fruits disappeared from the plate. Jiang Hong saw through her little act but didn't call her out. Instead, she cautiously asked, "Annie, I have a question that might be a bit overstepping. Don't take it the wrong way. Ever since the Lord announced the second decree, there have been doubts everywhere. Even my subordinates are skeptical. You know there are 190 million registered residents. If supplies fall short by April, the Zhao family's reputation might." Jiang Hong's brow furrowed with worry. "Sister Jiang Hong, you can put your mind at ease," Annie said nonchalantly. "His word is as good as gold. As far as I know, there won't be any problems. Anyway, I must be going now." Watching Annie bounce away, Jiang Hong rubbed her temples wearily and muttered to herself, "Indeed, I'm just an acting lord. Why should I worry so much?" Just as she finished speaking, she habitually reached for the fruit plate, only to find it had disappeared. By the time Zhao Chen returned to the Xiaolong galaxy, it was already mid-March. In just a month and a half, the place had undergone a massive transformation. The most eye-catching feature was the few brand-new starships, gleaming and imposing. T4, Hui Guang-class interstellar jump ship, Qi Tong murmured, staring intently at the ship that looked like a piece of art. Despite lacking any weapon modules, its value surpassed even the T4 Northwind, a main combat ship. Beep beep beep. A communication request came through. It was Chief Engineer Annie. "Commander, I've missed you so much." The image showed a short dwarf with a love-struck expression. "Let's get to business. Has the T4 Hui Guang jump ship been completed?" Zhao Chen asked directly. "Under my brilliant leadership, it was completed half a month ahead of schedule." Annie proudly puffed out her chest. "The test run went smoothly too. We even made a trip to the Lion Star system, and everything was normal." "Excellent." Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. He was already planning one jump ship was just the beginning. Ideally, they would come in pairs to enable round trips, working in tandem. But for now, conditions didn't allow it. "Which other ships have been completed?" he continued. Annie began listing the recent accomplishments like a proud collector. "The T4 Rebirth-class cloning ship is more than halfway done and will be completed by mid-year. 4 T3 furnace industrial ships have been built first. The planned 5 T3 Virgo supply ships were increased to 10 due to the insect outbreak and have begun construction. The T4 Huiguang jump ship was delivered on schedule. As for the T3 Triceratops, 30 are already in service, and the remaining 20 will be completed within a week. In short, the first quarter plan was not only fulfilled, but also completed 10 days ahead of schedule. Looking at the little genius in front of him, Zhao Chen felt increasingly that she was a rare talent, practically radiating an industrial acceleration aura. Commander, don't you think I deserve a reward? Annie looked at Zhao Chen expectantly. A reward is definitely in order, but our model chief engineer deserves a grand ceremony with a sense of occasion, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Annie beamed with joy, waving her hands modestly. Oh, that's too much. No need for that. None of that modesty. This is an honor you've earned with your skills. Hiding it would be a disgrace. Zhao Chen said firmly. Let's do it tonight. I'll gather the senior staff for a commendation ceremony. That's really. Annie chuckled, her eyes narrowing with happiness. Half a day later, dressed in her finest attire and wearing perfume, Annie looked around with a dark expression. Where was the grand commendation? It was clearly a picnic barbecue party. Bessie, we're out of fish, bring some more. Zhao Chen, now a barbecue chef, was busy and enjoying himself. I want 3 more skewers of grilled fish, shouted Charlotte, holding a black fish in one hand and a fish steak in the other, a fish bone in her mouth. Who knew the commander had such skills? He's even better than the robots. Come on, bro. Can machine-made food compare to handmade? Zhao Chen explained while busy grilling. Just check out the fleet's dining hall. The key steps are all done manually. That's what makes it delicious. Absolutely right. Charlotte nodded vigorously in agreement. The commander's cooking is top-notch. Shun Bing also praised. Go try Lilith's dishes over there. Zhao Chen pointed to the adjacent stall. Lilith was gracefully cooking a variety of dishes, a stark contrast to Zhao Chen's frantic efforts. It turns out that Lilith spends her free time learning culinary skills, and even Zhao Chen's afternoon tea snacks are all made by her. Commander, weren't you supposed to hold a commendation ceremony today? Why did it turn into a picnic? Annie suddenly stood up, glaring at Zhao Chen with puffed cheeks. Oh right, the commendation ceremony, Zhao Chen exclaimed, suddenly remembering. Bessie, bring the prizes. Xinbing, keep an eye on the fire, don't let it burn. He then stood up, wiped his hands on his apron for effect, and cleared his throat ceremoniously. Everyone, please settle down. Lately, Comrade Annie has been diligent and efficient in completing construction tasks, achieving remarkable results, and is a model to us all. Therefore, I hereby award her the title of Outstanding Crew Member of the Xiaolong Fleet. Let's give her a round of applause. The crowd responded with applause. Bessie even set off a small firework, releasing colorful particles behind Annie, making a splendid display. All right, the ceremony is over. Let's continue. Zhao Chen clapped his hands. Charlotte, don't just eat the fish, try something else too. Balance your nutrition. The applause ceased immediately, and everyone went back to eating as if nothing had happened. Annie stood there, bewildered. Commander, is this what you call grand and ceremonial? Oh, I almost forgot. Zhao Chen smacked his forehead and retrieved a tea mug, placing it solemnly in front of Annie. This is my special gift for you. The mug had 4 large characters written in flamboyant script. Model worker. Annie tilted her head, feeling quite disappointed. This was far from what she had imagined. Just as the petite girl was feeling down, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke again. There's one more important thing, almost forgot. Annie's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at Zhao Chen. She knew the commander wouldn't dismiss her so casually. Zhao Chen raised his hand and handed over several starship design blueprints, saying in a deep voice, this is the future construction plan. The tasks for this quarter are about to be completed, so make sure to draft the plan for the next quarter promptly. Anne's face immediately fell. She hadn't expected that after all her waiting, instead of a reward, she would get more work. She was completely stunned. Fortunately, the aroma in the air quickly piqued her appetite. Sister Nyo, bring me 10 roasted beef legs. I'm going to eat my frustrations away. And glared at Zhao Chen and looked pitifully at Jinny. I just learned this recipe from the commander. I hope it suits your taste. Sister Nyo chuckled. Who cares? My wounded soul needs comfort. The dwarf clutched her chest dramatically, like a distressed maiden. Brother, stop bullying Anne. Zhao Wanner interjected with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Everything I said is true, Zhao Chen said without looking up. Have the plan ready within 3 days. Your performance has been commendable, and you'll receive the rewards you deserve. Your immediate family will enjoy basic fleet benefits, and you'll have priority in job assignments. Hearing this, Anne's face lit up. Really? Don't want it? Zhao Chen teased, raising an eyebrow. I do. Absolutely. She nodded eagerly. I knew the commander was the best. I bet someone was badmouthing me just now. Zhao Chen quipped. Who would dare badmouth the great commander? I'd be the first to bite them. And retorted, baring her teeth playfully. All right, Just remember to complete your tasks. Now, enjoy the food, Zhao Chen said with a doting smile, and immediately started ordering. Sister Lilith, some braised beef. Commander, a charcoal-grilled steak, please. It turned out that after Zhao Chen returned, he held a barbecue party at the pasture of the T2 Bronze Eden to reward the soldiers. The guests were all high-ranking officials of the Legion: Secretary Lilith, Bessie, Ailey, Captain Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, Xin Bing, Qi Tong, Pei Xingnan, Bai Shui, and Yi Xiaodong. Logistics Chief and Jenny, Yang and I, and Xiong Xiang. Actually, Zhao Chen gathered everyone not just for a celebration, but also to announce some important decisions. A few hours later, everyone was full and started drinking and chatting while listening to Zhao Chen speak. Except for Anne, who was still engrossed in eating and had no idea what Zhao Chen was saying. Her head buried in a pile of meat, her face completely hidden. Our fleet has grown to nearly 200 ships, with over 100 being warships. Calling it the Xiaolong fleet seems a bit inadequate now. So, I have decided that from now on, we will be the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen began straightforwardly. Although we're still a bit short of the 3,000 ships required for a full legion, I believe it won't be long before we have a mighty interstellar fleet. Everyone nodded in agreement, and, however, continued to eat, oblivious to Zhao Chen's words. Since we're upgrading to a legion, we need to adjust our structure, Zhao Chen continued. I will serve as the Supreme Commander, overseeing 5 fleets. The first fleet, led by the T3 Blizzard, will be commanded by Charlotte, who will also serve as the Deputy Commander of the Legion. The second fleet, centered around aircraft carriers, will be temporarily commanded by me, with Qi Tong and Shun Bing as my deputies. The third fleet, a missile ship formation, will be helmed by Bai Shui. The fourth fleet, specializing in special operations with stealth bombers, will be led by Zhao Wanner. The fifth fleet, responsible for logistics and support, will be jointly commanded by Bessie and Yang and I. Hearing their newfound responsibilities, Bessie and Yang and I were both pleasantly surprised. Although their fleet was the smallest, it was quite surprising that they could rise to the rank of commanders. The General Staff Department established a secretariat, with Lilith serving as the chief secretary. The Technical and Industrial Department was led by Annie, with Jenny assisting her. Additionally, Pei Xingnan and Yi Xiaodong, besides their original positions, were appointed as the heads of the fighter squadron and the mech squadron, respectively. They were to collaborate with Dean Xiang to supply the Legion with more exceptional pilots. In just a few minutes, the speech transformed the Xiaolong fleet into the Xiaolong Legion. Xin Bing could hardly believe that such an important appointment ceremony took place at a barbecue party. She instinctively wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, thinking how vastly different this was from the grand event she had imagined. 3 days later, Annie came to find Zhao Chen to discuss work matters, and as expected, the astute and capable Lilith accompanied her. Although Annie was the key figure in the construction planning, the supply of raw materials heavily relied on Lilith's support. As soon as Annie entered the meeting room, she restlessly scrutinized Commander Zhao Chen. Boldly, she suggested examining his genetic sequence to uncover the mysteries behind the enigmatic commander. However, within just 30 seconds, Annie sat quietly in her chair, clutching her head and no longer causing a scene. During the meeting, Annie outlined a detailed construction plan based on the new starship technology blueprints provided by the commander and the future needs of the Xiaolong Legion. Lilith, noticing this, raised her head to carefully examine the dazzling starship technology documents. The T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship, the T3 Silvermus-class light interstellar stealth scout ship, and the T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship were vividly depicted on the pages. Among them, the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship was the most valuable. The Xiaolong Legion had long experienced the formidable power of interstellar missile ships, and possessing one would be irresistible. Similarly, the T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship was equally impressive, perfectly aligning with the Xiaolong Legion's current strategy of being small yet elite. According to Annie, the Xiaolong Legion currently possessed 10 T3 furnaces and 30 T2 hammers. 5 of the T3 furnaces were designated for the construction of the originally planned T4 Rebirth-class clone starship, expected to be operational by the end of June. Annie then solemnly detailed the specific arrangements of the overall construction plan. Following the commander's instructions, the first batch would include at least 5 T3 Judicators, built by 3 T3 furnaces, followed by 5 T3 Silver Edens, constructed by 1 T3 furnace and several T2 hammers. And 1 T3 furnace would build 1 T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship. Additionally, the remaining capacity could support the construction of 5 T3 Silvermus-class light interstellar stealth scout ships. Any surplus capacity would be used to compensate for starships lost in the Zerg Wars and to manufacture strategic supplies such as interstellar missiles and energy blocks. This surplus capacity could also flexibly respond to any temporary construction needs. Despite her serious demeanor, resembling a mature young adult, Annie couldn't help but swing her legs under the table, revealing her childlike nature. Lilith summarized that by mid-year, the construction plan would deliver one T4 Rebirth-class clone starship, one T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship, 5 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, 5 T3 Silver Eden-class starships, and 5 T3 Silvermus-class light interstellar stealth scout ships. The entire plan required a massive investment of 70 billion star coins in production resources and raw materials, with the ongoing T4 Rebirth-class clone starship alone consuming 50 billion star coins in just 3 months, taking the lion's share. Hearing this, Zhao Chen directed his gaze toward Lilith. Understanding his cue, Lilith immediately brought up the current financial and resource status of the Xiaolong Legion. It turned out that at the beginning of the year, the Xiaolong Legion had received a 200 billion star coin technology authorization fee from Governor Chu, resulting in a financial and raw material reserve of 230 billion star coins. The production plan for this quarter will consume nearly 10 billion star coins. In addition, there is the 10 billion star coin allocation for the Xiaolong star system construction given to Jiang Hong, not to mention the cost of the recent battle. Zhao Chen couldn't help but interject to inquire about the expenditure statistics for the Zerg campaign. Lilith quickly opened another electronic document, and Zhao Chen scanned through it rapidly. He saw that in this battle, the Xiaolong fleet experienced the first loss of interstellar battleships, including 5 T2 Black Rhinos and 1 T3 Blizzard. Some were destroyed by enemy ships, while others were dismantled on-site due to severe damage, with core technology disposed of before being sold as raw materials to local merchants. Additionally, there were significant losses of T3 Phoenix-class starfighters and drones, totaling over 4,500 T3 Black Phoenix drones and 32 T3 Phoenix-class starfighters. Lilith calculated that excluding the lost battleships, this Zerg campaign alone resulted in a massive expenditure of 1 billion star coins. This figure might seem insignificant in the context of the total expenditure for the Zerg campaign in the Beifeng Star region, but considering that just 100 or so starships incurred such costs, many fleet commanders would be astounded. Extrapolating this ratio, a fleet of 3,000 regiment-level starships would likely cost 30 billion star coins, which is a terrifying thought. Fortunately, even after deducting this 1 billion star coin loss, the Xiaolong Corps still has about 110 billion star coins in funds and raw materials. Lilith added that the current 70 billion star coin construction plan is still within manageable limits. Zhao Chen nodded in approval and authorized the plan to proceed. Although he originally wanted to build another T4 Huigang-class interstellar warp ship, expanding the fleet is urgent, and there is simply no surplus capacity at the moment. He had to temporarily shelve this idea and wait until the second half of the year to expand a batch of T3 furnaces to further enhance the Xiaolong Corps' production capacity, then address the shortage of these starships. It usually takes ordinary people at least a century to forge an elite interstellar fleet. However, under Zhao Chen's command, the Xiaolong Corps has already taken shape in just a few months, yet he still finds the efficiency lacking. If outsiders knew this, they would surely marvel at his unawareness of his good fortune. Among them, the T3 Silver Eden-class starship must be operational by early April at the latest. Zhao Chen emphasized this important matter. Annie nodded repeatedly, assuring that there would be no problem. With that, Zhao Chen declared the meeting adjourned. However, his gaze lingered on Annie, hinting at displeasure. Sensing the tension, Annie quickly made an excuse to leave, claiming she suddenly remembered an urgent task and jumped off her chair to escape. But her clever little mind couldn't evade the grasp of a large hand. Annie, I heard someone is selling things related to me online. Things like a bowl I used, my photos, and even my... A chilling voice came from behind Annie. Gulp. Annie involuntarily swallowed, looking guilty as sin. Annie's secret dealings of selling Commander Zhao Chen's items were uncovered. Surprisingly, after a heartfelt conversation, they reached an agreement. 50% of Annie's profits would be allocated for future gatherings. In other words, Annie would be footing the bill for meals from now on. This revelation left Annie distraught as she exited the bridge, feeling as though her heart was bleeding. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, it was the end of the first quarter of Galactic Year 3032. This was a day that the North Wind Star region would never forget. Zerg attacks ravaged the area, displacing hundreds of millions and affecting the lives of billions, causing the prices of food and nutrient meals to skyrocket. The Xiaolong star system faced its own turmoil due to a new residency law issued by the Xiaolong Lord. On March 31st, one particular planet in the system experienced a sleepless night. According to the law, starting at 8 a.m. the next day, those with Xiaolong residency would have unrestricted access to purchase natural food. For most families, this was like manna from heaven. Natural produce, which was previously a rare luxury, could now be bought at a minimal cost. As evening approached, the settlement square teemed with people. Thousands gathered, eagerly watching information about the law on electronic projection screens, anxiously awaiting the dawn. Among them were many non-residents who had come to watch the spectacle, making sarcastic remarks. "You guys are all fools," a drunken man sneered. "How can this law be real? Buying natural food at cost price? If it's that cheap, I'll shove this bottle up my rear." He laughed, swaying with a bottle of synthetic alcohol in hand, which, though as nutritious as a meal, still made him stagger. Old drunk, if you're not a resident, stop raining on our parade. Go cool off somewhere else, someone retorted angrily. The old drunk laughed mockingly. I'm not leaving. I want to see the look on your faces when you're disappointed tomorrow. In one corner of the square, a couple sat cross-legged. The husband yawned, drowsily suggesting, "Honey, let's go home and sleep." But his wife, resolute, replied, "If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'm staying." The husband sighed, trying to persuade her only because he didn't want her to be disappointed. Although he was skeptical, he had joined the residency just to make his wife happy. In this remote place, what difference did it make? But his wife was determined, and he began to think about how to console her if things didn't turn out as she hoped. A few steps away in a nearby residential building, a young couple watched the bustling crowd through the window. The girl scoffed, "A bunch of idiots. They actually believe it. As if a broke lord has that much money. Even a marquis or earl couldn't pull this off." Her boyfriend, hugging her from behind, confidently reassured her, "Don't worry. Once I join the Jiang family, I'll take you away from this godforsaken place." The Jiang family is a prestigious name in our star system. My cousin's husband's aunt is part of the Jiang family and has promised me a position. Soon, we'll be seeing a much bigger world. The girl nestled sweetly in his arms, already dreaming of the higher social circles she could access once he paved the way, and contemplating finding an even wealthier suitor. Time ticked by, second by second, as the night quietly faded away and dawn gradually spread its light over the land. In the square, some people groggily opened their sleepy eyes, realizing there were still 4 hours left until 8 o'clock. The crowd around them grew larger and larger, filling the streets to the brim. The situation began to spiral out of control, prompting the settlement managers to urgently deploy the security team to handle the brewing unrest. The Lord brought this trouble upon himself. One manager grumbled, "Selling grain at cost price? Does he think he's some kind of savior?" As someone in power, he understood how impractical the decree was. Now, all they could do was wait for the moment when the policy bubble would burst. Time continued to pass. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7:30. Everyone stood up, eyes fixed on the sky, eagerly anticipating the moment. Nearby, an old drunkard shook his empty bottle mockingly. "Fools, just wait until you see your disappointment," he sneered. In the corner, a couple clutched each other's hands tightly, full of hope. A young pair by the window leaned on each other, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. At precisely 8 o'clock, an eerie silence fell over the square. People exchanged bewildered glances. The promised exchange from the decree had not arrived. Were they really duped? The old drunkard burst into laughter, pointing at the people around him. "Ha ha ha, did you really believe it? What a bunch of idiots." The crowd was stunned, confused, and then angry, leading to an uproar. They had indeed been fooled. The decree that was supposed to change their fate was nothing but an illusion, a grand scam. At 8:10, the majority of people in the square were disappointed. Initially, they were skeptical about the feasibility of the decree, but the significant improvement in the livelihood of the Xiaolong galaxy over the past year had led them to fantasize that the elusive lord might indeed work miracles. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The discontentment of those without household registration added fuel to the fire, causing public resentment to swell like a flood, threatening to burst at any moment. "We need to protest. We need to march," someone angrily shouted. "How dare the Lord deceive the people? I was hoping to say goodbye to nutritional meals, but instead, we get this farce." If it couldn't be done, the promise shouldn't have been made in the first place. Complaints rose one after another, and the voices of denunciation grew louder. Just as the tension was reaching a boiling point, all the holographic projection areas in the city suddenly lit up, and the image of acting Lord Jianghong appeared on the virtual screens. She was dressed in professional attire, seated at a desk with the flag of the Xingyao Empire and the crest of the Xiaolong Lord prominently displayed. Jianghong calmly announced that, according to the previously issued Lord's decree, starting from 8 a.m. on April 1st, all Xiaolong household registration holders could purchase natural ingredients at official food supermarkets or online, with online orders delivered to designated pickup points within 3 days. Initially, each person would be limited to a 3-day supply, but the restrictions would gradually be lifted, and by the end of April, except for the prohibition on private sales, the purchase quota would be fully relaxed. As Jiang Hong's voice echoed across the city, the previously angry and noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, dozens of T1 transport ships landed at various official food operation points, which had originally sold nutritional meals but had now been partially converted to sell natural ingredients. With a ding, every registered resident received a message on their Terminalan exclusive online shopping channel for Xiaolong household registration holders to buy natural ingredients. Instantly, cities across the planet erupted in excitement, with large crowds flocking to the official food points. The security teams, initially on standby to quell unrest, now found themselves busy maintaining order amidst the surging crowds. In the square, a couple was overwhelmed with joy. The wife pinched her husband's thigh hard, and despite his yelp of pain, he was too excited to care. "Quick, let's go to the official food point to buy," he exclaimed. The wife rolled her eyes and retorted, "Fool, it's already packed with people. Online shopping is faster." With that, she immediately opened the holographic projection and placed an order. The low prices of the ingredients were astonishing. Even livestock meat was several times cheaper. Although they couldn't afford to enjoy it every day, it was more than enough for their monthly meals, and having a meat dish once a week was no longer a problem. Without hesitation, she placed an order, almost emptying the couple's savings. "Oh my, natural brewed wine is so cheap." A man with a penchant for alcohol couldn't resist and spent several days' wages on the cheapest bottle. The once-mocking drunkard could only watch in envy. All around the square, the sound of payment confirmations echoed, with messages promising delivery within 3 days. The couple who had been merely spectators were now wide-eyed in disbelief. This is actually real?" The girl murmured in astonishment. Her boyfriend clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "No way. There must be a trick." "Humph, sour grapes." The neighbor next door, having had enough, stuck his head out and retorted, "People have already bought the real stuff from the official grain store. If you don't believe it, check the forums yourself." It seemed he had tolerated this sarcastic couple for days. The girl opened the local forum, and the trending posts were all pictures and videos of people who had actually received their orders. Some even captured footage of the T1 transport ship unloading boxes of natural ingredients and raw materials, semi-finished products, and a variety of alcoholic beverages. 2 weeks passed, and the supply of natural ingredients remained steady, with all online orders delivered on time. Those who initially didn't register now regretted it deeply. Even the skeptics who doubted how long the good times would last were envious and bitter. Half a month later, everyone had to admit that the Lord's decree was real. A large number of unregistered individuals began pleading with the government for another chance, leading to family disputes and father-son arguments. Worse still, those who had vehemently discouraged others from registering were now treated like outcasts, resulting in hundreds of violent incidents. In the square, a drunkard had turned into a complete lunatic, mumbling, "It's all fake. It's all fake." From that moment on, the prestige of the Xiaolong Lord soared to unprecedented heights within the galaxy. Anyone daring to slander the Lord or the Zhao family would undoubtedly face public disgrace and scorn. On the bridge of the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, everything was running smoothly. As the sale of natural food ingredients gradually gained traction, the supply and demand were balancing out, significantly improving the residents' quality of life and work attitudes. Even those who had not yet obtained citizenship were inspired by this policy and flocked to vocational and technical schools to enhance their skills. In a video window, acting Lord Jianghong was reporting the significant changes in the Xiaolong star system over the past 2 weeks. Zhao Chen nodded approvingly, "Excellent. Establishing such good order so quickly shows that your groundwork was solid." Jianghong humbly responded, "Commander, it was the supply of natural food ingredients you provided that made the decisive difference. Without adequate supply, this process wouldn't have functioned." Zhao Chen reassured her, "Don't worry. Bessie will coordinate with you to ensure that the monthly food supply won't be interrupted." Though surprised by Zhao Chen's allocation of such a large portion of food, Jiang Hong didn't question it. She only knew that at the end of March, several large T2 interstellar transport ships had departed from the Xiaolong military zone, delivering batches of food to her, which she then redistributed to various planets using T1 interstellar transport ships. "There is another matter." Jiang Hong hesitated. "It's about the household registration policy. Some are pressuring for more quotas." Zhao Chen sneered. "Now that they see tangible benefits, they're in a hurry?" Apart from the first group of unconditional joiners, subsequent registrations must meet the criteria. Technical talents, years of service, meritorious performance, family members of female soldiers, or investment-based residents. No exceptions. "Some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever," he added. "Anyone causing trouble over this will be permanently expelled, and those who are serious offenders will be sentenced to mining." Jiang Hong nodded in agreement. In fact, she and Zhao Chun were on the same page. 1 million household registrations were already a considerable achievement. By making them scarce, it would motivate non-citizens to find legitimate ways to gain citizenship while giving current citizens a sense of superiority and cohesion. As the meeting ended, Zhao Qin glanced at the system task interface. The quality of life for residents in the Xiaolong star system had skyrocketed from 0.6 points at the beginning of the year to 2 points in just 2 weeks. This is what the people need. Assurance of 3 meals a day and hope for the future. The value continued to rise, almost daily. Next, with the gradual distribution of benefits like pensions, housing, healthcare, and education, Zhao Chen was confident that he could turn the Xiaolong star system into a land of opportunity, attracting talents from all over. He looked out the porthole at the colossal T3 Silver Eden 001 ship standing in the starry sea. Its internal structure was like a small world unto itself. It was thanks to its commissioning that the food policy could be successfully implemented. Commander, the food trade from this T3 Silver Eden can contribute nearly 10 billion star coins in annual profit, Lilith analyzed beside him. Despite selling food at low prices to Xiaolong registered residents, Zhao Chen could still make a profit, albeit not as high as market rates. This profit could maintain fleet operations, with the remaining funds allocated to Jianghong for improving public welfare, creating a virtuous cycle. Zhao Chen nodded. Food trade is on par with arms trade as a pillar of interstellar commerce. Although the profit margins are not high, the vast supply and demand create a huge market. Once we have enough T3 Silver Eden, we can establish a specialized interstellar food trading group to sell food externally and generate revenue. Lilith wholeheartedly agreed. Speaking of trade, Zhao Chen remembered the quarterly Tastocell 100 system-produced starships, which must be built by his fleet. This isn't too difficult, but the question is, who to sell them to? This needs careful consideration. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's terminal flashed, indicating an urgent communication request. It was from Liyaki. Her face was pale, her expression anxious and distressed, with a hint of guilt. Without any preamble, she said, Lord Zhao Chen, something has happened in Beiyin. Zhao Chen looked at Liyaki, whose face was pale and clearly unwell. She stammered. The industrial park under Beiyin Corporation was attacked by unknown forces a day ago. Over 90% of the Starship production lines were destroyed, including all T2 Mastiff production lines and hundreds of Mastiffs under construction. Zhao Chen asked if there were any clues about the attackers, but Liyaki shook her head. The attack was too sudden. By the time our people arrived, it was nothing but ruins, with numerous Zerg corpses found at the scene. Interestingly, there are no known Zerg hives in our star system, and the industrial park was guarded by an entire Legion fleet. If it was a Zerg attack, there would have been some warning. Even more bizarre, traces of what appear to be T3-level starship weapons were found among the ruins. Liyaki angrily continued. I've reported this to the local system lord and the governor of Beifeng, but the feedback was that they would investigate. However, internal sources say no compelling evidence has been found, and it will likely be classified as an attack by a rogue Zerg fleet. But without direct evidence, anything I say is in vain. Zhao Chen understood. The Beiyin Corporation's industrial park was located in a system directly under the jurisdiction of the Beifeng governor. Normally, the governor wouldn't ignore this rising commercial giant and would certainly investigate thoroughly. However, the Beifeng Star region was currently in turmoil. The recent Zerg disaster had just been quelled, and many affected star systems urgently needed resettlement, making it difficult to allocate resources to address Beiyin's predicament. Zhao Chen whispered, if someone is indeed behind this, they're likely a competitor eyeing the military procurement contracts. The Hurricane Consortium. Liyaki spat the name through gritted teeth. It was well known that the Hurricane Consortium was Beiyin's biggest rival. In the recent military procurement meeting, Beiyin had relied on the T2 Mastiff to cut off the Hurricane Consortium's cash cow, knocking them off their pedestal. The enmity between the two was obvious. The Hurricane Consortium likely had even more powerful backers, but with the current evidence, revenge would have to wait. The immediate priority was completing the military procurement order. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, can you contact the Imperial military to request an extension on the delivery date for the second batch of orders? Liyaki shook her head helplessly. I've already reported the suspected attack, but the procurement department's stance is unusually firm. They insist that regardless of what happens, we must adhere strictly to the contract, or face breach of contract penalties. This is highly unusual. Typically, a small delay wouldn't be a big deal. It seems the forces behind this are quite influential, even swaying the procurement department. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, how is Beiyin Corporation's current financial situation? Liyaki, surprised, answered honestly, we've used the sales revenue from T1 Wolf Fleet-class destroyers and other starships to expand the T2 Mastiff production base, including the 13 billion star credits advance payment for the military order. After deducting raw material purchases and labor costs, we still have 10 billion star credits on the books. But no amount of money can solve the problem if we lack production capacity. We simply can't meet the delivery deadlines. Zhao Chen confidently replied, I've already thought of a solution. Since the military procurement order requires on-time delivery, we'll make sure to deliver. Liyaki was utterly stunned. How is this possible? Zhao Chen pressed on, in the North Windstar region, how many T2 grade starship manufacturing bays can you rent in a short period of time? Liyaki recalled, there are 365 spaceports across the region, 35 of which are equipped with T2 grade manufacturing bays, totaling nearly 300 T2 starship construction slots. However, due to the insect plague, these bays are in high demand. A portion of them must already be rented out. I can probably secure about a third at most. She seemed to guess what Zhao Chen was thinking and shook her head. Even if we rent these bays to build T2 Mastiffs, we still can't meet the military procurement deadline. But Zhao Chen smiled and said, I'm not planning to build T2 Mastiffs. I'm talking about this starship. With that, he raised his hand and projected a holographic image of a T2 grade industrial ship. Now, you need to secure the rental rights to those bays as quickly as possible and immediately arrange for the technical staff to be on standby. Time is indeed tight, but I'll find a way to get us an extension. Just follow my plan. This will be our last stand. Li Yaqi was completely bewildered. Cheers to the Hurricane Consortium. Feng Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly, raising his glass. Feng Weihao and Feng Dawei smiled as they looked at Marshal Huang Zhixiang and Governor Bailan sitting across from them. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, the northern wind star region would suffer such a massive insect infestation? Our sabotage of the Northern Goose Industrial Park has been perfectly blamed on the insect race, leaving no evidence. That woman Li Yaqi can only suffer in silence. Haha, this is sweet revenge for the Hurricane Consortium. Feng Xiaowei downed several more drinks in high spirits. Feng Weihao glared at his overexcited son and looked apologetically at the two bigwigs. Huang Zhixiang waved his hand with a smile. It's fine. Young men are full of vigor. Governor Bailan also smiled. The second batch of military procurement orders from Northern Goose will undoubtedly be delayed. I've already communicated with the procurement department. They won't give Li Yaqi any breathing room. I also plan to spread the news about the destruction of the Northern Goose Industrial Park. Once the whole nation knows that Northern Goose has lost all production capacity and can't fulfill orders, those buyers will turn against them. Feng Dawei smirked coldly. They'll be done for. Feng Weihao cautiously asked. And after that, the T2 Mastiff technology that Northern Goose defaulted on. Governor Bailan replied calmly. I've discussed it with the higher-ups. We'll establish a military trade group under the name of a certain prince to specifically sell the T2 Mastiff. Of course, the prince won't personally manage it. He will give us a 50 stake to oversee it. Neither Marshal Huang nor I have the time for this. So we plan to outsource the business to your Hurricane Consortium. This way, you'll also gain access to the core technology of the T2 Mastiff. As for that 50 stake, he paused, and both he and Huang Zhixiang smiled without speaking. Feng Weihao knew these shrewd old foxes were waiting to exploit him. The new group was clearly just a shell for dividing the spoils, and in the end, it would be the Hurricane Consortium doing all the work. He maintained his composure and feigned excitement. That's excellent. Since you both have this plan, the Feng family is willing to lead the way. We'll only take a 10 profit, and the remaining 40 will be split between you two. Please put in a good word for us with the prince. A 10 profit was practically working for free, but the benefit was gaining access to the T2 Mastiff technology. Most importantly, it would deal a heavy blow to the Northern Goose Group, which had dethroned the Hurricane Consortium. For that, a little sacrifice was worth it. If you dare to compete with the Hurricane Consortium, this is the price you pay. Governor Bailan stood up to leave. Everything is arranged. I'll take my leave now. The recent withdrawal of the mechanical race has left a vast area of resource-rich star systems, keeping me extremely busy. Feng Weihao immediately stepped forward obsequiously. Expanding the Empire's territory is our lifelong ambition. If we can share your burden, that would be ideal. Bailan smiled and lightly patted Feng Weihao's face. I've heard all about your little schemes from the glorious Empire. You just want some resource extraction rights, don't you? Don't worry. As long as the Feng family performs well, I won't treat you unfairly. With that, he strode out. Soon after, Huang Zhixiang also took his leave. The smiles on the faces of the Feng family trio vanished instantly. Feng Weihao sat back down gloomily. Feng Dawei said remorsefully, I'm sorry, father, for causing you humiliation. Feng Weihao shook his head. It's all for the Feng family, for the future of the Hurricane Consortium. As long as there's a chance, there will always be a day to rise again. What we need to do is endure. I believe this process won't take too long. Making Bayan pay right now is a good start. It's just a pity that we can't destroy them with our own hands. Dawei sneered, Father. I've prepared a big surprise for that woman. I've incited some of the collateral branches of the Yi family. They're currently adding insult to injury, giving Li Yaqi a hard time. Weihao laughed heartily. That's my son. Feng Weihao's son. Let everyone see what happens when you offend the Hurricane Consortium. Beside them, the drunken Feng Xiaowei leaned on him, mumbling, another drink, another drink. Weihao's face darkened as he looked at his disappointing younger son. Sighing inwardly, how can two sons be so different? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Bayan Group, a farcical coup was unfolding. A group of uncles surrounded Li Yaqi's father, seething with anger. The production line is destroyed. The military procurement orders can't be fulfilled. We'll have to pay 10 times the penalty. I always said we shouldn't enter the defense industry. Now the Li family's fortune is going to be wiped out. It's over, all over. Brother, look at the mess your good daughter has made. Not long ago, these same people were praising Li Yaqi's cleverness in front of the Li family head. and when she secured a big order at the military procurement meeting, they were all eager to ingratiate themselves and insert their people into her manufacturing department. Now, with the wind shifted, they were eager to distance themselves and shift the blame. The Li family head was filled with sorrow and disappointment in these relatives, even contemplating disbanding the family. Someone started shouting, "Where is Liyaki? After causing such a big mess, she's hiding." The family head felt utterly exhausted. At this moment, Liyaki in the adjacent room couldn't help but want to rush out, but her mother grabbed her tightly. "Yaki, your father instructed that no matter what happens outside, you must not go out," her mother earnestly advised. Liyaki clenched her fists in frustration. "These useless people. When I was making money, they all acted like they were my best friends. Now that there's trouble, they can't distance themselves fast enough." Her mother sighed. "That's human nature. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. I just can't swallow this anger," Liyaki said indignantly. At that moment, her wrist terminal started flashing. Seeing this, she quickly bade her mother farewell and headed straight to the office in the inner room, entering the virtual network space. Lord Zhao Chen. Facing Zhao Chen on the screen, Liyaki's gaze softened immediately. In this predicament, it seemed that only this man was still wholeheartedly planning for her Beiyan. Compared to those uncles, the difference was night and day. "How are the arrangements for renting the starport workshops?" Zhao Chen asked directly. Liyaki pulled up an electronic spreadsheet listing the coordinates of various starport workshops. "Currently, we have signed leases for 200 T2 battleship production workshops for 6 months. I plan to send people to the Chu River Star region and surrounding areas to secure the rights to 500 more T2 workshops within 3 days. As for the technical staff, the fastest are already in place, and the slowest should be on site within a week." Very impressive, Zhao Chen praised sincerely. The ability to secure over 500 starport workshops was remarkable. He immediately sent her an electronic document. A T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship? Liyaki scanned the document in surprise. The production efficiency of this T2 industrial ship far surpassed ordinary starship factories and workshops. Zhao Chen explained patiently, "My plan is for your starport workshops to focus entirely on building T2 hammers. Once completed, they will be transferred to the Beiyan base to specialize in producing T2 mastiffs. According to my calculations, a well-supplied starport workshop can build 1 T2 hammer in 20 days, and a single hammer can produce 5 mastiffs per month. This way, as long as we build 300 to 500 hammers, there will be no problem completing the second batch of 3,000 military orders by the end of June. 5 per month." Liyaki was stunned, almost unable to believe her ears. As far as she knew, no existing T2 industrial ship had such advanced capabilities, comparable to several T2 mastiffs. "Are you really going to give me this starship?" she asked in disbelief. Zhao Chen nodded. "This is the only way to save your Beiyan. Since I now have the T3 furnace, the T2 hammer is no longer essential to me. It's better to give it to you and fully extract its remaining value." Liyaki bit her lip and said softly, "Lord Zhao Chen, the value of this hammer even exceeds that of the T2 mastiff. For the sake of my Beiyan, you really don't have to do this. With your abilities, you could easily start a new interstellar trade group." From a business perspective, Zhao Chen's deal seemed like a massive loss. But Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "You misunderstand 2 things. First, I'm not giving you the T2 hammer for free. There are conditions, which we will discuss later. Second, while I may not be a great businessman, I do understand the value of talent. Compared to Beiyan, I trust you more. I can build as many interstellar corporations like Beiyan as I want, but there's only one Liyaki." Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Chen's words pounded like a drum, striking Liyaki's heart. Her cheeks flushed, and a fluttering sensation arose within her. She didn't dare to look Zhao Chen in the eyes and stammered, "What was the other thing you mentioned earlier?" Zhao Chen looked at her earnestly. "I've heard that many within your Li family are criticizing you, right?" At the mention of this, Liyaki felt a headache coming on and replied self-deprecatingly, "I'm sorry you had to see that. Some things are better dealt with swiftly. What I want to say is that I hope to use the T2 hammer as a bargaining chip to collaborate with you. Note, with you, not your family. This partnership could be a fresh start or continue under the Beiyan name, but the profit distribution must be reorganized from a 70-30 split to a 9,010 split. That 90-10 is the proportion of net profit." Zhao Chen spoke earnestly and even added a light-hearted remark at the end. "Consider the T2 hammer as my investment." His words were like a wake-up call, and Liyaki suddenly understood. She looked intently at Zhao Chen, her mind racing. As if seeing through her hesitation, Zhao Chen said softly, "Perhaps you still have some attachment to your family. So take this opportunity to make a clean break." Liyaki took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Ending her conversation with Zhao Chen, Liyaki walked out of her office and headed straight for the conference room where a heated argument was taking place. Her mother was shocked to see her daughter's newfound confidence. She reassured her mother. Mother, father is getting old and can't handle everything himself. Li Wei isn't home, so it's my duty as his daughter to shoulder this burden. Don't worry, Bei Yin won't fall, and our Li family will emerge renewed. Pushing open the door, Li Yaqi's appearance stunned her uncles. What angered her even more was that an uncle dared to scold her father in public. This only strengthened her resolve. Before anyone could speak, she said firmly, since you all believe everything is my fault, then I won't bother you anymore. From now on, I, Li Yaqi, will take full responsibility for everything related to Bei Yin Group. We have nothing more to do with each other. Splitting the family assets? The room fell silent at the suggestion, but the eyes of the uncles and cousins revealed their eagerness. In the past, with the support of T2 Tibetan Mastiff, they wouldn't have dared entertain such thoughts. But now, with the military purchase deal on the brink of collapse, not only the Tibetan Mastiff but even the foundation of the Li family seemed precarious. Dividing the family assets now might preserve some wealth, ensuring a life free from want, better than being dragged down by Li Yaqi. The head of the Li family looked at his daughter, hesitating to speak. In the past, he would never have allowed a split. But seeing the true colors of his relatives, his once fervent loyalty to the family had cooled. Yaqi, your uncles don't mean to blame you. It's just that given the current situation, one uncle began, feigning kindness. But the head's younger brother, who had just publicly scolded him, interrupted. Fine. Remember, this was your idea. Don't blame us for forcing you. We can split the assets. But as for the original holdings of Bei Yin, it became clear that Bei Yin had other assets when it first started. Starship manufacturing was a recent venture. They didn't want this hot potato, but the old assets couldn't just be handed over to Li Yaqi. Except for the Starship technology, I don't want anything else, Li Yaqi said firmly. Those old assets were nothing compared to the Starship trade, which brought in 100 billion in down payments in just 1 year, far outstripping the other industries that might not achieve that in 10 years. Then sign the papers. The younger uncle took the lead, and the others followed suit, afraid to be left behind. Though they feigned concern for Li Yaqi, they signed the documents without hesitation. Li Yaqi glanced at the electronic contract, filled with the names of Li family members, almost none missing. She smiled bitterly, realizing that all her and her father's efforts over the years had been to support these ingrates. She decisively signed her name and then walked over to her father, who had been sitting silently. Leaning close to his ear, she said firmly, Dad, I suggested splitting the family assets long ago, but you insisted on keeping it together. Now you see, they can't wait to sever ties. Blood relations, what do they mean? If you sign, I guarantee Bei Yin will rise again, and they'll regret their decision. Father Li looked around the room and sighed deeply. Fine. If you're all so determined, let's cut ties completely. From now on, we go our separate ways, and my daughter and I will have nothing more to do with you. With that, he shakily signed his name. Thus, the family officially split. The electronic contract took effect immediately, and everyone received a copy. This marked the disintegration of the once mighty Bei Yin. One more thing. According to the agreement, the name Bei Yin belongs to us. You are no longer allowed to use it. If there's nothing else, please leave. Li Yaqi issued the eviction order, knowing full well that Bei Yin was now a pariah, shunned by all. In no time, the large conference room was empty, leaving only the father and daughter. Who would have thought? A century-old family business, ruined by my hand, Father Li said with a bitter smile, looking as if he had aged 10 years. Dad, I have a plan for this crisis. Bei Yin won't fall, Li Yaqi reassured him confidently. Father Li looked at his daughter knowingly. Is it that mysterious partner of yours who's stepping in to help? He had always been aware of Li Yaqi's maneuvers, but rarely interfered in her business dealings. Rest assured, we won't miss the deadline for this military purchase order, Li Yaqi declared resolutely. I'm getting old and can no longer keep up with the demands of the business. It's the perfect time for me to retire and spend more time with your mother. Bei Yin is now completely in your hands. Mr. Li announced his retirement, entrusting the company entirely to his daughter. Li Yaqi looked at her father, who seemed to have aged overnight. Although the division of the family business had been a heavy blow to him, she did not stop him. She thought it would be best to wait until the current crisis was over before asking her father to return to the business world. Back in her office, Li Yaqi threw herself into her work. Zhao Chen had laid out a detailed plan for her, but ensuring every detail was executed flawlessly fell on her shoulders. From raw material supplies to the deployment of technical personnel, she handled every aspect personally. The need to rush the production of the T2 hammers in the Xingang workshop meant a significant increase in costs. The rent alone for nearly 500 construction slots for half a year was a staggering 3 billion star coins, not to mention the expenses for technical personnel and raw materials, and the procurement of materials for the T2 Mastiff orders. Li Yaqi was overwhelmed with work, but she firmly believed that if she followed Zhao Chen's plan meticulously, they could overcome the challenges and defeat those who had schemed against Bei Yin. After working non-stop for several hours, Li Yaqi stretched and opened the holographic image of the T2 hammer, carefully examining the nearly perfect interstellar industrial ship. She marveled at how every starship Zhao Chen had given her was so exquisitely designed, wondering how many more astonishing creations this man had up his sleeve. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the vast expanse of space, Li Yaqi's eyes were sharp and determined. Hurricane Consortium. If you are indeed behind all this, I, Li Yaqi, will make you pay dearly and regret it. Soon, across the entire Beifeng Star region and even the neighboring Chuha Star region, numerous Xingang workshops were being leased long-term by Beiyan. Raw materials and technical talents were pouring in like a tide. Meanwhile, news of the Beiyan Group's split spread quickly. In the galactic year 3032, mid-May, rumors were rampant about the destruction of the starship manufacturing industrial park of the Northern Goose Group and the risks of military procurement contract breaches. Even its parent company, Northern Yin Interstellar Trade Group, was reported to be in chaos, with the Li family members fleeing in all directions. Interstellar forces that had originally placed orders with Northern Goose were demanding cancellations, pushing the situation to the brink of chaos. In mid-April, Li Yaqi held a press conference, openly admitting that while Northern Goose's production lines were affected, the military procurement orders would be delivered on time, and other orders would not be delayed. For those requesting cancellations, Northern Goose would deduct one-third of the deposit as a penalty and refund the remaining amount immediately, but would cease cooperation for the next 20 years. Li Yaqi's firm stance shocked many, clearly warning that cancellations were possible. Money would be refunded, but future cooperation would be off the table. If Northern Goose was truly in such dire straits as rumored, how could they afford to be so aggressive? Could it be that they were confident in meeting the delivery deadlines? Some partners began to waver, as missing out on the highly cost-effective T2 Tibetan Mastiff destroyer would be a significant loss, with no substitute available for the next 20 years. This hesitation caused some clients to reconsider their cancellation decisions. Of course, some were resolute in their decision to leave, and Northern Goose promptly refunded them and publicly announced a cessation of cooperation for the next 20 years. Meanwhile, at the Xiaolong base, Zhao Chen was admiring two newly commissioned Stady-Off-Tart warships, the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship and the T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. The Judicator's appearance is truly beautiful, like a righteous angel of judgment wielding a sword and shield, Zhao Chen remarked. Unlike typical warships, the T3 Judicator's height far exceeded its length, giving it a majestic and imposing presence. When you spend that much money, it better look good, Lilith said with a wry smile. Just the shipborne missiles alone cost 2.5 billion star coins. Firing 5 ships worth would be like throwing away tens of billions. This isn't warfare. It's burning money. As the secretary officer, she couldn't help but feel a pang of financial pain. Zhao Chen's gaze then fell on the petite T3 Silver Mouse reconnaissance ship beside it. It was just 300 meters long, similar to common T2 warships, with an unimpressive exterior. But this little ship had an astonishing speed, second only to the T3 Blizzard in extreme navigation mode among T3 ships, and its maneuverability far surpassed the latter. With its incredible speed, small size, and full stealth capability, it was tailor-made for reconnaissance missions. Even more valuable, it could intercept enemy communications, gather intelligence, and encrypt communications for allies, significantly enhancing command efficiency. In short, it was the perfect scout on the battlefield. Have the captains for these new ships been decided? Given that it's their first deployment, starting from scratch, the requirements for the captains are quite high, Zhao Chen asked. The captain for the T3 Judicator has long been decided. It's the 3rd Fleet Commander, She-Wolf by Shui. She's had her eye on this missile ship for a while now. She practically wanted to sleep on the bridge during the trial run and is still clinging to it. As for the T3 Silver Mouse, the captain is an outstanding graduate from your alma mater, Northern Star. You've mentioned her before. This is a good opportunity to test her true capabilities, Lilith responded. As they spoke, Lilith's terminal rang. She glanced at the message and exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, we have news from the Leo star system." The Leo star system? Zhao Chen was taken aback. It had been a long time since he last visited there, as his recent focus had been on the Xiaolong star system. Yes, it's Queen Medusa of the Serpent Clan. She wants to discuss purchasing interstellar warships with you, Lilith added. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He could almost smell the scent of money, and his quarterly targets seemed within reach. He had been pondering potential buyers for the ships, with the primary condition being that the Xiaolong territory's secrets must not be exposed. If the Starlight Empire discovered he was privately selling warships, it would draw too much attention. However, selling to Queen Medusa of the Leo star system posed no such risk. After all, in the remote Reef Star region, who would recognize the Lord of Xiaolong? Prepare immediately. I'm heading to the Leo star system, Zhao Chen instructed enthusiastically. Traveling to the Leo star system was much more convenient now, no longer taking half a month. A few minutes later, the T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier emerged from the Huayue 2 Stargate in the Leo star system. Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Queen Medusa to arrange a virtual meeting. To his surprise, she responded almost instantly and let Zhao Chen choose the time. It seemed Queen Medusa was quite anxious. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Chen wondered what could be driving a ruler in the Reef Star region to urgently seek warships. Could there have been some upheaval in the Reef Star region? Zhao Chen looked at Queen Medusa and asked directly, "I heard that your majesty is interested in purchasing interstellar warships?" Medusa nodded in confirmation. "You mentioned before that the starships in your possession are for sale. My fleet is currently in need of some warships. Which models are you interested in?" Zhao Chen inquired respectfully. 3 T3 Blizzards, 10 T2 Snow Mastiffs, and 100 T2 Black Rhinos, Medusa replied decisively, indicating she had already made up her mind before coming. The total value exceeds 2 billion star credits, likely representing the entire wealth of the Serpentine clan. "But I have one condition," Medusa added earnestly. "They must be delivered by the end of June. The price is negotiable. I'm willing to pay 30 above your original price." Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. "The order and your requirements are clear, but I have a question. Why the urgency to expand your fleet? Are you facing some difficulties?" Medusa sighed deeply and admitted, "You've probably heard about the withdrawal of the mechanoids. Our Reef Nebula lies between the mechanoids and the Galactic Alliance, a chaotic no man's land. Because it's strategically insignificant and resource-poor, we've managed to survive by scavenging from battlefield remnants. But now that the mechanoids are gone, we are vulnerable. Even though this place is of little value, no one wants a potential threat right on their doorstep. It's only a matter of time before the Warhammers or the Starshines annex us, and everyone is on edge." Zhao Chen nodded. "So you plan to prepare in advance by strengthening your defenses?" "Exactly. In turbulent times, only by being strong can we ensure our survival," Medusa asserted firmly. "But in the long run, you'll need a more sustainable solution, right?" Zhao Chen pressed. "The major powers in the Reef Nebula have already discussed this privately. There are mainly 3 schools of thought. One is to align with the Starshines, another is to depend on the Warhammers, provided they pardon our past offenses and meet our conditions," Medusa explained. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. "That seems like the most practical choice for now. The third faction advocates for us to join the Galactic Alliance as a neutral entity," Medusa said, her eyes filled with hope. "Are you part of that faction?" Zhao Chen asked. "Yes. Aligning with the Starshines or Warhammers would make us beholden to them, and we could be purged at any moment. Only by maintaining our independence can we ensure our safety. While it's unrealistic to continue as we have, joining the Alliance as a new member, like any of the hundreds of ordinary members, is worth a try. It's a sound idea, but probably the most challenging of the 3, right?" Zhao Chen pointed out objectively. Medusa sighed in resignation. "Indeed, very few support my faction. The 3 sides are deadlocked, and no one can convince the others. I'm even worried that an internal conflict might soon erupt in the Reef Nebula. For the sake of the Serpentine clan's interests and survival, we must rapidly build our strength." Zhao Chen smiled. "I'll take your order, but delivering brand new warships by the end of June is a bit tight. However, I have some second-hand ships that are of excellent quality. How about that?" "No problem, as long as they can be delivered on time." Medusa agreed without hesitation. Zhao Chen calculated in his mind that although the quarterly target required selling 100 ships, it didn't specify they had to be new ones. Seizing this loophole, he continued, "All right, let's settle it then. Mid-June at the Stargate of the Lion King system. Payment on delivery. The total is 2.3 billion star coins, but I'll round it down to 2.3 billion. As for the payment method, raw materials are preferred, but star coins will do if necessary." Medusa was a bit surprised. "That's it? I thought it would take 3 to 5 days and several rounds of negotiation like before." Zhao Chen shrugged. "I like to get things done quickly. If it works, it works. If not, then forget it." "Fine, as you say." Medusa readily signed the sales contract. Zhao Chen didn't even ask for a deposit, agreeing to payment upon delivery, which greatly increased Medusa's favorable impression of him. Little did she know, Zhao Chen was secretly grateful to her for helping him meet his quarterly target. With the deal sealed, Medusa wanted to probe Zhao Chen's thoughts on the future of the Reef Star domain, especially since he now controlled the Lion King system. Although he had emerged out of nowhere just a year ago and quickly vanished, Medusa's intuition told her this man was no ordinary person. "As for me, I'm neutral for now. I prefer not to make decisions prematurely. I'll act according to the situation when the time comes," Zhao Chen said, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "I hope you'll join us in battle. After all, we were once comrades who fought side by side," Medusa hinted, clearly extending an olive branch. "I'll think about it," Zhao Chen replied noncommittally. He wasn't ready to dive into the murky waters of the Reef Star domain just yet. After all, the smart ones always enter the game last. In the Xiaolong galaxy, at the Xiaolong base, Zhao Chen handed over Queen Medusa's starship order to Lilith and Annie, demanding delivery by mid-June without disrupting the existing production schedule. Chief Engineer Annie glanced at the order numbers and jumped up in shock, shaking her head repeatedly. Even if you split me in two, we can't build that many warships in such a short time. Lilith carefully reviewed the list. 3 T3 Blizzards, 10 T2 Snow Mastiffs, and 100 T2 Black Rhinoceros, substantial number indeed. She objectively remarked. While we do have some excess capacity, completing this order by mid-June will be quite challenging. Zhao Chen explained. You don't need to build new ones. Just decommission some of the older ships in active service, sell them off, and gradually replenish the fleet later. Hearing this, Annie felt relieved but then thought, isn't this just selling second-hand goods at the original price? She blushed and, with a glint of tears in her eyes, replied honestly, if we follow your instructions, we can deliver by the end of June. And we can fill our gaps by mid-July. Zhao Chen stared at Annie's rosy cheeks, thinking to himself, feels nice? Sensing his gaze, Annie quickly hid behind Lilith and muttered softly, if he pinches me again, it'll swell up. Clearing his throat, Zhao Chen said, all right, let's go with this plan. Just make sure the ships are fully functional. Tweak their appearance a bit, and don't forget to install the backdoor program. Annie squinted, about to speak, but the stinging sensation on her cheek made her swallow her words. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, cunning old fox. Zhao Chen's glance made Annie scatter like birds, fearing her cheeks might suffer again if she lingered. Commander, the reef starfield is on the brink of chaos, Lilith noted, her vision far-reaching. The withdrawal of the mechanical forces has triggered a series of chain reactions, disrupting the existing balance. Our Lion King galaxy might not remain unscathed in this turmoil. We must prepare in advance. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a system task notification sounded in his mind. System task triggered, Reef Starfield Campaign 13? Reef Starfield Campaign? Zhao Chen pondered. Looks like the system is keeping up with current events. The task continued, Reef Starfield Campaign 13, please choose a faction. Surrender to the Starlight Empire, surrender to the Warhammer Star Federation, or independence. These were exactly the three factions Medusa had mentioned earlier. Surrendering to Starlight was clearly out of the question. It went against their principles. While aligning with Warhammer was feasible, the initiative would be in their hands, and any betrayal would spell disaster for them. Independence offered the highest degree of freedom. Choose independence. Zhao Chen decided firmly. Reef Starfield Campaign 13, Independence chosen. Complete the first stage task. During the chaos in the Reef Starfield, help the Independence faction rise and defeat the main military forces of the other two factions. After a brief consideration, Zhao Chen understood the task's essence. In terms of strength, the Independence faction was undoubtedly the weakest, as the other two factions would certainly receive covert support from Starlight and Warhammer. Otherwise, Medusa wouldn't have been so desperate to purchase warships. Commander. Commander? Lilith's voice snapped Zhao Chen back to reality. I was just thinking, Zhao Chen said seriously. The Reef Starfield holds a unique strategic position. We cannot let it fall into the hands of any single faction. However, the timing is not yet right, and we should not rush into action. Supplying the Medusa fleet is just the first step. We must quickly expand our military strength and be ready for combat at any moment. While we may appear inactive on the surface, we can dispatch T3 silver mice to infiltrate various locations within the reef sector to gather intelligence and monitor the situation in real time, allowing us to act when the opportunity arises. Lilith understood Zhao Chen's intentions and agreed with him. Currently, internal conflicts within Xingyao are intense, and in the future, we might need to rely on the Lion King galaxy or even the reef sector to avoid the brunt of the conflict. In short, the priority is to strengthen ourselves and watch the situation closely. Zhao Chen reiterated, exactly, we will observe from a distance, focus on enhancing our capabilities, and strike when the time is right. Time flies, and soon it is mid-June in the galactic calendar year 3032. As the delivery date for the second batch of military purchases from the Northern Goose Group approaches, related events have reached a fever pitch. Simultaneously, several armed conflicts have erupted in the reef sector. Originally, the various factions were discussing their future paths, but none could convince the others, leading to a large-scale arms race. A significant number of warships produced by Xingyao and Warhammer have flooded into the hands of different factions within the reef sector, creating a highly volatile situation. The Independence faction, lacking access to advanced warship procurement channels, is gradually weakening. Many interstellar forces that previously supported Independence are now switching sides, joining the other two major factions. At the Lion King Galaxy Stargate, the Medusa Queen, who had been waiting there for some time, immediately led her reserve crew to the meeting point upon receiving Zhao Chen's detailed delivery schedule. At this moment, she is pacing anxiously on the bridge of a T3 Scorpion-class medium cruiser. The ongoing turmoil in the reef sector over the past few days has taken a toll on her, leaving her looking visibly weary. Finally, a large number of starship energy signals appeared on the radar. In the Leo constellation, the only fleet capable of having over 100 T2-class warships is Zhao Chen's. Soon, a video call request popped up. It was from Zhao Chen. Medusa eagerly pressed the answer button. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen greeted with a smile. Medusa responded, as agreed. I have brought the payment. Part of it has been transferred to your designated account through the Galactic Union. As she finished speaking, an image window appeared behind her, showcasing a transport fleet docked within her fleet, loaded with a large amount of raw materials as payment. All right. Based on your requirements, 100 T2 Black Rhinos, 10 T2 Snow Mastiffs, and 3 T3 Blizzards are ready for handover at any time, Zhao Chen said, as his fleet arrived near the Stargate. Through the telescope, both sides could clearly see each other's warships. Medusa noticed some slight modifications to the warships Zhao Chen was delivering compared to the original designs. These changes won't affect their combat capabilities. You can rest assured, Your Majesty. Feel free to test them now. We can also provide subsequent support services, though they come at an additional cost, Zhao Chen explained. Thank you so much for providing so many warships in such a short time. Medusa expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She had witnessed the formidable power of these warships firsthand. Though few in number, each could take on multiple enemies. The transfer process then began and took several hours. During this time, Zhao Chen and Medusa engaged in casual conversation. I've heard that the situation in the Reef Star region is unstable and that small-scale skirmishes have already broken out? Zhao Chen asked nonchalantly. This intelligence naturally came from his T3 Silver Mouse reconnaissance ships. Medusa nodded. That's correct. The Reef Star region contains 148 star systems, most of which are resource-poor, but a few still have some resources left. These resource-rich systems have now become prime targets. Once war breaks out, they will be the first to be contested. Zhao Chen understood. Short-term combat is manageable, but if it turns into a prolonged conflict, the strategic reserves of all parties will be stretched thin, especially the fleet's fuel energy blocks. While external purchases can fill some gaps, they can't solve the immediate needs. If supply lines are cut, fleets will be at the mercy of others. Whoever controls the resource-rich systems and continuously mines energy will have the upper hand. Your Majesty, could you share more details about the current situation in the Reef Star region? Zhao Chen asked, feigning curiosity. In reality, he already had most of the intelligence and just wanted to confirm it through Medusa. Seeing Zhao Chen's interest, Medusa began to speak at length, eager to recruit him to her cause. The Reef Star region is controlled by 8 major interstellar powers. Some are coalitions of dozens of smaller factions, while others, like our Serpent Clan, control a few star systems and trade channels as neutral forces. These 8 powers control 2/3 of the Reef Star region. Thanks to our recent joint actions that annexed several star systems, our Serpent Clan now controls the most star systems among individual factions. Among the 8 major factions, 3 are aligned with Starshine and 3 with Warhammer, leaving just us and the Thorn Group as the independents. Medusa said this, and Zhao Chen interjected, Isn't the Thorn Group supposed to be neutral? Medusa shook her head with a smile. In matters concerning the fate of the Reef Star region, no one can remain neutral forever. This seemed to hint at Zhao Chen's Lion King galaxy. Currently, the faction supporting Warhammer is the strongest, controlling 63 star systems, including 3 resource-rich systems, and boasting a fleet of 100,000 warships. However, with their backers' support, only about 100 of these are T3 warships, with over 90 being T1 class. Medusa paused, her tone filled with resignation. This is the current state of the Reef Star Regiona Grand Show, but mostly a ragtag collection of forces, far inferior in quality to Starshine's second-line forces. The faction supporting Starshine controls 56 star systems, also including 3 resource-rich systems, with around 80,000 ships, of which an estimated 70 are T3 warships. Medusa's expression grew more despondent. And we, the independents, are the weakest. We control 29 star systems, 1 resource-rich system, and have a fleet of 20,000 ships, with only about 30 T3 warships, Zhao Chen remarked. The disparity between you is quite significant. Medusa quickly explained. But it's not without hope. You've seen it yourself. The general quality of warships in the Reef Star region is low. The real game changers are the T2 and T3 ships. That's why I've been heavily investing in high-quality warships to win through superiority. If you, Zhao Chen, are willing to join us, I believe we can stand a fighting chance. Faced with Medusa's earnest gaze, Zhao Chen didn't commit directly but said he needed more time to consider, promising not to join either Starshine or Warhammer. Though he didn't give a definite answer, Medusa managed to secure the much-needed warships. She remained hopeful. I believe that one day, we will fight side by side. With that, she left the Lion King galaxy with her new fleet through the Stargate. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, murmuring, Lilith, am I being a bit unfair? I clearly want to support Medusa's faction, but still prefer to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to act. Lilith's expression remained calm. It's all about self-interest. There's nothing unfair about it. Besides, if you want to control the independence, timing your intervention is crucial. Everyone understands the value of helping when it's most needed. Zhao Chen fell silent. When it came to strategy and scheming, he still had a long way to go. The quarterly task has been completed, and the rewards can now be claimed. After formally handing over 113 battleships, Zhao Chen received a system notification. With a thought, he opened the task interface and selected the option to claim his reward. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for the T3 Great White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship, echoed the system's voice in his mind. This reward was a T3 support ship, perfect for future interstellar trade operations. Zhao Chen mused to himself that if Li Yaqi saw this, she would be as excited as if she had discovered a treasure. In the realm of interstellar commerce, mining ships and transport ships are the two pillars, representing the core market of interstellar trade. Commander, the Serpent Fleet has fully retreated, Lilith reminded him from the side. Let's prepare to head back then, Zhao Chen instructed, but keep a close watch on the Reef Star sector. Report any disturbances to me immediately. Yes, sir, Lilith responded. The Reef Star sector was like a pile of dry tinder. It would take only a spark to ignite a raging fire. Now, they just had to wait for the right opportunity. Back at the Xiaolong base, Zhao Chen received a message from Annie. The T4 Resurrector-class clone starship had been completed. This news was even more exhilarating than selling 100 battleships. Zhao Chen immediately piloted his T3 Phoenix to the T4 Resurrector's construction site. There, 5 T3 Forge industrial ships were finishing up, preparing to head to their next project. In the center stood the brand new T4 Resurrector. The starship appeared unremarkable, with no visible weapons or even Closian defense systems, looking completely harmless. Who would have thought that such an unassuming vessel held the prestigious T4 status and contained powerful black technology? Can we board and take a look now? Zhao Chen asked Annie. Of course, the starship has passed all basic performance tests, Annie replied. Let's go check it out, Zhao Chen said, eager to see the T4 warship that had taken 6 months and billions of star coins to build. He and Lilith boarded the T4 Resurrector's hangar via a shuttle. Annie had been waiting for them. How do you like it? I completed this massive project, Annie boasted, only to be ignored as Zhao Chen walked straight past her without a glance, leaving her feeling like a forgotten clown, awkwardly standing there. T4 Resurrector-class clone starship, Unit 1. The system prompted, detecting host system, beginning link. Please wait 300 seconds. A soft female voice resonated in Zhao Chen's mind, followed by a stream of data flashing before his eyes. Commander, since this is your first time on board, allow me to introduce this T4 warship to you. Annie began, but Zhao Chen raised his hand to open a technical panel, cutting her off. Let's first check out the core chamber, he said, summoning a floating elevator with the air of an owner. Lilith followed closely behind, and Annie, bewildered, trailed after them. She looked up at Zhao Chen, puzzled. Although Zhao Chen had provided the technical blueprints, this was his first time on the ship. How could he be so familiar with it? She had planned to show off her skills, but now it felt like punching into a cloud, with nowhere to exert her strength. The elevator quickly stopped, and they arrived at one of the core chambers of the T4 Resurrector. This is a massive, oval-shaped, honeycomb-like space. Zhao Chen stood in the center, looking up to see dozens of cultivation pods arranged in an orderly manner. Looking down, there were also densely packed cultivation pods. This is giving me the creeps, Lilith said as she glanced around, shivering. The entire chamber was bathed in dim lighting, adding an eerie atmosphere. Just as Annie was about to explain, Zhao Chen interrupted. These are T4 reborn clone pods. By collecting genes, we can quickly cultivate clones. Inside these pods, 1 hour equates to 20 years outside, accelerating the growth of the clones. Once cultivation is complete, specialized robots transfer them to the recovery room. A clone needs a week to fully adapt to its body after birth. Annie, feeling upstaged, pouted, crossed her arms, and looked displeased. Zhao Chen continued, there are 100 rooms like this on the entire ship, totaling 1 million cultivation pods. If they operate 247, they can produce 24 million clones a day. All this information was automatically uploaded to my brain when the system linked with the warship. After speaking, Zhao Chen proceeded to the next location in the elevator. Eventually, the elevator stopped before a tightly closed door. To be honest, this place is strange. Even my access level can't open this door, Annie said, pointing at the door, her tone filled with confusion. Lilith was secretly amazed. It was known that Annie's access level was on par with hers, allowing her to board any ship in the Xiaolong fleet at any time. A supreme privilege granted by Zhao Chen himself. Wait here, Zhao Chen said solemnly, striding towards the door. The access system sensed his presence and opened automatically, closing quietly behind him once he entered. Annie, Curious, tried to follow but was stopped by a cold electronic voice. Unauthorized personnel detected. Entry into this area is prohibited. Any violation will result in a high-voltage electric shock. As soon as the voice finished, 6 electromagnetic emitters emerged from both sides of the doorframe, their black barrels aimed at Annie's head. She instinctively swallowed, stepped back repeatedly, and obediently put her hands behind her back, muttering softly, "This is strange. I don't remember there being electromagnetic cannons here. Good thing I didn't try to sneak in earlier, or my head would have been blown off." Zhao Chen surveyed the cabin in front of him. It was a space of no more than 200 square meters. In the center stood a machine resembling a computer core, with unknown particles flickering and dancing inside it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen felt a subtle connection with it. "Welcome, Commander, to the starship's core system cabin." A holographic image of a pure and innocent-looking girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, materialized. "Who are you?" Zhao Chen asked in astonishment. "I am the advanced artificial intelligence of this starship," the girl replied. Advanced artificial intelligence? Zhao Chen thought to himself. If the Galactic Union found out he possessed such a starship and had privately developed advanced AI and cloning technology, even Governor Chu he wouldn't be able to protect him from such severe charges. Data link complete. Please confirm if the following individuals are official members of the Xiaolong fleet. Their genetic information will be shared with the T4 Reborn class clone starship database. Additionally, confirm if they will be automatically enlisted as new crew members of the Xiaolong fleet in the future. The voice in Zhao Chen's mind and the words of the AI girl overlapped almost perfectly. Suddenly, a vast array of personnel records appeared before Zhao Chen, numbering in the tens of thousands. Most of them were strangers to him, but with just a thought, familiar faces like Charlotte, Lilith, Zhao Wanner, and Annie emerged vividly. As long as you confirm these individuals' information, they can be reborn here if they sacrifice themselves, the AI girl said softly. Impressed by the advanced technology, Zhao Chen noted that even at the T4 level, it was directly linked to his system. He frowned and asked, "I have a question. After these female crew members are resurrected as clones, are they still the same people?" This doubt always lingered in his mind whenever he faced the T4 Reborn class clone starship. As his relationships with Lilith, Charlotte, Annie, and others grew deeper, they were more than subordinates. They were like family. He had to protect this family. "Please rest assured, Commander. We use clone bodies to better match the reborn individuals." The AI girl smiled and countered. "Do you think the reborn individuals in those time travel novels are still the same people?" This question seemed to probe Zhao Chen's soul. The current Zhao Chen, is he the Zhao Chen of this world, or the one who traversed here? In terms of consciousness, Zhao Chen undoubtedly believed he was the same person who crossed time and space. This also meant that the resurrected female crew members would be no different from their original selves. This starship does not create clones out of thin air. Only upon receiving a death signal from the individuals on the list does the resurrection program initiate. But what if they are thousands of miles apart, like at opposite ends of the universe? Or if they die under special circumstances? Zhao Chen pressed on. The AI girl smiled and explained, "Please do not doubt the technology of this warship. No matter where they are or how they perish, we can capture the life signal of the deceased and resurrect them." She paused briefly and added, "But please remember, Commander, the reborn individuals will retain their memories before death. Some painful death experiences could cause them severe psychological trauma. Therefore, the same person should not be resurrected multiple times." Understanding the intricacies, Zhao Chen began to ponder strategies for the future. Rebirth candidates must undergo a series of rigorous physical and mental evaluations before they can rejoin the fleet. Those who fail to meet the standards must retire and be reassigned from combat roles to safe logistical positions to enjoy their later years. This is effectively equivalent to formal retirement. He let out a long sigh, gazing at the high-tech marvel before him, and muttered to himself, "I hope I never have to use this." With that, he turned and left, and the holographic image of the AI girl vanished with him. The current female crew members of the Xiaolong fleet were unaware that from this moment on, they had embarked on a path of no return under the leadership of their great commander. An immortal, indestructible super-interstellar legion had officially set sail. By the end of June in the year 3032 of the galactic calendar, nearly everyone in the Starshine Empire was focused on one thing: the delivery date for Bayan Group's military procurement order. If Bayan failed to deliver 3,000 T2 Mastiffs on time, they would face severe penalties for breach of contract. In an office of the Starshine Empire's military procurement department, Marshal Huang Zhixiong was enjoying drinks with 2 officials. "Marshal, there's no need for you to come in person. We'll definitely get the job done as you instructed," one official flattered. Huang Zhixiong laughed. "Oh, I'm just here to visit some old classmates. We were schoolmates back in the day after all." The room erupted in laughter. Huang Zhixiong continued, "Old Zhang, I've arranged for your son to be promoted to Brigadier General by the end of this year." "Old Wang, I've also arranged for your son to be transferred to the Ministry of Finance. In no more than 5 years, he will reach the position he's always dreamed of. The two officials' eyes lit up with excitement. They immediately raised their cups and said, "Thank you, Marshal, for your support. We toast to you with tea instead of wine." Just as the three were chatting and laughing, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb us while we're hosting important guests?" One official scolded irritably. A nervous voice responded from outside. It's about the Bayin Group's military procurement order." Upon hearing this, the official perked up. He winked at Huang Zhixiang and said, "Marshal, this must be good news for you. I bet Bayin can't deliver and is here to plead for mercy." Huang Zhixiang merely smiled without saying a word. The official let the person in lazily and said, "Just speak up. What's the matter?" The subordinate, head lowered, reported, "Bayin Group just sent a message saying that the second batch of T2 Mastiffs is now ready for delivery." For a moment, the three of them were stunned. Ready for delivery? Did they hear that right? "Are you certain it's 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers?" The official questioned, his voice laden with suspicion. His subordinate responded respectfully, "According to the report from Bayin, it's exactly 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs, not a single one less." "How is that possible? Their shipyard was supposed to be—" Another official started to say, but his gaze drifted towards Huang Zhixiang, causing him to abruptly stop mid-sentence. Though officially it was claimed that Bayin's factory had been attacked by the Zerg, anyone with a keen eye could see that the truth was far more complex. Everything had happened too mysteriously. The star system where Bayin was stationed had never reported any signs of Zerg activity. Huang Zhixiang sipped his tea, his expression calm, though his mind was racing. Bayin was supposed to deliver the second batch of military ships on time? How could that be? Where on earth did they get the production lines for so many T2 Tibetan Mastiffs? And what about the T2 Tibetan Mastiffs they were delivering? Were they reliable? The official pressed on, still unwilling to accept this reality. "Are the T2 Tibetan Mastiffs they're delivering trustworthy?" The subordinate cautiously replied, "Bayin has invited us to lead a team to inspect this batch of warships in the Baimao star system of the Beifeng star region." "Us? No way. They should bring them here themselves. If there's any delay, it's a breach of contract," the official said angrily. The subordinate explained in a low voice, "But according to the military procurement agreement, the delivery method is determined by the manufacturer, as long as it's within a star system that has a stargate within the Empire's territory. It's clearly stated in black and white." The official was left speechless. Though he wielded significant power, he couldn't ignore the terms of the agreement. He looked at Huang Zhixiang, who remained silent. Taking the hint, the official ordered the subordinate to wait outside. Only the three of them remained in the room. "Marshal, this?" The two officials exchanged uneasy glances, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. "Then we shall go to the Baimao star system as Bayin has specified, and see if they truly have the capability to deliver," Huang Zhixiang said with a smile. "As a five-star marshal, I am very concerned about this batch of military ships. Given the recent rumors, I also want to inspect them personally. I trust you gentlemen have no objections?" The officials quickly understood Huang Zhixiang's underlying message and nodded in agreement. Huang Zhixiang pondered silently. "I must see for myself what kind of extraordinary feat Bayin has pulled off to produce 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs in such a short time." A few days later, in the Baimao star system of the Beifeng star region, an imperial fleet, including numerous transport ships, emerged through the stargate. By this time, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered near the stargate, having caught wind of the news. "Have you heard? Bayin is set to deliver the second batch of 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs on time." "How is that possible? Didn't they say their production line was destroyed?" "Just 3 months, and they've managed to produce so many Tibetan Mastiffs? Where did they get them from? Who knows? But Bayin insists it's true, and has even invited the military procurement department to inspect the delivery personally. Look at this setup. It almost feels like a parade. If Bayin is just bluffing, they'd be humiliating themselves." On the Empire's networks, discussions about this matter were rampant. Some even started live broadcasts, streaming the entire military procurement handover process. After all, transferring 3,000 warships was no small feat, impossible to keep under wraps. At this moment, Bayin once again found itself under the spotlight. Should they fail to fulfill their promise today, they will be doomed forever, their reputations in tatters. In the bridge of the T3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium battleship, Huang Zhixiang sat in the captain's chair, surrounded by an activated shielding field. Several communication channels before him were blinking incessantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Dawei was agitated. "I saw with my own eyes the footage sent back by our fleet. Bayin's manufacturing plant was razed to the ground, and the production line was completely destroyed. Even if they rebuild, it will take at least 3 months, let alone produce another 3,000 Tibetan Mastiffs." Feng Weihao, however, remained unusually calm, his face dark as water. Li Yaqi is no fool. She wouldn't dare let the military collect the ships without assurance. Such a lie would be exposed sooner or later and serves no purpose, he said gravely. So, you mean Baiyan might actually have these 3,000 Tibetan mastiffs? Feng Dawei clenched his fists and said urgently, Marshal, I have a theory. This batch of Tibetan mastiffs might be experimental units from Baiyan's development phase. Since the delivery is imminent, they took a desperate gamble to hastily complete them and pass them off as finished products. Huang Zhixiong's face was grim. Delivering unqualified substandard goods will only worsen their crime. No matter what, I will have the procurement department conduct a thorough investigation. If there's even the slightest flaw, we will root it out. Feng Weihao emphasized the last few words. That's right, Marshal. We must be vigilant and ensure they don't succeed. Faced with the news of Baiyan's timely delivery, the group was filled with mixed emotions, incredulous but unable to find any counterarguments. Now, the only way to know the truth is to wait for Huang Zhixiong and the procurement department to inspect the ships. Only then will the truth be revealed, and it will all come down to Baiyan's capabilities. The Stargate in the White Feather Galaxy was about 3 hours away from the designated delivery point set by the Northern Goose Group. 3 hours might not seem long, but it was enough to arouse suspicion. Unexpectedly, the delivery point turned out to be a region surrounded by an asteroid belt, with the fleet under Governor Beifeng patrolling its perimeter. Officially declared a special restricted zone, no one could enter without permission. Clearly, this was a precautionary measure by Governor Beifeng in the aftermath of the insect plague. All ships, except those from the military procurement department, were barred from entering, leaving onlookers unable to witness the scene. As they navigated through the asteroid belt, an expansive area unfolded before them. Huang Zhixiong's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of countless starships lined up before him, all of them T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyers. How is this possible? He stood up in disbelief, his face darkening. Marshal, we need to start inspecting these T2 Mastiffs, an official on the other side of the video call said cautiously. Inspect them. Check every single one thoroughly. We can't afford any mistakes. Huang Zhixiong ordered coldly. He stared intently at the Mastiffs, refusing to believe that Northern Goose could deliver all 3,000 ships with quality and quantity intact. Meanwhile, in the adjacent space of the inspection area, rows of T2 Hammer-class industrial ships were continuously manufacturing T2 Mastiffs in an assembly line fashion. Due to the asteroid belt in between, Huang Zhixiong and his team couldn't witness this impressive sight, which would have left them even more astonished. President, they've begun the inspection. The secretary reported to Li Yaqi in her office. They must be particularly stringent this time, right? Li Yaqi asked casually, looking up. Exactly. Normally, for such large deliveries, only 5 would be sampled, and there would be some tolerance in the numbers, especially since this is just the second batch. But this time, they're determined to inspect each one and count the total number. At this rate, it could take 3 days. Let them inspect as much as they want. So what if they're strict? Li Yaqi scoffed. She had personally overseen the quality of every T2 Mastiff that left the factory, ensuring they not only met all standards but surpassed previous production lines by several grades, leaving no room for error. As for the quantity, thanks to Zhao Chen's meticulous planning, they not only delivered the 3,000 ships on time but also fulfilled other orders, silencing any rumors. After this, Northern Goose's reputation would soar, potentially rivaling the top military contractors in the empire. Li Yaqi turned around, and the wall behind her transformed into a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the astonishing industrial fleet outside. In just 2 years, Northern Goose had risen from obscurity to industry leadership, a feat she could hardly believe even when witnessed firsthand. Yet, all of this was just a casual endeavor for that man. With just a few blueprints, he built a commercial empire. The Xiaolong Galaxy could no longer contain this dragon. She began to anticipate the waves this dragon would stir when it descended upon the stars. 3 whole days, far exceeding any previous military procurement inspection period. The onlookers outside the Stargate were beginning to question their sanity, wondering if they had misremembered when the procurement fleet had entered the asteroid belt. Finally, 2 officials exchanged complex looks as they reviewed the inspection report. Why don't you report to the Marshal? No, you go ahead. They pushed the responsibility back and forth, neither wanting to be the bearer of news. As the standoff continued, a communication request appeared just in time. It was from Huang Zhixiong. They had no choice but to answer, and Huang Zhixiong asked with a grim expression. What's the situation? One of them, bracing himself, replied. All the T2 Tibetan Mastiffs have been thoroughly inspected, inside and out, and there are no flaws. Even the minor issues typically tolerated in the industry are absent in this batch. We couldn't find a single fault even if we tried. Are you sure there are 3,000 ships? Not one less. Huang Zhixiong pressed on. Exactly 3,000 ships, not a single one missing, the official sighed. Got it. Unexpectedly, Huang Zhixiong's demeanor became calm. During the 3-day wait, he had already suspected the outcome. Although he wasn't as cunning as Governor Chu he was no fool. If there had been any mistakes, these two subordinates would have rushed to claim credit. Their silence naturally indicated there were no issues. Marshal, about what we discussed earlier. Before the official could finish, the video call was abruptly cut off. Given the mess that had unfolded, the conditions they had negotiated were likely off the table. Who could have imagined that Beiyin would actually produce 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs out of thin air? What kind of extraordinary capabilities does Li Yaqi possess? The officials were anxious and whispered among themselves. Who knows? This time, we tried to gain an advantage but ended up losing. Instead, we've boosted Beiyan's reputation. Following that, a grand procession of 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs streamed out, leaving the asteroid belt exclusion zone. The onlookers, who had been waiting outside for 3 days, were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. And so, in what seemed like a farcical inspection, Beiyin Group proudly stepped onto a higher stage. The quarterly task was updated, and it clearly stated that the number of active T3 starships must reach 300. Zhao Chen glanced at the task. It was straightforward. Although the Xiaolong Legion currently had over 100 T3 warships, adding 200 more within 3 months was no easy feat. Zhao Chen calculated that with proper planning and allocation, the goal could be achieved. Even if they built only T3 Triceratops heavy assault frigates, which have the shortest construction time, it would be more than sufficient. Report. Big news. Lilith burst in, her face glowing with excitement. The second batch of 3,000 T2 Tibetan Mastiffs from the Beiyin Group has been fully delivered. This achievement has set a new pinnacle in the history of the Empire's military industry. Zhao Chen nodded nonchalantly. Li Yaqi had already reported this good news to him immediately. The production line of 500 T2 Hammer industrial ships had even surprised him. He had originally estimated that Li Yaqi could produce at most 300 ships in such a short time, but she had exceeded expectations. Such robust shipbuilding capabilities not only positioned Beiyin as a top-tier military-industrial group in the Empire, but also provided a solid backing for the Xiaolong Legion. Lilith, the urgent matter now is the conflict in the Reef Star region. Zhao Chen said, frowning. I've heard tensions have escalated, and a large-scale conflict is about to break out. As he spoke, he opened the star map, his eyes fixed on the Reef region. Although he was in the Xiaolong star system, his heart was always concerned about the situation there. By the end of July, just this month, Zhao Chen said, pulling up an electronic file that clearly listed the Xiaolong Legion's fleet composition. The current total number of ships was 267, 2 T4 ships, 118 T3 ships, and 147 T2 ships. Unknowingly, Zhao Chen's fleet had grown into a formidable force, comparable to an elite corps. However, the high proportion of support ships might compromise its combat effectiveness. He opened the combat ships section, which was divided into main and support ships. Out of the 197 main combat ships, there was 1 T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, 5 Judicator-class heavy missile ships, 5 Phantom-class light stealth bombers, 20 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers, and 50 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates. The T2 lineup included 1 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier, 5 Lion-class heavy missile ships, 10 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleships, and 100 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates. Thanks to Chief Engineer Annie's tireless efforts, Zhao Chen's shipbuilding plan was completed half a month ahead of schedule. By late June, the idle industrial ships began filling the combat power void left by the sale to Medusa. Among them, an additional 100 T2 Black Rhinos were specifically requested for production. Why not build more powerful T3 Triceratops? It turned out that for homeland defense and routine patrols, the Triceratops would be overkill. The cost-effective Black Rhino was a better choice. Besides, after their use, they could be cleaned and sold at a high price, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The fleet support ships, though only 12 in number, were indispensable. 1 T4 Huyang-class interstellar jump ship, 1 T3 Andromeda-class medical ship, and 10 Virgo-class heavy supply ships. Although these ships lack combat power, they play an irreplaceable and unique role on the battlefield. Medical support, supplies, and teleportation are all crucial guarantees. As for the auxiliary ships, they are even more diverse. 1 T4 Rebirth-class clone ship, a marvel of advanced technology. 1 T3 Goddess Academy-class ship, 5 Silver Eden-class ships, 10 Prospector-class heavy mining ships, and 10 Furnace-class heavy industrial ships. Additionally, there is 1 T2 Bronze Eden-class ship and 30 Hammer-class heavy industrial ships. These 58 auxiliary ships may not seem numerous, but they are the cornerstone of the Xiaolong Legion's survival and development. Without their silent support, everything would be a castle in the air, an illusion. Surveying the fleet data, Zhao Chen felt a surge of pride. This formidable force is the culmination of his 2 years of painstaking effort and meticulous planning. Although it may seem somewhat inadequate in the chaotic situation of the Reef Star region, He is confident that with rational quarterly planning, the Xiaolong Legion will be unstoppable. Lilith, connect me to Annie, Zhao Chen ordered. As the manufacturing brain of the Xiaolong Legion, Annie's involvement is indispensable. Yes. The secretary immediately sent out a video communication request. However, unexpectedly, 10 seconds passed with no response. Commander, Annie is not answering. Lilith reported with a hint of nervousness. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. This was unusual. According to Legion regulations, whether at work or on leave, any call from a superior must be answered immediately. Could something have happened to her? He immediately used his highest authority to send another communication request. To his astonishment, this second call also went unanswered. Zhao Chen's frown deepened, feeling increasingly suspicious. Annie's consecutive failures to respond without reason suggested that something might indeed be wrong. Various speculations swirled in his mind, and he had an ominous feeling. Zhao Chen sent his application for the third time, this time using his commander's privilege. This allowed him to bypass the recipient's consent and directly connect the communication. However, Zhao Chen courteously provided a 10-second warning tone, indicating an incoming call from the commander. The video finally turned on, displaying Chief Engineer Annie's upper body. She was sweating profusely, dressed in work attire, with the industrial ship's workshop in the background. Phew, Commander. What brings you here at this hour? Annie's eyes flickered nervously, her hands hidden behind her back, looking guilty. Where are you right now? Zhao Chen asked calmly while discreetly pulling up Annie's location data. This was a standard measure for key personnel in the Xiaolong Legion. Of course, I'm hard at work, Annie replied with a righteous tone. Look at me, sweating buckets. It's exhausting, but for the commander's great cause, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Zhao Chen glanced at the location data, which showed her at T3 Silver Eden No. 5 ship. He squinted, a smile spreading across his face. Is that so? Then I must take a good look at Chief Engineer Annie's working environment. Before finishing his sentence, he used his authority to zoom out Annie's camera. Lilith, observing from the side, noticed Annie's expression change from panic to anxiety, and finally to guilt. The big screen revealed that while Annie's upper body was in work attire, her lower body was in a swimsuit. Nearby was a barbecue grill with a few grilled fish, and in the distance was a picturesque lake with picnic mats and sun chairs scattered around. The stark contrast made the industrial ship's workshop behind her seem out of place. Upon closer inspection, she was holding a small ball, clearly a holographic projection device. Chief Engineer Annie's working environment is truly unique. Zhao Chen teased with a smile. Annie was terrified, swallowing hard. I'm done for. Is it too late to run now? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen sent an electronic document to Lilith. This is the construction plan Annie just drafted for this quarter. Review it for any mistakes. The document detailed the shipbuilding schedule for July, August, and September. Thanks to the completion of the T4 rebirth, 5 T3 furnace ships capacity was freed up, significantly boosting the construction scale for the next quarter. At Zhao Chen's request, the focus would be on building combat ships. After Annie's meticulous calculations, the following plan was finalized. Over the next 3 months, they would build and launch 1 T4 Huigang-class warp ship, 2 T3 Emperors, 5 T3 Phantoms, 10 T3 Blizzards, and 150 T3 Triceratops, along with 10 T3 Great White Whale transport ships and 5 T3 Silver Eden ships. A total of 183 ships, all T3, with a staggering 90 being warships. This would significantly elevate the Xiaolong Legion's combat power. However, the resource consumption would be astronomical. It was estimated that raw materials alone would cost 7 billion star coins. Lilith quickly took stock of their resources. We currently have a balance of about 4 billion, leaving a 3 billion shortfall. Transfer it directly from Beiyin, Zhao Chen said decisively. I'll instruct Li Yaqi to allocate 5 billion and use the previous transport channels. Good timing to use our new T3 Great White Whale. Now that he owns 90 of Beiyin shares, Li Yaqi wouldn't dare say a word even if it were 50 billion, let alone emptying the treasury. Besides, Beiyin has acquired 500 T2 iron hammers. Although the final military purchase payment is pending delivery, other clients' deposits are steadily flowing into the account. A mere 50 billion is nothing. Understood, Lilith noted immediately. Got to admit, Annie did an excellent job. Zhao Chen praised sincerely, but it made Annie feel a bit embarrassed. So, Annie, does this mean we can overlook you sneaking out for a vacation? Zhao Chen interrupted her, but as a penalty, you need to serve us well before you can rest. Remember, you can't sneak any food until we've had our fill. With that, he put on his sunglasses and leisurely reclined on a sun lounger. Start with 10 skewers of grilled kidneys for me. This girl sneaking off is really not cool. Zhao Chen immediately rallied Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, and others for an impromptu team-building outing. Everyone was in swimsuits, having a blast swimming in the lake. Charlotte, dressed in a white swimsuit, ran out of the water, holding a fish bigger than herself, and threw it heavily at Annie's feet. Grill it and add lots of cumin. I'll catch a few more. What flavor should the next one be? She muttered as she dove back into the lake. Though she didn't like water, she loved the fish in it. Annie looked despairingly at the giant fish that could swallow her whole, almost in tears. Who would have thought her first secret vacation would turn into hard labor? All right, Annie, I'll help you, Nyojia said, gently patting Annie's head. Nyojia, you're the best. Annie, moved, buried her head in Nyojia's chest, her nose almost poking into the deep cleavage. Her stomach, empty for most of the day, grumbled loudly. Boo-hoo, she wailed, unable to hold back anymore. Her first experience sneaking off ended so tragically. Life is so unfair. In the Reef Star region, under the command of the Serpent Clan, the Kimi Star system is on the brink of a major star war. The Serpent Commander Qingman kneels on one knee, reporting to Queen Medusa, Your Majesty, the fleets of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th Corps are in position and ready for battle at any moment. Medusa gazes at her trusted lieutenant. Qingman, how is the training of your 2nd Fleet? Are they adapting well to the new battleships? Excitement sparkles in Qingman's eyes. Your Majesty, we've fully mastered the new ships, especially the T2 Black Rhino. It's simple and easy to use. We got the hang of it on the first day. Medusa nods with satisfaction. This fleet is her trump card. Originally, her strongest fleet was the 1st Corps' 1st Fleet, and by rights, the new ships should have been assigned to them. However, the 1st Fleet system is well established, and a sudden restructuring could be risky. It's more prudent to let the 2nd Fleet handle the training. Currently, the 2nd Fleet's composition is quite luxurious, with 3 T3 Blizzards, 10 T2 Snow Wolves, and 100 T2 Black Rhinos, along with nearly 200 elite T1 ships. With the inclusion of 3 T3 battleships alone, their setup rivals that of the 1st Corps' 1st Fleet. Medusa peers through her telescope at the distant stars, her expression growing more serious. Your Majesty, are you worried that the Warhammer faction will really invade the Kimi Star system? Qingman keenly senses her queen's anxiety. Though the Kimi Star system isn't the Serpent Clan's main stronghold, 2/3 of their forces are currently concentrated here. The reason is simple. It's one of the few resource-rich star systems they have, and it borders the territory of the Warhammer faction's Ogre clan. The Ogres are one of the dominant forces in the Reef Star region and form the backbone of the Warhammer faction. Currently, the Reef Star region is dominated by 3 major factions, with the Warhammer faction being the most prominent. Many of its members hail from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, and they are eager to align with the Warhammer faction. Reports indicate that the Starshine Empire's expeditionary force is the closest to the Reef, and the Warhammer faction is growing impatient. Medusa speaks gravely. They want to eliminate our independent faction first, then crush the Starshine faction in one fell swoop. By then, the Reef Star region will be rightfully theirs, and the Starshine Empire won't risk a conflict with Warhammer over this territory. This time, the Warhammer faction means business. Because of this, Medusa has mobilized all 4 corps, totaling 12,000 battleships, to defend the Kimi Star system at all costs. Suddenly, a cluster of red dots flashes on the radar screen's edge. Report. Our interstellar scout ships have detected a large ogre fleet at the border. The duty officer shouts. They're here. Medusa takes a deep breath and decisively orders, relay my command. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th Corps are to enter a state of war and prepare for battle. Also, notify the other star systems and the Thorn Free Trade Group to stand by for reinforcements. Yes, Your Majesty. The Serpent Clan's fleet quickly forms its battle lines, the roar of engines and the beat of war drums signaling the inevitable clash. Meanwhile, in the shadows of deep space, a T3 Silver Rat light stealth reconnaissance ship is lurking, observing everything. On the bridge, the young Captain Zhong Xiaoxia is intensely focused on the radar and the surrounding flood of intelligence data. From the positions and movements of every Serpent Clan warship to the advancing Warhammer fleet, nothing escapes her notice. The various departments on the ship are bustling, processing these crucial battlefield reports. Zhong Xiaoxian looked around. Although she had grown accustomed to everything, the initial awe she felt when she first took command of this advanced reconnaissance ship was indescribable. This T3 class warship surpassed everything she had studied in her textbooks at North Star Academy. Born into a fallen noble family as the youngest daughter of a concubine, she had managed to enroll in the academy thanks to her mother's meager savings. Fortunately, her exceptional intelligence earned her a scholarship, allowing her to complete 6 years of education and even participate in the Joint Fleet's practical exercises. It was during one such mission that she first encountered that man. Fearless in the face of danger, he charged into battle. Undeterred by authority, he stood up for his soldiers, and the meals on his ship were so abundant, she couldn't help but feel envious. According to a Halford crew member, this was just their regular fare. Serving on such a ship was a dream come true. As graduation approached, she was anxious about her future. Should she follow her family's plan? find a simple job, and marry another noble son? Or should she join the Imperial Navy and carve out a career there? Just then, she learned that senior Zhao Chen was recruiting for the Xiaolong fleet. She signed up without hesitation. Though not the top student, her excellent grades ensured she passed the selection process smoothly. For the first 3 months, she served on AT-2 Black Rhino. Later, she was promoted to deputy captain of another Black Rhino. By the end of last year, she had become the deputy of AT-3 Blizzard. Her outstanding performance and numerous battle achievements propelled her forward. In her spare time, she continued to excel at the Goddess Academy of the Xiaolong fleet, maintaining top student status. 2 months ago, a sudden change occurred. Commander Zhao Chen personally summoned her and entrusted her with the command of the T3 Silver Mouse 1. At that moment, she thought she was dreaming. "Captain, the commander is on the line." Her deputy's reminder broke her reverie. Zhong Xiaoxian quickly turned to the video window, where Zhao Chen's figure appeared. She stood at attention and saluted, her voice firm and powerful, reporting to the commander. "Our ship is stationed in the Dark Reef sector, monitoring the battle's progress. The Warhammer faction has deployed approximately 30,000 ships to seize the Kimi system, while the Serpent Queen personally leads 4 legions totaling 12,000 ships in defense. We will provide you with real-time updates on the battle." "Very good," Zhao Chen replied calmly, his eyes scanning the star map as if he held the entire battlefield in his grasp. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of space, the Xiaolong fleet's ships were already en route to their predetermined course in the Lion King system. The smoke of this star war was beginning to rise. Warhammer Alliance Fleet Flagship Bridge. An ogre sits arrogantly in the captain's chair, overlooking the battlefield of the Kimi star system. Report. The Serpent Clan's 4 legions, totaling 12,000 warships, have formed their battle lines and issued an ultimatum demanding our immediate withdrawal. Failure to comply will be seen as a declaration of war, and we will bear the consequences. The adjutant reports respectfully from the side. The ogre commander spreads his arms disdainfully and sneers. "Bear the consequences? Those mere serpents dare to challenge me? They think 12,000 ships can stop our 30,000 ironclad fleet? Today, we will show them our might. Queen Medusa? I'll personally put a collar on her and make her my lowest servant. Give the order. All forces attack." "Yes, sir. All forces attack," the adjutant shouts. In an instant, the vast expanse of space is filled with the overwhelming tide of 30,000 warships surging towards the Serpent Clan's formation, an unstoppable force. "Your Majesty, the enemy is ignoring our warnings and is advancing at full speed. They will enter our firing range in 15 minutes. A servant anxiously reports on the Serpent Clan's flagship. Medusa stands up, her image appearing on the screens of all the warships. "Warriors of the Serpent Clan, the enemy seeks to invade our home. Let them feel our venom. Against the invaders, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death." The soldiers shout in unison, their morale soaring. Medusa then turns to several display windows showing the commanders of various legions and battalions. "In this battle, our strategy is to defend and wait for the right moment to strike, concentrating our forces to divide the enemy. This mission falls to the 2nd Fleet of the 1st Legion." Her gaze focuses on Qingman. The outcome of this battle depends on whether this elite fleet can achieve its objectives. Meanwhile, apart from the 2 warring sides, another pair of hidden eyes closely watches the unfolding Star War. In the Xiaolong Star System T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier bridge, Zhao Chen is intently staring at the holographic battlefield map. It is densely packed with nearly 40,000 warships. From the sheer area covered by both sides, it is clear that the Warhammer Alliance's forces outnumber the Serpent Clan 3-1. Detailed battlefield data scrolls on both sides of the map, highlighting the composition of each fleet. The Serpent Clan has 12,000 ships across 4 legions, including 23 T3 ships, over 700 T2 ships, and the rest are T1. In contrast, the Warhammer Alliance, led by the Ogres, fields 30,000 ships across 10 legions, with 30 T3 ships, over 1,500 T2 ships, and the remainder being T1. This grand battle is primarily fought by T1 ragtag fleets. Historically, the Dark Reef sector has been considered a backwater, overlooked by all. At its peak, the entire sector had only about 150 T3 warships, mostly old and decrepit. Possessing a few hundred T1 ships was enough to dominate and establish oneself as a local king. Much like ancient peasant rebellions, they appear numerous but are weak in combat strength, with few capable fighters. This is why, when the Mech clan withdrew, these local warlords couldn't sit still, quickly choosing sides to avoid the gaze of the 3 major empires. Back on the battlefield, the vanguards of both sides make contact, and skirmishes break out. The Serpent Clan is clearly in a defensive formation, while the Warhammer Alliance attempts a semicircular encirclement, aiming to close the trap and maximize the effectiveness of their overwhelming numbers. At that moment, Zhao Chen's gaze locked onto a fleet from the Serpent Clan, which had quietly changed its formation. The show is about to begin. Akame, what do you think? Zhao Chen asked another observer. Akame, eyes fixed on the tactical map, replied gravely, if it weren't for the batch of warships you sold to the Serpent clan earlier, they would surely lose this battle, possibly even face complete annihilation. Oh, and with those ships? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Look, Akame explained, both sides have a similar number of T3 ships, but the Serpent clan has 3 Blizzard-class ships we provided, which are a trump card. Now, T2 warships are the backbone of these forces. No matter how many T1 ships there are, they're just minor nuisances. Once the situation turns unfavorable, most of them will abandon their posts and flee. The Serpent clan only has half as many T2 ships as their enemy, putting them at a distinct disadvantage. She pointed to a spot on the map, densely packed with 100 T2 black rhinos, alongside 3 blizzards and 10 snow mastiffs. However, within the Serpent clan's 700 T2 ships, 110 are ones we supplied. It's like adding a scorching ghost pepper to an otherwise ordinary dish. Queen Medusa was wise to group the warships she bought from us together. This is the smartest deployment. If they were scattered, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Now, this fleet is like a drawn sword, the key to this battle. If used correctly, it could strike deep into the enemy's heart before they even realize it, and then the outcome will be hard to predict. Zhao Chen smiled silently. Akame's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. The warships he provided to Medusa, even the weakest T2 black rhinos, were formidable forces in the Reef starfield. At this moment, the vanguards of both sides had already engaged in multiple skirmishes. The Warhammer coalition's encirclement was slowly tightening. Meanwhile, the Serpent clan's second fleet, which had been lying in wait, finally made its move. The grand spectacle was about to unfold. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar battlefield map, focusing on the 300 starships of the Serpent People's 1st Legion, 2nd Fleet. This fleet was commanded by Qing Man, a serpent woman he had met a few times. The fleet chose to launch its attack in the 3rd hour of the battle, a brilliantly timed move. By then, the Serpent People's main forces had been pushed into a defensive stance, and the Warhammer faction's encirclement was about to close, signaling an imminent defeat. Logically, this would have been the perfect time for the Serpent People to retreat, but they remained stationary, which seemed like a death sentence to the Warhammer commanders. A glance at the battle damage reports made the situation even clearer. In just 3 hours, the Serpent People had lost nearly 3,000 ships, a staggering 30 loss rate. In contrast, the Warhammer faction had lost fewer than 1,000 ships, less than 3. The loss ratio was an astonishing 1 to 3. Once the Warhammer faction's encirclement closed, this gap would widen further. At this critical moment, the specially organized Serpent fleet finally launched its assault. Leading the charge were 100 T2 Black Rhino heavy assault frigates, followed by 200 various T1 warships. They didn't advance at maximum speed but moved steadily forward. The appearance of the Black Rhino ships caught the Warhammer faction off guard. In just a few minutes, their battle line was torn open with a shocking gap. The Serpent People were targeting the Warhammer faction's flagship. Akihito analyzed the battlefield, noting, look, this fleet stayed put initially to locate the enemy command flagship. She pointed to a specific area in the Warhammer formation. Over the past 3 hours, the other 9 legions attacked fiercely, but this one was relatively passive, positioned centrally within the fleet. This suggests the enemy commander is here. A decapitation strike? Zhao Chen muttered. That's the specialty of the Xiaolong Legion. Akihito nodded in agreement. The fleets in the Reef Star region are mostly ragtag groups with low combat quality. If their flagship and main forces are severely damaged, their morale will plummet, and their command system will fall into chaos, possibly even leading to a rout. Zhao Chen watched the ensuing battle with keen interest, as if enjoying a performance by his prized student. The Serpent People first broke through the enemy lines with the T2 Black Rhinos, followed by a swarm of T1 ships that wreaked havoc within the enemy ranks. Although these T1 ships were far less formidable than the Black Rhinos, their sheer numbers caused significant confusion among the enemy. Sensing the dire situation, the Warhammer faction quickly dispatched an elite fleet with 3 T3 ships to curb the Serpent People's advance. Unexpectedly, the 100 T2 Black Rhinos did not retreat, but instead charged even more ferociously, accelerating towards the T3s. This sudden tactical shift caught the Warhammer faction by surprise. To make matters worse for them, the Black Rhino's defense was astonishingly strong. T1 attacks were mere scratches, and even T2 firepower couldn't faze them. Only the T3 main guns could make these formidable ships hesitate. At this critical moment, the Warhammer faction had a mere 3 T3 ships, facing a formidable fleet of 100 T2 Black Rhinos. What unfolded next left the Warhammer faction utterly dumbfounded. One Black Rhino after another, like arrows released from a bow, charged directly at the T3 ships. First 10, then 20, 30. Have you ever seen the spectacle of over 30 ships ramming into another? For the 3 unfortunate T3 captains, it was an unprecedented experience. Those skirmishes were commonplace in the Reef Nebula. This tactic was anything but conventional. In a matter of moments, the three T-3 ships met a tragic and humiliating end. Their battered hulls bore the marks of countless collisions, with the worst-hit ship even split in two. The entire ordeal lasted barely 10 minutes. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Seizing the moment while the enemy was still in disarray, three T-3 Serpent ships sprang into action, making a beeline for the enemy command corps. The Warhammer commanders broke into a cold sweat, knowing full well that their expedition's leader was hidden there. But then they thought, just three T-3 ships? Even if they were heavenly warriors, against over 300 escorts and a dozen T-3 main ships, aren't they just courting death? However, when the three T-3s opened fire, everyone was stunned. Each ship launched a single bow cannon shot, destroying a T-3 Porcupine destroyer along with its stellar shield defenses in one clean hit. Despite the Reef Nebula's subpar equipment, T-3s were still T-3s, and the disparity in power was shocking. Simultaneously, the three aggressive T-3s unleashed their secondary and primary cannons, combined with dense Closian defense fire, forcing the surrounding T-2 ships to keep their distance. The weaker T-1 ships didn't stand a chance. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Queen Medusa's blood boiled with excitement. She immediately ordered a live broadcast of the scene to all ships to boost morale. Leading the charge was Commander Qingman, who personally piloted the T-3 Blizzard 1, charging menacingly towards the enemy flagship. The intent was clear: to take the enemy commander's head and avenge the humiliation of this battle. The Ogre commander was stunned. He stared at the three Serpent T-3 starships steadily closing in on his flagship and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Where did those three ships come from? Why do they have such powerful bow cannons?" The adjutant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, "You don't know either. There's no data on these T-3s or those T-2s in our database. Damn it. Mobilize all nearby fleets and intercept them." The Ogre roared, then ordered his flagship to slowly retreat to a safe distance. What unfolded next on the battlefield was a true display of dominance. The three T-3 Blizzards and 100 T-2 Black Rhinos engaged in a frenzied slaughter, driven by bloodlust. Fight! 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 The commanders of these starships were consumed by the fervor of battle, their minds solely focused on combat. It was exhilarating. They had never commanded such exceptional warships before. Even the pilots realized how simple space warfare could be: their ramming into the enemy ships, watching their armor shatter like tofu, or aiming the cannons, pulling the trigger, and enjoying the fireworks in the distance. Simple. It was just that simple. In the face of true ace warships, combat was effortless. In the presence of genuine starships, battle was this straightforward. Zhao Chen commented nonchalantly, "In just 1 hour, this Serpent fleet annihilated an enemy force 5 times their size, including over a dozen T-3s. 80% of the T-3s lost by the Warhammer coalition were taken down by them, and of those, 80% were the handiwork of those three Blizzards. A glorious victory. Well-deserved." "The battle is over," Qitong said calmly beside Zhao Chen. The latter nodded in agreement. After 5 hours of fierce fighting, on the surface, the Warhammer faction still seemed to have the upper hand. The Serpent fleet lost 6,000 ships, nearly half of their force, while the Warhammer faction only lost 5,000. However, a detailed analysis of the data revealed that a third of the Warhammer coalition's casualties were inflicted by the elite Serpent fleet, which specifically targeted T-3s and T-2s. As a result, the Warhammer faction's T-3 loss rate was as high as 50, and T-2 losses exceeded half, with 800 ships lost, half of which fell to the Longhorn T-2s. In contrast, T-1s had the lowest loss rate at less than 15. What does this indicate? It shows that while the Warhammer faction's losses may not seem significant numerically, they are critical. The Serpent fleet, although suffering greater losses, mostly lost T-1 cannon fodder. The three meritorious T-3s remained unscathed, and only a dozen of the 100 Great Horn starships were lost. If the battle continued, even if the Warhammer faction won, their losses would be devastating. They still hoped to go all out in a decisive battle with the Xingyao faction. Ultimately, this space battle lasted only 5 hours and ended with the Warhammer faction's hasty retreat, leaving a sky full of wreckage. What are your thoughts? Zhao Chen asked Qitong beside him. All show, no substance. Their combat effectiveness is weak, Qitong said bluntly. Even if some units have a bit of combat training, most are just fair-weather soldiers, swaying with the wind. Such mercenaries are not worth mentioning. This is the difference between a regular army and a ragtag band. Zhao Chen then asked, "If the Serpent clan sends out our Xiaolong Legion this time, and you were in command, what would the outcome be?" Qitong chuckled lightly and said confidently, "I could ensure that none of the 30,000 Warhammer ships return." Holding less than 300 ships and daring to claim that 30,000 enemy ships would have no chance of returning, only the commanders of the Xiaolong Legion could possess such confidence. And this confidence stems from the elite force they lead. That's just how bold they are. Alright, we've already figured out the details about these local tyrants in the Reef Star region, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Even the Queen has witnessed the power of our fleet. Next, I need to go meet her. At this moment, the Xiaolong Legion's fleet was fully prepared, gathering towards the Lion King system. They were on high alert, ready to engage in the next battle at any moment. Meanwhile, good news came from the Whitehair system. Report. The Warhammer faction's fleet has completely withdrawn from the Whitehair system. We have sent reconnaissance ships to follow and ensure they return to their own territory, the adjutant reported to Medusa. Immediately clean up the battlefield and recover any wreckage that can be repaired. Also, prioritize repairing our damaged ships, especially the second fleet of Qingman. Medusa ordered decisively. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, a video window popped up, showing the commander of the Qingman fleet. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Qingman said, her face glowing with the exhilaration of battle. This victory is all thanks to your brilliant command and these excellent new warships. Qingman, you performed exceptionally well this time. Medusa praised, then asked, what about the damage to your fleet? Qingman stood up and reported formally, Your Majesty, we destroyed nearly 2,000 enemy ships, including 18 T3 ships and over 500 T2 ships. Our losses include 37 T2 Black Rhinos, 1 T3 Blizzard heavily damaged, and 27 T2 Black Rhinos partially damaged. Medusa frowned slightly, feeling the pain of losing more than half of the newly acquired ships. She couldn't help but think of that man again. With such powerful warships, if only she could persuade him to join the Independents. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.